The lake's surface ripples gently, resembling a vast emerald that glimmers with an enchanting luster. Upon a bench by the water's edge sits an elderly man with white hair, trembling as he gazes at the terminal notice in his hands. This day has ultimately arrived. Alas, despite his wealth, he, Liloati, cannot defy fate like a warrior, extending his life against the odds. Even with all the riches he possesses, he cannot revive his failing heart. As Liloati pondered aimlessly, a luxurious sports car executed a stylish drift, halting nearby. Ahem! The acrid exhaust fumes from the vehicle prompted a fit of coughing from Liloati. The sound of a door opening caught his attention, and before him appeared a pair of long, pristine legs. "Speak! What urgent matter has you seeking me?" Su Jinya tossed her winered hair, which sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. She possessed a refined visage, a figure that could only be described as devilishly alluring, her long, alabaster legs clad in a black mini-skirt that showcased her stunning form. As a gentle breeze wafted by, her fitted top clung to her skin, accentuating her enchanting curves. The scene was so captivating that Liloati dared not gaze too long, lest he be overwhelmed. "Jinya, you have indeed come." A hint of excitement flickered in Liluotis' expression as he struggled to rise. "Enough, if your health is compromised, remain seated." Su Jinya approached gracefully in nearly 10-centimeter heels, her elegant swan-like neck supporting a breathtakingly beautiful face. She looked down at him, her striking phoenix eyes shimmering as she remarked coolly, "I just lost 50 million in a meeting because of your call. If you don't clarify your intentions, I shall." At this, Su Jinya leaned closer to Liloati, her crimson lips parting slightly. "I shall crush that useless little quail of yours." Inhaling the subtle fragrance of her perfume, Liloati felt a jolt and hastily explained, "Rest assured, I summoned you for a significant matter, several billion worth of projects." "Hmm?" Upon hearing this, Su Jinya narrowed her eyes, a glimmer of danger flickering within them. Realizing the misunderstanding, Liloati opened his mouth to clarify, but was interrupted by a rumbling noise. As their gazes shifted, a modified Jeep Wrangler barreled toward them like an armored vehicle. Moments later, a petite girl with a youthful visage emerged from the Jeep. "Jinya, you arrived even earlier than I." Lin Yuru, her hair styled in twin ponytails, resembled a blooming spring flower in her exquisite white blouse and black mini-skirt, her slender legs perfectly adorned in white socks. Standing at approximately 155 centimeters, her stature contrasted sharply with the towering Su Jinya, making them appear as mother and daughter. With everyone gathered, what brings us together? Su Jianya's beautiful eyes flickered as she pressed her red lips together. Lin Yuru's fair, smooth complexion glowed in the sunlight. Her curiosity piqued as she turned her gaze toward Liloati. Liloati was the husband of both Lin Yuru and Su Jinya, yet alas, the former was unable to become a warrior due to her lack of spiritual veins. In stark contrast, Su Jinya and Lin Yuru had awakened their spiritual veins, and through relentless breakthroughs in their cultivation, their physical capabilities and lifespans had significantly improved, making them appear remarkably youthful. In truth, they were the same age as Liloati. Gazing at the two enchanting women before him, then at his own gnarled hands and bent back, Liloati sighed softly. "I have hindered you both these years." A forced smile crept across his lips as he withdrew 2 pre-prepared black cards from his pocket. "Each contains 500 million as compensation for these years with you both." Su Jinya, upon receiving the black card, caressed it lightly, her lips curving into a subtle smirk that hinted at coldness. "Is this the reason you called us?" "Yes." Liloati nodded earnestly, then forced a bitter smile. "My time is drawing near. I have but a few days left. I hope this money can assist you." Seeing Liluotis' dejected demeanor, Su Jinya maintained her stoic expression, yet her delicate hands involuntarily clenched. Lin Yuru toyed with her black card before unreservedly accepting it, sitting beside Liloati and gently patting his shoulder. "Do not say that, after all. We shared happiness in your 20s. How about this given our marital bond? Do you have any wishes? If we can help, we shall." Upon hearing this, Liloati abruptly lifted his head, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Any wish can be fulfilled." Lin Yuru smiled gently. "Of course, but transforming you into a warrior is beyond our capabilities. I am well aware of that. Li Luo's gaze flitted between Su Jinya and Lin Yuru. Then his throat tightened as he cautiously proposed, "In light of my impending demise, would you both consider?" A blush instantly colored Lin Yuru and Su Jianya's cheeks. "Do you still have it in you?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Jianya's skepticism emerged. "Over the years, all you've managed is to leave us drenched in saliva," Lin Yuru lamented, rubbing her forehead. "Then does that mean you are agreeing?" Li Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had merely intended to jest, not expecting. Lin Yuru shrugged. "I am indifferent, as long as you are fine with it." When Li Luo's gaze fixated on Su Jianya, her eyes flickered, and she gently bit her red lip. "A day as husband and wife warrants 100 days of grace. Consider it a fitting conclusion to our years together." Upon hearing this, Li Luo felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. "Quick, help me up, let us head to the villa." "Can you even stand? Is that feasible?" Su Jinya replied, somewhat exasperated. Subsequently, Lin Yuru and Su Jinya expertly assisted Li Luo, guiding him into the nearby villa and shutting the bedroom door behind them. 3 minutes later, Lin Yuru, having changed out of her top, bore an expression of disbelief as she exclaimed, "Have you two finished already?" Su Jinya, unhurried and moving with exquisite grace as she donned her skirt, remarked coolly, "Do you understand why I did not undress?" Faced with the piercing gazes of the two women, Li Luo awkwardly struggled to rise, gasping, "I'm old, I'm no longer capable." Lin Yuru sighed, "What about me? Fear not, I shall not disappoint you." At this, Li Luo's eyes hardened as he reached beneath the pillow to retrieve. Chapter 2. To obtain the talismans, one must first castrate themselves 90 seconds later. Lin Yuru's delicate nose quivered softly as she donned her skirt, casting a glance filled with melancholy at Li Luo. The latter awkwardly buried his head into the covers, aware that for some, the journey had just begun, while for others, it had already concluded. It truly echoed the saying that even steel warriors have their twilight years. Beside them, Su Jinya propped her chin on her hands, lost in thought, wishing fervently that these fleeting moments could stretch into eternity. With that, she rose gracefully, her demeanor as exquisite and aloof as a jade sculpture. Looking down upon Li Luo, who was hidden beneath the blanket, "Now you should have no regrets. Although the experience may have been lacking, we kept our promise that we owe each other nothing. Farewell, and I hope in your next life you emerge stronger. For a longer duration." Lin Yuru's eyes sparkled like brilliant jewels, though the light within dimmed slightly as she softly uttered, "We shall take our leave now, and may you never shed tears of emptiness in your next life." Just as she prepared to exit, a sudden voice erupted from the blanket. "Yuru, you and Jinya know that. In truth, yes. Yes, we know." Lin Yuru interrupted without turning back, waving her hand dismissively. "You're the best, all right." As she spoke, she gently swayed her twin ponytails, lamenting, "Had I known, I wouldn't have tied them up." Seizing the opportunity Lin Yuru presented, Li Luo quickly followed suit. "Right, this isn't my fault. It was your silhouette, swaying ponytails." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru helplessly rubbed her temples. "Who else can be blamed? Your old back can hardly stand straight. We had no other choice." Li Luo, "Fine, I won't further dampen your spirits. Let's head back, and perhaps we'll reconnect in the future." The sound of footsteps gradually faded. 1 minute later. 10 minutes later. Half an hour later, Li Luo gazed weakly at the ceiling, despair creeping onto his face as he silently mused. Isn't it said that the most basic privilege of a transmigrator is the golden finger? For over 80 years, that cursed system has never once appeared. He had initially believed that upon failing to awaken his spiritual veins at 18, the legendary system would descend upon him, assisting him in striking back at those who mocked and looked down upon him. Yet, the system never came, shattering his dreams. When he received the critical illness notice, he had dared to fantasize that the system would arrive at the last moment. But just moments ago, despite exhausting all his efforts, that damned system remained absent. Li Luo felt utterly hopeless. He contemplated ending his life in silence. Resigned to his frail limbs, a sudden loud crash seized his attention. In the corner, a black box materialized out of nowhere. Crashing to the ground, the contents of the box spilled forth, appearing before Li Luo. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting a dappled glow upon 12 octagonal talismans. What is this? Li Luo stood frozen. As if under a spell, his thoughts swirling in shock, unable to break free. After a long pause, he finally exclaimed, "Isn't this the 12 talismans of the Holy Master? Could it be?" Ali scanned his surroundings, fell silent for a moment, and tentatively called out, "System, Daddy. System, bro. Damned system." After waiting a few minutes, still no familiar yet alien mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ludi surrendered, collapsing back onto his bed, weakly closing his eyes. So be it. May I be reborn in my next life. 10 minutes later, Liluadi suddenly opened his eyes wide, gritting his teeth. "No, I won't give up. Perhaps I can still turn the tide." With that, he summoned all his strength, taking 2.5 minutes to shakily rise from the bed and approach the box in the corner. Soon, a somewhat worn book, aged by time, caught Liluadi's attention. He struggled to crouch down, and on the book, for crooked characters read, "Records of Wild Histories." Liluadi's lips twitched slightly, yet he opened the first page, only to find written on the blank paper, "To obtain the talismans, one must first castrate themselves." Liluadi, "Are you kidding me?" He fell silent, then glanced at his lower body, quickly shaking his head. Turning to the second page, he found the words, "Just kidding. You fool." Liluadi, "Oh. On the third page, talismans terminology, mouse talisman. A mouse loves rice. Sheep talisman. Happy sheep. Beautiful sheep. Warm sheep. Tiger talisman. 2 tigers run fast. Chicken talisman. Under the big bridge in front of the door. A flock of ducks swims by. Is this a joke?" Liluadi abruptly hurled the book to the ground, roaring, "Do you think my intelligence is that low? Only an idiot would do this. I'm utterly embarrassed." 1 minute later, Liluadi locked the bedroom door, drew the curtains, and after surveying the room, picked up the sheep talisman. Clearing his throat, he imitated the tone, "Lazy sheep, boiling sheep whoosh." Suddenly, the sheep talisman emitted a dazzling light. Most extraordinary. And the next moment, it bizarrely vanished into the palm of Liluadi's hand. This startled him, but after some exploration, he found that the talisman would magically enter his palm, and to use it, he merely needed to summon it with his thoughts. "Oh heavens, you have not forsaken me." Tears welled in Liluadi's eyes, but in the next second, he grasped the horse talisman and threw open the window, shouting outside, "Jianya, Yuru, I've got it. Come back quickly. We shall battle for 300 rounds until dawn." Half an hour later, Liluadi laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha. I'm back in action." He twisted his neck, playing with the ghostly mask in his hand, murmuring, "This ghostly mask should be just as I imagined, right? With the 12 talismans, I shouldn't be at risk of being consumed by the mask, should I?" After pondering for a moment, the instant Liluadi donned the mask, a chilling sensation enveloped his entire face. In the next moment, the once bright bedroom was engulfed in shadows. Dozens of figures resembling ninjas, clad in black, with crimson eyes, approximately 1.88 meters tall, suddenly appeared before him. They moved in unison, kneeling before Liluadi, heads bowed in submission. It truly is the Shadow Legion. Liluadi clenched his fists tightly, his fingers trembling with excitement, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. This was the personal guard of Little Yu, each one a dragon in its own right. As he removed the mask, it mysteriously vanished from his hand, leaving a ghostly pattern on his wrist. "It seems that I am now lacking for nothing." Liluadi gazed into the distance, hands clasped behind his back, his formerly bent posture now straightened. Rubbing the horse talisman in his palm, his eyes sparkled with determination. Wait a moment. Though I now possess the 12 talismans and the mask, my spiritual veins are still absent. Even with a cheat, when facing true power, I can at best ensure my survival or escape, which seems rather frustrating. If that is the case, why not travel back in time? I shall strike the South Sea nursing home and kick over the kindergarten. Ha ha ha. With that thought, Liluadi cackled, flipping the horse talisman to exchange it for the rabbit talisman. Chapter 3. Utilizing the rabbit talisman to return to the past in Luftang City. At the Huanan 5-star hotel, Liluadi stirred awake, catching a whiff of the faint scent of perfume wafting through the air, reminiscent of a spring breeze, soothing and pleasant. Where am I? Have I successfully transmigrated? Liluadi felt his position was rather peculiar. He sensed as though someone was lying beneath him, the blinding white light gradually fading. His eyes fluttered open, lingering in a dreamlike state. Could it be? That was all just a dream. The 12 talismans and the ghostly mask were mere illusions. Furrowing his brow, Liluadi murmured, "That shouldn't be the case." He could feel the talisman's presence in his palm. As the white light diminished, he finally gained clarity of his surroundings. Holy smokes! Upon opening his eyes, the sight before him struck him like a lightning bolt. The luxurious suite was evident, and beneath him lay an unconscious girl. Is it her? Lu Shuai, the campus belle of Lteng Kanglin Academy, the first goddess in the hearts of countless losers to know, the dream goddess of numerous talented youths. How could she be beneath me? This sudden scene left Li Luodi stunned. His heart racing as waves of shock surged within him, refusing to settle. This scenario felt eerily familiar. He gazed at his long, elegantly shaped hands, lost in thought. The rabbit talisman had returned him over 70 years into the past, while the sheep talisman had stripped this body of its soul, allowing him to take over. Memories surged like a tidal wave, offering no opportunity for him to react, forcefully inserting themselves into his mind and flowing rapidly. If he recalled correctly, this moment should be 10 days prior to the Academy's spiritual vein assessment at the age of 18. The master of this body was brimming with youthful exuberance and, buoyed by exceptional talent, believed he would achieve remarkable success in the Academy's test in just 10 days. Thus, under the instigation of his unsavory companions, he took a reckless gamble, although his nerves led to an unfortunate failure. The calamity that ensued was nonetheless catastrophic. Simultaneously, the Li family, to which he belonged, was ruthlessly crushed by the relentless wheels of history, vanishing into the river of time. Little did anyone anticipate that the Lu family, to which Lu Shuya belonged, was an esteemed hidden lineage of martial arts. This was far beyond the reach of the newly wealthy upstarts like the Li family, who had risen through coal mining. As the cherished pearl of the Lu family, Lu Shuya was naturally defended with the full might of her clan when Li Luodi disrespected her, seeking to tear him apart limb from limb. Although Li Luodi was ultimately saved by the desperate efforts of his parents, they paid a grievous price and soon departed from the world. Consequently, Li Luodi fell into a state of despondency. Even after achieving a resurgence in middle age, seizing opportunities amidst the storm, he remained a mere shadow of himself, having missed the prime moment for cultivation, ultimately succumbing to illness and death. Reflecting on the past, Li Luodi exhaled heavily. Damn it, JF, you won to die a good death. If his memories served him correctly, in half an hour, the ice dragon of Snow Valley, the crooked-mouthed god of war, and the useless bodyguard, Yi Fan, would arrive at the hotel. Yi Fan appeared to be the fated son of this world, and was the very reason Li Luodi could not awaken his spiritual veins. That it was because of him that Li Luodi was rendered incapable in his pursuit of a secret manual from the Li family. The misdeeds of his predecessor were now to be paid for by him. The transmigrator. Yi Fan, did you think I wouldn't come back for revenge? A cold smile crept onto Li Luodi's lips as he murmured. Though I lack a system. I have my own advantages. If these individuals are not the protagonists, then who truly is? With that thought, Li Luodi gazed at the talisman in his palm, radiating an enchanting glow. His lips curling upwards. After a moment, he gently shook his head, casting aside any unsavory thoughts as he looked at the stunning visage beneath him. The immediate priority was to leave this place as though nothing had occurred. Thankfully, he had avoided a major disaster. Considering the debauchery of his predecessor, not being castrated was already a stroke of luck. Just as Li Luodi was about to rise, his mind suddenly froze, his body stiffening. He looked down in horror, realizing the precariousness of his situation. What the hell? He slapped himself hard, cursing. What kind of perversion is this? The previous owner of this body was indeed reprehensible. Li Luodi cautiously began to shift his body. Damn it! A pervert! Taking a deep breath, he knew he could not continue like this, and with a resolute glare, he sprang to his feet. However, whether it was the commotion or the fleeting effects of the drug, Lu Shuya awakened as her beautiful eyes fluttered open. She surveyed her surroundings, first in confusion, then in shock, followed by a complex array of emotions, ultimately settling into despair. Cough, cough. Li Luodi's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat. If I said this wasn't my doing, would you believe me? In the next moment, fury ignited in Lu Shuya's eyes, her body trembling as she gritted her teeth and roared, Li Luodi, you beast. Get away from me. I truly didn't mean to. Li Luodi's lips twitched as he attempted to explain, but he didn't know where to begin. The former owner of this body was indeed a reckless libertine, indulging in various vices. Aside from the last one, he seemed proficient in all. Lu Shuya struggled to suppress her inner rage, now fully aware that she must not provoke this beast before her, lest the consequences be dire. You should leave. At her words, Li Luodi nodded repeatedly. All right. But the next moment, as he stood, he hastily covered her with a blanket. Lu Shuya's gaze turned complicated, and suddenly sensing something amiss. Her beautiful eyes shifted downwards in an instant. A shrill scream pierced through the room. Li Luodi, I will kill you. Don't be so agitated. I truly didn't intend for this. Li Luodi executed an agile roll. Landing on his feet, snatching up his clothes from the floor, and fled the room in a frenzy. As the door slammed shut, Lu Shuya gazed at her exposed self, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her. Nearly moved to tears, the body she had preserved for 18 years had been taken by this beast. This beast, she vowed to have her father kill him. After sobbing for a while, despair filled Lu Shuya's beautiful eyes as she resolved to utilize her family's power to exact revenge on Li Luodi. Just as she was about to rise, her expression suddenly changed, and she looked down sharply. In a twist of misfortune, the damned beast was impotent. Li Luodi, having hastily donned his clothes, entered the hotel lobby, only to be confronted by two of his lewd companions, a tall and a short one. The tall one was named Lu Chan, and the short one, Zhu Yichun. Boss, how did it go? Lu Chan grinned widely, rubbing his hands together, and leered. Isn't Lu the campus flower something extraordinary? Absolutely. Zhu Yichun chuckled. Did you not see how quickly the boss emerged today? Just half an hour. Lu Chan paused, scratching his head, considering undressing and showering. It seems like not much time was left. With a resounding thud, upon seeing the two, Li Luodi felt a surge of joy but quickly delivered a couple of slaps to Lu Chan's head. Irately scolding, what are you thinking? I didn't do anything. She was perfectly fine in her room. Hearing this, Lu Chan and Zhu Yichun exchanged worried glances, then voiced their concerns. Boss, have you been too frequent lately? If you need a remedy, I still have a tiger whip at home that's been soaking for many years. Chapter 4. The crooked-mouthed god of war Li Luodi felt a wave of irritation. Retorting, I am currently at my peak. Do you think I am over 80 years old? It was a jest. He was terrifyingly powerful now. Lu Chan, feeling dejected, rubbed his nose, but with your past reckless behavior. How could you let Lu the campus flower off the hook? He then glanced around and whispered, rest assured, to enhance your experience, what I gave Lu the campus flower was fake. Li Luodi was taken aback. Fake? Lu Chan nodded. Real ones are hard to come by, so I had to settle for this inferior product. But it's fitting. You enjoy a thrill. As he spoke, a lewd grin spread across his face. That scene must have been quite exhilarating, right? Thud. Li Luodi kicked Lu Chan hard in the backside, then declared with righteous indignation, if you want to stick with me in the future, don't ever show your face with such despicable actions. Lu Chan, helped up by Zhu Yichun, rubbed his rear, protesting, but you told me to buy it. This was my first time. Li Luodi, I don't care what you were like before, he admonished from now on. We must not become such lowly creatures that we need to be individuals of value to society. As he spoke, Li Luodi habitually reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to realize that something fell off. When he pulled it out, it was a pink cartoon bear. Li Luodi. Lu Chan Zhu Yichun. Oh. Instantly, the atmosphere turned eerily silent. What the hell is this doing in my pocket? Li Luodi stared at the pink novelty underwear in his hand, fell silent for a moment, then stuffed it back into his pocket. Just as he was about to explain to the two, a thunderous voice interrupted him. Li Luodi, you have invited your own demise. The familiar voice heralded the arrival of the crooked-mouthed god of war. With a rush, Li Luodi and his companions turned to see a haughty young man striding into the hotel, hands in pockets. Eyes glinting with murderous intent, the young man sported long hair, a white t-shirt with several holes, and faded jeans. That was none other than Yi Fan, the fated son of this world. Earlier that afternoon, Yi Fan had been preoccupied with some errands and had neglected to covertly protect Lu Shuya, allowing Li Luodi and his despicable friends to take advantage, especially after seeing the cartoon bear in Li Luodi's hand. He felt an intense discomfort. The thought of his coveted woman having been so easily taught by another was unacceptable to him. The sins of the past were to be borne by the present. This was something the illustrious Dragon King could not tolerate. Were it not for the hotel being under surveillance and bustling with people, he would have already succumbed to his desire for vengeance and dealt with Li Luodi right there. Damn it! Lu Chan and Zhu Yichun instantly bristled, rolling up their sleeves and cursing. You, a mere transfer student, are quite arrogant. We didn't come looking for trouble, yet you dare to confront us. How dare you insult young Master Li? With that, Lu Chan and Zhu Yichun prepared to strike. Yi Fan, however, stood with his hands behind his back, head slightly raised, his eyes filled with disdain, as if he were a transcendent being. Two worthless fools dare to lay a hand on this Dragon King. I'll break both your hands. Like Li Luodi, Yi Fan was also from Blue Star, well-versed in the tales of Dragon Kings, war gods, useless sons-in-law, and campus flower bodyguards. He believed himself to be the destined one. The moment he crossed over, he had already made plans to seize control of the world and revel in the beauty of women, vowing not to rest until he had gathered all the world's beauties into his harem. Yet, just as Yi Fan was on the verge of attaining perfection after 2 decades of arduous cultivation in the Ice Dragon Snow Valley, a sudden rebellion erupted amongst several elders of the valley. They conspired to grievously injure him, causing him to plummet from the rank of martial sovereign to that of a high-level warrior. The sheer magnitude of this fall left him in unbearable anguish, rendering acceptance nearly impossible. Had it not been for his master's desperate intervention, he would have met his demise as the Dragon King of the Dead. Ultimately, his master activated a formation that annihilated the rebellious elders, though he himself suffered significant depletion of energy, forcing him to send Yi Fan down the mountain prematurely. Just before his departure, his master bestowed upon him a pill, advising him that upon ingestion, diligent practice would soon restore his former prowess. In a bid to secure better resources for the orphan Yi Fan's cultivation, his master sought out Lu Shuya's father, Lu Tianhai, owing a favor to Yi Fan's master from years prior. Lu Tianhai reluctantly agreed to provide Yi Fan with a position as Shuya's bodyguard, offering a salary of 100,000 per month. Today marked Yi Fan's first day on the job, and he was taken aback by the incident involving Lu Shuya's compromised dignity. Should Lu Tianhai discover this, Yi Fan would likely face his wrath. Thus, he regarded Li Luodi with murderous intent, as well as the 2 reckless henchmen before him. Understanding the law, he knew he could not strike first. He could only resort to justifiable defense as long as those 2 henchmen made a move, provoking Li Luodi into action. Yi Fan would be afforded the opportunity to eliminate them without consequence, even if the security personnel arrived. Contemplating this, Yi Fan cast a scornful glance at Lu Chan and his companion, who were preparing to strike. Stop! Just as Lu Chan and Zhu Yichun were about to bring their hands down, Yi Fan was poised to retaliate when Li Luodi intervened in the nick of time. Boss, Lu Chan and Zhu Yichun exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the situation. Step back to my side. Have you forgotten what I just told you? Reborn into this life, Li Luodi was all too familiar with this scene. In his previous life, it was Lu Chan and Zhu Yichun who had instigated the confrontation, only to have their hands broken by Yi Fan. Although he himself had escaped unscathed, he had been poisoned by Yi Fan, leading to a failed awakening of his spiritual veins 10 days later. In his past life, Li Luodi had been no match for Yi Fan. However, in this life, he wielded the formidable 12 talismans and the Ghost Shadow Mask. Though he was a mere weakling, he was still capable of swiftly dispatching Yi Fan, who was currently not even a warrior. Do you wish to take matters into your own hands, Li Luodi? Yi Fan welcomed the prospect, eager for the chance to obliterate this scoundrel who had tarnished his woman's honor. Haha. In response, Li Luodi's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. No need to rush. Someone will take care of you shortly. What do you mean? Yi Fan furrowed his brow. Have you summoned reinforcements? In the past, as a martial sovereign, he had never had to worry. There were scarcely any in Green Vine who could rival him. Yet now, he was merely a lowly warrior. Given Li's status, it was certainly feasible for them to hire bodyguards of a higher caliber. Thus, Yi Fan felt a twinge of concern, albeit only slight, for he possessed certain hidden cards as the Dragon King of the Ice Dragon Valley. Li Luodi, let me ask you, did you take my suddenly at the elevator entrance? Lu Shua's beautiful eyes blazed with fury as she stormed towards Li Luodi. Chapter 5. You have already chosen your death. Lu Shuya was on the verge of madness. That pervert, Li Luodi, had taken her beloved cartoon bear. She had searched her room thoroughly, yet her cherished companion was nowhere to be found. Clearly, apart from that deviant, no one else would dare to take it. Glaring at Li Luodi, whose expression was dark and stormy as she approached, he naturally denied any wrongdoing. No. How could I possibly take your thing? That would be the act of a true pervert. Standing before Li Luodi, Lu Shuya crossed her arms, a cold smile gracing her lips. I never mentioned what it was. Why are you so anxious? Could it be that you truly took it? Realizing this, Lu Shuya narrowed her eyes. a glint of coldness flickering within them that of course not tell Lilody's words were cut short as Yi Fan, wearing a rebellious expression, strolled confidently to Lu Shua's side, hands in his pockets, and flashed a crooked grin. Shuya, don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, that bastard who harmed you won't escape unscathed. Yi Fan held immense confidence in his protagonist aura. In the days following his descent from the mountain, he had charmed numerous women with his unremarkable appearance and warm smile. While these women may not have been particularly stunning, they nonetheless served to affirm his own allure. Yi Fan was convinced that no woman could resist the combination of his ordinary yet self-assured visage. That I've told you countless times. Please address me by my full name. Lu Shuya glared at the overly confident young man beside her, taking a few steps back, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain. And next time you speak to me, could you perhaps take a shower and brush your teeth? You smell terrible. At her words, Yi Fan, who had painstakingly arranged his appearance, nearly stumbled to the ground, his smile gradually stiffening. Also, who says he is bullying me? Lu Shuya's brows furrowed in anger. Don't just blurt things out. Can't you think before you speak next time? Is this person mentally challenged? What kind of bodyguard has my father found for me? How can such matters be discussed in public? What about my reputation? More importantly, this imbecile has the audacity to propose to my father that he be my personal bodyguard. What era are we living in? Personal bodyguard? Has he read too many brainless novels? After Lu Shuya's scolding, Yi Fan's expression darkened instantly. For many years, aside from his master, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. The Dragon King must not be insulted. However, he quickly began to console himself, reasoning that Lu Shuya's anger was merely a consequence of Lilody's actions. Moreover, it could be argued that a beautiful woman expressing anger toward him was merely a form of playful annoyance. Contemplating this, Yi Fan shot Lu Shuya a charming smile, his lips curving into a remarkable arc. Shuya, rest assured, with me around, that scoundrel who harmed you will not escape. As he spoke, he flicked his hair and cast a cold glare at Lilody and his companions, deriding, "What is a mere nouveau riche like you?" Lilody, taken aback, thought, Oh. How many lives do you have to spare for daring to touch my woman?" Yi Fan tilted his head, gazing up at the ceiling with an air of indifference. Hands clasped behind his back. Lilody, you should take the easy way out. This is merely a city. Had I been in my domain, summoning hundreds of thousands of subordinates would render your Lu family nothing but ashes. What the hell? Where did this fool come from? Hearing this, Zhu Yichun could no longer contain himself, seizing a chair. "Boss, let us teach this fool a lesson. If we don't straighten his mouth, I'll share his surname." Lu Chan, too, removed his shoes, a sinister grin forming on his face. "That crooked mouth of his reminds me of a fool I saw on television. I must stuff my socks in his mouth." "You seek death." Yi Fan's expression darkened. It had been many years since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yi Fan, enough already. Lu Shua could no longer tolerate the absurdity. What nonsense was Yi Fan spouting? Her exquisite face bore a hint of anger as she said, "I've told you repeatedly that Lilody hasn't harmed me, and murder is a crime. If you continue this madness, I will clarify things to my father, and you won't need to come to work tomorrow, nor to school. Your salary will not be affected." Upon hearing this, Lilody raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his gaze. According to the original trajectory, this was not how it was supposed to unfold. Lu Shuya, while initially indifferent towards Yi Fan, would not have spoken to him in such a manner. Could it be that my rebirth has created a butterfly effect, altering the course of history? Expecting Yi Fan to be furious, he was taken aback by the extent of Yi Fan's self-delusion, which far surpassed that of the average man. Lu Shua's words were undoubtedly intended to protect me. She harbors feelings for me. With this thought, Yi Fan's lips curled into a wide smile. Gazing affectionately at Lu Shuya, extending 4 fingers in a solemn pledge. "Shuya, I swear that even if you were harmed by that beast, I would never disdain you. I will smack." In the next moment, a crisp slap echoed as Lilody hastily pulled Lu Chan and Zhu Yichun back to the sofa in the hall. "Where are the sunflower seeds? Quickly, grab a handful." "Yi Fan, you idiot." Lu Shuya's face was filled with rage, her eyes aflame as she pointed a finger at Yi Fan, shouting, "You filthy loser, what nonsense are you spouting?" "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." The enchanting rabbit by sea gazed intently at Yi Fan before her, her delicate brows furrowing in disbelief. Could it be that this individual, reeking of sweat, was a concealed master? Meanwhile, Lu Shuyan, who had been abducted, gradually calmed herself from her initial terror. She understood that panic and fear would serve no purpose, and might even jeopardize her safety. As she witnessed Yi Fan's ostentatious demeanor, a mix of disdain and faint hope arose within her. After all, a bodyguard deemed competent by her father should possess considerable strength, perhaps even extraordinary prowess. With this thought, Lu Shuyan silently exhaled, only to find herself inexplicably glancing towards Li Luodi, nearly exasperated to the point of fury. There he was, lounging casually on the sofa, casually snacking on sunflower seeds, as if he were merely an onlooker in a performance. The two demons, having exchanged glances, each recognized the skepticism reflected in the other's eyes. Why did this audacious youth exude such confidence? They sensed that Yi Fan was not even a warrior, merely a high-level martial artist at best. So from whence did his bravado stem? Could it be that he was intellectually challenged? Indeed, his mannerisms suggested as much. Boss, could it be that this transfer student, Yi Fan, is a martial artist? Lu Chan leaned closer to Li Luodi, his expression slightly grave. Could this fellow truly contend with those two demons? Let us hope he does not succeed in his pretentious display. Zhu Yichun's face was marred with displeasure, irked by the braggart's demeanor, especially when confronted with a beautiful woman. If he manages to pull this off, I fear I won't sleep a wink tonight. In response, Li Luodi nonchalantly cracked open a sunflower seed, a smirk playing on his lips, still posing. Soon enough, he shall be thoroughly beaten, unrecognizable to even his own mother, as someone who had traversed back in time. Li Luodi was acutely aware of the impending disaster awaiting Yi Fan, that a high-level martial artist daring to provoke two demons. Was that not courting death? The strength of ordinary demons equated to that of martial masters, surpassing Yi Fan by 2 tiers. How do you know this? Lu Chan inquired, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Ha! Li Luodi chuckled softly, a glimmer of mockery in his gaze as he murmured, this fellow has overshot his bravado, seemingly forgetting that he is but a mere martial artist. In the midst of the commotion, Yi Fan's smile grew ever more pronounced as he observed the shock on the faces of those around him. Why not take the easy way out? It might afford you a semblance of dignity, perhaps even leave you with a complete corpse. Second, you should test his capabilities. The tall demon in black robes remained silent for a moment before instructing his shorter companion. Be cautious. Should you find yourself outmatched, do not force it. That we do have a hostage. Rest assured, brother. The shorter demon nodded gravely, a hint of seriousness gleaming in his crimson eyes. He then clenched his palms tightly, a peculiar dark energy swirling around him like flames engulfing his arms. In the next moment, he lunged forward, his footfalls producing a muted thud as his body surged forth with the swiftness of a cheetah. Boom! The demon's fist, enveloped in dark energy, lunged towards Yi Fan, the gust of wind creating an eerie crackle in the air. Under the watchful eyes of numerous spectators, Yi Fan regarded the ferocious black-robed figure with a smirk, lightly extending his palm to meet the oncoming punch. Impudent little pest, do not be so arrogant. The black-robed demon's expression darkened slightly. His punch could easily shatter boulders, yet this youth dared to receive it head-on, unafraid of a broken arm. Could it be that he was indeed a formidable opponent? As Bai Si observed Yi Fan's seemingly nonchalant gesture, her brows knitted even tighter. Could it be that she had misjudged this ordinary yet confident youth? Was he truly a master? Bang! In the instant that Yi Fan's derisive gaze met the black-robed demon's fierce punch, the impact reverberated through the air, eliciting an expression of smug satisfaction from him. However, the next moment, Yi Fan's smile abruptly froze, and his form was sent flying back like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the hotel wall. The onlookers were left speechless. The black-robed demon, witnessing Yi Fan embedded in the wall, felt a surge of astonishment, followed by a moment of contemplation directed at his own fist. Had he truly been impressive, or had he merely intimidated the fool now plastered against the wall? Ha 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 ha! I can't believe this simpleton actually startled me. The black-robed demon chuckled in disbelief. With that, he swiftly approached the dazed Yi Fan, towering over him with a sneer. To be honest, you are the most pretentious individual I have ever encountered, and the worst part is, you have no strength to back it up. Slap, slap, slap. The black-robed demon did not stop at mere words. He rained down slaps upon Yi Fan, who now resembled a pitiful creature. How audacious! Do you even know who I am? After enduring several slaps, Yi Fan finally regained some clarity. This moment, he was no longer the esteemed martial sovereign, but merely a martial artist. Chapter 8. Yi Fan takes another hit. Slap, slap, slap. The black-robed demon did not relent, even resorting to kicking Yi Fan, ultimately spitting contemptuously on his bruised face. Your pathetic words are relics from a decade past. You are not embarrassed. Readers could scrape their toes and find spacious accommodations. You are truly a simpleton. Even killing you would soil my hands. The black-robed demon spat indignantly before swiftly returning to his taller companion. Brother, I can confirm it. This fellow is clearly unhinged. The tall black-robed demon nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze, filled with malice, towards Bai Si. Bai Si, you have pursued us for so long. Are you not weary? We are exhausted. How about this? You let us go, and we promise never to return to the realm of Dixia. At this, Bai Si's lips curled into a cold smile. Release you? What about the 19 lives that perished at your hands? Who will release them? Bai Si slowly drew forth a specialized long blade from her waist, the blade's cold gleam reflecting in her beautiful eyes as she spoke impassively. Release her, and perhaps I will grant you a swift end. Release her? The shorter black-robed demon licked his lips, then leered at Lu Shuyan beside him. Bai Si, since you refuse my brother's offer, we shall have to take this woman down with us. However, before we meet our end, we will strip her of her garments, allowing you to feast your eyes. The demon's laughter echoed with malicious glee. Lu Shuyan, merely 18, was like a delicate flower, unaccustomed to the harsh realities of life. The black-robed demon's threat drained her complexion of color, causing her to tremble in fear. Her resentment towards the foolish Yi Fan intensified. Had it not been for him, she would have likely escaped this hotel by now. And what sort of bodyguard had her father hired? One who pretended to be powerful without any actual strength. In the span of a single day, she had nearly lost her life and was now held captive by 2 demons. A single misstep could plunge her into an abyss of despair that it seemed that only this stunningly beautiful girl named Bai Si could save her. As for Li Luodi, for reasons unknown, she found herself biting her teeth in resentment at the mere mention of his name. There he sat, nonchalantly munching on sunflower seeds. Do you dare? Bai Si's brows shot up in defiance, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Though these 2 demons were not her match, the presence of so many innocent bystanders could lead to further casualties if a mistake were made. From the moment the demons appeared, the entire hotel had been engulfed in dark energy, forming an impenetrable barrier that left the defenseless patrons with no means of escape. Are you afraid? The shorter black-robed demon chuckled coldly, extending his claws toward Lu Shuyan's delicate form. You had better reconsider whether you want to keep that paw. Just then, the tenacious Yi Fan struggled to rise, witnessing the imminent humiliation of his beloved. Despite the agonizing pain coursing through him, with his head swollen like a pig's, he still managed to project an air of bravado. Though I am not your match. Do you know this saying? What saying? The shorter black-robed demon's interest peaked, retracting his hand. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth. Yi Fan cast his gaze upwards at a 45-degree angle, yearning to flash his signature charming smile. Alas, having just endured a brutal beating, the slightest movement caused him unbearable pain, forcing him to abandon the idea. His enchanting smile, coupled with an air of rebellious charm, had long been his greatest weapon in winning over women. He had practiced it countless times in front of the mirror. With that smile, he had triumphed in many encounters, even with women of modest charm, which brought him satisfaction, affirming the efficacy of his signature grin. As he uttered that particular phrase, accompanied by his trademark smile, he was certain that Lu Shuyan would be utterly captivated. Even the lovely Bai Si would likely succumb to his irresistible charm. Just as Yi Fan reveled in the spotlight, basking in the attention, the tall black-robed demon bore a smirk filled with mockery. Since you possess such spirit, I shall indulge you. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was overwhelmed with joy, believing that it was his personal charisma as the Dragon King that had moved these 2 cruel demons. Just as he fantasized about being embraced on both sides, the tall figure in a black robe smiled enigmatically and continued. Then come here in exchange for this woman. You shall become the hostage. Puffed. At this, Li Luo couldn't contain himself and let out a laugh. These 2 demons were quite amusing. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the 2 in black robes, perplexed by the turn of events. Shouldn't these demons have been subdued by his imposing presence? Noticing his confusion, the shorter black-robed figure smirked. Not pleased? I recall you being the bodyguard of this girl. As a bodyguard, shouldn't you be prepared to risk your life for your employer at any moment? The words of the black-robed figure instantly drew the attention of everyone in the hotel lobby to Yi Fan's face, which darkened ominously. Although he, the Dragon King, was fond of women, he cherished his own life even more. Thus, he would never put himself in danger for a woman. Such a course of action was not in line with his character as a Dragon King. Pondering this, he narrowed his eyes and shifted the topic, saying, "Very well, release Shuya, and I will allow you both to leave." Meng Tu, by sure. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan, aware of his somewhat precarious situation, confidently approached Meng Tu, extending his hand in the most gentlemanly manner. "My dear lady, may I have a word with you?" Huff. Meng Tu exhaled heavily, suppressing the urge to strike, and retorted, "Step aside, or I swear I will slap you." Yi Fan, still convinced that Meng Tu was worried for his safety, was about to respond when, with a resounding smack, she raised her delicate hand and sent Yi Fan flying. Then, devoid of any emotion, she turned to the two black-robed figures and coldly commanded, "Release her, and I will allow you to leave. Do you think my brother and I are fools?" The shorter black-robed figure sneered repeatedly. "The area outside is already ensnared by your demon suppression division. If we attempt to escape now, wouldn't we be walking into a trap? What do you propose?" Meng Tu asked coldly. "Simple," the tall black-robed figure replied nonchalantly. "Have your demon suppression division members clear out. We will take the girl, and once we are safe, we will naturally release her." "Absolutely not." Meng Tu refused without a second thought. "Then it seems there is nothing to discuss." Having finished his snacks, Li Luo had seen enough of the drama unfold and glanced at the small child nearby, who was holding two armored figurines, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 9. You have captured him. "Why should we comply with your demands? There are at least 100 people in this hotel." The tall black-robed figure chuckled ominously, his smile betraying his malevolence. "If you continue to refuse, we will simply kill him until you comply." As he spoke, the tall black-robed figure reached to strike Lu Shuya. "Stop." Meng Tu's expression turned icy as she moved to intervene, only to be blocked by the shorter black-robed figure, who licked his lips and said, "Though I may not be your match, I can certainly hold you off for a moment. In that time, my elder brother will be more than capable of slaying dozens. Every innocent life lost will be on your hands." Cackling, just as the shorter black-robed figure laughed, a sound cut through the air. Two blue rings of light pierced the atmosphere, hurtling toward the tall black-robed figure with astonishing speed, in the blink of an eye. The rings struck the demon's claw, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks. Due to the force, he released Lu Shuya and stumbled back, his scaled claw now seeping an eerie green ichor. "Who is it?" the tall black-robed figure exclaimed, startled and furious, scanning his surroundings. "Brother, what happened?" The shorter black-robed figure looked at the injured tall figure with shock. "Be cautious. There is a powerful opponent," the tall black-robed figure warned, his body tense. Meng Tu was equally stunned. She could not recall any experts remaining in the division, as most had been dispatched on missions. Most importantly, none of the people she was familiar with wielded such blue rings. "You all exude an irritating aura, akin to that of an otherworldly beast." Suddenly, a resonant and righteous voice boomed, "Elder brother, look at the ceiling." Zhu Yichun trembled, tugging at Li Luo and Lu Chan, exclaiming, That appears to be the Wind Eagle armor." The Wind Eagle armor, which had appeared on the transparent glass ceiling of the hotel lobby at an unknown time, reattached the rings to its shoulders and, with an air of arrogance, declared, "Let the Wind Eagle armor deal with you despicable scoundrels." Seeing the Wind Eagle armor casually touch its nose, Li Luo's lips twitched. When he was younger, he had thought the Wind Eagle armor merely had a nasal condition. "Mom, my armored figurine is gone." The Wind Eagle armor must have transformed into it. The child's face beamed with joy as he pointed at the Wind Eagle armor. "Shoo!" A woman quickly covered the boy's mouth and whispered, "Be quiet. Let us retreat to a corner." The Wind Eagle armor was predominantly blue, a speed-oriented suit inspired by the eagle, symbolizing agility and swiftness. Besides its primary weapon, the Wind Eagle sword, it also possessed two secondary weapons, the Wind Eagle ring and the Wind Eagle crossbow. It was the only armor other than the Flame Dragon armor to have two secondary weapons. When the Wind Eagle armor first appeared, Li Luo had initially thought it was the secondary protagonist. But later it became less relevant than the talkative hero. "Who are you?" The tall black-robed figure's eyes brimmed with terror as he glared at the Wind Eagle armor, bellowing, "You don't even recognize the Wind Eagle armor. Your life is as good as over." The Wind Eagle armor floated gracefully, landing elegantly. "What shall we do?" the shorter black-robed figure asked, his expression grave. "2 against 1. We have the advantage," the tall black-robed figure urged. Suppressing his fear and rallying his spirits. Those daydreamers. It's hard to fathom what nonsense fills their heads. A voice as cold as hail reverberated throughout the hotel lobby. "Who?" The tall black-robed figure's eyes narrowed, his heart racing as he shouted. "Who the hell is it?" Whoosh! In an instant, a streak of red, accompanied by a wave of heat and a fierce wind, struck the tall black-robed figure with the force of lightning. Bang! He was sent hurtling backward, his black robe singed to a crisp by the flames, and after stumbling momentarily, he regained his balance. Whoosh! A spinning projectile whistled back, returning to the figure adorned in flame-themed armor, which took on the form of a flowing dragon. "Wow, that's the flame dragon armor," Lu Chan exclaimed as if struck by lightning. The flame dragon armor, appearing entirely crimson, boasted a magnificent exterior and outstanding weaponry. Truly a hexagonal warrior, embodying the might of the 5 elements. Meng Tu was also taken aback, waves of astonishment crashing over her. What is happening? When did armored warriors appear in this world? Could it be that the country has just developed them? "Elder brother, it's the flame dragon and wind eagle. It seems we are saved today." After a moment of shock, Lu Chan's eyes sparkled with delight. To be honest, even after Meng Tu's arrival, Lu Chan remained skeptical. Not due to her lack of strength, but because one of the demons could certainly hold Meng Tu at bay for a moment. The other demon, however, would likely pose a threat that no one in the vicinity could withstand. Would it not lead to a one-sided massacre? All the patrons in the hotel lobby had shed their initial anxiety and fear, their eyes now glimmering with hope. "Damn it!" The tall black-robed figure slammed a fist into the ground, then rose to glare at the flame dragon and wind eagle with a hint of trepidation. He could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the 2 armored figures, just as he contemplated retreat. The shorter black-robed figure dragged the swollen Yi Fan to his side and shouted at the flame dragon armor and others. "All of you, stand down." The tall black-robed figure's face lit up with joy upon seeing this, exclaiming, "Well done, brother." Once they had a hostage, their immediate peril would be alleviated. "You lot, get out of here." The shorter black-robed figure pressed the scythe against Yi Fan's neck, pointing at the flame dragon, wind eagle, and Meng Tu, commanding them to comply. Yi Fan, now held captive, wore an expression akin to one who had just consumed something foul. How could the mighty Dragon King be held hostage by a mere demon spirit? If word got out, his illustrious reputation would be tarnished. These 2 demons had already sealed their fate. When he regained his strength, they would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end. Upon hearing this, both the Wind Eagle and Meng Tu furrowed their brows. Falling silent, they asked for the flame dragon armor. It wore an amused expression, asking, "What if we choose not to comply?" The tall black-robed figure paused, seemingly taken aback by the flame dragon armor's self-righteous response. Cackling, the shorter black-robed figure pressed the blade closer, soon piercing Yi Fan's skin. "That if you refuse to follow our orders, we will slay him." This left Yi Long Wang utterly terrified. He had no desire to meet his demise. Hastily, he cried out, "Several seniors, save me." Yet, to his dismay, Yin Long paid him no heed. With a tilt of his head, he extended his hand and declared, "You are grasping onto him. By what right should we acquiesce to your demands?" The 2 demons, Yi Fan, everyone. Li Luoti's lips twitched. He thought to himself, "This is bad. Could it be that Yin Long belongs to the second team?" Chapter 10. The Dragon King of One Ear in the hotel lobby. An awkward and eerie atmosphere enveloped everyone, leaving them feeling uncomfortable. "Boss," Lu Chan quietly tugged at Li Luoti's arm and whispered, "It appears that Yin Long is from the second team, that we should step back a bit. This fellow is unscrupulous in his pursuits. I estimate that this transfer student, Yi Fan, can only flaunt himself until today." Reflecting on this, Lu Chan's tone was tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Everyone knows the second team's modus operandi. They care only about results, disregarding the means. They would even betray their comrades. What is it that they would not do? The short, hooded figure fell silent for a moment before his expression twisted into a grimace. "Aren't you all self-proclaimed champions of justice? Will you truly stand by and watch while I sever his head?" Yin Long stepped forward, dismissively stating, "You demons are quite amusing. Please understand this. Our duty is to seal away you filthy pests, not to rescue anyone. Whether they live or die is of no concern to us." Upon hearing this, The two black-robed demons were utterly astounded. This was more villainous than they themselves. Yi Fan's complexion turned ashen, particularly as the chill creeping along his neck brought the threat of death to the forefront of his mind. He did not wish to die. He had yet to woo the unparalleled beauty or dominate the earth. He was still young, with beauty and power awaiting him. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Yi Fan disregarded the dignity of the Dragon King, weeping and pleading for assistance from Feng Ying and Meng Tuesday. Two seniors, I implore you, save me. A drop of kindness shall be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. If this Dragon King survives this calamity, I shall surely appoint you both as my esteemed guardians in the Ice Dragon Snow Valley, granting you riches and glory. The short black-robed figure, seeing this cowardly fool so afraid for his life, felt a surge of delight. Did you hear that? This pitiful simpleton is begging for your help. If you choose to ignore his plight, tomorrow the online trolls will come flocking, ready to tear you apart. Let the entire world witness your true colors. Ha ha ha. Unwitting insect. Yin Long's expression darkened, and he swiftly rotated the wheel on his armor that a surge of red energy emanated from the Tai Chi emblem on his armor, projecting a radiant virtual panel. Within this panel was a formidable-looking blade, composed of two separated edges, flame blade. With a gentle motion, Yin Long summoned the flame blade into his grasp. Wait, don't act rashly. The hostage is still in his hands. Feng Ying's armor interposed between Yin Long's armor, declaring in a deep voice, while our duty is to eliminate the anomalous beasts, it is fundamentally to safeguard the earth and humanity. The fact that Feng Ying could articulate such words clearly indicated he was not from the second team, but rather from the first team, Dongshan.at. This moment, Li Luodi found himself wishing that Feng Ying was also from the second team. This way, it seemed he would not need to intervene. Yi Fan would either die or be gravely injured, meandering and fussing about. No wonder you filmed so many episodes yet eradicated so few anomalous beasts. Yin Long's displeasure was evident, and he forcefully shoved Feng Ying aside. Stepping forward with a vigorous swing of his arms, the flame blade erupted with dazzling red light, slicing through the air towards the short black-robed figure. What do you intend to do? Not only was the short black-robed figure stunned, but Yi Fan was also left speechless. This fellow was truly out for blood. In an instant, the flames emitted by the flame blade accurately struck the right arm of the short black-robed figure. With a splatter of blood akin to goose down, two screams echoed simultaneously. The arm of the short black-robed figure was severed entirely, while our Dragon King fared somewhat better, losing only an ear. From that moment on, Yilong Wang would roam the world with a missing ear. Now, they no longer have a hostage. Yin Long sheathed his blade and shrugged. A.S. Meng Tu witnessed this scene. Astonishment gripped her, yet a flicker of introspection began to rise within her. Feng Ying shot a cold glance at Yin Long, then activated the wheel on his armor, releasing a surge of blue energy from the yin-yang ring, unveiling a virtual panel. Within the panel was a blue sword, as thin as a cicada's wing, glimmering with a cold light. Feng Ying's sword. This weapon, possessing a unique method of use, was not handheld but rather affixed directly to Feng Ying's right arm. It delivered high physical damage along with a lethal wood energy attack. Once the Feng Ying sword was secured to his arm, he leapt gracefully, moving with the lightness of a swallow, his actions elegant yet powerful. In the blink of an eye, Feng Ying appeared before the tall black-robed figure, the Feng Ying sword piercing sharply towards the latter's chest. The tall black-robed figure, suppressing his fear, braced himself with a scythe held horizontally before him, poised to retaliate at any moment. The clash of blade and scythe rang out with a crisp metallic sound. Soon, Feng Ying seized an opportunity. The sword's blade reflected a glacial gleam, and in an instant, it plunged into the chest of the tall black-robed figure. Brother, the short black-robed figure, now sprawled on the ground, had his eyes bulging in rage as he howled. You should worry about yourself first. Yin Long had appeared before the short black-robed figure, looking down upon him, his expression devoid of emotion. In the next moment a flash of the blade, and a head fell to the ground. In mere breaths, the two demons had been effortlessly dispatched. How brutal! Lu Chan's eyes widened, his mouth agape as he finally exclaimed in shock. You scoundrel! You dared to sever one of this Dragon King's ears. Yi Fan clutched his blood-soaked half-ear, his expression filled with rage, eyes blazing with uncontrollable fury as he glared at Yin Long's armor, roaring, Do you know my identity? A sharp slap rang out once more, and Yi Fan was sent flying, embedding himself in the wall. Yanlong did not even spare a glance at Yi Fan, raising his hand to deliver the blow, nonchalantly stating, "Your identity means nothing to me." As he spoke, Yanlong flicked his wrist. Clearly bored. "I haven't even dealt with the anomalous beasts yet." With that, he vanished from sight. Feng Ying surveyed the area and pursued him. In the next moment, Li Luodi gazed at the figurines of Yanlong and Feng Ying now in his hands, lamenting the lost opportunity. The only flaw of the summoned figures from the Mouse Talisman was that they possessed their own thoughts and would not obey his commands. Had they followed his every word, he would surely have uttered, "A true man born in the world should never languish beneath others." Chapter 11. Golden Scales. Are they not mere pond dwellers? Boss, these Yanlong and Feng Ying armors are so cool. Lu Chan exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration as he recalled how Yanlong and Feng Ying had effortlessly dispatched the two demons in under 2.5 minutes. Zhu Yichun nodded in agreement. Indeed, did my father mention that recently. Things have been rather unstable in Greenvine. The appearance of demons has become more frequent than before. Boss, it might be wise to bring more bodyguards when you go out these days. It feels increasingly unsafe. In response to the concern shown by the two, Li Luodi waved dismissively. "No need to fret. I am currently stronger than ever." With that, Li Luodi stood up, discreetly pocketing the two armor figurines, and announced to Lu Chan and Zhu Yichun, "Let us go." "Boss, are we leaving just like this?" Lu Chan was momentarily taken aback. "What else should we do?" Li Luodi raised an eyebrow. "Do you expect us to stay here for dinner?" "Boss, look, is Lu Daxuewa frightened?" Zhu Yichun hurriedly leaned closer to Li Luodi, whispering, "Right now, Lu Daxuewa is at her most vulnerable. If you seize this opportunity, wouldn't it mean another chance to flirt tonight?" Bang! Li Luodi rolled his eyes and flicked a finger, sending a sharp rebuke. "We're leaving. I have other matters to attend to tonight." While Li Luodi was indeed interested in flirting, his enthusiasm for Lu Shuya had significantly waned. It wasn't that Lu Shuya was unappealing. Rather, her background was too formidable, often entangling her in complex relationships stemming from her martial arts family. Although Li Luodi had an advantage, he had no desire to involve his own family in such matters. Most importantly, he truly lacked the time. After all, with the support of the talisman and the ghost shadow mask, Li Luodi intended to seize the night shrouded in darkness to eliminate Yi Fan. He would not foolishly allow Yi Fan to grow stronger. Li Luodi. Lu Shuyua's delicate face turned pale, her slender jade-like hand trembling slightly as her gaze darted around, as though invisible spirits were lurking nearby. "What is it?" Li Luodi paused, a perfectly measured smile gracing his features, yet it bore a hint of detachment. Lu Shuya, perceptive as she was, could sense the distance in Li Luodi's demeanor, prompting her to feel a wave of grievance welling up, nearly bringing her to tears. "I'm afraid I cannot assist with that." As he spoke, Yi Fan took out his phone. Upon seeing the content on the screen, he turned and walked away. Whoosh! Just as Yi Fan departed, unbeknownst to him, in the dark corner, several crimson-eyed black warriors clad in ninja attire vanished into the shadows. Li Luodi drove his Audi RS7 straight to the villa where Lu Shuya resided, and the two remained silent throughout the journey. Lu Shuya's home was nestled in a luxurious villa in a tranquil suburb, epitomizing poetry and distant dreams. Here, far removed from the clamor of the city, one could only enjoy the beauty of nature. Of course, the security here was also top-notch. Soon, Li Luodi delivered Lu Shuya to her destination. "Would you not like to come up for a bit?" Upon exiting the vehicle, Lu Shuya felt a flicker of displeasure. The usually loquacious Li Luodi, who was adept at flattering her, had been uncharacteristically silent in the car today, showing no concern for her, which infuriated Lu Shuya. She contemplated shutting the car door and heading home, but for reasons unbeknownst to her, she inexplicably invited Li Luodi to her home. What would her parents think if they saw this? Immediately after speaking, regret washed over her. "It's too late today. It's not appropriate." Li Luodi smiled broadly. "Perhaps another day? I shall bring some gifts then." Initially, Lu Shuya felt a sense of emptiness and disappointment at Li Luodi's refusal. But for some reason, she felt a surge of joy upon hearing his subsequent words. "All right then." Lu Shuya raised her chin proudly, resembling a peacock princess, and waved her hand dismissively. "You may leave." "Understood." Li Luodi chuckled, then pressed the accelerator, swiftly disappearing from Lu Shuya's sight. Cough. Lu Shuya was momentarily choked by the exhaust fumes, gritting her teeth as she muttered, "That scoundrel." Chapter 13. Damn. Who threw the nails? In a back alley behind the food street, Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed as a yellow-haired figure stealthily approached the corner. Brother Yi, where are you? The yellow-haired one glanced around, seeing no trace of anyone. His brow furrowed tightly. Brother Yi, come out quickly. The target is about to appear. Why are you shouting so loudly? A hint of displeasure flickered in Yi Fan's expression as he emerged from the shadows with his hands in his pockets. Moving leisurely to this moment, Yi Fan's facial injuries had completely healed. After all, his medical skills were top tier. As the child of fortune and the all-powerful Dragon King, he mastered various skills effortlessly, whether it be medicine, stone gambling, aircraft carrier navigation, or aircraft repair. Naturally, besides the ears severed by the flame dragon armor, which remained difficult to heal, the rest of his injuries had nearly mended. Thus, in front of the ordinary yellow-haired thug, it was the perfect moment for Yi Fan to flaunt his superiority. Brother Yi, the woman you asked me to keep an eye on is walking this way with her boyfriend. The yellow-haired one flashed a lewd grin upon spotting Yi Fan. I'll bring a few brothers to tease that woman and scare off her boyfriend, and then you can swoop in to save the damsel in distress, and tonight you can ride off into the sunset. Hearing this, Yi Fan, with his hands behind his back, bore an air of arrogance as he coldly replied, How many times must I tell you? Address me as the Dragon King. That title is not for someone of your insignificant stature to utter. The yellow-haired thug's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He wanted nothing more than to slap this ostentatious youth in front of him. Dragon King? What error is this? Is he daydreaming? Nevertheless, the yellow-haired one held back, for this seemingly ordinary yet proud man was indeed a martial artist. Someone he could not compare to. Yes, I will. The yellow-haired thug lightly slapped himself, then bent slightly in respect. I pay my respects to the Dragon King. Inwardly, he cursed, such a teachable child. Yi Fan was quite pleased. And then he leapt gracefully, executing a stunning somersault with elegance before landing smoothly, subtly flaunting his prowess. The Dragon King. The vastness of the world paled in comparison to the pursuit of romance. If there were no beauties around, he naturally had to showcase his skills in front of the yellow-haired thug to fully display his superiority. Damn. Just as Yi Fan was nonchalantly showing off, his expression suddenly changed, and he roared, Which fool threw nails in such a place? Damn it. Where's the decency? Yi Fan could no longer maintain his composure. Collapsing onto the ground, he grimaced as he realized his shoe had been pierced by a long nail. Blood oozing profusely, the yellow-haired thug, his head filled with black lines, thought to himself, Is this what you call a Dragon King? After wailing for a while, Yi Fan finally staggered to his feet. Dragon King. Do you want to get a tetanus shot? The yellow-haired thug hesitated for a moment before managing to organize his words, offering a kind reminder. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He straightened his posture and nonchalantly declared, A mere scratch, hardly worth mentioning. It was just too dark, and there are simply too many immoral people. I, the Dragon King, inadvertently sustained a minor injury. Let us go. Do not delay my grand plans. The yellow-haired thug looked at the limping Dragon King. Lost in thought, is there a future in associating with this foolish man? Outside the alley, the street was eerily quiet, as it was in the opposite direction of the food street and mostly comprised of residential buildings, making it feel particularly desolate. Junjie, should we take another route? There's not a soul here. It feels unsafe. Tang Shui tightly clung to the arm of a bespectacled young man beside her, her neck shrinking in fear as she gazed at the eerily empty street. Tang Shui was a student at Kanglin Academy, recognized as one of the top 10 beauties of the institution. The young man beside her was her boyfriend, and considering the latter's family background, she opted for the cost-effective choice of the food street. Today, Tang Shui had dressed strategically, donning a light blue sailor suit paired with a short skirt and white socks that hugged her ankles. A combination that kept her boyfriend's gaze fixated on her. What's there to fear? Qin Junjie patted his chest confidently. If anything happens, I'm here. In truth, he was also afraid, but knowing that girls typically fear the dark and are apprehensive of the unknown, he felt it necessary to project confidence. This route was part of his plan, leading to a hotel of romantic nature at the end of the street. The combination of fear and his overwhelming confidence would, once they entered the hotel, lead to a natural progression. Just then, a chilling, mocking laughter pierced through the air. Qin Junjie and Tang Shui jumped in fright. The former's expression shifted slightly, and mustering his courage, he shouted, Who's there? Come out. I know this street like the back of my hand. There are cameras everywhere, so don't act recklessly. Oh, you seem quite familiar with this place. The yellow-haired thug toyed with a baseball bat in his hands, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he emerged with 4 or 5 gang members sporting colorful hair, surrounding Tang Shui and Qin Junjie. What do you want? Qin Junjie shielded the pale-faced Tang Shui, feigning calmness as he declared, let me tell you, my brother works in the security bureau that if you dare act recklessly, you'll regret it. Oh, I'm so scared. The yellow-haired thug smirked mockingly before slapping Qin Junjie across the face, sneering, I'll give you 3 counts to scram, or I'll break your legs. Junjie. Tang Shui hid behind Qin Junjie, her breathing hurried, her voice trembling slightly. Although her family was well off, she had never encountered such a scene before. Fear gripped her like ice, freezing her expression in shock, leaving only trembling lips and terrified eyes. What do you want? Despite the slap, Qin Junjie's eyes brimmed with fear as he shouted. What do you want from us? Smack. The yellow-haired thug delivered another slap, his expression turning icy. If you're not leaving, then don't leave. Qin Junjie covered his cheek, his eyes filled with deep conflict. Before he shouted, if you want to go, then go. With that, he released Tang Shui's hand and fled without looking back. Junjie, don't leave me. Tang Shui was stunned to see her boyfriend truly abandon her, her body trembling in disbelief, tears welling up in her eyes. Little beauty, since your boyfriend has run away, why not come to me? The yellow-haired thug cast a disdainful glance at the fleeing Qin Junjie before leering at Tang Shui's alluring figure. In the shadows, Yi Fan observed this scene, nodding with satisfaction that on the very first day of arriving at Kanglin Academy, he had set his sights on Tang Shui, and upon discovering her boyfriend was so ordinary, his anger ignited. Such a beauty deserved only him. Yi Fan. Tonight marked the first blood drawn since his emergence as the Dragon King. After all, the trope of heroically saving a damsel in distress would never go out of style. No matter the ERA.AS, Yi Fan contemplated the most ostentatious way to make his entrance. He suddenly felt a chill behind him as he turned. His pupils constricted violently. Chapter 14. The chrysanthemums of my hometown have bloomed. The nighttime alley was shrouded in dusk, illuminated only by scattered lights in Yi Fan's view. Dozens of crimson-eyed, ninja-clad black warriors silently appeared around him. Who are you? Yi Fan's pupils dilated in terror as icy fingers of fear crept up his spine, causing his body to tremble. Though he currently stands as merely a high-level warrior, the consciousness of a martial sovereign still lingers within him. Yet, the enigmatic ninjas before him elude his perception entirely. Their presence devoid of any discernible aura that it is evident that the strength of these mysterious black warriors far surpasses his own. But why have they appeared here? Since descending the mountain, he has not offended anyone. Could they possibly be enemies from his past? Contemplating this, Yi Fan's brows furrowed, the arrogance in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a profound sense of trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he adopted the attitude of a wise man who recognizes the times. Clasping his fists before the shadowy figures and proclaiming, I am Yi Fan. I hail from the Ice and Snow Dragon Valley, one of the top 500 sects of the Great Xia, and was once a martial sovereign, commanding clouds and rain, with millions of disciples under my wing, all eager learners. Bang! Just as Yi Fan was about to elaborate further, the leader of the ghostly ninjas, unable to endure his lengthy introduction, delivered a swift kick that sent Yi Fan crashing into the wall. Embedded within it, Yi Fan felt as though his bones were about to shatter, rendering him immobile. Whoosh! In an instant, the shadowy ninjas appeared before him like phantoms, looking down at him with an emotionless gaze. Gentlemen, please wait, Yi Fan stammered, recognizing that the strength of these ninjas exceeded his wildest imaginings. He was no match for even one, let alone the entire group. Of course, had he possessed the strength of a martial sovereign, these ninjas would seem like mere ants. Alas, he was now but a weakling. Fearing further violence, he hastily threatened, my master is a mighty figure, the Green Vine Great One, who is on the verge of becoming a martial king, that if any harm befalls me today, he will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. With that, Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk, confidence flickering in his eyes. He was certain that no one would dare to provoke the wrath of a martial king. Such a formidable entity could shake the very foundations of the Green Vine with but a stomp. Upon hearing his words, several of the ghostly ninjas exchanged glances, and then the same ninja delivered another kick, striking Yi Fan squarely in the face. Bang, 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 bang. Stop. Please don't hit me anymore. You mustn't. I'm the child of destiny. He pleaded, panic evident in his voice. The sound of applause echoed through the dim alley, interspersed with the dull thuds of blows that in the shadows around the corner. Leelawati concealed himself, calmly smoking a cigarette while observing the scene unfold. Ye Fan, until I seize your fortune, I will ensure you suffer daily. In the heart of the street, Huang Mao looked around. Perplexed. Why hasn't Yi Fan shown up yet? If he doesn't hurry, he'll miss the perfect moment to flaunt. His brow furrowed in worry. Could something have gone awry? He turned to his companion, the green-haired one, and demanded, "Get me a cigarette." The green-haired fellow, bewildered, glanced at the enchanting Tang Shui and eagerly suggested, "Big brother, why not enjoy this lady before smoking?" Slap. Huang Mao raised his hand and struck him, cursing, "What are you panicking about?" He then lit a cigarette, attempting to maintain a facade of calm, though internally he was growing anxious. If Yi Fan didn't appear soon, they would have to leave. Who knew if that brat had called the police? He certainly didn't want to spend time in jail over a measly 2,000 yuan. "Fathers, please stop hitting me." Yi Fan, battered and bruised, resembled a grotesque mask, barely recognizable even to his own mother. Clang! At that moment, a ghostly ninja drew a katana from behind, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light. Pleased at no, Yi Fan's face turned ashen as he beheld the emotionless ninja and the deadly weapon in his hand. Clang! Just as the ninja swung down the blade, aiming for Yi Fan, a brilliant light flashed from his chest, repelling the attack. This fellow indeed possessed something extraordinary. Leelawati raised an eyebrow at the sight. "Damn it!" Yi Fan lamented as he looked at the few talismans in his possession, precious items meant for preserving his life, of which he had already wasted one. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he struggled to rise, his gaze cold and filled with malice as he growled, "This Dragon King will return." With that, he prepared to crush one of the talismans in his grasp. Whoosh! Suddenly, two destructive rays of laser light pierced the air, striking Yi Fan with tremendous force. Bang! He was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, leaving behind charred wounds in his flesh. A piercing scream of agony shattered the night's silence as Yi Fan, using his last ounce of strength, crushed the paper talisman, and in a flash of light, he vanished from sight. The ghostly ninjas, poised to pursue, halted as a calm voice echoed, "No need to chase." Ludi stepped before the ninjas, a smirk playing on his lips. "Truly, you are the child of destiny. Your methods for preserving your life are quite impressive." In the center of the street, Tang Shui gradually regained her composure from her earlier fright, though she remained uncertain of the intentions of those around her. However, this served as an opportunity to buy time. Thud, thud. At that moment, footsteps approached. Huang Mao, initially startled, finally exhaled a sigh of relief, a mischievous grin appearing as he glanced at Tang Shui. "Boys, strip this girl of her clothes for me." Slap. Before he could finish, a sharp slap echoed, sending him sprawling to the ground in a heap. "Bastard, who just ambushed me?" Huang Mao seethed, genuinely enraged. Yi Fan had truly struck him. He could hardly believe it. That 2,000 yuan was going down the drain. Tang Shui, initially despondent, now gazed at the striking figure of Leelawati with stars in her eyes. Who are you?" Huang Mao, realizing the newcomer was not Yi Fan but an exceptionally handsome young man, gasped in shock. "Where is the Dragon King?" "The Dragon King," Leelawati replied with a mocking grin. "Are you referring to the one with a severed ear?" Huang Mao's eyes flickered with uncertainty, suppressing his shock, and muttered, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." The handsome young man before him clearly possessed strength rivaling Yi Fan's, and it was likely that Yi Fan's scheme had already unraveled. Huang Mao decided it was best to retreat. He had no desire to end up in jail over this. His companions were not fools either. Anyone capable of sending Huang Mao flying with a single slap was undoubtedly a formidable warrior. Thus, their previously arrogant demeanor dissipated, and they huddled nervously beside Huang Mao, afraid to make a sound. "Big brother, forgive our ignorance. We shall take our leave immediately," Huang Mao said, bowing slightly to Leelawati before attempting to depart. "Wait," Leelawati chuckled lightly. "Who allowed you to leave?" At this, Huang Mao's expression darkened, and he replied sternly, "Brother, while you may be strong, our Erlong Mountain is not to be trifled with. Offending us will bring you no good." His companions echoed his sentiments. "That's right. We have hundreds of brothers." Slap. Another crisp slap rang out. Huang Mao felt a flash of pain, and was once again sent crashing to the ground. The sound of slaps continued as the green-haired thugs were also sent sprawling. Huang Mao and his companions suddenly found their cheeks swollen. Li Luodi towered over them, a cold smile playing on his lips. Erlong Mountain, what are you playing at? A rendition of Water Margin. Big brother. Let us talk this over. Huang Mao whimpered, clutching his face, fear evident in his trembling voice. We made a mistake. Very well, I won't make this difficult for you. Li Luodi smirked. You lot can wait here for the security bureau to arrive and explain everything to the police in detail. Li Luodi had no interest in Huang Mao and his crew. However, the true instigator behind this chaos was none other than Yi Fan, who had incited others to threaten him while harboring ulterior motives. Such behavior not only lacked morality, but could also breach legal boundaries, leading to severe repercussions. Even if he couldn't throw Yi Fan behind bars, his reputation at Kanglin Academy would certainly be tarnished. Given Li Luodi's understanding of Yi Fan, it was clear he would return to Kanglin Academy, for besides showboating, he was drawn to women. Big brother, are you suggesting I betray the Dragon King? Huang Mao's gaze wavered, hesitantly probing. Are you unwilling? Upon hearing the words, the yellow-haired youth immediately puffed out his chest and declared with righteous indignation, in this world, one must prioritize loyalty when mingling. I could never. Yet before he could finish, he noticed Li Luo's brother once again raising his hand, prompting him to hastily amend. It was all that scoundrel Yi Fan who coerced us into this. He even provided me with a deposit of 200. Tang Shui, standing nearby, finally grasped the root of the situation. That it turned out that everything had been orchestrated by that transfer student, who exuded a foul odor. She vaguely recalled the moment when he approached her, his crooked smile, hands stuffed in his pockets, an ordinary face brimming with confidence, and that unmistakable stench. Who would have thought that this odorous fellow harbored such despicable intentions? Very well, you shall wait here obediently. Li Luo's brother grinned. Remember, do not even think about leaving, or else the consequences will be dire. With that, Li Luo's brother clapped his hands and turned to leave. Li, wait a moment. At that instant, Tang Shui's melodious voice rang out from behind. Hearing this, Li Luo's brother paused, tilting his head slightly. Tang, is there something you need? Naturally, he recognized Tang Shui, as her reputation within Kanglin Academy was quite prominent. What puzzled him, however, was how she seemed to know him. It truly is you. Tang Shui, hindered by her short skirt, could only take small steps towards him, her fair face flushed. That I didn't recognize you at first due to the dim lighting. No worries, Li Luo's brother waved his hand nonchalantly. Do you have something to discuss, Tang? Thank you so much for earlier. As she spoke, Tang Shui earnestly bowed to him. Think nothing of it. Li Luo's brother brushed it off, but as he attempted to help her up, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. It was quite late, and her skin appeared remarkably fair. What do you mean by fair? Tang Shui lifted her head, confused, then followed his gaze to her collar. Her face immediately flushed with embarrassment. Cough, cough. Li Luo's brother, thick-skinned, pretended to admire the round moon in the sky. Indeed, this moon is exceptionally bright. No, rather round. Tang Shui, that you better be referring to the moon. Tang, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Since he couldn't deal with Yi Fan, Li Luo's brother decided to head home to visit his dear parents. After all, they truly cared for him. Li, the streets feel so deserted. I'm a bit frightened. Would you mind accompanying me for a short distance? Tang Shui fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, her demeanor radiating a mix of shyness and anxiety that evoked an instinctual sense of protectiveness. Well, I suppose it's not a problem if my parents see me a few minutes later, Li Luo's brother replied, but let's go then. It's a bit dark ahead. I'll hold your hand. He cleared his throat and extended his hand with a serious demeanor. At his words, Tang Shui paused in surprise. Then her face broke into a radiant smile as she placed her delicate hand in his It's quite soft and smooth. Initially hesitant, Tang Shui soon entwined her arm around Li Luo's brothers. After a short while, the two were engrossed in light-hearted conversation, with Tang Shui resting her head on his shoulder. What on earth is happening here? The yellow-haired youth observed the entire scene, his tone laced with envy. Should we make a run for it? The green-haired one suggested quietly. Hearing this, the yellow-haired youth felt tempted, but just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed nearby. As they turned to look, their faces drained of color. Have you thought this through? Li Luo's brother held Tang Shui's slender waist, standing at the entrance of a themed hotel. Tang Shui, hearing the distant shouts of Qin Junjie, displayed a conflicted expression. after a brief moment of hesitation. She smiled at Li Luo's brother and said, "Why not indulge this once? All right, let's go in." Li Luo's brother was not one to hesitate, and since Tang Shui was so forthcoming, he embraced her and entered the hotel. A few minutes later, Qin Junjie glanced at the themed hotel beside him and continued running ahead, calling anxiously, "Shui, I've brought security. Where are you?" Chapter 16. Your car is about to be worn out 2 hours later. Let us take a break that I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Tang Shui leaned weakly against Li Luo's brother, her cheeks flushed and glistening with perspiration. Glug, glug. Li Luo's brother drank from a bottle of mineral water and turned to Tang Shui. "Would you like some?" Tang Shui rolled her eyes. "Wasn't tea what I just drank enough?" Sighing, she extended her smooth, delicate hand to trace circles on Li Luo's brother's chest. "You know, I really do love my boyfriend. He's the best among all of them I've ever dated." At her words, Li Luo's brother raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You've had many boyfriends." In his impression, Tang Shui was a well-behaved girl at Kanglin Academy. Gentle and refined, not the type to be overly promiscuous. "Counting you. It's 3 in total." Tang Shui shot him a knowing glance, fully aware of his thoughts, and quickly clarified, "I've only been intimate with my boyfriend." "You are the second." Cough, cough. Li Luo's brother coughed lightly. "Honestly, I don't care how many boyfriends you've had. I was just curious." "Oh, please, you men, as long as it's not your own car. You all seem to kick it without concern for its condition." With that thought, Tang Shui shifted the subject. "My boyfriend is quite timid, but he's very accommodating. Even if he doesn't have much money, he tries his best to give me the best. In that situation just now, I knew he wouldn't abandon me to escape. He was clearly seeking help. He understands that staying would be futile." However, as she spoke, a complex expression crossed Tang Shui's face. "Every girl hopes their boyfriend can protect them, right? How I wished he had defeated those thugs and brought me to the hotel. Although I know that even if I lost my virginity, he would still love me unconditionally. That I just can't accept that scenario." With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she gazed at Li Luo's brother. "Do you think there's something wrong with my feelings?" Hearing her, Li Luo's brother smiled gently. "There's nothing wrong. In fact, from your boyfriend's perspective, he may have acted correctly. Clearly, he's no match for 5 or 6 thugs wielding baseball bats. Staying would be pointless. His decision to seek help can be seen as a reasonable choice. Conversely, I understand your desire for him to be a heroic figure vanquishing those ruffians, but based on your boyfriend's actions earlier, I think he's quite commendable." With that, Tang Shui let out a soft giggle, her eyes sparkling like gentle spring water. "You're quite the character. You play with other people's girlfriends and still defend their boyfriends." Li Luo's brother shrugged. "I merely speak the truth. What time is it now?" Tang Shui's gaze held an unreadable emotion as she abruptly asked, "Didn't you bring your phone?" Li Luo's brother paused for a moment, but then checked his phone on the bedside table. "It's just past midnight. Do you think I should call my boyfriend?" Now that her anger had dissipated, she still held affection for him. "Go ahead. It's only right. You shouldn't keep him waiting." Li Luo's brother nodded, then began to get dressed. "It's getting late. I should head back. By the way, when your boyfriend comes, remember to book another room." "Wait." Tang Shui suddenly grasped his wrist. "What is it?" With a hint of reluctance in her beautiful eyes, her gaze flickered, and her lips pressed together, revealing her shyness. "Could you stay tonight?" "Ah." Li Luo's brother scratched his head, puzzled. "Aren't you planning to have your boyfriend come to accompany you?" Tang Shui pouted. "I don't want to see him today. Can you stay?" Upon hearing this, Li Luo's brother hesitated for a mere 0.5430 seconds before he agreed. Eager for such an opportunity, he had never encountered such a request in his life. "Then don't speak for now." Tang Shui beamed, and then she powered on her phone, which displayed numerous missed calls. After sending a few voice messages to her parents, she called her boyfriend. The phone quickly connected, and an anxious voice came through. "Shui, where are you? I've been so worried. I heard from those thugs that you were taken away. Where are you now? You must allow me to elucidate. My intention was never to flee, but rather to seek." As Qin Junjie rambled on with a lengthy explanation, Tang Shui felt a stir of emotion within her. She softened her tone, saying, "I am heading home now. My phone ran out of battery." "Have you already arrived home?" "Yes, but I just visited your house, and the security guard claimed he hadn't seen you return." "Ah, that was because I preferred not to see you then. I was still upset with you." Upon hearing this, Qin Junjie grew anxious. "Xiao Shui, please allow me to explain. Do not stay angry. The reason all right, I've already come to terms with it. I'm no longer upset with you. Tang Shui said playfully, but please refrain from taking me to such places again. They are unsafe. The story is not yet complete. Kindly turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Rest assured, Xiao Xue, I acknowledge my mistake this time. It will not happen again. Qin Junjie replied with a foolish grin. As long as you are not angry with me, that is all that matters. By the way, you weren't hurt, were you? No. The person who saved you deserves your heartfelt gratitude. I know. I have already expressed my thanks. As Tang Shui was about to hang up the phone, she suddenly recalled something and pouted, saying, Junjie, next time you ride a bicycle, could you please stand while pedaling? Huh, Xiaoxiu, do you want to ride a bicycle? As someone with experience, I believe sitting down to pedal is quite comfortable. At this, Tang Shui helplessly rubbed her forehead. What I meant was, don't you think standing while pedaling would be beneficial for both parties? Both parties? What do you mean by that? Qin Junjie's voice was filled with confusion. Xiaoxiu, do you want to ride a bicycle? I thought I'm thinking of a way to help you gather a down payment. No need. Tang Shui retorted angrily. I just wanted to inform you that your bicycle is on the verge of being ruined by someone else. You should check on it in your dreams. With that, Tang Shui hung up the phone and turned it off. Beside her, Li Luoti's lips twitched slightly. Are you coming? Yes, just wait for me to change into black stockings. Tang Shui tossed her phone aside and retrieved a brand new pair of black stockings from her bag. You brought black stockings? Yes. As Tang Shui thought about it, she sighed. That foolish boy. I am well aware of the little schemes he has in mind. Thus, I had prepared in advance, and unexpectedly IT has worked in your favor. There is no benefit in further discussion. Let us proceed. Chapter 17. Azure Blue Academy. The following morning, gentle sunlight filtered through the clouds, painting the new day in golden hues that, oh no, I'm going to be late. Tang Shui, still groggy, picked up her phone. Upon seeing the time displayed, she jolted awake, her sleepiness vanishing entirely. As a diligent student, she had never been late, and it seemed today would be an exception. She could only blame the wildness of the previous night. The two had battled until nearly dawn. If I'm late, then so be it. Li Luoti, with eyes veiled in a thin mist, yawned and turned over to continue sleeping. He had come to terms with it. With a phone and money, and being handsome to boot, why should he concern himself with the issue of tardiness? In this world, some are born far from Rome, others at its periphery, while some are born right in the center. Even more, some, to commemorate their birth, name the place Rome. Yet, my friend, you are merely cattle. Li Luoti, I'm heading to the academy first. Otherwise, I fear the homeroom teacher may call my family. Tang Shui quickly washed up, shouldered her small bag, and prepared to leave in haste. What time is it now? Li Luoti yawned as he sat up in bed. It's almost 10. Tang Shui rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Since I am already late. Shall we do it again? Li Luoti's eyes sparkled with mischief as he tentatively suggested. Huh? Tang Shui was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing red as she stammered. That wouldn't be appropriate. An hour and a half later. Tang Shui's gaze shimmered like rippling water, harboring a sweetness akin to honey. What time do we check out? 2 o'clock, I believe. Then shall we do it again? In the afternoon, Li Luoti drove his Audi RS7. Ferrying Tang Shui to the academy to the next intersection. Could you drop me off? Tang Shui, seated in the passenger seat, spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Sure, no problem. Li Luoti responded understandingly, if the entire school were to witness Tang Shui in his passenger seat. Both of them arriving late, it would surely invite unwelcome speculation to the entrance of Azure Blue Academy. A man dressed like a beggar limped toward the gate. Halt. Where do you think you're begging? At that moment, a stout security guard approached, nostrils flaring as he chastised. Do you know where you are? Beg for your alms elsewhere. How dare you? The beggar erupted in fury, resembling a stray cat whose tail had been stepped on. You cannot even recognize me? The beggar was none other than Yi Fan. Last night, he had endured a severe beating from the Ghost Shadow Ninjas and had been subjected to the scorching rays of the Pig Talisman. Had he not possessed numerous means of survival, he might have perished in that alley. Once a mighty Dragon King, he had never endured such humiliation, after being assaulted by that group of mysterious ninjas. The several tens of thousands of yuan he had were lost, and his phone was dead. Fearful of being pursued by the Ghost Shadow Ninjas, he had hidden in a sewer in the suburbs. Trembling in fright throughout the night, his already sweat-stained clothes had only grown more foul. After a night of terror, penniless and without a functioning phone, He had no choice but to walk back from the suburbs to the city center of Azure Blue Academy. In his view, the safest place was Azure Blue Academy, as the vice principal was a martial arts master capable of ensuring his safety, reflecting on the previous night's misfortunes, where he had gained nothing and had merely endured a beating. Yi Fan felt a deep sense of grievance. This conceited security guard, blind to the truth, dared to insult him as a beggar, sealing his own fate. The pent-up rage he had harbored all night was finally ready to explode. Today he would make these lowly guards recognize the face of their Dragon King. From now on, whenever they saw him, they would have to retreat in fear and kneel in apology. "Captain, is there a disturbance?" Just then, several security guards, armed with electric batons, surrounded the entrance. "They are nothing but a bunch of clowns, easily dealt with." Seeing this, Yi Fan stood tall, hands behind his back, his ordinary face adorned with a thick layer of mockery. He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of superiority, confident that the winds of fate could not sway him. After uttering that phrase, Yi Fan felt incredibly cool, if only it were dismissal time. All the beauties of the academy would be captivated by his impressive demeanor. Just as Yi Fan lamented the missed opportunity, his expression suddenly twisted in agony, his body convulsing uncontrollably as black smoke enveloped him. "Damn it, he truly can act." The stout security guard retracted his stun gun, spitting on the writhing Yi Fan. "Is this all you've got?" As the electric current surged through Yi Fan's body, intense pain spread like wildfire. As if thousands of needles were simultaneously piercing his skin, every cell trembling in agony, Yi Fan shivered and pointed at the security guard, saying, "You that old fool, you lack that martial ethics. Fool, you dare face us while being such a coward?" The stout security guard crossed his arms, a mocking smile on his face. "Even Yin Shuanging wouldn't dare to behave like this. You there, take this fool to the mental hospital. I believe he is not quite right in the head." "How dare you? I am the Dragon King," Yi Fan roared. "Do you know the wrath of the Dragon King can flood rivers with blood?" Confirmed, he is indeed insane. The stout security guard waved his hand, contemplating whether to send this idiot to the security office or a mental hospital. "Wait, I am a student here. You cannot treat me this way." Yi Fan, writhing in pain, urged, "I am a transfer student, named Yi Fan. You can verify with the personnel office." Hearing this, the stout security guard hesitated for a moment, then immediately scoffed. "You? A student here? You should take a look in the mirror, with your pathetic appearance. How could you possibly enter Azure Blue Academy?" Azure Blue Academy, a prestigious institution, charges 30,000 in tuition alone each year. That MY Master and your school's board member, Lu Tianhai, are old friends, as several security guards held Yi Fan. He roared, "If you dare disrespect me, I will have someone skin you alive." At this, the stout security guard hesitated, uncertain for a moment that it is better to be safe than sorry. What if this fool truly knows board member Yi Tianhai? Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed as an RS-7 approached. Upon seeing the familiar license plate, the stout security guard and his companions immediately stood at attention, wearing obsequious expressions. Who does not know that this car belongs to the young master? Li Luodi. Notably, his father is the sole sponsor of the academy's library and swimming pool, who would not offer Li Deshao a cigarette. "What are you doing?" Li Luodi, rolling down the window, inquired with curiosity. Upon spotting the beggar-like Yi Fan, he burst into laughter. "Isn't this Yi the Dragon King? How did you end up in such a state?" Chapter 18. Old Deng, you are blind to the truth. Li Luodi, quickly tell them that I am a student here. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yi Fan, though filled with a desire to slice Li Luodi to pieces, managed to retain his composure. "Oh, isn't this the illustrious Yi Dragon King?" Li Luodi leaned against the car window, a smirk adorning his face, mockingly inquiring how he had fallen into such a state. "It's a long story. I was attacked last night." Yi Fan sighed in resignation, solemnly asserting, "Last night, as I was returning home alone, I encountered demons." "Encountered demons?" Li Luodi raised an eyebrow. "Indeed." Yi Fan nodded emphatically, recounting how he had inadvertently witnessed them stealthily tailing our academy's flower, Tang Shui. And sensing their nefarious intent, he decided to follow. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to strike, Yi single-handedly battled against 800 demons. Yi Fan spun a tale without hesitation, boasting grandly, ultimately claiming that at the cost of his severe injuries, he managed to repel these 800 demons and ensured Tang Shui's safety. The security guards, The corners of Li Luoti's mouth twitched. This Yi Fan truly lived up to his reputation as the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. What a blusterer! After a moment of contemplation, Li Luoti pressed the accelerator and drove straight into the academy. Hey, I haven't even gotten in the car yet. Yi Fan, bewildered by Li Luoti's abrupt departure, was taken aback. Shouldn't he at least offer him a ride? Upon arriving at the teaching building, Li Luoti parked his car next to the vice principal's luxurious vehicle and swaggered away in Classroom 101. Lu Xia rested her chin in her hands, absent-mindedly fiddling with her pen, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing toward an empty seat at the back. What is going on with him? Even if he's late, he usually shows up. Shuai, what's wrong with you today? Lin Yuru, her deskmate, leaned in closer and whispered, noticing Shuai's distracted demeanor and her frequent glances backward. Still sporting her twin ponytails, Lin Yuru's wispy bangs barely concealed her forehead. Standing at around 1.55 meters tall, she wore a light blue sleeveless dress that barely reached 3 inches above her knees. Her petite face was flushed and brimming with youthful vitality, making her exceptionally adorable. Huh? What are you talking about? Lu Xia momentarily froze at Lin Yuru's words. Then a hint of panic flickered in her eyes. She awkwardly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and forced a smile, saying, maybe I just didn't sleep well last night. Oh, I see. Lin Yuru, not suspecting anything amiss, returned her focus to the lesson. Report. Suddenly, Li Luoti stood properly at the classroom door, calling out a report. Although he was currently in trouble and in need of money, he still maintained his decorum. The fundamental principle of respecting teachers must be upheld. Sun Wang, who was passionately lecturing at the podium, paused in surprise, wondering when this guy became so disciplined. Not only was he astonished, but so was everyone else in the classroom. The former Li Xiao had treated this academy like his own home, entering classrooms without ever announcing his presence. Could it be that the sun has risen from the north today? Ahem. Come in. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Wang allowed Li Luoti to return to his seat. Upon receiving permission, Li Luoti strode confidently toward his position, and as he passed by Lu Xia and Lin Yuru, he could hardly contain his excitement. Winking at the latter, my second wife at this stage is undoubtedly the strongest. Lin Yuru blinked in surprise, then rolled her eyes. She had no interest in Li Luoti. Humph, I can't stand that guy. Lu Xia's cheeks flushed slightly as she spat softly. I will not forgive him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru's eyes flickered, feeling a bit awkward, realizing that the wink was directed at Shuai. Not her, but that made sense. Who in the entire Kanglan knew that Li Luoti was Lu Xia's #1 admirer? Returning to his seat, or more accurately, a luxurious sofa, Li Luoti comfortably leaned back, resting his legs on a small table, and began perusing a rather risque comic titled Reborn. As the commander of the American forces in Korea, thoroughly engrossed, having returned to life with wealth and power, and with a few advantages, he had no intention of focusing on his studies. It was far better to lounge around and flirt with girls. Boss, here are the freshly washed fruits. Lu Chang glanced at the podium before presenting a fruit platter. Boss, here's some fresh milk. Drink it while it's warm. Zhu Yichun brought over a bottle of fresh milk. Grinning, Sun Wang, standing at the podium, naturally observed the scene in the back row but chose to ignore it. After all, these guys came from relatively well-off families, and he didn't want to engage in any unnecessary trouble. Stop right there. Where did this beggar come from? Sun Wang suddenly slammed his book down, scolding the disheveled and ragged Yi Fan outside the door. Who allowed you to enter? Yi Fan had been having a rough couple of days, recently receiving scorn from those arrogant security guards. And now, with a belly full of frustration, he shoved his hands into his pockets and retorted, Old Deng, have you truly lost your sight? You don't even recognize me. Being called Old Deng, especially with a wave of laughter erupting from the classroom, made Sun Wang's anger boil over. Grabbing his pointer, he shouted furiously, You filthy beggar! Who are you cursing? Get out of here immediately, or I'll call security. Blind to the truth, I see that your tenure as a homeroom teacher has clearly gone to your head. Yi Fan sneered coldly, then calmly retrieved a Nokia phone from his pocket. In the presence of the two stunning beauties, Lu Xia and Lin Yuru, he decided to put on a nonchalant act. The mere thought of dialing a number and hearing the person on the other end berate Old Deng made his lips curl upward in a broad smile. Sun Wang's eyes darted nervously upon seeing Yi Fan pull out his phone. Suspicion creeping in. Could this fool be playing the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing? Did he know a school board member? All eyes in the classroom, filled with curiosity, focused on Yi Fan. A few students had already recognized him as the new transfer student from yesterday, speculating whether he had any connections. Lu Xia furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes tinged with disdain. This Yi Fan truly annoyed her. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, Yi Fan's smile suddenly faltered, but he quickly regained his composure, calmly returning the phone to his pocket, saying, "The battery is dead. Consider yourself fortunate this time." At that moment, Sun Wang also recognized that the beggar was Yi Fan, suppressing his rage as he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Write a 10,000-word reflection before class ends, or you can forget about entering this classroom in the future." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression grew cold, but he refrained from retorting, knowing that his phone's dead battery had thwarted his attempt to show off as he approached the spot next to his trash can. Where a table leg was missing, he couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation upon seeing Li Luoti's comfortable sofa, especially since the latter had just refused to give him a ride. Li Luoti had already made it onto his list of targets. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan marched directly in front of Li Luoti, coldly stating, "Get up. I want this seat." Chapter 19. What else do you have besides this? Get up. I want this seat. Yi Fan looked down at Li Luoti, his demeanor proud, resembling an eagle soaring in the sky. Such a sofa barely matched his status as the Dragon King, to be honest. If it weren't for the allure of charming girls and the prospect of leveraging the Yi family's influence, why would he, the illustrious Dragon King, lower himself to study at such an academy? With his capabilities, he could easily secure a position as a security team leader in a high-end community, perhaps even charm a few icy-cold female CEOs. However, attending this academy pleased him greatly, for it was filled with beautiful women, and it was relatively easy to deceive them. Having just come down from the mountain, he was naturally thrilled to be in such a place, dreaming of claiming his first conquest. Had it not been for those mysterious shadowy ninjas last night, he would undoubtedly have been in a hotel, enjoying tender moments with the illustrious Tang. The mere thought of last night's encounter filled him with resentment. The day he regained his strength would be the day he exacted his revenge. Damn it! Your family. Lu Chan and Zhu Yichun slammed their hands on the table, instantly drawing at least a quarter of the boys in the classroom toward them. You poor wretch. Are you tired of living? Do you know who you're talking to? You filthy beggar. Are you looking for a fight? Are you really that foolish? You come in here demanding people leave? Yi Fan's words stirred a tempest of discontent among the students surrounding him. He regarded the approaching group with a sneer, thinking them insignificant and easy to dismiss. Now, with so many beauties watching, it was the perfect opportunity for him, the great Yi Dragon King, to put on a show. Yi Fan. Sun Wang slammed his hand on the desk, furious, ordering, "Get out and stand in the corner. You won't attend this class." This Yi Fan truly was a fool. Why pick a fight with Li Luoti? Who didn't know that his father was the financial backer of Kanglin Academy? Almost all the facilities within the academy bore his father's mark. Humph. Facing Sun Wang, Yi Fan felt a tinge of apprehension but coldly retorted, "Why should he be allowed to sit on such a fine sofa while we are relegated to these shabby tables and benches? Why is that?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chan crossed his arms, chuckling coldly, "Because you're just an idiot." With a swift motion, Yi Fan's expression darkened abruptly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The Dragon King that cannot be humiliated. "Oh, so you still wish to strike?" Sun Wang suddenly flashed forward, positioning himself between Lu Chan and Li Luoti, rolling up his sleeves with a cold smirk, declaring, "Shall I engage you in a spar? Otherwise, you won't grasp the might of Sun Wang, the thunderous hand." "What the hell? You are a peak martial artist." Yi Fan appeared as if he had seen a ghost, his astonishment akin to receiving a heavy blow to Yi Fan. "You truly are an imbecile." Li Luoti stood up, looking at Yi Fan as one might regard a fool. "Are you unaware that the Kanglin Academy is filled with hidden talents? This is the prestigious Green Vine Academy." As he spoke, Li Luoti scoffed. "Do you think this is your little mountain village? Li Luoti, you seek death." Yi Fan's fists clenched, producing a cracking sound, his gaze icy, as if challenging. "Why don't you come out and face me one-on-one?" "One-on-one." In response, Li Luoti chuckled. "What is your status compared to mine?" "Enough, Yi Fan. You're merely a transfer student from a poor background, lacking ambition, and yet you dare to challenge young Master Li. Do you even deserve it?" Sun Wang's words immediately ignited murmurs of astonishment throughout the class. So, not only is he a transfer student, but also a poor one. You could have just been a transfer student and a poor one, and no one would have looked down on you. Yet you come swaggering in as if you're someone important, demanding young Master Li to step down and sit on his luxurious sofa. Where's your dignity? Isn't that just foolishness? What status does he even have? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan was both furious and amused. How could he, the illustrious Dragon King, not receive courtesies from anyone in the martial world? He commanded a legion of elite disciples, each talented and eager to learn. Any one of them could be considered a master in their own right, if not for the treachery of certain rebellious members of his sect that had caused his own cultivation to plummet. Would these lowly individuals even dare to speak to him? They were merely the offspring of nouveau riche. Yi Fan's lips curled into a sardonic smirk. Under normal circumstances, such people would not even be worthy of his attention. A wave of astonishment swept through the classroom at Yi Fan's words. The audacity of this brash newcomer was truly remarkable. Shuya, why does this transfer student seem even more detestable than Li Luodi? Lin Yuru pouted adorably, muttering, he reeks of arrogance and pretentiousness. Does he even stand a chance at finding a partner? After the events of the previous night, Lu Shuya's perception of Yi Fan had plummeted to an all-time low. Although she had dismissed him from his position, she could not prevent him from attending school. Frowning slightly, she remarked, this individual is likely not mentally stable. Yuru, best to ignore him. Rest assured, I have no interest in men. Lin Yuru replied, nestling her head affectionately into Lu Shuya's embrace. I adore the fragrance that wafts from you. You little vixen, and we are still in the academy. Lu Shuya's face flushed a delicate shade of red as she gently pushed Lin Yuru away. Humph, now you dare to speak of me. Yet who is it that uses me as a human pillow every night, refusing to let me dress? Lin Yuru pouted. Lu Shuya. Boss, I truly cannot endure this any longer. Lu Chan exclaimed, lifting a chair. Let me straighten out this fool's mouth. It's too annoying to look at. Count me in. Zhu Yichun also grabbed a chair. Yi Fan maintained an air of arrogance. Ignoring Lu Chan and the others, mockingly challenging, Li Luodi, as a man, have the courage to face me directly in battle. Don't hide behind others like a coward. Hearing this, Li Luodi grinned and shrugged. What can I say? I'm well liked, my family is affluent, my father is a school board member, and my classmates are all my subordinates. I'm handsome, and here you are, the fool seeking trouble with me. I see no reason to engage with you personally. Li Luodi, you coward. Apart from what you've mentioned, what else do you have? Yi Fan roared in frustration. Li Luodi laughed heartily. To be honest, I feel I lack nothing at the moment. You, on the other hand, are a smelly, ordinary-looking fellow with a mouth that seems to be perpetually misaligned. One might think you're suffering from a muscle spasm. With your demeanor, you wouldn't even earn a penny selling yourself. Uffed. Li Luodi's words instantly drew laughter from Lu Shuya and Lin Yuru. Not only did they find it amusing, but nearly the entire class erupted in laughter. Chapter 20. Yi Fan, return to Gotham City. Yi Fan, why do I feel your face is smeared with a riot of colors, with a bright red mouth stretched to your ears? Lin Yuru giggled, her smile blooming like a flower, radiant and full of life. Upon hearing Lin Yuru's voice, Yi Fan slightly tilted his head, his heart racing, his mind momentarily dazed. This little girl, how enchanting she is when she smiles. The nearby Lu Shuya looked equally charming when she laughed. Clearly, both had become captivated by him, even scrutinizing his trademark crooked smile so closely that it seemed that the days of enjoying the company of beauties were not far off. However, Yi Fan's piggish demeanor quickly drew the disdain of many. Lu Chan, witnessing this scene, sighed. Yi Fan, return to Gotham City. Batman said he won't fight you. Gotham City? Yi Fan paused, bewildered. Why would Batman want to fight me? Poor child. Zhu Yichun shook his head lightly, glancing at Yi Fan with a hint of sympathy before turning to Li Luodi with a smile. Boss, I believe this individual has some serious cognitive issues. Perhaps we should let him off the hook today? Upon hearing this, Li Luodi shrugged and comfortably reclined on his luxurious sofa. He was all too familiar with the unfolding drama. He had changed his mind, intending to seize all of Yi Fan's opportunities and then slowly ruin him. Ideally, he would like to knock him out one day and toss him into a chicken coop, letting those miscreants have a taste of something new. Humph, Yi Fan snorted coldly, then flipped his sparse bangs, gazing haughtily at Li Luodi. Li Luodi, today, for the sake of the lovely beauties, I shall spare you, for now. Next time, you shall not be so fortunate. Lin Yuru Lu Shuya. After uttering this proclamation, Yi Fan felt utterly cool. Li Luodi's mouth twitched in disbelief. rendered speechless. If one were unaware, they might think he was the villain. You, a fool, come seeking trouble with me, only to act as if you were the grand figure? Can you still pose as someone significant? No, my friend, you are utterly foolish, clearly suffering from mental regression. You came to provoke me. Yet you make it seem as if you are the virtuous one. Liludi had initially intended to let Yi Fan off the hook, but upon witnessing this display, it was clear he merely sought to impress Lin Yuru and Lu Xia. Honestly, with that goblin-like appearance, I genuinely wonder how you muster the courage to show your face. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. At most, you can only sniff the scent of duck's rear. Upon hearing this, Lu Xia could no longer contain herself, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter, captivating hearts. Yuru, why did I not realize before how amusing Liludi is? Huh? Lin Yuru's eyes sparkled. Then she teased. Oh, Miss Lu seems a bit off today. Weren't you always expressing your disdain for Liludi, calling him a pesky adhesive that one cannot shake off? Humph, I still find him quite annoying, Lu Xia retorted, her gaze shifting restlessly, pridefully asserting herself. Crack, crack. Yi Fan's expression grew grim, as if enveloped in a frost, his fist once again making ominous cracking sounds. Time and again, Liludi had insulted the Dragon King. He must pay. Enough, Yi Fan, return to your seat. Sun Wang, noticing a message on his phone, waved at Yi Fan dismissively, as though shooing away a fly. Faced with the peak martial artist, Yi Fan felt a twinge of apprehension, reluctantly snorting in displeasure as he returned to his desk. Which was missing a chair? Classmates, there are just 9 days until your awakening of spiritual veins. Sun Wang stepped onto the podium, smiling at the crowd. Help you familiarize yourselves with what spiritual veins are and to ease your nerves. We have specially invited martial arts instructor Yan Wei today. Let us welcome her with applause. Swoosh. Instantly, all eyes in the classroom turned towards the entrance. A tall, slender young woman stepped inside, and upon seeing her, everyone's eyes brightened with excitement. Yi Fan, the lecherous one, was particularly thrilled, his eyes gleaming with desire. This woman was perfect for his harem as the Dragon King. The young lady was stunningly beautiful. Her nose elegantly pointed, adorned with a pair of silver-rimmed round glasses. Her long hair cascaded down, exuding an unmistakable air of cold aloofness. Excellent, a true ice queen. Exactly Yi Fan's type. No, wait, he adored all beauties. Yan Wei was once an outstanding student at Arcanglan Academy, and is now working for the Demon Suppression Department. Sun Wang's tone carried a hint of flattery. Upon hearing this, surprise flickered in Liluadi's eyes as he couldn't help but gaze at the long-legged, coldly elegant young woman adorned with silver-rimmed glasses. That he never expected that the woman hailing from the Demon Suppression Department would possess such a formidable reputation, renowned far and wide. If his memory served him correctly, Yi Fan, in his previous life, had indeed entered the Demon Suppression Department, subsequently rising through the ranks and amassing a harem of beautiful women. In this life, with my presence, Yi Fan, you can forget about entering the Demon Suppression Department. Liluadi mused to himself, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You should just resign yourself to being a eunuch at the flower factory. Allow me to introduce myself. Yan Wei. Yan Wei adjusted her spectacles, her demeanor succinct yet captivating. Next, I shall elucidate the concept of spiritual veins. Beautiful lady, no need for introductions. Yi Fan whistled, hands tucked into his pockets, a devil-may-care smile playing on his lips. I have been well-versed in the so-called spiritual veins since I was 3. Why not, dear lady, teach something else? Such an exquisite ice-cold beauty, working in the Demon Suppression Department, rarely seen, coincidentally appearing just as he arrived. Clearly, she was here for him. That it wouldn't be surprising if this icy beauty developed an inexplicable fondness for this ordinarily handsome, yet roguishly charming man, then invited him to her boudoir for an intimate conversation. Yi Fan's gaze roamed hungrily over Yan Wei's figure, his imagination running wild. Instantly, every classmate turned their brows in disapproval towards this exceedingly lewd individual. Interrupted, a flicker of disdain ignited in Yan Wei's beautiful eyes. She was acutely aware of the lascivious glances directed her way. However, having endured countless repugnant gazes and being too indifferent to argue with the student, she had initially brushed it off. Yet, she never anticipated that this lecherous fellow would audaciously interrupt her class. Knowing full well how precious her time was. Chapter 21. The icy and alluring instructor. My time is invaluable. Your awareness of it is irrelevant. and you do not speak for everyone. Yin Wei's expression remained impassive, her tone frigid and devoid of emotion. Truth be told, had she not been a graduate of this institution, her status would never have permitted her to serve as an instructor here. The moment Yin Wei's words fell, every student in the room discerned the shift in her demeanor, their gazes directed at Yi Fan now, filled with mockery and disdain. Particularly, his boast of being well-versed since the age of 3 only deepened their contempt for him. Undoubtedly, it was evident to all that Yi Fan harbored feelings for this icy beauty. Yet, he was undeniably a quintessential average man, with an unremarkable appearance and a hint of sourness about him. It would take a blind woman with a compromised sense of smell to find him appealing. Although everyone could sense Yin Wei's disgust, Yi Fan, however, interpreted her words as an indication that she wished to provide him with personalized tutoring. Contemplating this, he grinned broadly, exuding confidence as he declared, "Then please, continue enlightening these clueless individuals, and I shall seek you out in your lodging after class." Slap. Before Yi Fan could finish, he was unexpectedly sent flying into the classroom's trash bin by an irate Yin Wei. "You pathetic loser, what on earth are you thinking?" Yin Wei seethed, her entire being radiating an icy chill. Yi Fan, stunned, cupped his swollen cheek, blood filling his mouth as he gazed incredulously at Yin Wei, whose expression was as frigid as ice. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. In novels, it is always the case that an ordinary-looking boy encounters a beautiful woman who inevitably falls hopelessly in love with him. Yet here, the script was entirely different, though Yin Wei didn't strike him with full force. After all, they were in an academy and surrounded by witnesses. Had this occurred in a secluded corner, his audacity would have seen him swiftly dealt with. Li Luodi, unable to contain himself, erupted into laughter. His mirth was contagious, and soon the entire class joined in, chuckling at Yi Fan's predicament. Truly, Yi Fan was something else. When his father created him, did he mix in some defective components, to the extent that his brain failed to function properly? "Yi Fan, you are to leave this class immediately." Sun Wang's fury was palpable, his eyes ablaze with ire, wishing he could tear Yi Fan apart for his foolish remarks. If this imbecile's comments offended Yin Wei, it would mark the end of his tenure as a homeroom teacher. How audacious! Yi Fan hurled the banana peel from his head onto the ground and roared, "I, Yi Fan, am the Ice Dragon. I am a distinguished high-level martial artist, and you dare ask me to leave?" Yi Fan longed to reveal his true identity as the Dragon King. Yet, considering the enemies he had accumulated over the years, particularly the mysterious shadowy ninjas from last night, he refrained. A high-level martial artist? At this, Yin Wei narrowed her cold eyes, her expression intriguing. "Indeed, I am a high-level martial artist, a status far beyond these clueless individuals." Yi Fan straightened his back, a crooked smile on his face, revealing several missing front teeth. He spoke without fear of offending the rest of the class. In his eyes, apart from Lu Shuiying and Lin Yuru, along with a select few beauties, he regarded everyone else with disdain. Does an elephant concern itself with the feelings of an ant? To think, this fool is a high-level martial artist. Lu Chan and the others gritted their teeth in hatred. Had they not feared Yi Fan's prowess, they would have pounced on him without hesitation, determined to leave him incapacitated. Hearing the gasps of astonishment from his classmates, Yi Fan's grin widened with pride. "Judging by your appearance, you must be nearing 30 this year, right?" Yin Wei's lips curled into a cold smirk, her gaze icy. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt a surge of excitement. "I am just 28 this year." "Here it comes." The lady inquires about his age. Isn't she calculating their auspicious day? 28? Yin Wei scoffed, a chilling smile gracing her lips. "Indeed." Yi Fan nodded emphatically, then beamed brightly, his eyes glimmering with affection. "Although my master insists I should marry around 30, it matters not. For you, my enchanting lady, I am willing to make an exception." Crack! Another slap sent Yi Fan flying into the trash bin once more. Yin Wei's gaze was as cold as ice, piercing through him like a blade. "I wish to convey that at your age, being merely a high-level martial artist is hardly commendable in this world. Reaching the level of a high-level martial artist at 28 is far from impressive." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yichun erupted in excitement. "Yin instructor speaks the truth. We have only just turned 18. The future is bright. How can you, at 28, dare to mock us? You are a full decade older than us. Do you have the audacity?" Zhu Yichun's words resonated with all the students, who chimed in, ridiculing him. You, at 28, have no shame trying to study alongside us. Even Jean Baosan would not possess such audacity. With your pathetic demeanor? You wish to indulge in youthful pursuits, yet fail to even glance in a mirror? Amidst the barrage of ridicule, Yi Fan remained unfazed, discarding the mango peel atop his head and coldly smiling. A bunch of blind fools. How could mere mortals comprehend the divine? He, Yi Fan, was a true prodigy, having stepped into the realm of martial masters before 30, capable of eclipsing 99% of his youthful peers. It was laughable that these imbeciles failed to recognize greatness. Of course, Yin Wei was not among the foolish, being his wife. A touch of ignorance only made her more endearing to Yi Fan, should you fail to leave. Do you believe I will expel you from the school? Sun Wang's fury was palpable. Humph, Yi Fan, initially poised to retort, reconsidered and held his tongue. After all, he had no desire to complicate matters for his wife. Though he had endured 2 slaps, he bore no grudge against Yin Wei. Rather, he felt he had been too hasty. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. This was a matter that should have been addressed after class. In private, his wife's modesty was still apparent. Before so many witnesses, she would find it difficult to express her affection for him. As Yi Fan strolled into the corridor, hands clasped behind his back, he gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, reflecting, a wife is indeed a wife. To ensure I remember her fondly, she gifted me 2 slaps, seemingly harsh, yet entirely insignificant. Chapter 22. Let us 3 toast together. I bear no disdain without Yi Fan. The atmosphere in the classroom felt remarkably refreshed. My time is tight. Should any other unseeing individuals dare disrupt, it shall not merely be a matter of standing in punishment. Yin Wei's beautiful eyes swept the room coldly, her voice laced with an undertone of warning. Observing everyone behaving themselves, she finally withdrew her gaze, commencing her lecture. Spiritual veins refer to the energy pathways within a cultivator's body. The higher the grade of the spiritual veins, the faster the cultivation speed. In a sense, they are akin to latitude and longitude, invisible lines on a map, residing within a realm of unknown energy channels, thereby generating mysterious powers. Lodi listened intently. In his past life, he had been an ordinary individual, naturally not well versed in the ways of martial artists. Having been granted a second chance, it was imperative for him to become a martial artist. With but one goal in mind, to ascend to the pinnacle of the world's hierarchy. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of this opportunity? The spiritual veins are the pivotal element determining whether an ordinary person can become a martial artist. Classified into 4 categories: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Yin Wei adjusted her glasses and continued her explanation, noting that each vein is segmented into 7 nodes, with each node representing a ring, 7 rings being the highest and 1 ring the lowest. Instructor Yin, at that moment, Lu Xia timidly raised her hand. But I've heard from my father that above the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow veins, there seems to be another. Her words instantly redirected the attention of everyone in the classroom back to Yin Wei's exquisite face. Yin Wei cast a deep gaze at Lu Xia, a hint of longing evident in her expression. That is an excellent question, Lu classmate. The vein above is not referred to as a spiritual vein, but as a divine vein. Possessing a divine vein allows one to cultivate at a speed several times faster than that of an ordinary spiritual vein. However, the occurrence of a divine vein is exceedingly rare in the entire Ulftang. Only one person has awakened a divine vein. A gasp reverberated throughout the classroom at Yin Wei's revelation that it turned out there was indeed a divine vein above the spiritual veins, and only one person in all of Ulftang had ever awakened it. Instructor Yin, who is that person? Lu Chan inquired curiously. Not only he, but all eyes were filled with inquisitiveness in a calm tone, yet laced with deep admiration. Yin Wei responded, the head of the demon subduing division in Ulftang. Shun Songxing, Shun Songxing. Li Luodi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. This name resonated throughout Ulftang, a true figure of renown. Ding ling ling. At that moment, the class bell rang. Yin Wei tucked her hands into her pockets. All right, that concludes today's lesson. I'll return tomorrow for a more in-depth discussion. With that, she turned and left, not a moment wasted. Standing in the corridor, Yi Fan caught sight of Yin Wei exiting the classroom and was about to approach her for a chat. But he held himself back. After all, he had come to understand his wife's personality. She was shy. Thus, he planned to seek her out after school. Tonight, he would permanently sever ties with the five-fingered maiden. Sun Wang followed closely behind Yin Wei, and Yi Fan cast a cold glance at him, knowing that this fellow would eventually face his reckoning. Just as he entered the classroom, preparing to confront Li Luodi, his expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. "Luodi, why do you seem so handsome today?" "Li Luodi, would you like some milk? I have some fresh ones. Can we see your abs?" As soon as the class ended, nearly half the girls surrounded Li Luodi. There was no denying that he was both wealthy and handsome. Crack. Yi Fan clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously as jealousy flared within him like a raging fire. Flickering with anger. Why? Why were these attractive female students flocking around Li Luodi? What did that dandy possess, aside from wealth and good looks? Compared to him, with his ordinary appearance but undeniable strength, what was his advantage? Upon seeing Li Luodi surrounded by girls, Lu Shuya furrowed her brow, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable, but in her heart. Li Luodi was merely a toy she could discard at will, yet he was not to be taken by others. After the events of last night, she felt a strange pang of jealousy. Shuya, Lin Yuru naturally sensed her close friend's emotional shift and gently poked her with her pinky. "You don't really have feelings for that guy, do you?" "What?" Lu Shuya quickly waved her hands, her gaze evasive. "How could I possibly like him?" "Really?" Lin Yuru's eyes held a hint of skepticism, but she nodded. "Indeed, he doesn't seem worthy of you." At that moment, a figure approached their table. "Shuya, we had some misunderstandings last night. Yi Fan struck a handsome pose. I think we should talk." "Yi Fan, how many times must I tell you to call me by my full name?" Lu Shuya's face displayed her impatience. "And there's nothing to discuss." Unfazed, Yi Fan maintained a sincere tone. "Lu. Classmate, how about this? After school, I'll treat you and Lin classmate to a meal as an apology." Lu Shuya, already irked by Li Luodi's attention from the girls, was about to refuse when Lin Yuru curiously interjected, "What do you plan to treat us with?" Seeing an opportunity, Yi Fan grew excited. "Anything you want to eat." Lin Yuru's eyes flickered mischievously. "But treating us to dinner can be quite expensive. A meal could easily cost thousands. That's a trivial matter, just a few thousand." Yi Fan flashed a devilish grin, reaching for his pockets, only to be struck by the sudden realization that the thousands Lu Shuya had given him had mysteriously vanished. Yi classmate. Lin Yuru's eyes sparkled with cunning. "I think the Mishua city at the school gate is quite nice." Yi Fan rummaged through his pockets and managed to produce 5 coins, smiling sheepishly. Lin Yuru smirked. "1 cup of lemonade costs 4. You have 5. Not a problem. I'll order one, and we can all share." "I don't mind," Yi Fan declared, his heart steady. "Fool, what a destitute loser. What can you treat us to?" Lu Shuya suddenly slammed the table. "Get lost." Her outburst instantly captured the attention of the entire class. It was a rare occurrence to see the school beauty, Lu Shuya, lose her temper. Caught under the scrutiny of his classmates, Yi Fan's expression fluctuated, torn between irritation and confusion. "Excuse me for interrupting." At that moment, a melodious voice resonated. Chapter 23. The apology letter from Durex. At the entrance stood a sweet girl, her voice akin to a gentle breeze caressing the strings of a zither. "Wow, isn't that the school beauty? Tang Shui. What brings her to our class?" All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, their expressions a mix of surprise and hushed whispers. "Here she comes. His other wife is here to find him." Yi Fan clenched his hands tightly, his fingers trembling with excitement, his eyes alight with incredulous fervor. Though he had failed to rescue the beauty the previous night, he believed his friend Huang Mao must have found another way to let Tang Shui know that he, Yi Fan, had fought against malevolent forces for her sake, even sustaining injuries in the process. Surely, tonight, the esteemed school beauty would be in tears, grateful for his sacrifice. With these thoughts, Yi Fan flicked his sparse bangs and wore a confident smile, approaching Tang Shui with purposeful strides. "Damn, this fool actually knows Tang Shui." Lu Chan's face twisted with jealousy, simmering with indignation. What merit does this guy have? Zhu Yichun also felt a pang of envy. This lucky fool has hit the jackpot. Lin Yuru and Lu Shuya were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tang Shui at the classroom door, their expressions puzzled. Yi Fan, that insufferable loser, actually knew Tang Shui, who was equally a school beauty. Tang Shui was approachable and possessed a delightful personality, her reputation in the academy rivaling theirs. The only criticism she faced from some impoverished students was her having a boyfriend who was quite ordinary, though admittedly, He was somewhat more attractive than Yi Fan. Tang Shui had not intended to seek out Li Luodi, but her boyfriend, Qin Junjie, insisted on inviting Li Luodi to dinner that evening to express gratitude. Despite her reluctance, she found it impossible to dissuade him. Tang Shui understood that if she continued to refuse, Qin Junjie might suddenly become aware of something unusual. Thus, she steeled herself and headed to find Li Luodi. As she approached, she spotted Li Luodi lounging on a plush sofa at the back, ready to greet him. However, she was taken aback when a disheveled youth with an ordinary appearance approached her. Greeting her uninvited classmate, we know each other. Tang Shui recoiled a few steps, covering her nose in shock. And could you please step back a bit? The odor is overwhelming. Yi Fan had spent the night in a foul-smelling ditch. And having just been slapped into a trash bin by Yin Wei, he emanated an aroma akin to canned herring. Ha! Lu Chan burst into laughter, slapping the desk, tears of mirth forming in his eyes. Boss, I actually thought this guy knew Tang Shui. Turns out I was mistaken. Zhu Yichun breathed a sigh of relief, commenting sarcastically, some people really think they're seafood just because they touch a bit of seawater. I bet Yi Fan's birth certificate is a letter of apology from Durex. Amidst the mockery and laughter, Yi Fan remained unfazed, dismissing the crowd of ants with disdain. What truly pained him was that Tang Shui didn't recognize him. That shouldn't be the case. Shui, don't you remember? Last night, you were surrounded by thugs, and I intended to rescue you. But a group of mysterious ninjas intercepted me if it weren't for me. Yi Fan grew anxious, eager to explain everything that had transpired the previous night. Oh, that you are Yi Fan. Tang Shui suddenly recalled the youth radiating a rancid odor, recognizing him as the mastermind behind the thugs from last night. Upon reflecting on the despicable and revolting nature of this individual, Tang Shui cast a gaze laden with palpable disdain towards Yi Fan, her anger surging uncontrollably. You repugnant fool, how could it be you? This hideous creature, behind such vile deeds. Initially, Yi Fan felt a surge of exhilaration as Tang Shui seemed to recall him, his mind racing with names for their future child. However, within the blink of an eye, Tang Shui's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Xiao Shui, Yi Fan was taken aback, as if struck by lightning, stammering, "What is wrong? You filthy loser, kindly address me by my full name." Tang Shui seethed with fury, her stomach churning at the thought that had it not been for Li Li's intervention last night, her virtue might have been compromised by this bum who resembled something that had fallen into a cesspit. She unleashed a barrage of insults. You disgusting wastrel, you look like a QR code. Without a scan, who knows what you really are? Last night, in front of a crowd, when Tang Shui berated that group. Although Yi Fan was adept at enduring provocation, he felt his defenses begin to falter. Just as he was about to retaliate, Tang Shui mentioned the incident involving Huang Mao. Instantly, cold sweat began to bead on Yi Fan's forehead. Could it be that the matter has been exposed? Li Luodi lounged casually, enjoying a sunflower seed, relishing the spectacle before him. Li Luodi, send some sunflower seeds over for me and Yu Rou, the milk-flavored ones. Lu Shias and Lin Yu Rou exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Noticing Li Luodi munching on seeds, Lu Shias commanded her, "If you want to eat, come over and get it yourself. Don't you have hands?" At this, Li Luodi raised an eyebrow, showing no inclination to indulge her. Although the previous day had nearly brought him and Lu Shias to an awkward distance, it was merely a close call. Why should he accommodate her? Yu Rou, would you like me to bring you some? Li Luodi coldly rejected Lu Shias' request and turned to Lin Yu Rou with a bright smile. Witnessing this, Lu Shias' frustration boiled over, her chest heaving and teeth grinding in anger. This scoundrel, not only does he refuse me, but he dares to be amiable towards my best friend. Lin Yu Rou was momentarily taken aback, pondering the strange behavior of this wealthy scion. Yet, she soon lifted her chin, scoffing, "No need." Immediately, she linked arms with Lu Shias and whispered, "This guy is acting a bit odd today. Let us not pay him any mind." Seeing her best friend resolutely by her side, Lu Shias' discontent evaporated. "Humph, this fellow, I shall ignore him from now on. Xiao Shui, I don't know those people. They have nothing to do with me." Yi Fan adamantly denied, for admitting otherwise would tarnish his reputation at Kanglin Academy, jeopardizing his future romantic pursuits. Who is Yi Fan? Just then, several uniformed members of the security bureau arrived at the classroom door. "Officer, he is Yi Fan." Lu Chan quickly stood up, pointing at Yi Fan. "You are Yi Fan, The lead middle-aged man glanced at Yi Fan with indifference, then pinched his nose. Come with us for a moment. Come with you? Yi Fan instinctively took a step back, frowning. Where are we going? The middle-aged man's expression remained impassive as he stated, we suspect you are connected to multiple incidents. Please cooperate and come with us. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression darkened. You must have the wrong person. Though he was somewhat apprehensive of the security bureau, he was merely a senior martial artist, still wary of firearms. You know Wang Chao, right? Huang Mao? Yi Fan gasped, quickly shaking his head in denial. I don't know him. I have no idea what he looks like. The crowd fell silent. The middle-aged man's lips twitched slightly. Yesterday, during the interrogation of Wang Chao, your name appeared on 7 out of 8 pages of his testimony. Puffed. His words provoked a wave of laughter. Zhu Yichun laughed so hard he could hardly stand. 3 batons shatter a decade-long brotherhood. 7 pages of testimony. All about brother names. Impossible. Yi Fan roared in fury. I just came down from the mountain a few days ago. How could I possibly have so many charges against me? This is slander. A blatant frame-up. Whether it's a frame-up or not, you'll find out when we take you back. The middle-aged man seemed unwilling to waste more time that he gestured to several security bureau members. Take him away. I dare anyone to try. Yi Fan was determined not to let them have their way. Once he entered the security bureau, escaping would not be easy. Subdue him. The middle-aged man observed the time and noticed a throng of students in the corridor. Promptly waving his hand. Unfazed by the approaching security personnel, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was his moment to shine, particularly under the gaze of so many beautiful onlookers. Suddenly, he leaped into action. Pouncing at his opponents like a hunting leopard. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a sweeping kick, striking with the force of a whip, each blow more powerful than the last, forcing his assailants to retreat. In a flash, he executed a series of agile maneuvers, overwhelming the security bureau members. The ice and snow dragon Valley Yi family fist, I concede. Yi Fan struck a dashing pose, especially relishing the astonished expressions of Lu Shias. Tang Shui and the other beautiful women. A smirk crept across his face as he thought to himself how incredibly cool he was. Slap. The middle-aged man drew a pistol, aiming it at Yi Fan's head, exclaiming, Concede? Concede my foot. Arrest him. A police officer, enraged by the assault to his groin, retaliated violently against Yi Fan, cuffing him while gritting his teeth. Attacking an officer is an additional offense. Yi Fan fell silent, particularly intimidated by the cold, dark muzzle of the gun, which sent shivers down his spine. Desperate, he pleaded, Can I make a phone call? Make a phone call. Dream on. Take him away. The middle-aged man chuckled coldly. Prior to their arrival, they had thoroughly investigated Yi Fan, even knowing what underwear he was wearing that day. The conclusion was that this fellow appeared to have come from a distant mountain village, lacking any notable background. Soon, Yi Fan was escorted away. The students in the classroom exchanged glances, realizing that Yi Fan's apparent insanity was no act. He dared to assault an officer as the class was about to commence. Tang Shui hurried to Li Luoti's side, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of an inexplicable emotion as she softly said, Li Luoti, my boyfriend is treating you to dinner tonight. Are you free? At this moment, everyone in the class understood that Tang Shui was seeking out Li Luoti, their eyes shimmering with intrigue as they began to whisper among themselves, Why you row? What do you think Tang Shui wants with Li Luoti? Lu Shias arched her brows slightly, not even realizing her tone carried a tinge of jealousy. Doesn't she already have a boyfriend? No idea. Lin Yu Ro, munching on a bag of chips, replied indistinctly. But I can guarantee that Tang Shui is definitely not here to ask Li Luoti out on a date. Come, let me feed you a piece of love-shaped chip, open wide. Your boyfriend is treating me to dinner? Li Luoti raised an eyebrow, a teasing glimmer in his deep-set eyes. Tang Shui's expression appeared somewhat resigned. Then, she suddenly sensed the awkward atmosphere in the classroom. All eyes were fixed on her. Li, if it's convenient, could you step outside for a moment? Recalling that she had something in her bag, Tang Shui's expression became slightly unnatural. All right. Li Luoti nodded, showing no signs of reluctance as they made their way to a secluded corner of the corridor. With class about to start and few people around, Tang Shui began. Perhaps during my conversation with my boyfriend earlier, we inadvertently discussed how you saved me, and my praise may have been a bit excessive, which led my boyfriend to as she spoke. Tang Shui felt a tinge of embarrassment, her tone laced with apology. He is a really good person, treats me well, aside from being somewhat lacking in terms of background and physique. I can't find any faults. Physique lacking. Upon hearing this, Li Luoti's eyebrows shot up. Did she mean what he thought she did? Tang Shui sighed, rubbing her forehead in frustration. I shouldn't have mentioned your name. At this moment, Tang Shui felt a pang of regret. Though she had enjoyed herself last night, she did not wish to part ways with her boyfriend. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content ahead. Why even mention Li Luoti? He could simply ride his bicycle if needed. No worries. Li Luoti rested his hands behind his head, a smirk playing on his lips. So, do you want me to join you for dinner tonight? Not sure. Tang Shui shook her head, her emotions swirling with complexity and conflict. Then let us go. Li Luoti shrugged. Let us go openly. Otherwise, your boyfriend will become even more sensitive. Upon hearing this, Tang Shui bit her lip lightly. Then smiled. You're right. I'll follow your advice. Her boyfriend had always been quite sensitive, primarily due to his overall standing at Kenglin Academy, a prestigious institution where he felt like the underdog. Adding to the fact that Tang Shui is beautiful, possesses a delightful personality, and hails from a well-off family, Qin Junjie is perpetually anxious about the possibility of her being swept away by other suitors. His concerns amplify upon learning that it was the illustrious second-generation wealthy heir from Kenglin Academy, Li Luoti, who came to her rescue. That evening, Tang Shui, feeling slightly uneasy, brushed her hair and remarked, You mustn't let anything slip. After all, I do still cherish my boyfriend. Rest assured, brother, I am a master of performance, Li Luoti declared confidently, patting his chest. Look at you. Tang Shui chuckled softly, then glanced around before discreetly handing Li Luoti a few vials from her bag. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she whispered, 6 flavor Romania pills, deer antler blood, flying sky strength pills. Li Luoti, touched by the thoughtful gesture, exclaimed, You are truly a wonderful girl. These that are indeed valuable. Tang Shui rolled her eyes. Don't take advantage of my kindness, she continued. These medicines are often bought for my father by my mother. They should be beneficial for health. Just the flying sky strength pills alone cost me over 30,000. Li Luoti, moved by her sincerity, opened his arms and said, How about a hug? I am so touched. With a deft sidestep, Tang Shui evaded Li Luoti's embrace and playfully replied, I can't have you thinking you can just take advantage of me. Can I? I must be off now. See you this evening. As Li Luoti watched Tang Shui's retreating figure, he pondered, in this tumultuous era, how rare it is to find a girl who considers the feelings of the opposite sex. Chapter 25. Don't blame me. I'm just another bandit. Yifan's hands were being roasted as he was brought into a small dark room at the security bureau. Unfazed, he calmly addressed the officer beside him. Isn't this supposed to be a routine questioning, following the usual script? Shouldn't it be your beautiful police officer who comes to interrogate this Dragon King, having devoured countless urban novels? Yifan had transitioned from initial panic to a remarkable calmness. Perhaps this was a case of fortune arising from misfortune. According to the plots of those tales about Dragon Kings descending, the interrogator would certainly be a stunning policewoman, if he could manage to appear somewhat flirtatious and tease her. She would undoubtedly remember him fondly. Who knows? He might not only walk out of the bureau unscathed, but also have a chance to discuss life aspirations with the policewoman that evening. Lost in thought, Yifan felt a surge of excitement. A policewoman. The two members of the security bureau exchanged glances, chuckling darkly. You really are something, aren't you? Even at this juncture, you're still dreaming of a policewoman? How about a fistful of trouble instead? As they spoke, the guards discreetly closed the door, their expressions turning sinister as they advanced towards Yifan. What are you planning to do? Yifan stammered, his heart racing as he tensed up. I warn you, don't act recklessly. That if you come any closer, I will call for help. Huh? Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come. You wait. Are you the one who just reached for my pants? Don't you dare. For an entire afternoon, the small dark room echoed with Yifan's anguished cries. As the afternoon wore on, at the entrance of Kenglin Academy, Qin Junjie and Tang Shui stood waiting. Qin Junjie, his gaze flickering, smiled and asked, Shui, have you spoken with Li about tonight? I would like to treat him to dinner to express my gratitude for saving you last night. He had been preoccupied with this thought since morning. Were it anyone else, he might not have given it much thought, but the person who saved Shui was none other than the notorious playboy from Kenglin Academy, although he had been known to flatter Lu Shuai. Who could say how many others he had charmed behind the scenes? Would he even consider dining with a commoner like me? Qin Junjie adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with jest. How could that be? I spoke with him this afternoon, and he agreed. Tang Shui smiled brightly. Look, there he comes. With a roar, an Audi RS7 rolled into view, its engine's growl capturing the attention of many. In this elite academy filled with wealth, it was commonplace to see luxury cars, so the RS7 alone wouldn't turn heads. What drew their gaze was its owner, Li Luodi. Classmates Tang and Qin, please get in, Li Luodi greeted, lowering the window with a courteous smile. As Qin Junjie looked at the Audi RS7, a fleeting expression of envy and jealousy crossed his face. Such a car was a distant dream for many. Tang Shui, however, appeared unfazed as she cheerfully opened the door. Junjie, let us get in. For reasons he couldn't quite comprehend, Qin Junjie felt an uncomfortable sensation in his chest. He forced a strained smile. Shui, let us ride our bicycles instead. Didn't you say I should stand up and pedal? With that thought, Qin Junjie's smile broadened. Today, you can sit in the back while I show you how to make sparks fly on a bicycle. Tang Shui's face flushed crimson, her embarrassment radiating from her cheeks to her ears. Her gaze darting to Li Luodi, sensing the awkwardness, interjected, Is the restaurant far? If we keep pedaling, will we? Rest assured, I've been exercising regularly. Pedaling a bicycle is a piece of cake for me, he asserted to Tang Shui, his tone leaving no room for argument. Shui, wait for me. I'll grab a bike. Tang Shui, blushing like a peach blossom, murmured, Li Luodi's boyfriend is very innocent, kind, and charming. Now I believe it. Li Luodi nodded emphatically, smiling gently. No worries, you lead the way. 10 minutes later, Tang Shui gently rubbed her sore backside as she gazed at a humble eatery before her, furrowing her brow in mild exasperation. You're treating Li to eat here? Absolutely. This clay pot rice noodle is simply divine. Qin Junjie, oblivious to the mixed reviews, boasted, I'm particularly familiar with the owner here. While he charges others 12 for a bowl, I only pay 11. Li Luodi, perceptive to Tang Shui's slight discomfort, quickly intervened. This is great. I haven't had clay pot in ages, and it's perfect that Qin can treat me today. Li, don't be modest. Order whatever you like. I'm treating. All right. Upon entering the clay pot restaurant, Qin Junjie, brimming with enthusiasm, smiled at Li Luodi. Don't hold back. Order anything. Li Luodi, not one to be picky, glanced at the menu before grinning at Qin Junjie. Then I'll have the 3-flavor pot. Seeing that Li Luodi didn't order extravagantly, Qin Junjie's smile widened. Shui, what would you like? Tang Shui's expression had soured since their arrival, but in an effort to save face for her boyfriend, she forced a smile. I'll have the 3-flavor pot as well. Very well. Qin Junjie called out to the bustling chef, 3-flavor pots, and then he hesitated before continuing, 3 fried eggs, and a cucumber salad. As he was about to set the menu down, he noticed Tang Shui's face had suddenly turned cold. He quickly amended, forget the cucumber salad. Let us get a portion of braised pork bones, cold pig ears, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. That's enough. That's enough. I feel we want to finish all this. Li Luodi interjected, betting that the scrambled eggs would inevitably be followed by stir-fried green peppers and potatoes or fried peanuts. All right, I'll defer to your judgment. Li, Qin Junjie immediately put down the menu, his eyes glinting as he tentatively suggested, Li, shall we have a drink? No way. What kind of drink during the day? Tang Shui replied coldly. Her demeanor frosty. Li Luodi smiled, nodding, no drinking while driving. I'll arrange for a designated driver. Qin Junjie dismissed the concern, insisting on 2 crates of beer. Tang Shui, unable to persuade him otherwise, sulked silently. Li Luodi, his eyes gleaming with mischief, subtly smirked. He had indeed misjudged this fellow. He had thought Tang Shui's taste would be more refined, but it turned out to be rather pedestrian, since he intended to stir the pot. He wouldn't hesitate to play the role of another bandit. Chapter 26. Wait, you're not straight. Li Luodi understood Qin Junjie's intentions all too well. He merely sought to get him drunk to extract information. Kid, you've miscalculated. Although Li Luodi wasn't a wine connoisseur, his past experiences in the business world had endowed him with remarkable tolerance. Come on, Li, let us have a toast. Qin Junjie seized a bottle of beer, declaring, when eating meat, one must drink heartily if we aren't having meat. What's the point? I am grateful for your bravery last night. On behalf of Shui, I extend my thanks. Let us drink to that. He raised his glass, not allowing Li Luodi a chance to refuse. Watching this unfold, Tang Shui's eyes filled with unease. her heart racing in sync with the ticking clock on the wall. She subtly blinked at Li Luodi, hinting that he should drink less. As the saying goes, truth comes out in drunkenness. If Li Luodi were sober, she would have no cause for concern. However, once he had indulged in alcohol, who could predict what outrageous statements he might make? What if he ended up drunkenly patting Qin Junjie on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Your girlfriend is truly remarkable. She seems to possess every skill." In that case, Tang Shui would feel as if she could spontaneously combust on the spot. Yet, at this juncture, all she could do was offer a quiet reminder. Any vocal objection would undoubtedly lead Qin Junjie to suspect something was amiss. Li Luodi, of course, noticed Tang Shui's subtle hints, but he merely smiled faintly before continuing to drink. For him, the idea of becoming intoxicated from beer was nearly impossible. At most, he would just end up with a bloated stomach. As the drinks circulated and the peanuts were served, Li Luodi and Qin Junjie had already consumed 2 crates, littering the floor with empty bottles. Qin Junjie was starting to feel the effects, his face flushed like a disoriented duck, swaying unsteadily. He could feel his tongue trembling. Classmate, you don't have quite the tolerance." Although his head was spinning somewhat, he still managed to maintain a semblance of clarity. In contrast, Li Luodi appeared somewhat feeble, leaning heavily on the table, his gaze unfocused and his speech slurred. Let us drink more." Seeing this scene, Qin Junjie was elated, then shook his head vigorously, laughing. "Come on, it's not every day we meet a kindred spirit. We must have another bottle. Or a cup." He quickly corrected himself, realizing that since Li Luodi was already intoxicated, a symbolic toast would suffice. However, Li Luodi seemed to disregard him and took another swig straight from the bottle. This left Qin Junjie momentarily stunned, but after a moment's contemplation, he steeled himself and downed a bottle as well. After all, he didn't want to be caught off guard while Li Luodi was inebriated, risking all his prior efforts. With another bottle downed, Qin Junjie felt as if his head were filled with lead, yearning to simply collapse into sleep. He had never anticipated that Li Luodi would possess such remarkable drinking capacity. Tang Shui sat nearby, anxious as if she were an ant on a hot stove, desperately concealing her agitation as she forced a smile. "Junjie, perhaps we should consider escorting Li Classmate home." "What's the rush?" Qin Junjie interjected with a burp, somewhat dissatisfied. "Today is meant for revelry," he continued. "When men speak, women should refrain from interrupting." Then, with a glimmer in his eye, he turned to Li Luodi, saying, "Li Classmate, given your affluent background and handsome appearance, why do you cling to that tree known as Lu Shuya? With your qualities, a vast forest awaits you. Or could it be that while publicly pursuing the illustrious Lu, you secretly have another forest in mind?" Upon hearing this, Li Luodi merely shook his head, smiling without uttering a word. Noticing this, Qin Junjie's brow furrowed, as if he could crush a mosquito with his gaze. "What's this? Can't you speak? Do you not consider me a friend?" At this point, Qin Junjie's expression darkened slightly as he teasingly remarked, "You have such high standards that you wouldn't even consider someone like my girlfriend, Xiao Xue, in terms of looks and figure. She holds her own against Lu Xia." Qin Junjie took immense pride in the fact that such an ordinary individual like himself managed to win the affections of a goddess like Tang Shui. Yet, he was also plagued by insecurity, constantly fearing that she might be taken away by another. Tang Shui bit her lip tightly, her palms clammy with sweat, her body trembling slightly, as if desperately suppressing her emotions. "Li Luodi, you must speak carefully. Do not let slip any words that might be deemed inappropriate." With a heavy sigh, Li Luodi replied, "If you could marry someone as wonderful as Tang Shui, it would undoubtedly be a blessing." "What do you mean by that?" Qin Junjie's brows knitted together. This was not the answer he sought. Did Li Luodi have feelings for Tang Shui, or was there some connection between them? "Let us keep this brief." Li Luodi seemed reluctant to dwell on the topic, but Qin Junjie was not so easily deterred. "All right, but you must promise that what I say today remains confidential." Li Luodi opened 2 more bottles of beer, handing one to Qin Junjie. "Are you kidding me? More?" Qin Junjie's mouth twitched, yet he begrudgingly accepted the beer, then vowed earnestly, "Li Classmate, rest assured, my discretion is legendary." "Well then, since we're on the subject, let me be frank. I do not enjoy romantic relationships with women." The moment Li Luodi uttered these words, both Qin Junjie and Tang Shui perked up. Their attention peaked, especially Qin Junjie, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, sensing that there might be more to this than met the eye. "Brother, Why not elaborate? He probed. Let us start with this. Li Lodi took another swig from the bottle. Witnessing this, Qin Junjie felt a headache coming on. Are you serious? More, but in pursuit of uncovering Li Lodi's secrets, he pressed on. After downing that bottle, Qin Junjie felt as if he were being beckoned by his forebears. Brother, continue. With a bittersweet smile, Li Lodi recounted, since childhood, my parents have been preoccupied with business, leaving me unattended. Consequently, I was often bullied by the boys in class that I had no choice but to play with girls, who never tormented me and would invite me to their homes. Gradually, I became captivated by their dolls, lipsticks, camisoles, short skirts, and stockings. Sometimes I ponder, when might I freely adorn myself in such attire and venture out? Wait, is this guy gay? Upon hearing this, Qin Junjie and Tang Shui were left in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. How could this be? Tang Shui felt paralyzed, her mind swirling in disbelief. She recalled their intimate encounter the previous night, and it was no exaggeration to say that even the most stubborn of mules could not compare. Could it be that her allure was so potent that she had inadvertently turned him? Li Lodi sighed once more, his face revealing an inexplicable melancholy. I still vividly remember the first time I received a love letter from a girl. It was utterly nauseating that I merely wished to befriend girls, not to pursue romantic relationships. Yet, I could never voice this, which is why I fervently chased after Lu Xia, even if I was labeled a sycophant by the world. You have no idea how much torment I have endured over the years. After saying this, Li Lodi slowly lowered his head, his hands hanging limply as if all strength had been drained from him. The restaurant fell into an oppressive silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Qin Junjie gaped, his throat constricting as he struggled to find words. This revelation was utterly shocking. The illustrious rich second generation was, in fact, gay? If this news were to leak, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout Kanglan Academy. However, Qin Junjie was not foolish. Such information would serve him no benefit and would only alienate him from Li Lodi. He looked at Li Lodi with a mix of sympathy and regret. What a pity, such an appealing exterior and privileged upbringing, that if he possessed such attributes, he could easily transform himself into a figure of renown. Yet soon, excitement overtook him. How wonderful, since Li Lodi preferred men over women. Why should he be concerned? Presently, his greatest worry was alleviated. It seemed prudent to encourage his girlfriend to spend more time with Li Lodi. With his background, who would dare to snatch his girlfriend away? Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Let us continue drinking and eating. Qin Junjie clapped Li Lodi on the shoulder, solemnly declaring, rest assured, anything you say today will remain locked away in my heart. Li Lodi nodded. Good brother, let us have more vegetables. He proceeded to heap greens on a Qin Junjie's plate, and then opened 2 more bottles of beer. No. Qin Junjie quickly declined. He genuinely could not drink anymore. And having achieved his goal, he decided to abstain. What is this? Li Lodi feigned displeasure, his expression darkening. Brother Qin, do you look down on me? I regard you as a close friend, yet you treat me as a mere acquaintance. No, I have bared my deepest secret to you. If you refuse to drink, it is as if you are disdainful of me. With that, Li Lodi downed his drink in one go. Huh? Qin Junjie was taken aback for a moment, then gritted his teeth, saying nothing further. All right, today I shall accompany you, my friend. They both downed 2 or 3 more bottles. Meanwhile, Tang Shui had transitioned from shock to a state of calm, leisurely enjoying her 3-flavor noodles, occasionally adding some water spinach and snow peas to her boyfriend's bowl. That I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Here she comes. Wang Yan approached Sun Wang, and a peculiar smile crept upon her lips, as she ominously declared, in truth that I wish to devour you. Upon uttering these words, Wang Yan's mouth stretched into a horrifying arc, resembling a gaping wound, revealing rows of teeth akin to barbed spikes. The twinkle in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a hollow and chilling gaze, while her once enchanting smile morphed into a grotesque grimace. Where on earth did you come from? Sun Wang trembled in fear, sensing his strength waning, just as he attempted to resist. Wang Yan's hands gripped him tightly, akin to a monstrous vice, causing his veins to bulge, rendering him speechless. With a sinister grin, Wang Yan opened her mouth wide, her sharp fangs glistening with a menacing gleam. Chapter 29. Is there a Yanlong and Feng Ying in the Demon Suppression Office? Wang Yan's mouth resembled the carnivorous plants from the game Plants vs. Zombies, enormous enough to engulf a car tire. Gulp! In an instant, This cavernous maw consumed Sun Wang whole, flesh writhed and distorted within, grotesque and repulsive. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Qin Qing's face turned ashen, devoid of color. She clamped her mouth shut in terror. Her body frozen, feeling beads of sweat trickle down her spine, soaking her shirt. Qin Qing dared not make a sound, as if her blood had ceased to flow. Wang Yan's mouth bulged, continuously writhing like a toad. And after several minutes of chewing, she suddenly spat out what appeared not to be mangled flesh and bones, but rather the intact and expressionless Sun Wang. Sun Wang's face was cold and vacant, save for a thin layer of slime on his body, remaining otherwise unchanged. After 2.5 minutes, his pupil shifted, and in a bizarre manner, reminiscent of a zombie's transformation, he gradually stood up. Clap, clap. Indeed, he was like a mold cast from the same form. Wang Yan clapped her hands in delight, having reverted to her former self as the demure music teacher. Wang Yan and Sun Wang exchanged a knowing glance, followed by chilling laughter as they exited together. Thud, thud. Qin Qing remained firmly covering her mouth, waiting for what felt like an eternity until silence enveloped the outside. Finally, she collapsed to the ground, as if all her strength had been drained. Woo. Sitting on the cold floor, Qin Qing's tears fell like pearls from a broken string, sobbing incessantly. After a moment, she suddenly regained her senses, rummaging through her bag for her phone to call Lu Shuya. Shuya, please pick up the phone. Anxiety etched on her face, her tears soaking her clothes as her fingers frantically tapped the screen. What's wrong, Xiaoqing? Lu Shuya's familiar voice resonated on the other end upon answering the call. Hua Qin burst into tears, her taut nerves finally relaxing. Shuya, please hurry. Creak. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Sun Wang and Wang Yan, smiles lingering at the corners of their mouths. Qin Qing. Who are you calling? Beep, beep, beep. Ian Maybach. Lu Shuya sat in the back seat, staring at the disconnected call, her brow furrowed in concern. Shuya dear, was that Xiaoqing who just called? Lin Yuru, engrossed in a game, set down her phone. Curiosity etched on her face. Yes, she called, but I sensed something was off with her emotions. Lu Shuya replied, dialing back that I think I heard Xiaoqing crying just now. Huh? Lin Yuru's expression shifted to one of worry. Quick, call her back. Is she in trouble? The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please, no answer. Lu Shuya's eyes narrowed slightly, dialing again, after 3 or 4 unsuccessful attempts. Lu Shuya's brow furrowed deeper. Still no answer. What should we do? Lin Yuru sensed something was amiss, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Should we report to the police? Lu Shuya's expression turned serious as she inhaled deeply. Just as Qin Qing's call came through. Hello, Xiaoqing. What happened earlier? Lu Shuya answered urgently. Where are you now? Still at school. We'll come to pick you up. On the other end, Qin Qing quickly replied, Shuya, I'm fine. I just twisted my ankle a bit. Thankfully, Teacher Wang passed by and took me to the infirmary. Is it serious? Lin Yuru leaned in, concern evident in her tone. Should we take you to the hospital? Is this Lu Shuya and Lin Yuru? Came Wang Yan's gentle voice from the other end. Hello, Teacher Wang. Lu Shuya and Lin Yuru exchanged glances before greeting in unison. Qin Qing just twisted her ankle. A bit of ointment will suffice. Teacher Wang will escort her home shortly, so there's no need to worry. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Lu Shuya replied, her demeanor polite and grateful. After hanging up, Lu Shuya toyed with her phone, her brow still furrowed. That scared me. I thought something terrible had happened to Xiaoqing. Lin Yuru sighed in relief, patting her chest. Lu Shuya gazed out at the passing scenery, lost in thought, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. At the Greenvine Villa district, this was a hidden paradise, exuding tranquility and luxury in every inch of space. In the softly toned living room, a meaty aroma wafted through the air, beneath elegant decorations and paintings. Several figures sat on exquisite sofas, all shrouded in black robes. Wang Yan has reported in. She has infiltrated Kanglin Academy and secretly controlled several teachers. A portly man removed his black robe, slumping into the luxurious sofa, his body resembling a mountain, spilling over with excess flesh. That's not sufficient. Merely controlling a few inconsequential teachers makes it difficult to implement our subsequent plans. A figure in the center, clad in black robes and a clown mask, spoke indifferently. How is the progress with the other academies? Relatively smooth, but the only troublesome one is Kanglin Academy, replied a petite figure in black robes. We must hasten our pace. The clown-clad figure rhythmically tapped his fingers on the sofa, coldly stating, "The Demon Suppression Office has been making frequent moves, keeping a close watch on us. G-Air, keep a close eye on Kanglin Academy, that I've heard that the Demon Suppression Office's Bing Jiao has been appointed as a martial instructor." The clown-clad figure cautioned the portly man, "This woman is no trifling matter." G-Air smirked confidently, "Don't worry, boss. With me here, there will be no issues. Exercise caution. Don't become overconfident." The petite black-robed figure interjected coolly. "Have you forgotten how the brothers Zhuo met their demise?" Upon hearing this, G-Air paused. "Weren't they killed by the Meng Tu?" Meng Tu? The petite figure scoffed. Zhuo and the others were dealt with by Yanlong and Fengying. Yanlong, Fengying? G-Air's brow furrowed in confusion. Are there Yanlong and Fengying in the Demon Suppression Office? I only recall Meng Tu, Mei Yang, and Bing Jiao. Fool, the petite figure scorned. Zhuo and the others were slain by the Yanlong armor and Fengying armor. Chapter 30. Not even 500, and still chasing girls. The evening sky resembled a flowing painting, with the hues of dusk akin to a melodious tune, enchanting and moving. Pat, Li Luodi, thoroughly at ease, lit a cigarette. Leaning against the passenger door, exhaling clouds of smoke that danced gracefully in the A.I.R.D. Li Luodi. "I feel like you're deceiving me." Tang Shui, now tidied up, washed her pink cheeks with bottled water. "Deceiving?" Li Luodi paused. Puzzled. "What makes you say that?" After using 2 bottles of water, Tang Shui finally cleaned her beautiful face, her enchanting eyes reflecting grievance as she murmured, "Didn't you say that stuff would improve my skin when applied? Why do I still feel no change?" Hearing this, a wry smile crept across Li Luodi's lips. "What good is it to leave it on for just 3 seconds? It won't even penetrate. You need to let it sit on your face longer." Tang Shui rolled her eyes, feigning annoyance that it's getting late. "I need to go home. How can I leave it on my face the whole time?" "First, drop my boyfriend off at the hotel, and then take me home." "No problem." Li Luodi nodded. An hour later, having dropped Tang Shui off at an upscale neighborhood, Li Luodi was about to head home when he received a call from his parents, informing him of their business trip for the next few days, urging him to stay home safely. After hanging up, Li Luodi pondered, since he wouldn't be seeing his parents for a while, he might as well visit Yi Fan at the security bureau that he figured Yi Fan should be out by now. "I don't believe how many life-saving gadgets you have." With that thought, Li Luodi drove his RS-7 toward the security bureau. Greenvine Security Bureau. Yi Fan was utterly exhausted, resembling a sow that had burst from the confines of its pen, his limbs weakly collapsing to the ground, as if all the strength had been siphoned from his body. With a despondent gaze fixed upon the ceiling, tears streamed down his cheeks. Fortunately, he possessed unparalleled medical skills, employing a unique secret formula. Within half an hour, the pain in his rear had considerably diminished. How dare these 2 scoundrels humiliate this Dragon King in such a manner? They had unwittingly paved their own path to demise, struggling to rise. Yi Fan's eyes burned with resentment, and he unleashed a powerful punch against the wall. The memories of the harrowing days he had endured filled him with a sense of injustice that made him want to weep. Once a formidable Dragon King, he had commanded the winds and rains in the ice and snow Dragon Valley, wielding unparalleled authority. Even many hidden sects and martial arts families had shown him a modicum of respect. Yet, ever since his realm had plummeted from martial sovereign to mere martial artist, and he was forced to arrive in the city prematurely, he had faced a string of setbacks. Not only had he failed to attract any beautiful women, but his rear had also suffered greatly alongside him. Damn it, when the day arrived for this Dragon King to regain his strength, all those who had insulted him would meet their end, of course, with the exception of the ladies. Yi Fan added with a note of clarity, for he understood that although these beautiful women might outwardly berate and roll their eyes at him, at their core, they were merely protecting him. Yi Fan, come forth for a routine interrogation. At that moment, 2 members of the security bureau coldly called from outside the iron door. Finally, he could leave. Yi Fan rejoiced, for he truly wished to escape this dreadful place. Remember, know what can and cannot be said. A burly man sneered contemptuously and coldly threatened, "You ought to understand." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression turned icy. His fists clenched tightly. This was the very individual who had just caused him great discomfort, and he vowed that once he emerged, this man would surely perish. The secret of the Dragon King being humiliated was one that only the dead could guard. Yi Fan took a deep breath and begrudgingly replied, "I understand. That's more like it." The burly man smirked with satisfaction and then escorted Yi Fan to the interrogation room. Inside, several members of the security bureau awaited him. Name? Sun Fei asked with an expressionless face, her beautiful eyes devoid of any emotion as she scrutinized Yi Fan. Holy cow, a stunning beauty. Here she comes, the beautiful policewoman who would rescue him from his dire straits. He knew that as the child of fortune, how could he possibly lack romantic encounters? His wife had arrived, had she not? The charming policewoman, though a well-worn trope from years past, held no concern for Yi Fan. The law of true beauty always prevailed. Sun Fei donned her uniform, her short hair framing an exceptionally proportioned figure, exuding an air of competence. Don't ask. Just know that policewomen have extraordinary physiques. In the city, the beauties were indeed captivating. Yi Fan attempted to feign clear, untainted eyes, the kind that could attract a woman's favor. Regrettably, he could not pull it off, for he was neither a protagonist nor a university student. Such treatment was beyond his reach. Little did he know, he simply smirked, self-assuredly declaring, Yi Fan. He believed he appeared suave and distinguished, unaware that his previous demeanor had already instilled disdain in Sun Fei. Age, 28 this year, currently unmarried. Who asked if you were married? Sun Fei frowned with displeasure. Be honest, and answer the questions asked. Silly fool. Yi Fan grinned. You should know that such tactics of feigned indifference are outdated. In the novels he had perused, once encountering a heroine, they often spoke insincerely, their outward demeanor contrasting sharply with their inner thoughts. Clearly, this captivating policewoman had developed a keen interest in his seemingly ordinary, yet confident face from the very beginning. Yi Fan understood. Suddenly, a young man beside Sun Fei scoffed, observing the scene. I thought I was witnessing some kind of light novel. If I ever read about someone provoking a public servant, I would unequivocally give the author a poor review. Isn't this just a glitch plotline? Yi Fan frowned. What did you say? In response, Sun Fei closed the notebook before her and coolly stated, provoking a public servant is punishable by 5 to 10 days of detention, along with a fine of 500 yuan. With that, Sun Fei stood and left, reminding him to ensure the fine was paid. What the hell is going on? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. According to the script, his remarks should have left a profound impression on the beautiful policewoman. Why was this not following the usual tropes? Beautiful. Officer, grant me another chance to rephrase my words. Yi Fan panicked. If he were truly imprisoned for 10 days, he would miss the awakening of the spiritual vein and the lunar eclipse, among other significant events. You pathetic loser, daring to tease Officer's son. The young man smirked mockingly, then turned to Yi Fan with a cold smile. Pay the 500 yuan fine first, otherwise your punishment will be increased. 500 yuan. Yi Fan was frantic. Where am I supposed to find 500 yuan? Upon hearing this, all the members of the security bureau in the interrogation room wore mocking smiles. You can't even scrape together 500, yet you think you can charm women? No money. Then you'll stay for another 5 days. Just as the struggling Yi Fan was being led away, a wave of ominous energy quietly seeped into the security bureau. Chapter 31. The darkening Yi Fan wait. The interrogation is far from over. This is too hasty. Yi Fan, restrained by 2 members of the security bureau, struggled fiercely, shouting, I refuse to comply. Refuse to comply? The young man wore a cold smirk. Let us not even discuss your incitement of crime and the assault on the elderly, just for provoking a public servant. Don't even think about leaving in the next few days. When did I ever assault an elderly person? Yi Fan's face flushed red with anger, his eyes blazing as if they might ignite flames. You are blatantly slandering me. I want to make a phone call. I want bail. Yi Fan realized that if he wished to avoid jail, he had no choice but to seek help from Lu Tianhai. To think that the illustrious Dragon King of the Ice and Snow Dragon Valley had fallen to such depths filled him with shame and indignation. This was not how he had envisioned things. Could it be that times had changed? Hello, your phone has insufficient balance. Please. That Yi Fan listened in dismay to the cold yet sweet voice emanating from his phone. The crowd. Ahem. Yi Fan awkwardly chuckled. Everyone, could you lend me a bit of money to recharge my phone? I promise to repay you 100-fold once I'm out. Huh. The young man scoffed. You've got a mere 5 coins to your name. And you dare to say such things? You can't even pay your damn fine. Just stay here obediently. At least they'll provide you with meals. Bang. Yi Fan was ultimately confined in a dormitory filled with numerous others. These blind fools would soon come to regret their actions. Yi Fan kicked the door heavily. and after venting his impotent rage, he felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. What should he do next, without anyone to rescue him? How could he possibly get out? Escape? As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Fan vigorously shook his head, dismissing the notion that in this day and age, surveillance was everywhere, and with high technology aplenty, dealing with a mere advanced martial artist was as simple as cracking a peanut. While Yi Fan pondered, a teasing voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Hey, buddy, what brings you here? What did you do to end up in this place?" Turning around, Yi Fan saw a bare-chested young man with a dragon tattooed across his chest. Looking down at him with a haughty expression, Yi Fan surveyed the dormitory filled with men of varying heights and appearances, smirking disdainfully. A group of ants dared to address this Dragon King as a buddy? They weren't even worthy of licking his toes. "What the hell, Dragon Bro, I'm talking to you." At that moment, a long-haired man with a fierce expression rolled up his sleeves. "You think you can be so arrogant? Looking for a fight, huh? Brothers, let us give this newcomer a little workout." Seeing this, Yi Fan smirked. "Step aside. I'm about to show off." Slap, slap, slap. In less than 3 minutes, all the dozens of men in the dormitory lay sprawled on the ground, howling like ghosts. Alas, no beautiful women were present to witness this spectacle. Yi Fan felt a twinge of regret as he approached the tattooed man. Looking down at him, "I was just about to ask you, why does your dragon only have half a body?" The tattooed man trembled in fear, his face pale, finally realizing that the person before him was a martial artist, and timidly replied, "I only got halfway. It was too painful, so I had it stopped." "You're a half-assed dragon." Yi Fan chuckled coldly, then delivered a powerful kick. "You coward. How dare you tattoo a dragon? Truly a death wish. Yi Fan, you dare to hit me." Just then, several members of the security bureau appeared outside the door. Witnessing the scene, they bellowed, "Add 5 more days, and another 500 yuan fine." "Huh?" Yi Fan was taken aback, angrily exclaiming, "On what grounds? They were the ones who started it. Still daring to argue. Take him and put him in a solitary room." Bang! Yi Fan was again confined to a dormitory, this time in a solitary small room. How could this happen? Yi Fan sat helplessly on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, his eyes filled with confusion. Tsuke, the renowned Dragon King, had sunk to such depths. It was truly a lamentable state. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed throughout the room. "Who is it?" Yi Fan straightened his back, scanning his surroundings with a serious expression, but he heard a sinister cackle. At the moment, the eerie and terrifying laughter echoed. A sinister aura lingered in the corner of the room, and a figure cloaked in black materialized, an elder of the Soul Hall. Yi Fan was taken aback, cautiously inquiring, "What elder of the Soul Hall?" The figure in black, perplexed, appeared somewhat dazed, before removing the hood to reveal her true visage. "Oh my, what a stunning beauty!" Yi Fan's gaze became vacant, his mouth nearly watering upon seeing the woman's appearance. The woman beneath the black cloak possessed long, wine-red hair and an alluring countenance, dressed in a black velvet slip dress. Her fair and delicate skin seemed to glow under the light. The hem of her dress reached her knees, exposing 2 slender legs. Seeing Yi Fan's lecherous expression, Mi Lu felt a wave of disgust. However, she concealed her feelings and smiled lightly. Introducing herself, "I am Mi Lu of the Shun Yin family." "The Shun Yin family?" Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. "The Shun Yin family of the 3 great families of the demon realm?" "Indeed," Mi Lu replied with a charming smile. "I have come to discuss a collaboration with you, Great Dragon King Yi." They had long been aware that the Dragon King of the Ice and Snow Dragon Valley had reached the martial sovereign realm before being ambushed. Undoubtedly a formidable force. Although he currently appeared as merely a minor martial artist, there was no telling when he might regain his former strength. The Ice and Snow Dragon Valley, after all, was a significant power. With their assistance, their upcoming plans would be far easier to execute. With a cold smirk, Yi Fan rose, hands clasped behind his back. "What is my identity? And what is yours?" "I am a righteous figure. The protagonist, the destined child of fortune. Why would I condescend to collaborate with you filthy, despicable creatures?" To be frank, although Yi Fan had a penchant for beautiful women and his thoughts often wandered, as a being from Blue Star, he had no desire to sully himself by associating with demons. Indeed, Great Dragon King Yi. Such vision, such mentality. Mi Lu clapped in laughter, but soon, a hint of mockery appeared on her enchanting face. "But have you not considered the humiliations you have endured these past few days? No one understands you, and you have suffered betrayal, With your status and this ordinary yet confident visage, you could have a harem of 3,000 beauties. It is a pity those women lack vision. If you collaborate with us, the Shunyin family will exert all efforts to see you ascend to the throne of Dixia. Thereafter, you shall be the true ruler of Dixia, commanding the world. Who would dare oppose you? Mi Lu's words were highly enticing, and Yi Fan's thoughts began to waver as he lifted his head, speaking solemnly. Is what you say truly genuine? At this, Mi Lu smiled brightly, her eyes gleaming with pride. It is indeed true. In that case, come over and let me give you a shot. Yi Fan began to undress, exclaiming, I have been utterly pinned up these past few days. By the heavens, this insufferable man, is his mind filled with nothing but lewd thoughts? Mi Lu, taken aback, seemed petrified, her expression frozen in shock. Soon, Yi Fan stood fully naked, and upon turning to see Mi Lu, who resembled a statue, he scolded, Why are you still standing there? Time is precious. Did you not say you would use the full strength of your clan to elevate me to the throne? Why the hesitation now? At this point, Yi Fan's demeanor turned icy. Are you implying that everything you just said was a deception? Hearing this, Mi Lu's lips twitched as she looked at Yi Fan, who was clad only in a small pepper. A flicker of sarcasm flashed in her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she took a deep breath and explained, My monthly visitor has arrived, I assure you. Next time, do demons experience such a thing? Yi Fan questioned skeptically, before leering, No worries. I can accept a little red light. Mi Lu's face turned pale, and she struggled to suppress the impulse to slap this man away. She had mentally prepared herself for a rough encounter, but the sour odor emanating from Yi Fan made it impossible for her to proceed. Our demon physiology is different. Our blood is blue and has corrosive side effects on humans. Mi Lu regarded Yi Fan's small pepper with a desire to exclaim, Who gave you the audacity? How disappointing. Yi Fan's expression revealed his displeasure, a hint of frustration emanating from him, but I am quite irritable at the moment. Mi Lu's brows furrowed slightly as she replied coolly, Great Dragon King Yi, you need not rush. In the future, there will be countless beauties lining up to become your harem. Fine. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively, his eyes darting around as he hesitantly said, Could you pull your dress down a bit? I will be ready in no time, Mi Lu. It must be said, Yi Fan was truly a craftsman. In a word, perfection. 2.5 minutes later, Yi Fan was thoroughly satisfied and felt rejuvenated. Great Dragon King Yi, please follow me outside. Mi Lu's expression remained impassive. She regretted not sending that fellow Jier to negotiate instead. Encountering this lecherous man, she wished to send a message to her family. Family, who understands? I have met a ridiculously lewd man that I regret this. Yi Fan's face displayed a hint of annoyance as he slapped his thigh. What is it? Mi Lu asked, her face tense. Did this fellow take offense at her refusal? We ought to find my police flower wife. Yi Fan mused aloud. If my police flower wife knows I am upset, she will surely help me. Mi Lu's mouth twitched. She feared that if this continued, her own lips would twist in a similar fashion. By the way, although I am reluctantly agreeing to collaborate with you, I will not disclose our relationship until our grand ambitions are realized. Yi Fan seemed to have an epiphany as he stated nonchalantly. Just as he pondered how to exit, these demons conveniently showed up. Truly a stroke of luck that as for collaborating with these demons, it was merely a verbal agreement. Should they truly accomplish great feats, he might begrudgingly accept the throne of Xia. If they failed, Yi Fan would undoubtedly be at the forefront of the battle against demons. Mi Lu concealed an inscrutable emotion in her eyes, a hint of a smile on her lips. That is only natural. Very well. Yi Fan nodded lightly, indicating for her to lead the way. By the way, how do you intend to get me out? Is it truly a jailbreak? Mi Lu, somewhat speechless, thought, this man truly has no sense. His head must be filled with nothing but lewd thoughts. Of course not. We have made arrangements, and someone will release you shortly. Oh. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. You are quite impressive, even managing to infiltrate the security bureau. Naturally. Mi Lu smiled with confidence. Collaborate with us, and await your rise to power. Yi Fan waved his hand nonchalantly. I am not worried about that, as long as there are plenty of beauties. By the way, aside from you, does your family have any particularly beautiful women, like mature women? Lawless, stunning young married women, sister pairs, or mothers? Great Dragon King Yi. Mi Lu's expression darkened, as if she could squeeze water from her face, and spoke in a low tone. With power and influence, what kind of woman could you not find? Now is not the time to be preoccupied with women. It would hinder you. Very well. Yi Fan felt slightly uncomfortable. As a dignified dragon king, receiving a lecture from a woman was irksome enough. But he found her appearance somewhat redeeming, sparing her further words. All right, I will take my leave. In 10 minutes, someone will come to escort you out. Mi Lu wished fervently to not spend another second in his presence. Understood. You may go. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively. As if shooing away a servant, a dangerous glint flickered in Mi Lu's eyes, but she chose to remain silent, just as she was about to leave. A shiver ran down her spine, and an indescribable sense of dread enveloped her. When her beautiful eyes turned towards the door, she gritted her teeth. Snow Mastiff armor? Yi Fan was equally startled when a massive white creature appeared outside the door. It was entirely silver, shimmering with a dazzling light, its armored head bearing distinct canine features, adorned with authentic fur on its shoulders, making it an unforgettable sight. Snow Mastiff armor. By the heavens, where did this come from? Yi Fan exclaimed, startled as the radiant Snow Mastiff armor emerged. A look of trepidation crossed Mi Lu's face, and she surveyed the surroundings coldly, asking, "Where are your companions?" with a mere tilt of its head. The Snow Mastiff effortlessly pushed open the iron door. "Wait until you lie down. Then I will tell you." The Snow Mastiff armor stretched its arms, accompanied by the delightful sound of metal clashing. Snow Mastiff armor. Although I do not know how you arrived here, do you think a few shabby armors can halt the march of our great army? That is sheer folly. This Xia ultimately belongs to us demons. Mi Lu extended her jade hand, a blood-red long knife appearing in her grasp, as she coldly declared, "Today, I shall take revenge for Zui Yi and the others by slaying you first." The Snow Mastiff, clad in armor, twisted its neck with an emotionless tone, declaring, "You are indeed as arrogant and conceited as the supernatural beasts, seeking death." Mi Lu gritted her silver teeth, and in the next moment, a fierce and malevolent glint surged in her eyes. An overwhelming aura of dark magic unfurling without restraint. Whoosh! Mi Lu's figure darted forward like an arrow, appearing in front of the Snow Mastiff armor in an instant, her hand firmly grasping the dark red blade. With a swift motion, the razor-sharp blade cleaved towards the Snow Mastiff's throat with ruthless intent. From the outset, Mi Lu displayed a seasoned and vicious assault, her aura suggesting a warrior seasoned by countless battles. Undoubtedly stained with much blood, the blade's light swept past the Snow Mastiff's armored visage, yet it showed no inclination to evade, lightly blocking with its left forearm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, accompanied by dazzling sparks. The Snow Mastiff cast a fleeting glance at Mi Lu before unleashing a powerful right fist, propelled by a fierce gale, aimed directly at her face. Mi Lu's gaze sharpened, and she swiftly withdrew her blade. Retreating, "You better put in some effort." The Snow Mastiff armor extended its arms behind, warning, "Otherwise, you will miss your chance." Such shameless bravado. Mi Lu's eyes turned icy, as the pressure of her dark magic enveloped the Snow Mastiff armor. Instantly, her blade radiated an overwhelming light, akin to a tornado, filling the entire cell as it surged towards the vital points surrounding the Snow Mastiff armor. Boom! The floor and walls of the room were shredded by the blade's light, leaving deep gashes, with several walls sliced cleanly in half, their fractured edges smooth as mirrors. What on earth is happening? Many prisoners, confined in their cells, stared dumbfoundedly at Mi Lu confronting the Snow Mastiff armor. As they beheld the gaps in the walls, they frantically scrambled to escape. Enemy attack. The prisoners are breaking out. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the security bureau, and numerous members rushed to apprehend the escaping inmates. Under the bed, Yi Fan was left with only his backside visible. The clash between titans like the Snow Mastiff armor and Mi Lu was far beyond the reach of a mere martial artist like him. One powerful strike from them could obliterate him entirely. Hearing the tremendous commotion, Yi Fan poked his head out to survey the ruins and fleeing prisoners, his eyes flickering with apprehension as he decided to flee as well. He was uncertain whether the Snow Mastiff armor had overheard his conversation with Mi Lu. If such information were to be exposed, both he and the Ice Dragon Valley would face ruin. Sun Fei and her team rushed to the scene, and upon witnessing the chaos, her expression turned furious. Without hesitation, she drew her sidearm and fired a shot into the air. Bang! The deafening gunshot quickly subdued most of the crowd, except for a handful of prisoners with serious charges who continued their flight. The others, merely detained for a few days, dared not flee further. After all, this was tantamount to a jailbreak. What is going on? Sun Fei seethed, her teeth clenched. Captain Sun, look over there. It seems the snow mastiff armor is battling against the demon. A young man in uniform pointed towards the fray, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Sun Fei spotted Milu engaged in combat with the snow mastiff armor, her shock quickly morphing into command. Organize the personnel to surround this area. If the fleeing prisoners ignore the warning shots, we are authorized to shoot them on sight. Furthermore, report everything happening here to the director immediately. Understood. In the midst of the chaos, as the blade's light surged forth, the snow mastiff armor slightly raised its head and began to rotate a mechanism at its waist that a flicker of silver light erupted, projecting a virtual panel containing a glistening war axe labeled Thunderclap Axe. The primary weapon of the snow mastiff armor, its hefty axe blade could inflict both sharp cutting and powerful blunt damage, harnessing formidable energy. Clang! The snow mastiff gripped the Thunderclap Axe and merely held it horizontally before itself. The moment the slashing blade struck the axe, a resounding clash echoed, sparks flying, as it instantly dissipated into myriad points of light. Cursed creature! Milu glared at the Thunderclap Axe blocking the snow mastiff armor, her expression darkening. Gritting her teeth, she refused to believe that this armored warrior was truly so formidable. Blood Demon Slash. Milu stepped forward, her blade shifting into a ferocious arc, the dark red blade glinting ominously as it shimmered with crimson light. Descending with overwhelming force, facing Milu's savage onslaught, the snow mastiff armor tightened its grip on the Thunderclap Axe and struck down with tremendous force, transforming into a silver streak that collided violently with the red glow. Boom! An astonishing gust swept through, causing the ground beneath the snow mastiff and Milu to sink deeply. The powerful wind nearly toppled Sun Fei and her companions. Boom! In the next instant, the dark red blade slipped from Milu's grasp. Her body propelled backward as if struck by a tremendous force, crashing against a wall and embedding herself within it that a metallic taste filled her throat, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Hey, is that Ziqiao? At this moment, a member of the security bureau pulled out his phone, exclaiming in disbelief, I'm not joking. I actually saw the snow mastiff armor beating the demon. What the hell? How could this happen? Milu, looking somewhat disheveled, was about to struggle to her feet when the snow mastiff suddenly teleported before her, the Thunderclap Axe raised high. Bang! Just as the axe was about to strike her down, she transformed into a wisp of dark magic and vanished. The Thunderclap Axe ultimately cleaved only the ground. Watching Milu escape, the snow mastiff armor snorted coldly, muttering, next time, you won't be so fortunate. Subsequently, it cast a fleeting glance at Sun Fei and the other bewildered members of the security bureau before extending its arms, enveloped in silver light, and soon disappeared from sight. Captain Sun, what just happened? All security bureau members were left in a state of confusion, staring blankly at Sun Fei. She surveyed the devastation around her, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, she gazed out the window at the sky, sighed heavily, and murmured, lately, these demons have been appearing with increasing frequency. It is said that certain nations on Blue Star have already fallen. Chapter 34. Claw Shadow Legion. As night fell, a bright full moon hung in the sky, the stars twinkling faintly, adorning the dark expanse. Thud, thud, thud. Yifan, in a state of panic, dashed through the alleyways, evading the gaze of the security bureau members. He ran swiftly, leaving the bureau behind him. Who? Reaching a corner, he stopped to catch his breath, gasping heavily. Damn it, why is this world so different from what I imagined? Yifan slammed his fist against the wall, his expression a mix of astonishment and rage. Not only were there demons in this world, but armored warriors had also emerged. If this continues, will characters like Grey Wolf, Sun Wukong, Neza, Doraemon, Luffy, and even Ultraman Dyna make an appearance? If all these deities descend upon China, how can he, Yifan, maintain his bravado? At this moment, Yifan felt incredibly unlucky. Since descending the mountain, he had neither acquired a drop of blood nor avoided being beaten to a pulp, confined in a dark room. After much contemplation, he concluded that his current predicament was due to his insufficient strength. Thus, Yifan resolved that the immediate priority was to endure, refrain from showing off, and instead focus on enhancing his abilities. Biding his time for development, the first step was to find Lu Tianhai, seeking his connections to have the Bureau's pursuit called off. Yifan stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with determination as he retrieved a plain black box from his underwear. Contemplating, It seems I must take this elixir in advance. Once he regained his peak, it would be his moment to shine. Whoosh, just as Yi was deep in thought, a sharp blade, glimmering with cold light, suddenly shot toward him. What the hell? Yi Fan was startled, but fortunately his reflexes were quick, allowing him to retreat just in time to avoid the deadly strike. However, the box slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Clatter. In the darkness, a hand resembling a razor-sharp claw appeared in Yi Fan's astonished view, picking up the fallen box. Who dares to ambush this Dragon King? Yi Fan's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed. Return the box to me, or I will make you wish you were never born. The elixir within the box was crucial, determining whether he could return to the martial sovereign realm. The owner of the hand that retrieved the box gradually emerged from the shadows, illuminated by a faint light, revealing his true appearance. The figure stood approximately 1.88 meters tall, clad in ninja garb, his eyes glowing a sinister red, his slender, sharp physique exuding an air of striking handsomeness. The razor-sharp claws seemed capable of slicing through anything, while his feet resembled pointed spikes. You are also a demon? Upon seeing the person's face, a flicker of fear crossed Yi Fan's eyes, for some reason. This individual felt oddly familiar. The Claw Shadow Ninja toyed with the box in his hand, then waved his arm. From the dark corner, two more Claw Shadow Ninjas, identical in appearance, emerged, maintaining their swift pace as they brandished their razor-sharp claws. Radiating a chilling aura in the blink of an eye, the two ninjas materialized before Yi Fan like phantoms, their claws slicing through the air as they lunged at him. Wait, don't draw your weapons. We on the same side. Yi Fan was jolted with fear, his entire body trembling as the swinging steel claws descended with tremendous force, the air crackling around him. Should he be struck? It was likely his head would be cleaved into numerous fragments. With no other option, he noticed the two Shadow Claw ninjas bearing indifferent expressions, their claws poised to pierce his skull. He had no choice but to retreat swiftly. Yet the ninjas pursued him with alarming speed, akin to maggots clinging to bone, relentlessly closing in on Yi Fan, each swing of their claws bringing him closer to the gates of death. I only just negotiated a partnership with your Shinyin clan today. Are you truly considering going back on your word? Yi Fan exclaimed, panic-stricken as he desperately evaded their attacks. Suddenly, the two ninjas coordinated their assault, and Yi Fan soon found himself overwhelmed that a brutal strike from one of the ninjas left 5 horrific gashes across his back, blood gushing forth. Damn it! Yi Fan grimaced in agony, his face contorting in rage as he retreated to a corner, vowing, this Dragon King shall fight you to the bitter end. His inner energy surged forth, and without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch at the foremost ninja. The latter scoffed, seemingly dismissive, transforming his claws into an open palm. Bracing for the impact, bang, upon their fists colliding, Yi Fan's expression shifted dramatically as a searing pain shot through his arm. The ninja's steel fist was overwhelmingly powerful, shattering the energy enveloping Yi Fan's punch and sending him hurtling backward. Like a kite severed from its string, he flew through the air, tasting blood as it surged forth from his throat. Who are you? Yi Fan struggled to rise, his expression dark and brooding in that moment. He noticed the absence of any demonic aura surrounding the ninjas, leading him to conclude they were not demons. But if they were not demons, then what were they? Were they perhaps his enemies? No doubt Yi Fan's body quaked with fury, his eyes glinting with icy malice as he bellowed. Are you in league with those black-clad figures from the other night? I have only just descended from the mountain and, to my knowledge, have not offended any of you that if you wish for my death, at least grant me the courtesy of understanding why. As he roared, Yi Fan's left hand stealthily slipped into his pocket. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of intense heat erupted from a distance, a powerful flame surging forth, radiating an unbearable temperature that caused the very air to hiss. Bang! The flames collided with Yi Fan, resulting in a violent explosion that left a gaping hole in the wall behind him. From behind a nearby telephone pole, Li Ludi retracted his dragon talisman, coldly instructing the nearby Shadow Claw ninja, go for the kill. I wish to see just how many tricks he has left to save his life. The Shadow Claw ninja nodded, swiftly moving to join the other two ninjas. After exchanging glances, they split up, slowly advancing towards the bloodied and battered Yi Fan. With a swift motion, one of the ninjas struck down upon the unconscious Yi Fan. Boom! At that moment, a radiant light erupted from Yi Fan's chest, sending forth a formidable energy shockwave that knocked the attacking ninja off his feet. Boom! In an instant, Yi Fan, who had opened his eyes unbeknownst to him, hurled two black projectiles from his hand, which soared through the air and struck the chests of the other two ninjas. Bang! Instantly, both ninjas were sent flying. Damn it! I've wasted precious means of survival. Yi Fan grunted as he staggered to his feet, pulling out a black clay pellet the size of a quail egg from his undergarments and popping it into his mouth, gritting his teeth against the foul taste. He swallowed, feeling a surge of strength return to him. Return the box to me, and perhaps I might spare your lives. Yi Fan glared at the downed Shadow Claw ninjas, suppressing his murderous intent as he spoke in a low tone. Otherwise, I shall flay your skins. The three ninjas remained expressionless, their crimson eyes devoid of emotion as they coldly regarded Yi Fan. Stubborn fools. Yi Fan seethed, an icy glint flashing in his eyes before he smiled menacingly. Then you shall die. This Dragon King will reclaim what is rightfully mine. As he spoke, he revealed a gleaming dagger, its blade shimmering with a deadly chill. Suddenly, from the shadows, three more Shadow Claw ninjas emerged, surrounding Yi Fan from the left, right, and behind. What the hell? There are more! Yi Fan's body trembled with fear, his teeth gritting as he cursed. Damn it. He aimed his crossbow at the three ninjas and fired multiple fine needles. Yet the ninjas moved with such speed, they were akin to phantoms, avoiding his shots with ease in the blink of an eye. They closed in on him, their steel claws slicing through the air, aimed at his vital points. With a fierce determination, Yi Fan discarded his crossbow and swiftly prepared another black clay pellet from his armpit. Once consumed, his demeanor shifted to one of heightened aggression. His eyes bloodshot, yet his overall strength surged like a rocket. This Dragon King will shatter your bones, one by one. Yi Fan's gaze flickered with a murderous intent as he aligned his fingers. Gathering a formidable surge of energy, with each flick of his fingers, he repelled the ninja's assault. Given his current power, he easily handled the three ninjas' onslaught. However, his injuries weighed heavily upon him. Even with the pellet's restorative effects, each attack reopened his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain, which significantly diminished his impact. Bang, bang, bang. The four figures danced like a whirlwind, their energies colliding with a deep, resonant thud. From a distance, Li Luodi watched with a hint of regret, lamenting that his own strength was insufficient. Otherwise, he could have summoned more Shadow Claw ninjas. With dozens at his command, they could have beaten Yi Fan to death without him lifting a finger. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he waved his hand, causing the three incapacitated ninjas to vanish into the darkness. He then toyed with the monkey talisman in his grasp, muttering to himself, I wonder if I can transform this fellow into a female monkey? Then I can toss him into the zoo to mate with a group of male monkeys. Amidst the fierce clash between Yi Fan and the three ninjas, his expression grew increasingly dire. The ninjas were highly experienced and coordinated, making the battle all the more challenging for him. If this continued, he would surely be worn down to nothing. He could not allow this to persist. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan's gaze darkened as he shouted, Thunderous Fist. In an instant, a brilliant glow of energy enveloped his right fist, coalescing into a blinding orb that radiated immense pressure. This was Yi Fan's signature technique. The Thunderous Fist, known for its incredible strength, he unleashed a powerful punch at the nearest Shadow Claw ninja, who, undaunted, transformed his claws into fists to meet the challenge head-on. Bang! Upon impact, the ninja was sent reeling, stumbling before regaining his footing. Yi Fan understood that his stamina was waning rapidly. After successfully striking one, he repeated the maneuver, sending another ninja flying as well. However, the last ninja displayed remarkable cunning, avoiding direct confrontation and relying on agility to wear Yi Fan down. Frustrated, Yi Fan shouted, What kind of skill is dodging? If you have the guts, face me head-on. No matter how vehemently he cursed, the ninja remained unfazed. 3 minutes later, Yi Fan's strength began to falter, and seizing the opportunity, the ninja kicked him away. Just as the steel claw aimed to pierce Yi Fan's throat, a dark flash shot from the opposite end of the alley. With a thud, it struck the ninja squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward. Kekekek, a sharp, mocking laugh echoed. The mighty Dragon King of the Ice and Snow Dragon Valley reduced to such a pitiful state. Who are you? Yi Fan choked back the metallic taste of blood, his gaze narrowing. Who else but our Shunyan clan would dare risk themselves to save you in such dire straits? A figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows, their eyes glinting with a peculiar green light. A hint of mockery in their gaze. Yi Longwang, It seems you owe us yet another favor. Wiping the blood from his lips and clutching his chest, Yi Fan replied coolly, no need for further words. I shall remember. Now, with a fierce glint in his eyes, Yi Fan pointed angrily at the 3 remaining Shadow Claw ninjas, roaring, crush them. I want them to suffer beyond death. As you wish, the figure in black. Though slightly irked by Yi Fan's command, said nothing further. With arms crossed, the black-cloaked figure gazed at the 3 ninjas, lowering their eyelids, and said flatly, end yourselves. Perhaps dying will bring you some semblance of comfort. Yi Fan, quietly recuperating from his injuries, felt a surge of dissatisfaction at these words. This was his line to deliver. He should be the one to instill fear as the 3 ninjas rose, their steel claws glinting ominously under the dim streetlight. They regarded the black figure with apprehension, their demeanor suggesting they were about to face a formidable foe. Fools! Upon witnessing the scene, the figure in the black robe let out a cold snort. And with a swift motion, he appeared before the 3 Shadow Claw ninjas that a large hand emerged from beneath his loose sleeves, poised to take action, when suddenly, 2 blazing golden rays shot forth from the distance. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the searing rays sent the figure in the black robe crashing to the ground, landing in a heap beside Yi Fan. Observing this spectacle, Yi Fan could not help but smile. He was well aware that a formidable expert lurked in the shadows. His decision to remain silent and not warn the figure in black was rooted in his unwillingness to allow anyone to outshine him. To usurp his title as the king of showmanship, had the figure in black been privy to Yi Fan's thoughts, he would likely have been compelled to deliver a swift slap to silence this fool. Chapter 36. The Monkey Talisman Who Dares to Sneak Attack Me. The figure in black glared at his torn garments, where 2 ghastly wounds oozed green blood. Enraged, he bellowed, "Get out here, you scoundrel!" Thud, 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 the sound of light footsteps echoed. Soon, an ordinary face gradually emerged into the view of Yi Fan and the figure in black. With a clatter, the 3 ninja shadows knelt on one knee, bowing their heads in submission. Who are you? Yi Fan regarded the unfamiliar visage thoughtfully, then coldly remarked, I don't recall having offended you, have I? Those shadow ninjas from the day before were likely your subordinates, were they not? The newcomer was none other than Li Luodi, who had merely employed the Monkey Talisman to alter his appearance. Monkey Talisman, capable of changing the physical structure and species attributes. Note, allows the holder to transform into any person, but can only change into animals for those outside the holder's identity. You, my good sir, is this face truly your real one? A glint of danger flickered in the figure's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he proposed, perhaps we could strike a deal. The palpable sense of danger radiating from this individual instilled a hint of caution in him. His body tensing slightly. He was uncertain of the stranger's origins, yet it was evident that he did not hail from the Demon Suppression Division. A deal. At this, Li Luodi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Certainly, if you eliminate this fellow beside you, I might consider negotiating with you. Preposterous. This scoundrel wishes to incite us to mutual destruction. Do not be swayed by his words. As soon as the last syllable left his mouth, Yi Fan erupted in anger, cursing, Do you even know who I am? I hail from the Ice Dragon Valley, and my master is on the brink of reaching the Martial King realm, should you dare to cross me. Once he descends from the mountain, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, he will ensure your bones are ground to dust. Faced with Yi Fan's impotent bluster, the figure in black regarded him with disdain. This fool, if they dared to attempt to kill you twice, would they be ignorant of your background? One cannot fathom how this imbecile managed to cultivate to the martial sovereign realm, let alone be the Dragon King of the Ice Dragon Valley. The figure in black had no intention of acquiescing to Li Luodi's demands, for despite Yi Fan's apparent lack of intelligence, his restored strength was at the martial sovereign level, and his master was a peak martial sovereign. Teetering on the edge of becoming a martial king, such power was a rare asset for them demons. Taking a deep breath, he probed, Very well, regardless of the extent of your conflict with him. Name your price. I will not haggle in his estimation, as long as it was not a matter of blood feud, money, beauty, or power could resolve anything, if it weren't for the need to fill 2,000 words for this chapter. Would I waste time with you 2 fools? Li Luodi chuckled self-deprecatingly, then moved with blinding speed, appearing before the figure in black with an oppressive aura. His right fist glimmered with light before he unleashed a straightforward attack against the figure in black. The air trembled as his punch cut through, producing a low, ominous sound. Li Luodi's strike, though seemingly mundane, was bolstered by the power of the Cow Talisman, capable of effortlessly shattering a boulder. Seeking death, the figure in black, realizing that Li Luodi had taken the initiative, stepped forward with a powerful stride. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth from him, causing his robes to billow fiercely. An overwhelming aura gathered around his fist, ready to clash with Li Luodi's. Boom. The moment of impact resonated through the alley. A ferocious shockwave surged outward in a circular pattern, causing the walls on either side to tremble. Yi Fan shielded his eyes, then eagerly peered into the fray. Thud, thud, thud. The two figures separated, the figure in black retreating several steps, while Li Luodi only stumbled back 3. How is this possible? The figure in black staggered briefly before regaining his balance. His face etched with terror. He sensed the absence of any spiritual energy from his opponent. And yet, even without exerting full strength, Li Luodi had managed to gain the upper hand in their initial clash. Seeing this, Yi Fan felt a pang of fear and subtly began to retreat. Yet soon, the 3 Shadow Claw ninjas blocked his path. Damn it, if this Dragon King does not unleash his might. Do you take me for Hello Kitty? Yi Fan seethed, resolving to no longer hold back. He realized that if the figure in black were to falter, he would not stand a chance against the stranger. Quickly regaining his composure, Yi Fan engaged in combat with the 3 Shadow Claw ninjas. Enough with the chatter. Li Luodi's expression remained unfazed as he surged forward once more. Arrogant fool, the figure in black, enraged, retaliated by drawing a long black knife that materialized in his hand. The blade bore ghastly engravings that exuded a chilling aura. Swish. With the knife in hand, the figure's gaze sharpened considerably as he stepped forth, transforming into a shadow that lunged at Li Luodi, wielding the knife with a wicked arc aimed directly at him. Li Luodi, witnessing the figure's draw, smirked slightly, then deftly evaded the lethal slash using the rabbit talisman, his agility allowing him to evade the onslaught. With a swift motion, Li Luodi appeared behind the figure in black, unleashing a torrent of searing flames from his palm, resembling an unstoppable fire dragon charging at him. An afterimage, the figure in black was filled with dread, and as he sensed the intense heat behind him, his hair stood on end. Instinctively, he turned, positioning the knife defensively. Boom! The moment the fire dragon collided with the knife, an explosion erupted, sending the figure in black hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, landing in a disheveled heap. Curse you! The figure in black glared at the shattered remains of his knife, a mixture of astonishment and fury washing over him. This individual could unleash a fire dragon. Swish! Li Luodi's dark eyes betrayed no hint of emotion as he reappeared before the figure in black, once again summoning a surge of searing flames from his palm, launching another fierce attack. Damnable wretch! The figure in black muttered under his breath, flipping his palm to reveal a shield the size of a hand, which rapidly transformed into a massive barrier that shielded him. Boom! As the magic shield materialized, the fire dragon barreled forward, crashing violently into the shield without hesitation. Bang! The resounding explosion shattered the shield, and the residual force bore down upon the figure in black. The figure's complexion paled instantly, then flushed crimson as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The explosion's power sent him flying, skidding along the ground for several dozen meters before colliding heavily with a utility pole. Chapter 37. The Power of the Monkey Talisman. Bang! Yi Fan, summoning every ounce of strength, managed to fend off the 3 Shadow Claw ninjas, upon witnessing the figure in black reduced to such a pitiful state. He was gripped by a wave of fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Flee! This singular thought consumed his mind. He was convinced that falling into the hands of this mysterious youth would be a fate worse than death. Damn it! Another talisman wasted. Yi Fan's eyes glinted with frustration as he fished a black talisman from his undergarments. In a mere 2 days, he was on the verge of exhausting his life-saving resources. Just as Yi Fan prepared to crush the talisman to escape, he felt a sudden presence behind him. Li Luodi appeared in a flash, his palm glowing with the cow talisman as he delivered a powerful punch to Yi Fan's back. Boom! Yi Fan was sent flying as if struck by lightning, landing in a heap beside the figure in black. Simultaneously, the talisman slipped from Yi Fan's grasp and fell into Li Luodi's hand. A pungent odor wafted through the air. Li Luodi pinched the corner of the talisman with 2 fingers, his face contorting in disgust as he tossed it to one of the Shadow Claw ninjas. Get rid of this stench. Without haste, Li Luodi approached the fallen figures of the black-robed man and Yi Fan, looking down at them with a bemused expression. That you've had your fun. It's time for you to move on. Spare me. Yi Fan quaked in fear, his terror freezing his features, leaving only quivering lips and evasive eyes. If you let me go, I will do anything you ask. Slap. Before Yi Fan could finish, Li Luodi delivered a sharp reprimand. You re not a beauty. What's with this feigned delicacy? A flicker of disdain crossed Li Luodi's eyes as he smiled and instructed one of the Shadow Claw ninjas, go find me a few male gorillas. The Shadow Claw ninja nodded and vanished into the shadows. What do you need male gorillas for? Yi Fan was taken aback, sensing a chill creeping into his bones. Li Luodi paid him no mind. Instead, turning his gaze towards the already mangled figure in the black robe, whose breath was faint. He picked up the severed blade from the ground. With a swift motion, the blade glinted, and blood gushed forth as a head rolled to the ground. Blue blood splattered onto Yi Fan's face, sending him into a trembling fright, as yellow liquid seeped from his trousers. Thud. Li Luodi delivered a punch, rendering Yi Fan unconscious. Keep watch. Li Luodi instructed calmly. Two Shadow Claw ninjas nodded respectfully before vanishing into the surroundings. Li Luodi approached the lifeless body of the black-robed figure, and with a flash of light from his palm, a sheep talisman suddenly appeared there. In the next moment, the talisman was directed at the corpse. And soon, a wisp of dark spiritual energy surged forth from within, quickly coalescing in Li Luodi's palm. It was akin to water splashing into a boiling pot of oil. Amidst the vibrations, the dark energy flowed into Li Luodi's body, rapidly enhancing his power. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Sheep talisman, soul search, explore the memories and soul of others, uncover their secrets and inner worlds. Possession, can seize the martial prowess and skills of the deceased, including special abilities such as lock-picking, driving, piloting, and repairing aircraft carriers. 10 minutes later, when Yi Fan groggily regained consciousness, he felt something warm licking his cheek. Struggling to open his eyes, he was greeted by several blurred and grotesque gorilla faces. Oh, what the hell? The translation is a curse word. Yi Fan hurriedly recoiled, wondering where these gorillas came from. Wait, didn't that mysterious youth kill him? Crash. As Yi Fan stumbled back a few steps, he collided with an iron bar. Producing a loud sound, he glanced around and suddenly realized he was trapped inside an iron cage, with 7 or 8 malevolent gorillas staring intently at him. Insignificant as a chicken, utterly defenseless. Yi Fan smirked coldly. Even at his worst, he surely wasn't no match for a few gorillas. The man who locked him in this cage had gravely miscalculated. Just as he prepared to sneer, he abruptly noticed the curvature of his mouth was too exaggerated, stretching all the way to the back of his head. Under normal circumstances, his mouth wouldn't twist that much. What was happening? Soon, Yi Fan sensed something was amiss with his body, as he found himself unable to speak coherently, only able to emit a series of nonsensical roars. His arms were long and slender, his entire body shrouded in darkness, blacker than coal, with an abundance of fur and a robust physique. What in the world? Has he turned into a gorilla? And it seems to be a female. This sudden turn of events left Yi Fan dumbfounded, his shock surging like a tidal wave, unable to subside. Suddenly, the 7 or 8 gorillas began thumping their chests, their eyes glowing green, and they lunged towards Yi Fan. Roar! Yi Fan howled, desperately banging against the iron bars. However, the cage was meticulously crafted, far too sturdy for him as a female gorilla to break through. Soon, he was encircled by the 7 or 8 gorillas in the cramped cage. After several dozen seconds, a particularly robust male gorilla was granted mating rights, while the others lined up behind. The heart-wrenching roars of the gorillas echoed through the night. Not far away, on a high platform, Li Luodi felt the surge of spiritual energy within him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The sheep talisman proved invaluable. After seizing the black-robed figure, it not only awakened his spiritual vein but also elevated him to the realm of a high-level martial artist. Now, not only was he stronger, but his ability to summon Shadow Claw ninjas had quintupled from 6 to over 30. Have you cleaned up the mess in your pants? Li Luodi asked one of the Shadow Claw ninjas. The latter nodded and thoughtfully brought over a tray filled with various oddities, bottles, talismans, jade pendants, and the like. Heh. Li Luodi raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. You seem quite prepared. All the opportunities that belong to you, I shall graciously accept. He waved his hand, ordering, now sanitize these items properly. I fear contamination. Once the Shadow Claw ninjas had retreated, Li Luodi gazed down at the anguished cries emanating from the iron cage, his lips curling slightly. Initially, he had intended to dispose of that fellow tonight. Yet, he suddenly had a change of heart. For the next few days, you shall keep company with these gorillas and see if you can produce a little Yi Fan. As for not eliminating the root of the problem, bringing forth endless troubles later on. Liloati was not the least bit concerned. After all, the author is not a fool. Would they truly write some ridiculous plot twists? On this night, some beings, gorillas, were destined to lose sleep. Chapter 38. Matsumoto Ichika, Shiraishi Mai.ye fan. The fated child of this world likely never imagined that in just a day, his rear would be split open. Liloati was in high spirits, humming a tune as he made his way to the car. With his parents away, his former wife had yet to make an appearance, and as for that little girl Linyuru, she would soon have her chance to throw herself at him. The long night stretched before him, devoid of sleep. With Tang Shui unable to meet, he decided to change venues. Tonight, he had no plans and would indulge in some music. Boom! The roar of the RS-7 echoed through the streets as he gradually drove towards the bustling city center. Even at nearly 11 o'clock, the night streets sparkled like a brilliant galaxy, sprawling through the city. The streetlights on either side shone as brightly as day, intertwining with the stars. Throughout the journey, Liloati drove at a brisk pace, perhaps due to the quality of the car, as no one dared to cut him off. Unlike in his previous life, driving a dilapidated vehicle, where he was constantly cut off and rebuked by irate drivers. Ding! Arriving at a traffic light, Liloati rolled down his window and lit a cigarette. The smoke swirling around him like a mystical haze, intoxicating him. "Hey handsome, can I add you on WeChat?" A white electric car pulled up alongside him, and a sensuously dressed woman with heavy makeup leaned out. Batting her eyelashes and holding up her phone to at her words, Liloati tilted his head slightly, glancing at the alluring woman. Her face was decent, and her figure acceptable, but her features were obviously altered. Her nose looked odd, and the makeup on her face could easily weigh 2 pounds. This did not meet Li Deshao's standards. "Queue up," Liloati replied nonchalantly. "Wait until my fish pond empties. Then you can apply again." After saying this, Liloati felt quite smug. He was no longer a frail remnant of a person, merely lying around consuming herbal supplements. At this moment, he was terrifyingly strong, excelling in every aspect, and thus at high standards. Dismissing ordinary flattery to be why the way that could the mouse talisman resurrect figures like Matsumoto Ichika, Shiraishi Mai, and Nakata Miki. Even if they had their own thoughts, they were utterly defenseless, and he could easily impose himself upon them. Contemplating this, Liloati let out a wretched smile, exuding a certain roguish charm. Upon hearing his words, the alluring woman chuckled awkwardly, her eyes flashing with a hint of resentment as she retracted her phone. As the cigarette burned down to his fingertips, Liloati had initially intended to toss it aside carelessly, but upon reflection, he could be perverse but not uncouth. Thus, he flicked the cigarette but into the hood of the alluring woman's car. "Damn it! Have you lost your sight, or what?" Seething with rage, the alluring woman cursed loudly at the same time. As the green light was about to illuminate, an elderly lady with a hunched back and a cane staggered across the crosswalk. Her somewhat murky eyes scanned the vehicles at the red light. Observing the row of ordinary family cars, some even bearing scratches, her gaze was filled with disappointment. However, upon spotting a brand new black Audi on the far left, her eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Liloati, utterly bored, closed his window while waiting for the light to change, noticing every movement of the elderly lady. Just as he sensed something amiss, the elderly lady wobbled towards his car's front. "Oh no, could she be a scammer?" Liloati frowned, an odd expression crossing his face. The elderly lady leaned on her cane, her body swaying like a leaf in the autumn wind. Suddenly, her cane slipped from her grasp, and she appeared frail as she toppled onto the hood of Liloati's Liloati. The alluring woman laughed heartlessly, mocking, "Serves you right for showing off in front of me. I haven't even begun." With that, she hit the gas and sped away. The other drivers also cast gleeful looks, accelerating away. Even a greasy man rolled down his window to taunt. "What use is driving a luxury car? My 7-seater domestic car is far better, spacious and carries more." Liloati merely cast a dismissive glance at the greasy man, uninterested in responding to someone who couldn't enjoy the grapes and thus claimed they were sour. Rolling down his window, with a flat expression, he indifferently remarked, "Old hag, my car is equipped with cameras. It's all recorded." This intersection also had surveillance cameras, capturing every one of her actions. The elderly lady ignored him completely, then suddenly rolled her eyes back and fainted. "Ha!" The greasy man laughed heartily, then seemed to reflect. "Here's a piece of advice. Don't help her. Just call the police. Back in the day, I too drove a Benz, and now, well, you're on your own." Having uttered those words, the greasy man pressed down on the accelerator and sped away. The vehicles trailing behind Li Luodi seemed to have noticed the peculiar situation and began to maneuver around his car. Before long, the entire traffic signal was left with only his solitary vehicle. The street before him was rather secluded and not part of any commercial district, resulting in an exceptionally sparse crowd. Li Luodi gazed at the old hag sprawled across the hood of his car, his expression indifferent, with no hint of emotion reflected in his profound gaze. With a roar, Li Luodi pressed down on the gas pedal. The engine's growl resonating like the fierce roar of a beast, startling the old hag momentarily. "Move aside, or I shall run you over." The old hag, seeing the car remain stationary, felt a surge of irritation and shot Li Luodi a fierce glare before returning to her position on the hood. She was convinced that Li Luodi wouldn't dare to hit her. Moreover, she believed that her worthless life could still leave a substantial compensation for her children and grandchildren. Hardly a loss, as Li Luodi's gaze grew increasingly frigid. A figure on a motorcycle slowly approached from a distance. Upon noticing this, Li Luodi's eyes brightened. "Uncle Hat, there's someone attempting to scam." The old hag, hearing the siren of the motorcycle, abruptly opened her tightly shut eyes. A fleeting look of panic crossing her features. However, she seemed to recollect something and closed her eyes once more. When the motorcycle came to a halt beside Li Luodi's car, he realized it was a female officer. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, clad in a fitted uniform that accentuated her graceful figure, exuding a striking and valiant presence. She resembled a dewdrop glistening in the morning light, radiant and pure. Upon recognizing her features, Li Luodi was momentarily taken aback. "Oh my, isn't this one of Yi Fan's harem from my previous life? I can barely consider her an acquaintance." "Li Luodi, what brings you here again?" Jiang Ying's beautiful eyes swiftly flickered with disdain upon seeing him. When she noticed the old woman on the hood of the car, her brows furrowed in anger, and she took out the pepper spray she always carried. Coldly warning, "Li Luodi, you are deliberately attempting to harm others with your vehicle. Surrender immediately and cooperate with me at the station. Confess, and you may receive leniency. Resist, and you shall face the consequences." Chapter 39. Never have I encountered such brazen audacity. Stop. Halt. Upon hearing this, Li Luodi felt his head spin, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. "That I must ask you, officer, to clarify the situation. It is this old hag who is attempting to scam. You haven't even grasped the circumstances yet. Wearing that uniform, do not speak out of turn before the situation is resolved. Otherwise, I shall accuse you of defamation." Jiang Ying's eyes sparkled like beautiful amber, and she scoffed. "You think you can accuse me of defamation? Do I not know your character? In the past 2 years, how many cases of drunk driving and hit-and-run have you been involved in? Do not presume that just because your family is wealthy, you can escape the law." Her eyes brimmed with contempt. "Let me tell you, even wealth cannot place one above the law. Step out of the car. Hands on your head, and accompany me to the station." Jiang Ying held the pepper spray firmly, directing it at Li Luodi as she commanded. "Otherwise, do not blame me for enforcing the law." Seeing this, Li Luodi helplessly rubbed his temples. "Jiang Ying, you can't possibly be harboring a grudge against me for peeking at you while you were bathing, can you?" "Shut up." Jiang Ying roared like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Get out of the car now." The old hag, eavesdropping from the hood, perked up her ears, grinning widely upon hearing the past between Li Luodi and the female officer. "Not a chance." Li Luodi rested his hands behind his head, gesturing with his lips. "If you do not believe my words, you may check my dashcam footage, including the surveillance at this intersection. You will see whether I am lying or not." With this thought in mind, Li Luodi turned off the engine, squinting his eyes. "Of course, if you continue to act recklessly, I assure you, I will not resist, but the consequences of dragging me to the station may very well be beyond your imagination." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ying's brows knitted together, the elegant curve of her brow hinting at her concern. This spoiled rich kid was behaving differently than usual in the past. Li Luodi would either taunt her or ignore her completely. Often fleeing in his vehicle to see him patiently explaining himself today was truly a rare occurrence. Naturally, Li Luodi's actions were not as exaggerated as she had claimed. He had merely recorded a few seconds of her silhouette while peeking at her bathing, an innocent infraction viewed through a tinted lens. Jiang Ying bit her lip, gazing at Li Luodi, who was reclining comfortably in his seat, and warned, "You had better hope that is the case. Otherwise, I will ensure you have a difficult time." After saying this, Jiang Ying approached the front of the car to conduct a thorough investigation. After a while, her expression darkened significantly. Indeed, The truth aligned perfectly with what that despicable man had said. The old hag was clearly attempting to scam. Firstly, there were no tire marks on the ground, and secondly, the vehicle was parked within the crosswalk, while the old woman's body was clearly positioned away from the crosswalk, sprawled across the hood. Even without a professional to assess the situation, it was evident that this was an attempted scam. That despicable man had truly fallen victim to a scam. Jiang Ying fumed at the thought. And as she recalled her earlier misjudgment of Li Luodi, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Officer, how is your investigation coming along?" Li Luodi slowly exited the car, a teasing smirk on his face. Bang! Hearing Li Luodi's taunt, Jiang Ying gritted her teeth and strode toward the front of the car, slapping the hood with force as she admonished the old hag. "Get up immediately. Do you not realize that attempting to scam someone is a criminal offense? It could be classified as extortion or fraud." Li Luodi was startled. Would this fierce woman not hold back? Her palm print was now clearly visible on the hood. The old hag, frightened by Jiang Ying's fury, trembled and could barely find her voice. "Mom, what happened to you? Who hit you?" At that moment, 3 men and a woman hurried over from the roadside, pointing accusatorily at Li Luodi. My mother has a heart condition. What if she suffers a shock? The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, had a sharp and mean demeanor, hands on her hips, spitting venomous words. "You must compensate. At least $300,000. The other 3 men, burly and robust, chimed in to support her claim. "That's right. It has to be 300,000, not a penny less." Seeing the group arrive, the old hag found her backbone and pointed at Li Luodi, wailing, "It's him. He hit me and nearly scared me into a heart attack." Observing this scene, a cold smile crept onto Li Luodi's lips. They had formed a coalition to scam him. Jiang Ying, noticing this, chuckled coldly. How audacious to conspire to commit fraud. With that, Jiang Ying pulled out her walkie-talkie, preparing to call for backup. The woman, realizing this, quickly reached out to seize the walkie-talkie, snarling, "You are indeed colluding with the authorities to bully us common folk." The other 3 men surrounded her as well. Jiang Ying, taken aback by their audacity to attempt to seize her walkie-talkie, glared at them frostily, brandishing the pepper spray. "Are you attempting to assault an officer?" Upon hearing the term assault an officer, fear flickered across their faces. Eventually, the woman stepped forward, pointing at Li Luodi, who was merely observing, and seethed, "You hit my mother. What's wrong with compensating her?" Li Luodi shrugged. "Which of your eyes saw me hit her?" "Clearly, she threw herself onto the car." "I don't care." The woman insisted stubbornly. "Whether you hit her or not, my mother is lying on your hood right now. And you must take responsibility." The other men nodded in agreement. "That's right. Her health is fragile. She could easily be scared into illness." "Young master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more riveting. Thus, you shall give us 350,000, and we will take her to the hospital ourselves." 50,000? Li Luodi raised an eyebrow, squinting at the audacious group. Indeed, the woman crossed her arms, her gaze glinting with greed. "You are wealthy, driving such an expensive car. Does 50,000 mean anything to you? For someone like you, spending 50,000 for peace and quiet is a small price to pay." A tall man scoffed repeatedly. "Exactly. 50,000 is merely a meal for you rich kids, a night out with a few girls. What's the harm in giving it to us?" the sharp-tongued woman added. "Be straightforward. Just tell us if you're paying or not. If you refuse, my family will cling to you. We will eat and live at your place until you pay us." Upon hearing this, Li Luodi was utterly stunned. This world truly contained individuals with such shameless audacity. Jiang Ying was equally furious. "I have a body camera recording everything. You dare threaten others in my presence?" "Huh." The woman laughed coldly. "We are merely stating facts. If he doesn't give us money, we will just cling to him." Saying this, the woman marched directly in front of Li Luodi's car and laid down on the ground. Seeing this, the old hag, who had been sprawled on the hood, mimicked her and laid down beside her. "Well, this is the first time someone dares to be so brazen with me." Li Luodi, furious yet amused, opened the car door and climbed back in. His fiery temper was far from something he could tolerate easily. Chapter 40. Evil must be met with evil. Li Luodi, do not act impulsively. Jiang Ying exclaimed, startled, her palms drenched in sweat. She was acutely aware that this fellow was someone who feared nothing. Boom. Ignoring Jiang Ying's admonition, Li Luodi started the car without hesitation. The moment the Audi RS7 roared to life, its thunderous growl echoed like a wild beast, emitting a series of ferocious howls. What do you intend to do?" The three men were taken aback, yet one of them, a man with dark skin, quickly revealed a glimmer of delight in his eyes. If this wealthy heir acted recklessly and crashed into them, the compensation would likely be exorbitant, at least 2 to 3 million as a baseline. Contemplating this, the dark-skinned man involuntarily smiled. Meanwhile, the woman lying on the ground and the old hag turned pale with fear. That it is only when one realizes the fragility of life that true terror sets in. Li Luodi, don't act impulsively. Jiang Ying, well aware of Li Luodi's temperament, rushed to the front of the car, spreading her arms in a desperate plea. Why must you escalate this situation when you finally have a moment of reason? Get out of the way. Li Luodi's expression remained impassive, his dark eyes flickering with inscrutable emotions. I one T move. Jiang Ying stomped her foot anxiously, gritting her teeth. Li Luodi, can't you heed my advice just this once? I can provide you with justice in no more than half an hour. Jiang Ying herself was taken aback at how she was earnestly trying to reason with a man who had peered at her while she bathed. I have no time for this. Li Luodi slightly tilted his head, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. There are still some lovely ladies waiting for me at the club. You. Jiang Ying was rendered speechless with outrage. Besides, eliminating societal scum like them, even if just one or two, would be a blessing for future drivers. As he spoke, Li Luodi lowered his gaze and remarked nonchalantly, Jiangda, every year there are numerous cases of families torn apart and lives ruined due to scams. What I am doing can be seen as upholding justice. Enough, hurry and step aside, or I might accidentally hit you. You jerk. Jiang Ying ground her teeth in frustration, her goodwill squandered as he threatened to run her down. Seeing Jiang Ying still standing there, Li Luodi lost his patience. The engine roared louder, and the tires spun rapidly. The pedal pressed to the floor, causing sparks to fly as they met the ground with ferocity. The sizzling friction transformed Jiang Ying and the old hag's expressions to sheer horror. The imposing presence of the Audi RS7 loomed over them like a dark cloud ready to unleash destruction. Don't hit me. The sharp-faced woman scrambled to her feet, retreating to the side. The old hag instinctively reacted, staggering to her feet and fleeing. Observing that the two had gotten up, Jiang Ying naturally stepped aside as well. Boom! Li Luodi shot forward, rolling down the window to wave goodbye to Jiang Ying. Farewell. These people are simply worthless. Bastard. Scum. As Li Luodi drove away, the men erupted in curses. Why did you get up just now? The sharp-faced woman could no longer contain her anger, advancing toward the old hag with a furious shout. You hardly have any time left to live. Why did you stand up? Couldn't you let him hit you? Before you die, can't we just have a bit of peace? Faced with the woman's accusations, the old hag's eyes brimmed with tears, her gnarled hands clutching her clothing helplessly as she stammered. I saw you getting up. Hearing this, the woman exploded with rage, growling. I'm still young, so what if I got up? You're on the brink of death. Do you care about these last few days? If we get the money, we can give you a grand send-off. Enough, enough. How can you speak to my mother like that? The tall man seemed unable to tolerate it any longer, his face darkening. The person has already fled. Let us just say a few less words. Get away from me. The woman forcefully shoved the tall man aside, her face contorted with fury. You're such a coward. I've married into your family for years without enjoying any riches. Now that an opportunity presents itself, your mother wastes it. Standing by and observing this family squabble, Jiang Ying maintained a cold demeanor. These scoundrels and lowlives would not escape unscathed today. Enough. Stop embarrassing yourselves and leave this place. In response to the woman's incessant tirade, the tall man glanced at Jiang Ying and quietly suggested, Stop making a scene. The woman, unwilling to relent, prepared to leave when Jiang Ying stepped in front of them, her expression indifferent, holding pepper spray. Stop. You are not permitted to leave. Get lost, you shameless woman. If it weren't for you, we would already be driving luxury cars and living in mansions. The woman pushed past the tall man, unleashing a tirade at Jiang Ying. Dare to insult me again. Jiang Ying's face turned icy in an instant. Go ahead, you shameless woman. Now that the wealthy heir has left, it's you who will pay for it. With a swift motion, Jiang Ying sprayed the pepper spray without hesitation as the sharp-faced woman pressed forward. Ah! The woman immediately crouched down, emitting a sharp cry of pain. How dare you hit me? The old hag, clutching her cane, approached Jiang Ying with a menacing glare. If you hit someone, you must pay. I don't want to live anymore. Go ahead and hit me. Jiang Ying hesitated, caught in a dilemma as she regarded the old hag, fearful of being framed due to her advanced age. Mom, rush at her. She wouldn't dare to strike you. The tall man urged, perhaps this woman could compensate us. Jiang Ying trembled with indignation at this family's shamelessness. Miss, do you need help? Just then, Li Luodi, having returned unbeknownst to her, stepped out of the car with an amused expression directed at Jiang Ying. Li Luodi, why are you back? Jiang Ying was momentarily taken aback. Hurry, let us take advantage of the situation. We can't let this kid escape. The woman, recognizing the familiar voice, was overjoyed as the three men approached. Li Luodi grinned. I returned to teach you a lesson. Slap, slap, slap. Li Luodi wasted no time, delivering 3 resounding slaps that sent the 3 men sprawling. Then, without mercy, he dealt a resounding blow to the old hag wielding her cane, knocking out her few remaining teeth. When dealing with such rogues, reason is futile. Li Luodi towered over the sharp-faced woman, looking down at her. What more can be changed about a beast like you? Hit me, please, hit me hard. The woman's face displayed no trace of fear. Instead, she appeared exhilarated. Li's lips twitched, and he delivered a powerful kick, causing the family to collapse in a heap. Are you being a bit too impulsive? Jiang Ying hesitated before speaking tactfully. What's wrong? Are you planning to take me back? Li Luodi raised an eyebrow. No, of course not. Jiang Ying quickly clarified. They dared to assault an officer and provoked you. You were merely acting in self-defense. That's more like it. Li Luodi chuckled lightly, waving his hand. Someone will be here shortly to take them into custody. Wait, you still owe us compensation, the sharp-faced woman, feeling a crushing pain in her chest, cried out in desperation. Compensation? Li Luodi's lips curved into a smirk. Whether you can even leave here is still uncertain. With that, he got back in his car and drove away. Li Luodi. Jiang Ying watched the car recede, gritting her teeth in frustration. That bastard. Then, she turned her gaze to the wailing old hag and the others, her emotions a mix of indignation and disbelief. Chapter 41. Another fortunate child? On Macau Road. This street is particularly famous for its lush vines. This is largely due to the Zijin Club, located at the most bustling section of Macau Road. The Zijin Club occupies a vast area, resembling an ancient castle in its design, and is opulently decorated within. It boasts 4 floors with over 180 private rooms, adorned in extravagant style. It is said that there are over 1,000 female attendants, leading to its reputation as a paradise of indulgence and excess. Although it was nearing midnight, the place remained brightly lit and abuzz with activity. Rumbling, guided by memory, Li Luodi drove his Audi RS7 into the club's outdoor parking lot. The parking area was filled exclusively with sports cars, the least of which was a Porsche encrusted with diamonds. In the security office, a young man in uniform lounged lazily in a chair, his shifty eyes scanning the provocatively dressed and alluring women nearby. The young man, named Lin Yu, was also a traveler from another world, hailing from Blue Star. However, in comparison to Yifan, Lin Yu was lacking in both looks and background. Fortunately, Lin Yu had stumbled upon an ordinary-looking ring. Though it appeared mundane, the ring concealed a hidden secret. Within it resided the spirit of a martial king. Thanks to the guidance of this mysterious martial king, Lin Yu had now stepped into the realm of advanced martial artists, with the next step being a peak martial artist. Although Lin Yu benefited from the martial king's mentorship, he understood that apart from guiding his cultivation and sharing extraordinary experiences, the martial king could not assist him significantly, especially in terms of connections. Most importantly, he needed to remain cautious and vigilant to avoid attracting enemies of the martial king. Left with no choice, Lin Yu settled for a job as a security guard for the time being. However, this job is not without its merits. Occasionally, Lin Yu finds himself assisting some inebriated beauties into their vehicles, taking the opportunity to indulge in a bit of flirtation, including engaging in conversations about life with a few newly minted service staff. Such days can indeed be considered rather flavorful. Lin Yu, you lazy dog, are you slacking off again? A portly security guard, riding a small electric scooter, passed by and berated Yifan, who was idly lounging in the security booth. Can't you see a car is coming in? Hurry up and get out here. Lin Yu, caught off guard by the unjust reprimand, felt a dark cloud settle over his gaze, his fists clenching tightly. How dare a mere security captain shout at him? A time traveler? This fool had already charted his path to demise. However, the moment was not yet ripe for confrontation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu stepped outside, maintaining a calm facade, and replied, Manager Rin, I am not slacking off. The garage is simply full. With that thought, Lin Yu shoved his hands into his pockets, casting a disdainful glance at the approaching Audi RS7. Besides, does he even deserve to park here with that dilapidated Audi? Hearing this, Rin Chao's fury ignited. After parking his electric scooter, He delivered a forceful kick to Lin Yu's rear, cursing, "You wretched thing. Do you really think this place is your home? Open your eyes and see who is arriving." With a disdainful spit aimed at Lin Yu, Ren Chao scampered towards Li Luoti's car, flashing a sycophantic smile. "Young Master Li, what brings you to our Zhejiang club today? Your presence truly elevates our humble establishment." Lin Yu, suppressing his emotions for the sake of pursuing women and gaining strength, had to endure. Rubbing his backside, he cast a glance at Ren Chao's retreating figure, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within him. Just out for a stroll today, Li Luoti rolled down his car window, surveyed the fully occupied parking spaces, and remarked, "Is there truly no room?" "Of course not." Ren Chao replied with a smile, "Young Master Li, you are our esteemed VIP member. Even if there are no spaces, you can park atop my head." Immediately following this, he unleashed a torrent of abuse at Lin Yu. "You stand there like a wooden post. Hurry up and raise the gate." With Ren Chao's relentless tirade, Lin Yu felt his composure falter, especially with numerous beautiful women observing him. Were it not for his desire to maintain a low profile and attract higher quality women, he would have long since dismantled this fat pig. Clenching his fists in silence, he pressed the button to raise the gate. What the hell? Why does this person seem so familiar? At that moment, Li Luoti recognized Lin Yu's ordinary face, taken aback by the revelation. After a moment of scrutiny, he confirmed that this individual was indeed another favored child of fate, Lin Yu. Was he supposed to be working as a security guard at the Azure Academy? How did he end up here? After casting a deep glance at Lin Yu, Li Luoti retracted his gaze and drove into the parking lot, casually selecting an empty space. Just as he parked, Ren Chao eagerly swung open the car door, shielding the frame with one hand as he ingratiatingly said, "Young Master Li, take your time." After receiving the keys from Li Luoti, Ren Chao turned to Lin Yu, who wore a displeased expression, and declared from his lofty position, "Make sure to look after young Master Li's car. Otherwise, I'll break your legs." Having said that, he switched to a more subservient demeanor, bending slightly. "Allow me to escort you inside, young Master Li. Take your time." "Good." Li Luoti scrutinized Lin Yu with a neutral expression before following Ren Chao towards the club's entrance. Although Lin Yu did not harbor a blood feud with him like Yi Fan, he had previously harassed Li Luoti's significant other, making him far from a good person. Furthermore, in Li Luoti's view, such time travelers had no rightful place in this world. Bah! Once Ren Chao and Li Luoti had distanced themselves, Lin Yu's gaze turned icy with a hint of vengeance. Those two wretches, blind to the truth, will inevitably pay the price. After venting his frustrations, Lin Yu's attention was suddenly captured by a swaying beauty clad in a sultry qipao. He approached her with concern. "Miss, have you had too much to drink? Shall I escort you home?" Slap? Where did this little brat come from, daring to have thoughts about my woman? A rotund man suddenly struck Lin Yu on the back of his head, cursing vehemently. Rubbing the back of his head, Lin Yu's lips curled into a smirk, finally seizing his moment to shine. However, when he turned around, his smile faltered abruptly. Before him stood a dozen burly men, glaring at him with ill intent. Chapter 42. Heaven and Earth on Macau Road. A diverse array of individuals traverses daily, dressed in revealing attire. Alluring women linger here, their purpose unmistakably to ensnare wealthy suitors. Upon witnessing the security captain of the Zhejiang Club show utmost deference to a young man of striking appearance, their eyes lit up, akin to predators spotting their prey, and they flocked towards him. "Hello, handsome. My name is Wan Wan. Can we get acquainted?" One woman, adorned with exquisite makeup and clad in a form-fitting dress, approached eagerly. "Handsome, I'm Ting Ting, just turned 18 and have never had a boyfriend." Another chimed in. "I am 29, just had a baby, and my figure is still impeccable." Ren Chao seemed to anticipate this, his expression stoic as he waved his hand dismissively. Several trained security personnel swiftly intercepted the gold-digging women. "Young Master Li, please proceed inside," Ren Chao said humbly, closely guarding Li Luoti, wary of any potential missteps. After all, these women would stop at nothing to marry into wealth. Lin Yu, nursing a sore backside from the kick delivered by the burly men, watched the scene unfold with envy. That fellow, aside from his handsome looks and a bit of wealth, was in no way superior to him. He was a time traveler, not to mention, the ring he wore held the level of a martial king. Humph, these superficial women truly lacked discernment. Ren Chao continued to escort Li Luoti into the club, where, despite the hour being past midnight, the first floor remained teeming with people. The dazzling lights and captivating music intertwined with the palpable tension of hormones in the air. "Young Master Li, you've arrived." A short-haired beauty approached, clad in a wine-red backless dress that accentuated her alluring curves. "Knowing you were coming, I reserved the Navy One suite for you. How would you like to express your gratitude? When Bi Xiao, the club's public relations manager, approached with a sultry demeanor, wrapping her arm around Li Luoti's. Feeling the warmth of her touch, Li Luoti raised an eyebrow, unabashedly responding, "No need for thanks. How about we take a trip to the restroom?" "Sure." When Bi Xia giggled softly, her eyes shimmering with a dreamy allure, exuding an ineffable seductiveness, the club's lighting resembled a constellation of vibrant stars, each beam casting an enchanting glow on Bi Xia's charming face, enhancing her allure. Truly a captivating enchantress. A flicker of amazement crossed Li Luoti's eyes. No wonder the wealthy flocked to the club. Noticing the subtle change in his demeanor, Bi Xia's lips curled into a smile as she leaned closer, whispering, "Young Master Li, would you like me to help cool your ardor?" With that, Bi Xia led Li Luoti directly towards the restroom. "What the hell? Woman, are you playing with fire?" Rin Xiao, witnessing their departure, felt a surge of envy. As the club's external security captain, he wasn't exactly starved for female companionship, but he paled in comparison to someone of Bi Xia's caliber. The club's security personnel were divided into internal and external roles. Those in uniforms typically managed parking and minor issues. Inside, the security team donned suits and earpieces, often comprising retired personnel with considerable skills. An hour later, Li Luoti emerged from the men's restroom, a satisfied smile gracing his face alongside the flushed Bi Xia. Soon, she guided him to the third floor, an area reserved exclusively for Supreme members. The carpet here was evidently luxurious, with authentic works of art adorning the walls. Every meter or so, two elegantly dressed women stood at attention, their poise surpassing even that of flight attendants. Women of various complexions stood tall, each over 1.7 meters, their figures tantalizingly curvaceous. "Young Master Li, it's a rare pleasure to have you here. The upper management has decreed that all your expenses for today are waived." Bi Xiao said with a smile, leading Li Luoti to the innermost private room. As they reached the entrance, the door swung open. When Li Luoti cast his gaze inside, his smile momentarily faltered. Two long-haired beauties in elegant kipeos knelt at the entrance. Their silhouettes accentuated alluringly. In unison, they welcomed, "Welcome, young Master Li, to Zhejiang Club. This is Navy One. We hope you enjoy your stay." Witnessing this spectacle, Li Luoti's brows subtly lifted as his gaze wandered deeper into the room. He was taken aback, his throat suddenly wide. In the center of the suite was a swimming pool, where 3 or 4 women in provocative swimsuits performed a captivating display. No wonder the wealthy flocked to clubs. The pleasures of the affluent were truly beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. "Young Master Li, recently we've welcomed a new batch of ladies to the club. Would you like to select a few to join you for a discussion on the evolution of humanity?" When Bi Xiao gestured for Li Luoti to take a seat and poured him a glass of Petrus, her smile enchanting. Although he had just consumed some, Li Luoti's purpose for today was relaxation. So he welcomed more with a grand wave of his hand. "What are you waiting for? Bring it on." When Bi Xiao playfully chided, noting how fickle men could be, just moments ago he had called her his little treasure. And now he seemed to be seeking novelty. "Well, you see, we have the combination of the Ice Queen and the lowly sister, as well as pairs that look strikingly similar to foreign beauties. And matriarchs. This." Li Luoti's eyes flickered with excitement, his heart racing. Is it truly so lavish? He murmured, clearing his throat. "Let us have the full experience, shall we?" "All of it." When Bi Xiao was taken aback for a moment. Then her lips curved into a smile. "Naturally. I am well aware of your capabilities, Li Xiao. Please wait a moment. I shall make the arrangements. In the opulent private room, candlelight flickered and music flowed, as several stunning women in vibrant bikinis showcased their perfect figures in the pool. Li Luoti reclined comfortably on the sofa, attended to by several beautiful women, each possessing their unique charm. This wretched life of the wealthy was truly enjoyable. Suddenly, the door to the room was gently pushed open. A woman in uniform bowed apologetically to Li Luoti before addressing Bi Xiao. "Manager 1, Co-Villages Jiro, is looking for you." Co-Villages Jiro. Upon hearing this, Bi Xiao's brows knitted together, a flicker of disdain in her eyes as she replied coolly, "Just tell him I am entertaining a distinguished guest and cannot be disturbed." Understood. I shall relay the message." The hostess's expression turned awkward, hesitating for a moment before nodding gently, then bowing again to Li Luoti. "I apologize for the interruption, Li Xiao." As the hostess exited, Li Luoti's gaze shifted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Trouble has arisen." "Not quite trouble. Wen Bixia replied, pursing her lips with a smile. Just a particularly obnoxious fly. A minor issue. Li Luodi remained noncommittal, then took a gentle sip of red wine. Do you require my assistance? Without considering his own considerable influence, Li Luodi knew that the Li family could resolve virtually any matter. Upon hearing this, Wen Bixia felt warmth spread through her, her smile blooming like a flower. Not just yet. In this establishment, no one dares to cause a ruckus. That is indeed the case, Li Luodi nodded. Then resumed his indulgent embrace of the women around him. Li Xiao, allow me to give you a massage. I in the VIP room of Sky 1. Lights flickered over the colorful glasses and bar. As lively music reverberated, a group of attractive women clad in flight attendant uniforms danced provocatively on a luxurious sofa. Co-Village's Jiro, nearing 40, embraced a blonde beauty with a lewd expression. His long, narrow face and thinning hair were adorned with a finely tailored suit that was half open. Ah, the beauties of Daxiao are truly delightful, far more pleasant than the women back home with their bow legs. Co-Village's Jiro exclaimed with satisfaction, then added with a hint of annoyance, where is that Wen Bixia? Has she not arrived yet? In the center of the stage, a short, portly man with a square patch of facial hair was clinging to the thigh of a voluptuous beauty. Dio, not be angry. Kokuin, I have already sent someone to fetch her. The short man chuckled, confident that this woman would be accommodating. I adore women who are fiery and passionate. Co-Village's Jiro grinned widely. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the earlier hostess entered cautiously, her face marked with anxiety. Mr. Ko, I sincerely apologize, but Manager Wen is currently with a distinguished guest and cannot be disturbed. Baka? Co-Village's Jiro bellowed, shoving the woman beside him aside in a fit of rage. You have a terrible conscience. Immediately summon her to see me. With that, the short man stormed over, fury etched on his face. You lowly Daxiao people dare to refuse us, with a fierce glint in his eyes. He seized a bottle and brought it crashing down on the hostess's head. Blood sprayed forth, mingling with her anguished cries like feathers scattering in the wind. The other women in the room shrank back in fear, trembling as the scene unfolded, revealing their deep terror. Unfazed, Co-Village's Jiro took a sip of his wine, savoring the moment. Go fetch that Wen Bixia for us. The short man stepped on the convulsing hostess, pointing at a long-haired beauty with a sinister smile. You have 3 minutes. If you do not bring that woman here, everyone in this room will face dire consequences. The long-haired beauty trembled in fear, clenching her teeth before she sprinted out. Such despicable creatures. The short man spat contemptuously, then turned to the women cowering in the corner with a chilling smile. Come here and continue dancing. Once outside the room, the long-haired beauty rushed to a woman in a cheap how, her voice frantic. Quickly, call Manager Zhao. The guests from Air Force One are causing a scene. The latter's expression flickered, and she nodded before swiftly heading to the lounge. The long-haired beauty burst into Navy One, her eyes filled with urgency. Sister Bixia, what brings you here? Xiaoying. Wen Bixia, who was enjoying some fruit, looked momentarily startled before noticing her expression. Her gaze darkened slightly. What has happened? Xiaoting's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she stammered, Sister Bixia, some Japanese guests from Air Force One have assaulted Shiro. She's bleeding profusely, and they specifically demanded your presence. Wen Bixia's expression darkened at once, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. Those wretched scoundrels dare to lay a hand on someone? I will accompany you. With this thought, Wen Bixia glanced towards the restroom and turned to a woman in black stockings. Li Xiao has emerged. Please inform him of the situation. Sister Bixia. Those beasts are notoriously perverse. Shouldn't we wait for Li Xiao to join us? The woman, well aware of the vile nature of the perpetrators, hesitated before speaking. No need. It is not too late to inform Li Xiao once he is out. Wen Bixia shook her head, resolute, and followed shouting out. Have you contacted Manager Zhao? She inquired, her expression icy. I have. He should arrive shortly with assistance. Shouting nodded, then voiced her concern. Sister Bixia, should we wait for Manager Zhao to arrive before we go in? Wen Bixia took a deep breath. If we delay, I fear for Shiro's safety. Entering the Air Force One room, Wen Bixia gazed at Shiro, lying in a pool of blood on the floor, struggling to suppress her fury as she forced a strained smile. Mr. Ko, Mr. Bird, what seems to be the issue? Why such anger? Come, let us share a drink. She poured a glass of red wine, then instructed, shouting, take Shiro to the hospital. You arrogant woman. The short man approached, pinching Wen Bixia's fair chin before knocking the wine glass from her hand. Do you know who we are? Want to apologize? Kneel and crawl to Kokuin, begging for forgiveness. With a sudden outburst, the short man grew enraged as he saw Shouting assisting Shiro. He kicked out viciously, bellowing, Baka, who allowed you to touch that wretched woman? This is the Forbidden City Club. Who gives you the right to strike anyone? When Bixia could no longer contain her anger, her beautiful face darkening as if it could drip water. This place is not one where you can run rampant. Run rampant? Ko Village's Jiro scoffed. It seems this woman has yet to grasp her position. Strip her of her clothing. I wish to see just how proud she truly is. Meanwhile, at the third-floor elevator entrance, Lin Yu, dressed in security attire, was cautiously assisting a plump, gaudily dressed older woman. Wang Jie, please take care. Watch your step. Little Lin, how thoughtful of you. Wang Fong pinched Lin Yu's face. Then let her hand trail down, suddenly pausing, her smile faltering as she remarked, how come you only have a single abdominal muscle? MMP, how dare she criticize my single abdominal muscle when she looks like that? Lin Yu silently cursed, then forced a smile. Wang Jie, while I may only possess one abdominal muscle, I am youthful, strong, and full of energy. Were it not for his desire to broaden his horizons and perhaps con some money from this woman, Lin Yu would have certainly adhered to the teachings of Mencius. Wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, and power cannot compel that I in this day and age. Without money, one might as well be lower than a dog. Wang Fong smirked. I hope you can toughen up, just like your mouth. Then she grinned widely, gently stroking Lin Yu's head as if petting a dog. Little Lin, as long as you serve me well. Luxurious cars and prestigious watches will be yours. Wang Fong had encountered numerous male models and had developed a discerning taste. Her choice of Lin Yu, this mere security guard, was merely an attempt at novelty. Having grown accustomed to delicacies, she sought to indulge in something different, akin to savoring a pickled dish. Lin Yu, with his head bowed and demeanor submissive, obediently awaited Wang Jie's commands. Quick, save her. Suddenly, the door to Air Force One was flung open, and bloodied Xiao Ting rushed into the corridor, shouting urgently. The crowd of beautiful women in the passage immediately gathered around. Concerned, Xiao Ting, what happened? Hurry, why isn't the security here yet? Wow, so many beauties. Lin Yu gazed at the long, elegant legs, his eyes nearly popping out, and saliva almost dripping to the floor. Damn it, you wretched people, die. A furious voice emanated from within the room. Little son? Wang Fong heard this, and her expression turned cold as she muttered. These dogs dare to come to Daxia and act so arrogantly. Perceptive as he was, Lin Yu seized the moment to cautiously assert, Wang Jie, I have trained in martial arts since childhood, honing my skills for 10 years. I am now a high-level warrior. Ordinary men cannot even approach me. Wang Fong was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise that I didn't realize you were capable of such prowess. So why are you still standing there? Hurry and save her. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart soared with joy. This was the affirmation he had been waiting for, that a few little devils were no match for him. Finally, he could showcase his abilities, especially under the gaze of so many beautiful women. Rest assured, Wang Jie, leave it to me. Lin Yu's lips curled into a devilish smile. Everyone, step aside. I am about to make my grand entrance. With a confident stride, hands in pockets, he approached the gathering of beauties. Seeing Lin Yu in his security uniform, they were overjoyed and quickly parted to create a path. Lin Yu, exuding an air of superiority, reached the entrance and shouted, Let that girl go. Upon uttering that phrase, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming surge of coolness wash over him. Inside the room, Koizumi Jiro clutched his bleeding ear, brandishing a bottle of wine, ready to strike when Bixia. Hearing Lin Yu's shout, Koizumi turned to see the security guard at the door and released when Bixia with a sinister grin. Kono, break this fool's limbs. I detest his pretentiousness. Huh? Kono smiled wickedly, twisting her head to mock. Damn Chinese pig, you will soon pay for your arrogance. With that, Kono moved swiftly, appearing before Lin Yu in the blink of an eye. Dark energy coalesced in her palm, a force capable of shattering stone, as she struck down at Lin Yu with incredible ferocity. What the hell? You're also a high-level warrior. Lin Yu was momentarily startled, but he quickly regained his composure. Forming a fist with his left hand, energy swirling around it. Bang! Their fists met with a muffled thud, and at the moment of contact, Lin Yu's expression shifted once more. The tremendous force transmitted from her strike caused his bones to ache. I thought you had some skill. Kono glared fiercely, a cruel smile on her face. Now watch as I break your limbs. Kono transformed her hand into claws, unleashing a flurry of ruthless attacks aimed directly at Lin Yu's vital points. Showing no mercy, faced with Kono's relentless onslaught, Lin Yu found himself increasingly overwhelmed, nearly escaping disaster multiple times. Within half a minute, sweat beaded on his forehead, his complexion pale, as he was thoroughly suppressed by Kono. Damn it, how can this guy, at the same level as me, be so much stronger? Lin Yu cursed under his breath, soon hearing a voice from his ring urging him to flee against the experienced and ruthless Kono. He was simply no match. Remaining would only lead to his demise. After a moment's hesitation, he decisively retreated. Trying to run, Kono scoffed. You Da Xiao people are indeed spineless, lacking even the resolve to stand and face death. But can you escape? With a sudden burst of speed, she lunged forward, her fingers poised like lightning to strike Lin Yu in the chest. This attack was so swift that it pierced the air. And in Lin Yu's horrified gaze, her fingers struck his protective arms with a resounding thud. Bang! The collision echoed, sending Lin Yu flying backward, blood gushing from the wounds on his arms. Waste, Kono sneered, placing a foot on Lin Yu's head. Taunting, not only are you weak, but you lack the courage to fight back. How can you achieve anything? Hiss, Lin Yu's swift defeat drew gasps from the crowd. Now, let me disable your limbs. Kono's eyes gleamed with malice as she smiled cruelly. Seeing this scene, Wang Fong wanted to intervene but hesitated upon witnessing the ruthlessness of the invaders. Just then, the elevator chimed, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. 7 or 8 bodyguards in suits emerged, followed by a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Manager Zhao, you finally arrived. Please save Bixia. Xiao Ting and the others displayed expressions of relief upon seeing the arrival, regarding the crowd's pleas for help. Zhao Tong remained indifferent as he passed Wang Fong. He smiled gently, saying, Miss Wang, we need to handle some private matters. Please step aside to avoid any injury. His words. Wang Fong's eyes flickered, glancing at Lin Yu. After a slight hesitation, she nodded in agreement and followed a bodyguard into a private room. Chapter 45. Grandson, who gave you the courage? On the 3rd floor, Xiao Ting and the others exchanged glances, sensing something amiss, and dared not even breathe. Once Wang Fong entered the room, Zhao Tong cast a casual glance at Lin Yu, who was beneath Kono's foot, before swiftly approaching Koizumi Jiro standing at the door. Ingratiatingly smiling, Mr. Koizumi, I sincerely apologize. Damn it. Koizumi Jiro raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Zhao Tong's face, scolding, Zhao, you fool. Your superiors instructed you to serve us well. Why are these worthless women so disobedient? Die. Typically arrogant in the Zijin Club, Zhao Tong, upon receiving the slap, dared not utter a single word. Clutching his burning cheek, he hunched over, bowing obsequiously. Rest assured, Mr. Koizumi, I will handle this matter. With that, his expression hardened as he barked at the bodyguards behind him. Drag that wretched Wen Bixia out. Soon, Wen Bixia, bloodied and battered, was hauled out by 2 bodyguards. Zhao Tong, what do you intend to do? Wen Bixia struggled violently, her beautiful eyes reflecting both shock and fury. What do you think? Zhao Tong scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. Wen Bixia, you are nothing but a prostitute, born into a lowly station. Why do you think you can stand on equal footing with me? To be frank, today you have offended Mr. Koizumi, and no one can save you. At this, Xiao Ting and the other women revealed expressions of despair. After working hard to earn for the club, their personal safety was not guaranteed. A wave of melancholy swept through the crowd. Zhao Tong, let me go. I want to call Manager Zhou. Panic seeped into Wen Bixia's voice as she struggled desperately, shouting, Manager Zhou has said that whenever our sisters in the club are wronged, he will unwaveringly stand by our side. How dare you defy Manager Zhou's orders? The Zijin Club is not a playground for invaders, and we are not their dogs. What era are we in? Can't you hold your head high? Damn. Zhao Tong's fury erupted, and just as he was about to slap Wen Bixia, Koizumi Jiro intervened. Zhao, even if she is a dog I have taken a liking to. Who gave you the right to hit her? Koizumi Jiro's expression remained impassive, as he coolly remarked, there's a saying in Daxia, when beating a dog, one must look at its owner. At these words, Zhao Tong's expression stiffened, feeling as if he had swallowed a fly that he forced a smile, slapping himself and bowing apologetically. Mr. Koizumi is right. I was reckless. Koizumi Jiro regarded Wen Bixia, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, and smirked. Wretched woman, did you think someone would support you here? Now, kneel and strip off your clothes. Finally, he added, pointing at Lin Yu, who lay beneath their feet, you will do it with this filthy security guard. As those words fell, shock rippled through everyone present. Lin Yu, whose mind had been racing with escape plans, trembled at the revelation, his expression inscrutable. "But I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." The mournful cries of the little birds echoed hauntingly through the corridor, filling the air with a chilling resonance. "Fire is not something that scoundrels like you can handle," Li Luodi jested, playfully toying with the broom in his hands, as the flames upon it began to flicker and fade. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the relentless wails of the little birds. However, this tranquility was short-lived, shattered by the piercing screams of excitement from the girls led by Wenbixia. Their eyes sparkling with fervor as they shouted in unison. They could hardly believe their eyes. Today, the notorious wastrel not only stood up for them but also revealed himself as a martial artist, mercilessly thrashing the despicable scoundrels. Was this affluent heir truly so formidable? Lin Yu's expression turned grave, quickly replaced by a glimmer of jealousy in his eyes. Such an ostentatious display was meant for him. The fated one, to showcase in stark contrast to the girl's exhilaration. Komurajiro's face reflected fear for the first time, that he bellowed at the equally stunned Zhao Tong. "You fool! What are you standing there for? Quickly subdue this guy!" Hearing this, Zhao Tong rolled his eyes, internally cursing Komurajiro's ancestors. How could he even think to challenge Li Luodi? Given the current situation, could he possibly be a match for him? Moreover, anyone daring to lay hands on Li Luodi would surely forfeit their place in Greenvine. Thus, Zhao Tong pretended not to hear. "Baka, I'm talking to you." Komurajiro's frustration boiled over as he saw Zhao Tong's inaction. With a swift motion, Li Luodi, who had appeared behind Komurajiro without notice, sent him flying with a swing of the broom. Approaching him with an air of superiority, he stepped on his head. "Maintaining an impassive demeanor, kneel and apologize. Otherwise, I shall sever your fingers, one by one, along with your little turtle. Baka, do you know my identity?" Komurajiro's face shifted from white to red, seething with rage as he bellowed. "I am acquainted with the head of your security bureau. Be sensible and release me immediately, or else." Wah! Bang! Li Luodi's contemptuous gaze intensified as he pressed down harder, causing Komurajiro to choke on his blood. Unable to utter a word, Zhao Tong, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. He steeled himself and approached, stammering, "Li Xiao." Before he could finish, Li Luodi's frosty glare silenced him, forcing the words back down his throat. "Go and retrieve the dagger from the ground," Li Luodi commanded, his foot firmly planted on Komurajiro's head, speaking to Zhao Tong with an air of indifference. "Huh?" Zhao Tong hesitated, feeling a sense of dread. He did not wish to become Li Luodi's accomplice, especially given his lack of influence. If trouble arose from Komurajiro's associates afterward, he would be defenseless. Li Xiao, aren't you making it difficult for me? Zhao Tong forced a smile, his face betraying his reluctance. Li Ludi regarded Zhao Tong with a penetrating stare, but remained silent. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Tong buried his head deeper. Realizing that he had offended Li Ludi today, Li Xiao, perhaps we should let this go. There's no need to deal with such a beast. Wenbixia interjected, her beautiful eyes shimmering with gratitude and concern. "Shall we call the authorities? Such a creature should be handed over to the security bureau." Li Luodi chuckled enigmatically, his words laced with implication. "The security bureau? Let's not bother with that." In truth, Li Luodi had already discerned the identities of Komurajiro and his companion as mere pawns of the Utsuba family, one of the three great clans of the demon realm. Thus, rescuing Wenbixia was merely incidental. Li Luodi's true intention was to provoke this scoundrel into revealing his darker side. More importantly, he sought to torment this fellow, who was clearly a little rascal. Dragging Komurajiro to a different location, Li Luodi picked up the dagger from the ground, flashing a bright smile. "Kneel and apologize, or I shall make you a Inyang person." Baka, Komurajiro's eyes turned bloodshot, his face contorted in rage. Several times he nearly lost control of the malevolent energy bubbling within him, yearning to slay the insolent fool who dared to humiliate him. Yet he restrained himself, knowing that exposure would spell his doom, leaving him without any protector. Komurajiro suddenly raised his head, unleashing a piercing scream that echoed like a ghostly wail as Li Luodi plunged the dagger into his thumb. Blood gushing forth. Hiss. Those present in the corridor gasped in shock, their eyes wide as if witnessing a ghost. This young Master Li was indeed decisive, living up to his words, without an apology. The next time would not be as simple as a dagger piercing a finger. Li Luodi wiped the bloody dagger across Komurajiro's face, a fleeting coldness flickering in his gaze. Baka, Komurajiro's eyes glimmered with a feral intensity, boiling with rage, on the verge of exploding. Suddenly, the elevator chimed, and 4 or 5 security personnel, led by a middle-aged man, strode forth. "Captain Zhang, you finally arrived," Zhao Tong exclaimed, relief washing over him as he rushed forward. Zhang Jie nodded curtly at Zhao Tong, then his gaze fell upon Komurajiro, whose right hand was smeared with blood beneath Li Luoti's foot. His eyelids twitched violently, especially at the sight of a severely burned little bird in the corridor, wailing in agony if memory served correctly. The little bird was a high-ranking martial artist, as for Li Luoti. He had only regarded him as a good-for-nothing wastrel. With this realization, Zhang Jie quickly composed himself, furrowing his brow as he solemnly addressed Li Luoti. Li Xiao, could you please remove your foot from this person's head? That was quite fast, Li Luoti remarked with a knowing glance at Zhang Jie, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Captain Zhang. It's unfortunate, but this scoundrel wanted his underlings to kill me that I was left with no choice. With that, Li Luoti lifted his foot, feigning innocence as he shrugged. Baka. Komurajiro struggled to rise, his eyes filled with resentment. If you utter another word, I swear I will leave you toothless, Li Luoti replied with a sardonic grin. Enough? What exactly happened here? Zhang Jie inquired, his expression darkening. Li Xiao. At that moment, the elevator chimed again, and a sharply dressed man emerged, respectfully approaching Li Luoti and handing him a USB drive. I've copied the surveillance footage from this corridor. Well done. Li Luoti smiled, patting the man's shoulder, then turning to Zhang Jie with a grin. Captain Zhang, this contains footage of these two scoundrels attacking me and attempting to kill me with a dagger. More often than not, I was merely retaliating in self-defense. Zhang Jie's eyes flickered as he forced a strained smile. In that case, I would appreciate it if Li Xiao could accompany us for further investigation. Not a problem, Li Luoti replied nonchalantly, nodding. Soon, nearly everyone, including Lin Yu, was escorted back to the security bureau. An hour later, Li Luoti and Wen Bixia, along with the other girls, emerged from the security bureau. You should return with your friends. As for the club, you need not worry. Li Luoti stretched lazily. I have other matters to attend to. So I want to be escorting you back. Wen Bixia's eyes filled with concern as she hesitated. What if I accompany you? She seemed to sense something amiss. No need. Just a trivial matter. Li Luoti waved his hand dismissively. I've already arranged for someone to take you home, so off you go. With that, Li Luoti got into his car and sped away, vanishing into the night. Left behind was Wen Bixia, her gaze reflecting concern. On a flat stretch of Jiangbei Avenue, the night was deep. Li Luoti leaned against his car door, savoring a cigarette, the air thick with the scent of nicotine. Rustling footsteps echoed softly, and from the darkness emerged two figures. Bathed in the moonlight, Li Luoti recognized one of them as Komurajiro. You've come out rather quickly. Li Luoti tossed aside his cigarette, but, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Damn Chinese pig. Why aren't you trying to escape? Komurajiro's eyes glinted like a venomous snake, cold and slippery, his teeth gritted as he spat. Today, I shall make you suffer a fate worse than death. Huh. Li Luoti chuckled derisively, then turned his attention to the figure in black beside Komurajiro, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Wuxiang. No, Su Daolang, I'm counting on you. Incoming, Su Cha-ching. The night was dark and fraught with danger. You replaying tricks, Komurajiro sneered, then addressed the figure in black. Shanxia-kun, I entrust this to you. The figure in black nodded slightly, the loose hood obscuring their features, revealing only a red mask beneath. A chilling smile spread across their face. Rest assured, Komura-kun, in no more than 3 moves, this scoundrel shall meet his end. Upon hearing this, Komurajiro's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke in a low voice. Yamashita-kun, please leave one alive. I do not wish for him to die so easily. The grudge I hold against Kotsubasa must be avenged. The humiliation he inflicted upon me today shall be repaid tenfold. The figure in the black robe, hands clasped behind his back, revealed deep, luminous eyes. As you wish. With that, he extended a pair of extraordinarily long and thin hands from his loose sleeves. Whoosh! The black-robed figure moved with astonishing speed. Li Luoti's pupils constricted as he beheld several fingers slicing through the air like blades, darting towards his throat with lightning speed. From those gnarled fingers, an eerie magic energy swiftly coalesced, forming sharp whirlwinds that glimmered menacingly. The force of this single strike could easily leave a gaping hole even in a steel door. Faced with the ferocious assault from the black robe, Li Luoti raised an eyebrow. This black-robed individual was certainly not an ordinary demon and possessed considerable power. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to less than a few meters from Li Luoti, who then sprang into action like a poised leopard, launching his attack. Li Luoti's palm, enveloped in spiritual energy, nearly grazed the fingertips of the black robe, before he struck down heavily onto the back of the latter's hand, effectively neutralizing the assault. Humph. The black robe emitted a cold snort upon witnessing his strike thwarted, then began to dance his fingers, unleashing a fierce gale that enveloped Li Luodi like a torrential storm. In response, Li Luodi remained unfazed. A flash of light emanated from the cow talisman in his palm, and a whirlwind of power surged forth, forming an impenetrable barrier, allowing no inch of ground to be gained by the black robe, no matter how cunning his attacks. Sizzle! The sharp wind from the black robe's fingers sliced through the air as it passed Li Luodi's fist, producing a piercing sound. Although it left shallow blood marks, they were clearly mere surface wounds. Boom. Seizing the moment, Li Luodi evaded the black robe's fingertips and landed a powerful punch to the latter's chest, sending him staggering back several steps. Daishin, the previously sneering Ko Murajiro's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Baka, the black robe stumbled, fury igniting in his eyes as he growled, "Damn Chinese pig, I will shred you into pieces." With that, a bloodthirsty gleam flickered in his eerie eyes. Boom! An immense, dormant power suddenly awakened, surging forth from within the black robe, enveloping him in a formidable aura. The black robe's palms erupted with fierce energy, causing a tremor in the air. As the magic energy intensified, he grinned menacingly, bringing his palms together before striking down in a cleaving motion. Boom! Accompanied by the downward strike of his palms, the eerie magic energy transformed into a mountain-splitting axe, cleaving through the very heavens. Faced with such a ferocious assault, Li Luodi's lips curled slightly, seemingly surrendering resistance as he murmured, "Isn't this a bit of overkill?" Seeing that Li Luodi made no attempt to resist, Ko Murajiro burst into laughter. The Chinese pig has no guts, not even the courage to face his enemy. Whoosh! Just as his laughter echoed, a purple longsword, gleaming with mysterious light, shot forth from the distance, effortlessly piercing through the giant axe wielded by the black-robed eye. In an instant, the axe, shrouded in magic energy, dissipated into countless specks of black light, merging with the night. Who? The black robe and Ko Murajiro trembled, their eyes wide with horror as they beheld the dazzling purple sword, even amidst the darkness. Who is sneaking around? Show yourself. The purple sword traced a swift arc through the night, resembling a shooting star. Boom! As if to respond to Ko Murajiro's roar, a sudden sound of wind broke through the air, and a green figure appeared atop a pine tree, akin to a radiant meteor, with graceful elegance. The figure extended a hand, and the purple sword hummed back into his grasp. Under the moonlight's glow, the gazes of the black robe and Ko Murajiro were drawn to him, revealing their astonishment. Indeed, the newcomer was a strikingly handsome figure, clad in a simple azure robe, with a chiseled face that exuded a cold yet profound aura. His deep and resolute gaze radiated an air of nobility and restraint, akin to a sword yet to be unsheathed, its brilliance concealed. This man was Su Chongqing, the foremost disciple of Shushan. Deli gazed at the figure in the azure robe, a smile playing on his lips. Su Chongqing descended gracefully, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his lips red and teeth white, softly declaring, "I am Su Chongqing, the foremost disciple of Shushan, here to vanquish the demons." The black robe's crimson gaze flickered, followed by a sinister smile. "Another pretentious Chinese pig has arrived. I shall behead you both." Woku. Upon hearing this, Su Chongqing's expression turned frosty, eyes forming in his gaze. "Baka, you are all doomed," the black robe roared. "You filthy Chinese." Whoosh! Su Chongqing surged forth like a tempest, his presence dazzling. Clang! The previously sheathed purple sword was drawn once more, glinting coldly as it sliced through the air, producing a melodious sound akin to a flute as it descended. As Su Chongqing passed by the black robe, he sheathed his sword with an indifferent expression. Ha ha ha. The black robe trembled, and just as he sensed nothing amiss and prepared to mock, a chill suddenly gripped his neck. Blood gushed forth, splattering everywhere. Thud! The black robe clutched his neck desperately, his hands stained with purple blood, eyes wide in shock, gradually losing their luster before collapsing to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling silent. Yamashitan. In response, Ko Murajiro's face turned ashen, devoid of color. Then, as if struck by a thought, he fished out a handgun from his waist. Aiming it at Su Chongqing with a venomous glare, he screamed, "Damn Chinese, you have killed Yamashita Kuan. Die." With that, Ko Murajiro pulled the trigger without hesitation, emptying the magazine. Bang! 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 The deafening gunfire resonated through the night. Ha ha ha. "You damn Chinese pigs. I don't believe you." As Ko Murajiro laughed maniacally. His mirth abruptly faltered, his face turning crimson as if someone had seized his throat. Appearing quite comical, Su Chongqing's pitch-black gaze remained unperturbed as he extended his delicate fingers, akin to those of a woman, conjuring a golden barrier before him. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal echoed abruptly in the still night. Su Chongqing waved his hand gently, causing several bullets to rebound and shoot back into Ko Murajiro's body. Puffed. A taste of blood filled Ko Murajiro's throat, and he gasped as his pupils gradually dulled. Collapsing to the ground, Su Chongqing's clear and spirited eyes flickered as he turned his palm, revealing an 8-trigram mirror. Su Daxia, may I handle these two demons? Discarding the shell of his sunflower seeds, Li Luodi approached with a smile. Su Chongqing truly exuded charm, a gallant figure with exceptional skills, devoted to the well-being of the world. Displaying genuine warmth and sincerity. Su Chongqing turned, sizing up Li Luodi before gently cupping his hands, speaking softly. Young brother, these demons are akin to most monsters, cruel and bloodthirsty. It would be better to leave their handling to me. Su Chongqing was certain he had not encountered Li Luodi before, yet inexplicably felt a hint of affinity toward him. In response, Li Luodi clasped his fist respectfully, admiring such a true hero immensely. However, he was determined to seize the corpses of these two little devils. Otherwise, should they be taken by Bai Doufu, it would be a waste, especially the black robe. Li Luodi was confident that after taking possession, he would certainly step into the threshold of warriorhood. Rest assured, Su Daxia, I guarantee these two demons will be utterly dead. Upon hearing this, Su Chongqing's profound gaze flickered several times before he extended his hand. Then you may attempt first, and if it proves unsuccessful, I shall handle it. Of course. Li Luodi nodded with a smile, then approached Ko Murajiro's corpse, his palm glowing with the pig talisman as two beams of laser light erupted from his eyes, striking the latter fiercely. Boom! The laser pierced through Ko Murajiro's chest, revealing a faintly twitching heart through the blood hole. Li Luodi, unsure if the demon could be killed by bullets, decided to eliminate uncertainties in advance. Standing nearby, Su Chongqing raised an eyebrow at this scene. The young man appeared gentle, yet his actions were remarkably decisive and ruthless. Seeing that Ko Murajiro was indeed dead, Li Luodi no longer hesitated. His palm glowing with the sheep talisman, a stream of eerie green spiritual energy began to flow. Gradually, these energies entered his body through the pores and breath, enriching Li Luodi's spiritual power. With Su Chongqing present, Li Luodi was unafraid of revealing his trump card. As for whether there were surveillance or other interested parties, he thought too much. Shadows of ghostly ninjas lingered in every dark corner. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Luodi opened his eyes, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him. Unable to suppress a grin. He had now stepped into the threshold of a warrior, gazing at Su Chongqing, who stood nearby, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Li Luodi approached him, clasping his hands in gratitude, and expressed, "Thank you, Hero Su." Su Chongqing returned the gesture with a gentle smile, pleasantly surprised by the young man's abilities. He then shifted his tone, kindly advising, "However, it would be wise for you to refrain from revealing too much in public henceforth. Navigating the martial world requires a measure of caution." In response, Li Luodi waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "It's nothing. I have faith in your character, Hero Su." Upon hearing this, Su Chongqing's smile widened. By the way, Hero Su, since it is still early, how about I take you out to unwind? A sudden inspiration struck Li Luodi, an idea he could not shake. Unwind. Su Chongqing paused momentarily, then smiled faintly, saying, "I cannot, as I must return to Mount Shu to report." He added, "Should the opportunity arise in the future, we shall meet again." Just as Su Chongqing was about to depart, Li Luodi linked his arm with him, pulling him towards his RS-7. "Do not worry, I won't send you back so quickly." With a mischievous grin, he added, "Come, let me take you to find Zixuan." Initially resisting, Su Chongqing's expression turned skeptical. "Zixuan? How could she be here? Do you not believe me? Come along and see for yourself," Li Luodi insisted, pushing Su Chongqing into the passenger seat of the RS-7 before accelerating towards the Zijin Club. At 3 in the morning, the entrance of the Zijin Club was still bustling with a lively crowd. Suddenly, a throng of gold diggers surged in one direction, shrieking, "Is that Hu Jianhua? That outfit seems to belong to Su Chongqing from Xiansan, right? He is so handsome. He seems almost otherworldly." No, this appearance is even more striking than on television, and far more impressive than Hu Jianhua at his peak. Li brother, what kind of place is this? Su Chongqing inquired, his curiosity piqued by the vibrant lights and novel architecture. particularly the sultry gazes of the scantily clad beauties, which made him avert his eyes in discomfort. Luwadi, draping an arm around Su Chongqing's shoulders, beamed, "It's undoubtedly a splendid place. Perhaps we should reconsider. I ought to return to Mount Shu. There are matters to attend to." Su Chongqing began, but was abruptly pulled into the Zijing Club by Li Luodi. "Since we've come this far, why not take a look for your Zixuan?" Ren Chao, accompanied by security, guided Li Luodi and Su Chongqing into the club. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he remarked with a smirk, "This young Master Li is truly full of energy." Inside the club on the first floor, lights danced like a cascade of stars, and amidst the intoxicating atmosphere, Su Chongqing found himself entranced, his expression blank, as if his thoughts had momentarily frozen. Li Xiao, "It really is you," exclaimed Wen Bixia, her long hair cascading down her back, her right hand bandaged. Upon spotting Li Luodi, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. This fellow's cravings truly are insatiable. When her gaze fell upon the somewhat awkward and blushing Su Chongqing, her eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "Wu Jianhua, no, this man is even more handsome, with an extraordinary presence that seems to transcend the mundane." "Bixia, is there still a room available in the imperial chamber?" Li Luodi naturally wrapped his arm around Wen Bixia's slender waist, smiling as he said, "Have Zixuan come here?" "Zixuan?" Wen Bixia hesitated, then cautiously replied, "The imperial chamber has been reserved, but Zixuan, forget it." Li Luodi interjected, waving his hand, "Just arrange everything for Hero Su. Black stockings, flesh-colored stockings, JK uniforms, one-piece dresses, leather jackets, Valentino shoes. To make sure everything is in place for Hero Su." "Li brother, you absolutely mustn't." Su Chongqing, though puzzled by the terminology, instinctively felt something was amiss and hastily declined. Chapter 50, A Drunken Su Chongqing in the Imperial Chamber. A group of over a dozen exquisitely beautiful women adorned in a multitude of vibrant outfits surrounded Su Chongqing, their forms varying from plump to slender. "Hero Su, come have a drink. Hero Su, eat a peach. Hero, look at me, I have grapes, give them a try. Hero Su, let me show you how to eat sugarcane." Soft, alluring, sweet, and exuberant laughter intertwined, creating a melodic symphony. The closest to Su Chongqing was a beauty with waist-length hair, clad in a sheer white shirt that tantalizingly hinted at her figure. Her black leather skirt accentuated her alluring curves, her long, fair legs captivating all who gazed upon her. Her sparkling eyes made Su Chongqing avert his gaze, feeling overwhelmed. Faced with this multitude of beauties, Su Chongqing felt tense, his complexion slightly unnatural as he fixed his eyes ahead and muttered, "Ladies, I apologize, but I do not drink." He then struggled to extricate himself from the advances of the eager women, glancing helplessly at the smiling Li Luodi. "Li brother, perhaps we should leave. You promised to bring me to find Zixuan." "Which is why I came." Li Luodi, comfortably nestled against Wen Bixia, leisurely enjoyed the fruits she offered, grinning as he reassured, "Fear not, brother Chongqing, we are merely here to unwind. The lady Zixuan will not mind." "Li brother, do not speak carelessly. Zixuan and I are merely ordinary friends," Su Chongqing stammered, his eyes darting uncertainly. Observing this, Li Luodi was taken aback, then suddenly realized that Su Chongqing had yet to breach the delicate veil of their relationship. He exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Bixia, who smiled at the eager ladies around her, saying, "All right, let us showcase our talents first." Each woman, as if they had never seen a man before, rose with a hint of regret. Such handsome company was a rare find, especially given his demeanor. It was almost certain he was a novice. As enchanting music filled the air, the women began to dance gracefully, each showcasing their best moves. Vying for Su Chongqing's attention, he sat rigidly, his expression comically startled, resembling a frightened fawn, trembling in confusion. "Come, brother Chongqing, let us drink," Li Li said, pouring red wine into a glass for him. "Li brother, I do not drink." "Perhaps we could switch to tea?" Su Chongqing hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to refuse, but ultimately reconsidered. Li Luodi chuckled, "This is not wine. It is grape juice. Have you ever seen red wine?" Upon hearing this, Su Chongqing exhaled quietly, lifting the glass. In that case, I shall join you for a few drinks. However, I must make it clear that after this, I need to return to Mount Shu. There are tasks awaiting me." "Of course." Li Luodi clinked glasses with Su Chongqing and drank heartily. Su Chongqing, noticing this, felt a flicker of excitement, bringing the glass to his lips. The aroma, akin to roses blooming in a garden, enveloped him, intoxicating his senses. With newfound resolve, he downed the drink in one go. After finishing the glass, Su Chongqing's eyes sparkled, and he unconsciously licked his lips. The taste of the wine was velvety smooth, gliding over his tongue and tantalizing his palate, leaving him entranced. How is it? Delicious, right? Li Luodi winked, refilling Su Changqing's glass. This juice is indeed quite delightful. Su Changqing beamed foolishly. Come, let us continue. After a few more glasses of red wine, Su Changqing's eyes grew hazy. His cheeks flushed as he gently shook his head. Li brother, why do I feel like this juice is rather intoxicating? That would be because it is wine, Li Luodi replied with a serious demeanor. When Bixia stifled a laugh nearby, while Li Luodi continued earnestly, Brother Changqing, your heart must harbor impure thoughts. The essence of a Taoist lies in cultivating one's heart. Pointing at the wine, Li Luodi explained. If you perceive it as juice, it is juice. Yet if you regard it as wine, it shall indeed be wine. With that, he filled Su Changqing's glass once more. It seems you must keep drinking until you can no longer taste the alcohol. This scene feels so familiar. When Bixia murmured quietly, time slipped away as they indulged, and soon Su Changqing's face was flushed, his balance wavering like a penguin on ice. Li brother, why does it feel like the more I drink, the more it resembles wine? Su Changqing shook his head in an attempt to dispel the dizziness. Could it be that my Taoist cultivation has gone awry? Li Luodi smirked. It is indeed wine. By the way, Brother Changqing, what thoughts occupy your mind right now? Su Changqing, teetering, muttered incoherently. I am not thinking of anything. Nothing at all. Li Luodi pressed. Are you not thinking of her? At this, Su Changqing became flustered, slamming his hand on the table. I truly am not thinking of Miss Zixuan. Upon witnessing such a scene, when Bixia finally comprehended the reason for its familiarity, was this not the moment when Jing Tian and Mao Mao had enticed Su Changqing into drinking? Subsequently, when Bixia, with a smile gracing her lips, inquired, what do you think of her? I love her, Su Changqing replied, grinning foolishly. I like her. Suddenly, Su Changqing rose to his feet, revealing his pearly white teeth as he waved his fist, exclaiming, I love Zixuan, Zixuan, I adore you. Observing this, Li Luodi stifled a laugh, then assisted Su Changqing in sitting down, encouraging him, don't be shy, pursue her boldly if you like her. Li Xiao, shall I attend to Su Dasha's rest? From the moment Su Changqing had entered, Xiaoting's gaze had not strayed from him. She immediately turned to Li Luodi, playfully pleading, would that be all right? Li Xiao, let me take care of him. I can do it better than Xiaoting. Upon hearing this, the other beauties expressed their discontent and hastily surrounded him. Li Luodi chuckled softly, patting Wen Bixia's shoulder. The expenses for these lovely ladies will be charged to my card, and each of them will receive double. He then helped Su Changqing to his feet, declaring, I'll take him to rest first. Wen Bixia was momentarily taken aback, as if she had heard something unbelievable, exclaiming, Li Xiao, you also like men. Smack. Li Luodi playfully slapped her on the buttocks, rolling his eyes. What do I like? Aren't you aware? Ultimately, Li Luodi escorted Su Changqing away. He certainly could not leave the latter in the presence of these predatory women. The following morning at the Li family villa, several unexpected guests arrived. Chapter 51. The Demon Suppression Division pays a visit in the Li family villa. The first rays of morning sunlight gently crept into the room, filtering through the sheer curtains and casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the floor. Knock, knock, knock. A rap on the bedroom door was soon followed by the voice of Aunt Zhang. The housekeeper, young master, there are guests. Li Luodi, deeply entrenched in slumber, yawned lazily. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he rose leisurely, opened the window, and felt the soft sunlight caress his face, as a languid atmosphere pervaded the room. Aunt Zhang, who are the guests looking for? He stretched. Are they seeking me, or my parents? You, young master. Upon hearing this, Li Luodi paused in surprise. Looking for me. He glanced at the time. It was nearing noon. Who could possibly be seeking him at this hour? All right, I'll freshen up and come down. 3 minutes later, after a quick wash, Li Luodi descended from the second floor to the living room. Upon spotting the two individuals seated on the sofa, he raised an eyebrow in contemplation. A man and a woman, both dressed casually. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, her hair tied in a ponytail. Her looks were unremarkable yet not displeasing, exuding a sense of competence. The man, with a rugged face and a sturdy build, was of similar age. As he lifted a cup of coffee, Li Luodi noticed calluses on his right hand. You must be Li Luodi, the man inquired, standing with a warm smile. Indeed. May I ask what brings you here? Li Luodi's gaze flickered momentarily, before he smiled lightly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Jun, an agent of the Demon Suppression Division. Lu Jun produced a black iron token from his waist, declaring, "This is my credential. Qin Xiang, also an agent of the Demon Suppression Division." Qin Xiang smiled gently. Despite being somewhat prepared, Li Luoti's pupils constricted slightly. He had not anticipated that the Demon Suppression Division would come knocking so swiftly. "Greetings. May I inquire what matters the Demon Suppression Division seeks to discuss with me?" Li Luoti quickly composed himself. Feigning ignorance, Lu Jun and Qin Xiang exchanged glances, both astonished at Li Luoti's calm demeanor. Typically, upon hearing the name of the Demon Suppression Division, individuals displayed varied expressions, yet none remained as unfazed as Li Luoti. They had thoroughly investigated the Li family prior to their visit, and were well aware that Li Luoti was once merely a spoiled young master, a sycophant at that. Beyond this, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Contemplating this, Lu Jun proposed, "Could we move to a quieter location? Shall we go to the tea room on the second floor?" Li Luoti gestured. Once in the tea room, Lu Jun got straight to the point. "Mr. Li, this morning, we discovered 2 corpses in a clearing on Jiangbei Avenue. The deceased were none other than the individuals you clashed with last night at the Forbidden Club. The surveillance footage from that route indicated that you were there last night." With this, Lu Jun's gaze bore into Li Luoti. "Might I ask if the deaths of those 2 individuals are in any way connected to you?" Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang's curious eyes also turned toward him, her body slightly leaning forward. "Indeed, I am the one who killed them," Li Luoti replied nonchalantly, not concealing his admission in the slightest. Li Luoti's frankness left Lu Jun and Qin Xiang momentarily speechless. "Mr. Li, are you aware that murder is a crime?" Lu Jun's expression turned icy, his hand subtly reaching for his waist as he coldly stated, "Even if those 2 committed heinous acts, the law will ensure they receive their just punishment. It is not for you to deliver justice." "I am aware," Li Luoti nodded, then shifted to a more comfortable position, seemingly oblivious to Lu Jun's hand movement, grinning. "But what if those 2 were demons?" At this, Lu Jun and Qin Xiang's bodies trembled slightly as they raised their astonished gazes, exclaiming, "Those 2 demons were truly killed by you." They were not surprised that Li Luoti was aware that the 2 men were demons. What astonished them was that these 2 demons had indeed met their end at the hands of this once spoiled youth. They had assumed that the individuals involved in the incident were the ones who had accompanied Li Luoti to the club the previous night. "So, you are also a martial artist?" Lu Jun narrowed his eyes, struggling to suppress his shock as he inquired. Naturally, Li Luoti nodded, then extended his hand, unleashing a torrent of azure spiritual energy that surged from within him. The fierce blue light dancing at his fingertips, exuding a formidable presence. "This is the aura of a warrior." Qin Xiang's face was etched with disbelief, her eyes reflecting intense shock. "But you haven't even awakened your spiritual veins. You are merely a white melon, are you not?" Both she and Lu Jun were merely peak martial artists, yet Li Luoti had unknowingly crossed the threshold into the realm of warriors. This fellow. The records indicated that Li Luoti was simply a white melon. Faced with the astonishment of the 2, Li Luoti shrugged. "Just lucky, I suppose. He had not exerted much effort to achieve this elevation." Lu Jun and Qin Xiang exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words in response to Li Luoti's nonchalance. They had both invested countless efforts and hardships to reach their peak martial artist status. After a prolonged silence, Lu Jun finally spoke. "Mr. Li, I have another question regarding the man who accompanied you to the club last night. Oh, you mean him?" Li Luoti scratched his head. "We only met last night. After I dealt with those 2 demons, I encountered him. We hit it off, and I took him out for some fruit. Rest assured, we did nothing inappropriate." Lu Jun and Qin Xiang exchanged incredulous looks. All right then. Lu Jun did not pursue the matter further, but instead highlighted the crux of their visit. "We have come to confirm a few issues, and now that we have our answers, we would like to ask if you would be willing to join our Demon Suppression Division." Upon hearing this, Li Luoti's heart surged with excitement, akin to a dam bursting. The reason he had left the corpses of those 2 demons was to prompt the Demon Suppression Division to seek him out. His desire to join the division stemmed from the reality that in this blue star, demons had infiltrated many nations, including the mighty Great Xia, which had been significantly compromised over the past few years. Though he possessed 12 talismans and a ghostly mask, the efficacy of these items relied on Li Luoti's strength. In other words, if he were to encounter a warrior of the king level at this juncture, he could only ensure his own survival, but defeating such an opponent would be nearly impossible. Joining the Demon Suppression Division represented the swiftest avenue for him to enhance his abilities. The Demon Suppression Division. Chief. Commanding Officer, 1000 Division, 100 Division, Captain, Agent, Agent. Chapter 52. The financially fortunate practitioner to join the Demon Suppression Division. One's background must first be immaculate. A gentle smile graced Lu Jun's lips as he continued. To join the Demon Suppression Division, there are two pathways. The first involves selecting exceptionally gifted students during the awakening of their spiritual veins at various academies, but such inexperienced newcomers, who have not faced the trials of life and death, must begin as interns. Once they have bloodied their hands with demon blood and demonstrated promise, they can be promoted to become agents like US.AS for the second pathway.AS. He pondered this. Lu Jun's smile deepened. It involves individuals like you, who have already become martial artists or have bloodied their hands with demons. Of course, even if you are a peak martial artist or merely a novice warrior, you must start as an intern, just like the newcomers. After passing the assessment.at this moment, Qin Xiang added, if you can pass the assessment, you would be promoted to a Yasi, just like us, or perhaps even ascend to the higher rank of Yaki. Upon hearing this, Li Luodi felt a stir of curiosity within and inquired, what is the distinction between Yaki and Yasi? Lu Jun exchanged a glance with Qin Xiang, and then the former smiled, saying, Yasi, like us, are responsible for investigation, interrogation, and perimeter vigilance, among other duties. However, Yaki are quite different. They don specialized black garments, adorned with short capes and wielding enchanted demon-slaying blades. At this point, a glimmer of envy sparkled in Lu Jun's eyes. For those demon-slaying blades are forged from the rare Tian Shan Tai, granting them a natural advantage against demons. Their remuneration is also quite generous, with a monthly salary of 80,000, plus additional compensation for missions, and they enjoy 9 hazards and 4 rewards. 9 hazards and 4 rewards. Upon hearing this, Li Luodi's eyebrows shot up in surprise, nearly grazing his hairline. Has this world already established 9 hazards and 4 rewards? How come he was unaware of this? After a prolonged moment of astonishment, he stammered, what are the 9 hazards and what are the 4 rewards? Lu Jun shrugged. I do not know either. The author insisted on writing it this way. Qin Xiang smiled gently, explaining that being a Yaki is quite arduous, frequently undertaking perilous missions, battling the ruthless and vicious demons, with their lives perpetually at risk. Thus their high compensation is entirely reasonable. Hearing this, Li Luodi nodded in agreement, believing it to be justifiable, especially for those valiant warriors who defend their homeland. They too deserve such treatment. Furthermore, if you join the Demon Suppression Division, you will receive guidance from instructors in training, covering martial arts, elixirs, and weapon exchange channels, akin to joining a sect in a novel. Lu Jun beamed with pride. Let me put it this way, whatever exists outside, our Demon Suppression Division possesses, and what is not available outside, we have that too. Truly splendid. A glimmer of excitement danced in Li Luodi's eyes. Although the guidance from instructors and elixirs held little value for him, it did not hinder his ability to immediately track down demons. The sheep talisman was his rocket-like ascent to promotion, his greatest advantage. But what if I choose not to join? Li Luodi voiced his lingering doubts, pondering what would happen if the Demon Suppression Division approached him and he declined. Not joining would pose no problem. Qin Xiang smiled, pressing her lips together, stating that currently, there are many martial artists in Daxia. Besides our Demon Suppression Division, there are other departments, such as the Ritual Demon Guard and the Flower Factory, all of which are affiliated with special institutions. Li Luodi was aware of the Flower Factory, known for its abundance of half-demons and yin-yang beings, a domain reserved for the fortunate ones like Yi Fan and Lin Yu. As for the Ritual Demon Guard, it is relatively mysterious, primarily tasked with capturing demons. Given the choice, naturally, one would select the Demon Suppression Division. Contemplating this, Li Luodi took a deep breath, declaring, I am willing to join. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun and Qin Xiang exchanged satisfied glances. Let us proceed. Lu Jun and Qin Xiang rose, instructing him to accompany them for the assessment, the outcome of which would determine whether he would start as an intern or a Yasi. Assessment? Li Luodi's gaze flickered, and then he rummaged through a drawer, pulling out 5 or 6 stacks of red bills. With a sincere smile, he said, I have always held great admiration for you warriors who toil for the nation and its people. So take the 60,000 for a foot bath. And Qin Xiang raised her eyebrows, her eyes narrowing at the sight of the 60,000, her expression innocent yet cunning. The rules of the Demon Suppression Division are stringent. Accepting bribes exceeding 10,000 results in 3 strikes, exceeding 30,000 yields 10 strikes, and exceeding 60,000 leads to reassignment to Africa. Clearly, we do not need to venture into the desert to eat raw meat for this 60,000. Do we? At this, Li Luodi suddenly realized he had miscalculated. It seemed the allure of money held no sway over these two principled individuals. He quickly gave an awkward smile, about to retract the 6 stacks of red bills, only to see Lu Jun grinning and adding, "Unless that you increase the amount." Li Luodi pulled out another 60,000 from the drawer without hesitation. Observing this, Lu Jun coughed lightly, discreetly accepting the total of 120,000. Then promptly divided 60,000 with Chen Xiang. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "That makes a total of 120,000. We each take 60,000, and since we finish our shifts early today, we can go for a foot bath." Chen Xiang nodded, accepting her 60,000, and added, "Remember to take me along for the foot bath tonight." Lu Jun flashed a bright smile. "Of course, no problem. By heavens." Kindred spirits indeed. Li Luodi's lips twitched slightly. Lu Jun glanced at the enigmatic expression on Li Luodi's face, and then patted his shoulder, squinting with a smile, saying, "While rules are crucial, when everyone tacitly ignores them, being too rigid will only lead to exclusion. Master, I have gained enlightenment. Since I have accepted your money, let us discuss the assessment content, which is divided into literary and martial categories." Lu Jun, in good spirits, began to explain. "The so-called literary and martial, as the words suggest, you can surely comprehend." Li Luodi. Chen Xiang also smiled. "Regarding the literary aspect, we are not certain of your intellect, but with your current strength, you will undoubtedly breeze through the martial component. Therefore, do not feel pressured. I can't believe it.is this all there is to the 120,000 nonsense. This is akin to dropping trousers to fart, and is no different from the empty excuses already addressed by the relevant departments." Faced with the smiling duo, Li Luodi yearned to slap them. The assessment, aside from talent, is it not merely literary and martial? Chapter 53. This scenario feels familiar. A black domestic SUV traversed the bustling streets, arriving at the renowned institution's estate in less than an hour. The Demon Suppression Division's estate, nestled beside the city center's forest park, was transformed from several courtyards reminiscent of ancient noble residences with towering lofts. Members of the Demon Suppression Division, clad in specialized black attire and short capes, moved in and out with resolute expressions, exuding an imposing aura. After passing through several checkpoints, the black SUV finally found a parking space. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Li Luodi observed several Yaqui from the Demon Suppression Division riding deep red horses as they galloped outward. The synchronized sound of hooves echoed ominously. Perhaps sensing Li Luodi's confusion, Chen Xiang smiled and explained, "The horses beneath them are called salamander horses, a blend of low-level demon beasts and artificial intelligence. They are swift as the wind, possess great endurance, and can travel vast distances in a day." Lu Jun gazed enviously at the Yaqui disappearing from view, remarking that salamander horses are highly mobile, faster than many small cars, making them the perfect choice for Yaqui on missions. Speaking of which, Lu Jun chuckled, "As Yasi, we can only drive cars for our missions. Salamander horse, but what a splendid name." Li Luodi's lips twitched involuntarily, expressing his insincerity. He then scratched his head. "I had thought the Demon Suppression Division's estate would be located in the suburbs." Hearing this, Lu Jun grinned. "We are not some secretive organization. The citizens of Daxia are mostly aware of us. Therefore, hiding in the outskirts or deep mountains serves no purpose. Having our estate in the city center allows for greater convenience in operations." Indeed, Li Luodi nodded in agreement. "All right, let's take you inside." Lu Jun smiled. "You are quite fortunate. Today is the day of the new recruit assessment, making it a relatively lively day for the Demon Suppression Division. Do your best and aim for a good ranking." Assessment day, Li Luodi followed Lu Jun and Chen Xiang into the Demon Suppression Division's estate, and even with the latter two accompanying him, he was questioned by the lurking Yaqui at least 3 times. After navigating several twists and turns, Li Luodi finally arrived at the assessment area. The venue was vast, approximately the size of a football field. As soon as Li Luodi reached the edge, he was met with a cacophony of voices. Looking ahead, he saw a sea of people, the noise rising to the heavens. "There are that many people?" Li Luodi marveled, his tongue clicking in disbelief, estimating at least 1,000 individuals. "Is this considered a lot?" Lu Jun clapped Li Luodi on the shoulder, his tone somewhat complex, noting that the Demon Suppression Division is indeed the frontline force against demons, and given that demons are generally more troublesome than beasts, the risk factor is quite substantial. Acknowledging this, Lu Jun chose not to dwell on the topic further and instead led Li Luodi to fill out some paperwork. Soon, Li Luodi received his assessment card and was escorted to the center of the arena. Within the venue, there were around 300 contestants, predominantly young, most in their early 20s, comprising both males and females. However, the majority of these contestants did not engage in conversation, with only a few clustering together. Likely familiar with one another, they asked for Leilani presence. Many merely cast a fleeting glance before returning their attention elsewhere. Leilani maintained a calm demeanor, arms crossed, patiently awaiting the commencement of the assessment. Before long, he began to overhear whispers that I wonder what the assessment entails. I just hope for a decent score. If nothing else, I wish to enter the Demon Suppression Division. Even if I cannot become a Yasi, I would gladly settle for being an intern. You are thinking too highly of yourself. If your talent is average and you have not shed blood from demons, even if you perform exceptionally, you will only start as an intern. Greetings. If I were to pass the assessment, even as an intern, I would gladly accept your offer to drive luxurious cars and reside in a villa. However, speaking of which, do we truly have anyone among us who has been tainted by demonic blood? As soon as this question was posed, the previously raucous crowd fell into an abrupt silence. The notion of being touched by demonic blood appears daunting, yet it is not as complex as it seems. Demons, in comparison to monsters, are far more ferocious and brutal. Many find pleasure in murder and are insatiably bloodthirsty. It is no small feat for an ordinary person to encounter one. Even a martial artist would be considered impressive if they managed not to soil themselves in fear, let alone confront a demon directly. After a prolonged moment of silence, someone finally managed a sheepish smile, suggesting there was likely no one among us. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a disdainful snort resonated through the crowd. You mere frogs at the bottom of the well. Your inability does not imply that others are equally powerless. Who spoke? The chastised young man's face flushed crimson as he turned to locate the source of the voice. He beheld a young man in a white shirt, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon recognizing the young man's features, he was instantly struck with terror, his hair standing on end, and he hastily fell silent. The young man, known as Su Qing, is the son of a major figure in the underground organization known as the Green Vine. Such a background was not something the young man could afford to offend. The others, similarly branded as useless, also bore flushed faces, daring neither to express their anger nor to speak. Su Qing, upon witnessing the young man's capitulation, mocked him with a smirk. Useless. Leilani raised his gaze. Upon looking at Su Qing, he quietly exhaled in relief, initially mistaking him for Yi Longwang. Speaking of Yi Longwang, Leilani found himself oddly missing him. One could only wonder how that fellow was faring after receiving so much attention from those black gorillas. Enough of that. Su Qing. What purpose does it serve to bicker with these individuals? A red-haired young man chuckled and shook his head. Once the assessment concludes, the gap between us will be as vast as that between a firefly and the bright moon. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. After all, we are not of the same ilk. Why bother discussing further? Indeed, Su Qing scoffed and promptly closed his eyes. Awaiting the test, just as the red-haired young man was about to divert his gaze, his smile faltered. Zhang Hong, what's the matter? Beside the red-haired young man stood a long-haired beauty, her figure delightfully curvaceous. Her proportions impeccable. Qinyu, have you noticed? That person bears a striking resemblance to Leilani. Zhang Hong fixed his gaze on the back of the crowd, where Leilani lounged with his hands behind his head. Looking remarkably relaxed, Leilani. How could he possibly be here? Qinyu was momentarily taken aback. Then her expression turned to one of disdain. That kind of spoiled dog doesn't he belong in the Demon Suppression Division? No sooner had she spoken than she followed Zhang Hong's line of sight, and her body shuddered as if she had seen a ghost. After scrutinizing for some time, both Qinyu and Zhang Hong reluctantly accepted the undeniable truth. That person was indeed Leilani. This insufferable sycophant, how could he be present here? Qinyu clenched her teeth, a flash of unwillingness crossing her beautiful eyes. Both Qinyu and Zhang Hong hailed from the Azure Blue Academy. But they were members of the Silver Class 101, fierce rivals of the Golden Class 101, especially since both had long-standing grievances with Leilani, leading to frequent skirmishes. Both Zhang Hong and Qinyu came from well-off families. And recently, both had awakened their spiritual veins ahead of time, becoming martial artists. Thanks to the endless resources provided by their families, they had finally reached the intermediate martial artist level just yesterday. Through their family connections, they had managed to join the Demon Suppression Division to participate in the assessment. Zhang Hong, shall we go teach that scoundrel a lesson? Qinyu's eyes glinted mischievously. Her lips curling upward, I reckon this fellow is merely a novice martial artist. Even if he is an intermediate martial artist, he wouldn't stand a chance against us. The test has even begun. Shall we go deal with him first? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong knitted his brows, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head slowly. I think we should hold off for now, having read too many novels lately. I'm all too familiar with these ostentatious and face-slapping scenarios. What if Li Luodi is merely playing the fool to lure us into a trap? We might end up as the villains, serving as stepping stones for him. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the debut. Starting then, a minimum of 3 updates will be provided. Brothers, let's see some free support. Chapter 54, The Charming Goat, The Adorable Rabbit. The Cold Ferret. Have you read too many novels and lost her grip on reality? Qin Yu crossed her arms, a cold smirk adorning her lips. Him? How could he possibly be the chosen one? The protagonist of the world. In novels, he is but a mere villain, destined to meet his demise within 3 chapters. Contemplating this, the smirk on Qin Yu's lips grew more pronounced. Zhang Hong, do you truly believe this guy can outshine us? At her words, Zhang Hong tilted his head back and scoffed. How could that be? Even if he is the protagonist, that title belongs to us. We possess both looks and physique, not to mention wealth. Humph, now that's more like it. With a cold huff, Qin Yu withdrew her gaze, no longer dwelling on the idea of causing trouble for Li Luodi. Miss Qin, did that young man offend you? At that moment, a tall young man with flickering eyes approached cautiously. His name was Lu Renjia, a suitor of Qin Yu. Qin Yu shot a cold glance at Lu Renjia, unceremoniously retorting, what business is it of yours? Go find a cooler place to linger. For a man of ordinary appearance, mediocre background, and lacking in talent, even a glance from her would be a loss. Undeterred by the rejection, Lu Renjia perceived an opportunity and boldly declared, Miss Qin, allow me to handle this. Once I subdue that young man, he will apologize to you. Zhang Hong, witnessing this, raised an eyebrow. Kid, don't say I didn't warn you. That fellow is no ordinary individual. Don't end up losing more than you bargained for. Rest assured, Zhang, I know my own strength. Lu Renjia patted his chest with a boastful grin. Just wait for that kid to bow his head in apology. Wait, hold on, Zhang Hong hastily cautioned. When you get slapped in the face, don't blame us for sending you to provoke him. Zhang, you worry too much. I'll be right back, Lu Renjia said, a confident smile gracing his lips. Then, under the watchful eyes of many, he strode toward Li Luodi with an imposing demeanor. I say, aren't you being a bit cowardly? Qin Yu sighed, rubbing her temples. Is this really necessary? Zhang Hong chuckled awkwardly. I'm just being cautious. Bang. Before Zhang Hong could finish his sentence, a low grunt echoed. And Lu Renjia, as if a kite with a severed string, was sent flying, blood and teeth spraying forth as he tumbled to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner that I can't believe it. I've been quite low-key, yet everywhere I go, I encounter such fools. Li Luodi raised his pitch-black eyes, his brows cooling slightly. I am not one to be trifled with. Zhang Hong and Qin Yu jolted in unison, their pupils constricting sharply. Lu Renjia was a middle-level martial artist. To think he couldn't withstand even a single blow from Li Luodi. Su Qing, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of shock. His eyes widened as he thought. You see, could it be that this young man is playing the fool while hiding his true strength? Zhang Hong felt a mix of emotions, relief and complexity, as he stammered to the astonished Qin Yu. Why are you trembling? Qin Yu secretly let out a sigh of relief, then looked at the quaking Zhang Hong, her brow furrowing. What is wrong with you? During the assessment, fighting was strictly prohibited. Just then, a middle-aged man with a stoic expression stepped into the center of the arena, casting a meaningful glance at Li Luodi. This time, we shall let it slide. Now, as the test commences, allow me to explain the rules. The middle-aged man clapped his hands, and instantly, a massive blue screen appeared in the center of the arena. You have half an incense stick's worth of time. Those who pass the test before the incense burns out will be deemed successful. Otherwise, you will be eliminated. Those who consecutively place first in 3 rounds will have the opportunity to be exceptionally promoted to flag bearer, receiving 1 guardian pill, 1 recovery pill, and the chance to select any martial arts book from the first floor of the Treasure Pavilion. WOW.AS. The middle-aged man's words concluded. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Truly, the Demon Suppression Division is quite extravagant. Without further ado, all participants swiftly entered the light screen as the timer commenced. In an elegant lounge, several enchanting figures frolicked playfully. I wonder how the quality of this batch of newcomers is. The girl on the far right, with her long, silky black hair curling gently at the ends, had skin as delicate as a baby's and radiated a soft pink hue. Her eyes sparkled like stars. This adorable round-faced girl was Meng Tu Baisher. Xiaoyudat, I suppose it's just average. Yin Wei adjusted her silver-framed round glasses, her voice clear and melodious, like a flowing stream, cool and captivating. Her long, slender legs drew attention. I am Yin Wei, from the Cold Ferret Division. That I heard that the flower factory has recently recruited several promising new students. We must keep up. On the far left stood a woman with a figure that could tempt even the most stoic, her golden wavy hair shining brightly, her long legs clad in a mini skirt of a sunny yellow hue, radiating warmth and brilliance. This woman was named Qi Xia, from the charming Goat Division of the Demon Suppression Division. Otherwise, we might not have good news to report to the higher-ups. Meiyang Baisher toyed with her freshly done nails, her arched brows and enchanting eyes radiating allure. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please click the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative. I find this individual rather commendable. Meng Tu Baisher swayed her delicate, fair legs, a fruity lollipop nestled between her cherry-red lips, inviting you to take a look. As she spoke, Meng Tu tossed a document onto the table. Leng Jiao Baisher picked it up, flipping through it casually, her brows raising slightly. Li Luodi, why does that name sound so familiar? Meng Tu's bright, lively eyes flickered. Do you know him? After a brief silence, Leng Jiao's beautiful gaze turned cold, her snow-white chin lifting slightly. I remember now. This fellow is a student at Kanglin Academy. And he skipped class today. His father is a member of the academy's board. Meiyang chuckled softly. So he is a privileged one. Meng Tu, however, held a differing opinion, gently shaking her head. Leng Jiao, Meiyang, take a look at the last page. According to the information relayed by Lu Jun and Qin Xiang, the two demons from last night were slain by this Li Luodi. Upon this revelation, Meng Tu's delicate face grew slightly serious as she spoke in a low tone. IVE conducted a thorough investigation on him and discovered that he was previously an inconspicuous individual, notorious for being a sycophant. Yet, within just a few days, he seems to have transformed completely, unknowingly becoming a martial artist. Moreover, I heard from Qin Xiang that Li Luodi is now a junior warrior capable of slaying the two demons from last night. Upon hearing this, Leng Jiao scoffed dismissively. I concede that this person possesses some skill and likely has decent talent, but one of those demons last night had already entered the realm of demonic spirits. How could a mere junior warrior compete with a demonic spirit? In my opinion, the two demons were most likely killed by that Taoist who was beside him last night. Hearing this, Meng Tu and Meiyang exchanged glances, subsequently falling silent, presumably sharing the sentiment that while Li Luodi's abilities were commendable, they were merely that, commendable. The true prowess lay with that Taoist, who bore a striking resemblance to Hua Jianhua but was even more handsome. Chapter 55, just 3 seconds before Li Luodi lay a verdant field. Shimmering under the radiant sunlight, a gentle breeze wafted through, refreshing the spirit. As he surveyed the surroundings, he quickly spotted two individuals at the center of the straw, both adorned with straw hats. Upon noticing them, Li Luodi's gaze flickered momentarily, and he approached the two. One of them appeared slightly older, with a kind demeanor, holding a fan. The other was younger, expressionless, who greeted Li Luodi with a bland tone. Tester, the timer has already started. Are you prepared? Li Luodi, a frown forming on his forehead, retorted. You've already begun timing and still ask if I'm ready. After regaining his composure, Li Luodi nodded indifferently. I'm ready. Please proceed. The first question, 500 years ago, Sun Wukong caused a ruckus in the heavens, only to be suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain. During this period, he lost his sight. The man in the straw hat continued unhurriedly. Thus, to restore his vision, he had to consume 1 black pill and 1 white pill daily. However, on the final day, he accidentally mixed 2 black pills and 2 white pills together. How could the great sage ensure that what he consumed was 1 black pill and 1 white pill? Upon hearing this, Li Luodi's lips twitched slightly. Is this the infamous test of the Demon Suppression Division? After a moment of contemplation, he smiled faintly. It's quite simple. The great sage only needs to split the 2 white pills and 2 black pills in half. Then consume the other halves of the black and white pills. This guarantees that what enters his mouth is 1 black pill and 1 white pill. The man in the straw hat trembled in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. The other man with the fan also shifted slightly, a glimmer of shock in his eyes. Is that it? Typically, those who come for testing ponder for at least half a minute before answering. This guy is remarkably quick. Hey, brothers, did I pass? Li Luodi asked, waving his hand in front of their stunned faces. This has a time limit. Regaining their senses, the two exchanged glances before apologizing. Sorry. We've never encountered someone who answered so swiftly. The man with the fan scratched his head uncertainly. That couldn't have taken 3 seconds, right? The straw hat man pondered for a moment, then replied, including the preamble, it must have just been 3 seconds. Li Luadi. The next question is a continuous one. The man with the fan said with a friendly smile, please pay attention. In response, Li Luadi returned the smile. Thank you for the reminder. Listen carefully. A plane in the sky is carrying 1,000 durians. Suddenly, the plane encounters an accident, and all 1,000 durians fall from the sky. Yet, why did no one get killed? Li Luadi fell silent, not because he found the question challenging, but because he expected the esteemed Demon Suppression Division's tests to be of a more sophisticated nature. Rather than this abrupt twist, because the 1,000 durians haven't fallen yet, he shrugged, replying, that's not difficult. The challenge lies in the subsequent continuity. Correct answer. How many steps does it take to put a cow in the fridge? 3 steps. First, open the fridge door. Second, push the cow inside. Third, close the fridge door. Li Luadi scratched his nose, answering without a moment's hesitation. Correct. The man in the straw hat's eyes flickered. Now, if we want to put a rhinoceros in the fridge, how many steps does that take? 4 steps. Li Luadi replied without a second thought. First, open the fridge door. Second, pull the cow out. Third, push the rhinoceros in. Fourth, close the fridge door. Correct. After exchanging glances, the man in the straw hat asked. At the animal conference in the forest, who didn't he attend? Li Luadi yawned and lazily stretched. The rhinoceros, because it's still in the fridge. Correct. Now, an old lady goes to the forest to collect free eggs. And while crossing a log bridge, she encounters a big bad wolf in front and a large brown bear behind. How did the old lady get across? Upon hearing this, the man in the straw hat wore a half smile. And both he and the fan-bearing man exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with amusement. Doubtful that Li Luadi could answer so swiftly, Li's bright eyes twinkled, and he replied with a smile. She fainted. How else could she get across? The man in the straw hat paused, gritting his teeth. Then why didn't the wolf and bear eat the old lady? Li Luadi grinned, because the big bad wolf and bear were rushing to attend the animal conference. They didn't have time to eat the old lady. Bang! The man in the straw hat removed his hat, sweat dripping down his forehead as he stared intently at Li Luadi, gritting his teeth. Then why did the old lady ultimately die? Meanwhile, the fan-bearing man glanced at Li Luadi, estimating the time. Li's deep-set eyes held a hint of amusement as he replied leisurely, because the old lady was struck by one of the 1,000 durians that fell from the plane. Goodness, all correct. The man in the straw hat looked utterly drained, as if all his strength had been sapped. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, you've passed the first 2 rounds. Thank you. Li Luadi cupped his hands in gratitude. I appreciate your efforts. May I proceed to the next round? Yes, but would you like to take a break? The fan-bearing man suggested after a moment's thought. The next round will demand considerable energy from you. Li Luadi politely declined. I believe I need a break. Indeed. The fan-bearing man nodded, then waved his hand, causing a green light curtain to appear. Step inside. This will be your final round in the plaza of the Demon Suppression Division. As Li Luadi swiftly passed the first 2 rounds, the atmosphere erupted in excitement, bubbling like boiling water. Hee, I told you this kid is capable. Minta lifted her snow-white chin, her beautiful eyes sparkling with pride. Let us wait until he cleanly passes the 3rd round, Lingdia remarked, a glimmer in her serene eyes. The 3rd round is where true strength is displayed. I am curious to see if he truly killed those 2 demons last night. Send word inside to increase the difficulty for this kid. Chapter 56, Elegance, never out of style as the scene shifted. When Li Luadi opened his eyes, he was greeted by a lush green valley. Wildflowers dotted the landscape, and clear springs flowed gently, as if he had stepped into a realm of immortals. What challenge awaits him now? Li Luadi raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself, it should be time to fight, right? As his words faded, a sharp, piercing cry of a monkey echoed through the valley. What is this? Li Luadi's expression darkened slightly as he raised his gaze to look ahead. In the next moment, the earth trembled violently, and hundreds of fiery red monkeys, wielding sticks and bricks, unleashed piercing howls as they charged towards him. What the hell is this? Li Luadi's pupils contracted sharply, and he couldn't help but curse. Hundreds of fiery red monkeys howled at the sky, each displaying the prowess of a novice warrior. Even a single spit from one of them could knock him out. The overwhelming stench of urine assaulted his nostrils, nauseating him. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have mocked the tests of the Demon Suppression Division. Leloadi's lips twitched as he surveyed his surroundings. Was there still a chance for redemption? These hundreds of fire monkeys, each comparable to a novice warrior, posed a significant challenge for anyone who wasn't a martial artist. With no response forthcoming, Leloadi took a deep breath, his expression suddenly turning icy. If that was the case, then he would put on a show. Whoosh! With a swift movement, Leloadi dashed forward, his palms surging with spiritual energy, emanating a fiery aura. This was the martial art he had acquired from Su Cha-Ching after he vanquished those two demonesses last night. Known as the Flame Palm, that Leloadi moved with remarkable speed, appearing in front of the swiftest fire monkey in the blink of an eye. In his palm, flames coalesced, resembling a blazing inferno, and he struck fiercely at the creature. Boom! The massive fiery impact easily sent the fire monkey flying, along with several others behind it. It seemed one successful strike led to another, and Leloadi's eyes flickered as he leaped into the air. Arms outstretched, the red spiritual energy swirling around him, enveloping him in a tempest of flames, as if he were delivering a crescent slash spanning several meters. The howling crescent slash whipped through the air, creating a gust of wind that swept away dozens of fire monkeys. Leloadi's formidable prowess momentarily stunned these intelligent fire monkeys, who then let out a series of bizarre roars, hurling bricks, stones, and sticks towards him. In response, Leloadi remained unfazed, casually raising his right hand as waves of crescent flames shot forth, effortlessly annihilating the projectiles into a shower of debris. He executed his movements with leisurely grace, embodying the elegance of violent aesthetics. Roar! Leloadi's nonchalance clearly infuriated the fire monkeys, who began to stomp their feet and pound their chests, ferociously charging at him with whatever they could grab. Observing this, Leloadi remained calm, sweeping his palm like a flame, easily sending several fire monkeys flying. Roar! Another wave of fire monkeys, their expressions savage, charged at him wielding wooden clubs, intent on delivering powerful blows. Yet, in the face of such a fierce onslaught, Leloadi merely shifted his feet lightly, as if taking a leisurely stroll, allowing the frenzied attacks of the fire monkeys to miss him entirely. This scene was quite comical. Dozens of fire monkeys attacked wildly, while one individual moved with effortless ease, reminiscent of a lone boat navigating the tumultuous waves in the Demon Suppression Division square. Everyone stared in awe at the dazzling figure of Leloadi. What is this guy's name? Is he really that formidable? Such incredible agility. This newcomer is no ordinary individual. Many members of the Demon Suppression Division, who had not participated, nodded in astonishment. To be able to handle the frenzied attacks of over 100 fire monkeys with such composure is no small feat. How elegant, truly magnificent. This young man possesses quite the talent. Mei Yang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed. Ming, too, with a banana-flavored lollipop in hand, suddenly giggled mischievously, glancing at her two older sisters. They wouldn't dare compete with me for attention. Would they? I spotted him first. Hearing this, Mei Yang and Lung Jiao exchanged glances, and then Mei Yang smiled brightly, saying, "How could an elder sister possibly compete with a younger sister?" Ming too pouted, muttering, "You can't trust anyone's words." Mei Yang's eyes twinkled like stars, her smile enchanting. "But my dear sister has never lied to you." In the arena, Leloadi was ruthlessly dispatching fire monkeys, feeling that the difficulty was too low. Though these fire monkeys appeared fierce and somewhat intelligent, their combat capability was surprisingly weak. They were merely tougher-skinned, a bit more terrifying in appearance, stronger in brute force, and more numerous. That was all. For someone like him, who was fully equipped, it was hardly a challenge. Minutes later, over 100 fire monkeys lay vanquished at his feet, looking at the remaining incense that had not yet burned out. An air of silence enveloped the crowd. Who among them was not a seasoned veteran, having once been a newcomer themselves? Their best scores were likely less than half of his. This guy is too formidable. In such a short time, he annihilated all these fire monkeys. This newcomer is incredible. If one didn't know better, they might think he was chopping cabbage. Do you think he broke the record? Probably. Is he like a protagonist from a novel? The author's favorite child? Hard to say. Mainly, he looks handsome. Typically, in novels, the female leads are breathtakingly beautiful, while the male leads are just average-looking but incredibly confident. Did our bro take a wrong turn? In the valley, Leloadi surveyed the ground littered with fire monkey corpses, casually brushing his hands together. Roar! Just as Leloadi thought the test was over. A deafening, violent roar suddenly echoed through the air. With a jolt, Li Luoti's body trembled slightly as he turned his gaze straight ahead. There, charging from the valley's mouth, was a massive figure far larger than an ordinary fire monkey. The colossal form blazed like fire, its body gleaming as if clad in a suit of crimson armor. Even from a distance, an aura of ferocity enveloped the area, the violent energy sending chills down his spine. What the hell? Is there more? Li Luoti thought, his mind racing. This must be the Fire Monkey King. Meanwhile, everyone in the square stared dumbfounded at this fierce and aggressive Fire Monkey King, their eyes wide in disbelief. Was this test really that intense? In the loft, Leng Jiao and Mei Yang were equally stunned. Leng Jiao's beautiful eyes held a hint of seriousness as she looked at Mei Yang. Did you arrange for this Fire Monkey King? Mei Yang rolled her eyes. How could I be that bored? After saying this, both turned their gaze to the adorably innocent Meng Tuesday brothers. Here's the third installment. Don't just let the book sit, or it might just fade away. Chapter 57. Su Qing is first. The sun shone brightly, the breeze was gentle, and the blue sky and white clouds stretched out like a freshly washed canvas across the boundless horizon. Su Qing's scene flashed before him. At this moment, he had long lost his initial vigor, his hair disheveled, his face weary, and he appeared somewhat disheveled. As he stepped out from the light screen and saw the empty center of the arena. He paused slightly, and then the screen above displayed his ranking as first, filling his eyes with uncontainable joy. He was actually the first in this test. Looking at the still burning incense, the thrill of victory overflowed within him. Igniting a passionate fire in his heart, he had thought the first place would belong to that Li Luoti, but it turned out this guy was just a facade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the tattered Zhang Hong and Qin Yu emerged one after the other. Why are you the only one? Zhang Hong asked, puzzled. Where's that Li Luoti? Upon hearing this, Su Qing casually clasped his hands behind his back, glancing at the sky at a 45-degree angle with a faint smile. I merely got lucky and secured first place. You got first? Qin Yu crossed her arms, a smirk curling her lips as she scoffed. Though I dislike Li Luoti, with him around, it shouldn't be your turn. Right? Su Qing, unperturbed, shrugged and pointed to the screen. Isn't the first place mine? Zhang Hong and Qin Yu exchanged skeptical glances, then turned to look at the screen. Upon confirming that Su Qing was indeed first, they were taken aback and exclaimed, It really is you? Just luck, just luck. Su Qing grinned, but his eyes sparkled with arrogance. I actually came in second. Zhang Hong's mouth fell open in disbelief. Where's Li Luoti? I don't know. A hint of scorn flickered in Su Qing's eyes. In my view, that guy is all show, lacking substance. When faced with real combat, his weaknesses will be exposed. Hearing this, Zhang Hong and Qin Yu exchanged glances, then fell into silence. Could it be that Li Luoti was indeed a sheep in wolf's clothing? Soon, the remaining test participants emerged one by one, each one covered in dirt, their clothes torn, and looking utterly disheveled. Out of over 300 participants, fewer than 100 had passed. The quality of this batch was truly poor. Leng Jiao scrutinized the materials handed to her, her brows furrowing in displeasure. I heard that several promising candidates emerged from the Yanhuang side. For several years, our Qing Tongue Demon Suppression Division has consistently ranked at the bottom in the four-city tournament. Don't worry, stay calm. We have a strong candidate as well. Mei Yang crossed her legs, her snow-white thighs reminiscent of beautiful velvet enveloped in endless warmth. Exactly. We are strong too. Meng Tu, clutching a bag of chips with her cheeks stuffed like a squirrel hoarding food for winter, mumbled indistinctly, We are not worse than Yin Huang or Bailuan. And you still dare to talk? Mei Yang rolled her eyes, exclaiming, You were only supposed to increase the intensity for that boy, yet you unleashed the Fire Ape King. Hee. Meng Tu chuckled awkwardly. Unexpected, unexpected. Let me treat you all to some chips. Su Qing waved his hand, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth. First place rightfully belonged to him. Su Qing. As for that Li Luo, he was probably still stuck at the first level, fumbling around. With this thought, Su Qing's smile broadened, barely containing his delight, just as Su Qing indulged in fantasies of claiming first place, basking in a deluge of applause and cheers, and perhaps even winning the favor of the three renowned beauties of the Green Vine. A large hand waved in front of him. Zhang Hong, with an unusual expression and a hint of a cryptic smile, remarked, I say, with all this posing and waving, one might think you're the first place winner. Su Qing's expression darkened at the comment, and he retorted, Zhang Hong, are you blind? Can't you see who's south in first place on the screen? Before he could finish, his words faltered as he stared in disbelief at the screen where Li Luo had usurped the top spot. What the hell? Su Qing's fury ignited, cheating in broad daylight, under such clear skies. How can one cheat? All right, just look at the big screen. Qin Yu, with inscrutable emotions in his eyes, murmured, "You've only killed 32 fire apes. Haven't you seen that Li Luo has eliminated them all?" The crux of the matter at this point. Qin Yu's expression turned complex as he took a deep breath. This guy's current opponent is the Fire Ape King. What? Su Qing's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting in alarm. All of them? In the valley, Li Luo remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the center of attention. Even if he knew, it wouldn't matter, for the Fire Ape King was glaring at the ground littered with its offspring. A fierce rage brewing in its eyes. Roaring, the Fire Ape King unleashed a thunderous bellow, its massive maw seeming capable of devouring everything that in a sudden charge. It lifted a colossal boulder with its long arms and hurled it violently at Li Luo. The sound of rushing wind signaling its formidable weight. Damn, Li Luo cursed under his breath. Facing such a rock head-on was out of the question. Such foolishness was not in his nature. With nimble grace, he evaded the strike, his palms igniting with crimson energy, coalescing into a sharp blade of light that shot toward the Fire Ape King like lightning. Bang! The Fire Ape King retaliated with a punch, effortlessly shattering the blade of light. This creature was undoubtedly comparable to a high-ranking warrior. Li Luo's expression grew serious. A foe of this caliber would be daunting for most, yet for him, even without revealing his trump cards, he could still fight. Li Luo pondered. The Fire Ape King had already closed the distance, its fists charged with ferocious wind, striking down with a force capable of obliterating a small car. Though the Fire Ape King possessed immense strength, it was not particularly agile. With a few deft sidesteps, Li Luo positioned himself behind it, arms extended as fiery energy erupted forth. A crescent slash imbued with searing flames surged forth, cleaving into the Fire Ape King's back. Sizzle! The Fire Ape King's back, as hard as metal, was split open by the fiery blade, blood immediately gushing forth. Howling in agony, the Fire Ape King screamed in rage, its arms swinging back wildly, unleashing a force that caused the ground to tremble that if struck, wouldn't he be left with bruises all over. Li Luo's eyelids twitched as he muttered, "Bang! Bang! Bang!" The Fire Ape King spun around rapidly, its eyes ablaze, seizing a pine tree as a weapon, swinging it furiously at Li Luo. Realizing he could not confront it directly, Li Luo nimbly retreated. The wounded Fire Ape King, wild with fury, disregarded everything and relentlessly swung the pine tree at Li Luo, momentarily putting him in a precarious position. "Beast, you truly know how to put on a show." Li Luo dodged continuously, then raised his deep-set gaze, glinting with icy determination. Chapter 58. This kid's buffs are maxed out. Boom! Li Luo propelled himself forward, his feet enveloped in fiery energy. With a single step, it felt as though he pierced through the very air, dashing forth like a blazing shadow. Such speed caused the onlookers to widen their eyes in astonishment. What incredible agility! This guy was intriguing. Meong raised her delicate chin, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. The fiery figure, under the astonished gazes of many, appeared before the Fire Ape King's enormous head, then unleashed a punch engulfed in flames. Furious in its intensity, roar, the Fire Ape King bellowed, realizing that this human was no ordinary foe. Instinctively, it crossed its arms in front of its head, producing a low, muffled sound upon impact. Thud, thud, thud. The Fire Ape King felt an overwhelming force upon its arms, as if struck by a heavy truck, staggering backward in pain. Its fierce visage erupted in a deafening roar, yet when it attempted to retaliate, the figure had vanished. Where did he go? In the next instant, Li Luo, having built up his strength, appeared behind the Fire Ape King, his fingers entwined with flickering red energy, coalescing into a dazzling dagger. Whoosh! Li Luo struck, his fingers piercing the air in a cunning maneuver, ruthlessly stabbing into the scar on the Fire Ape King's back. Blood sprayed forth like feathers caught in the wind. With his strike successful, Li Luo swiftly withdrew, and from the Fire Ape King's wound, an immense surge of energy erupted. Boom! A colossal explosion ensued, as if the Fire Ape King had been bombarded, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. The Fire Ape King let out a mournful wail, its mangled back suddenly pierced by a jet of blood. And with a thunderous crash, it collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the onslaught. The tremendous commotion sent stones flying into the air. Seeing this, Li Luo flicked his wrist, then approached the howling Fire Ape King with an expression devoid of emotion. Slap! A sharp sound echoed as Li Luo coldly declared, "You're a monkey, and monkeys don't scream like that." It's utterly unbearable. With that, he approached the pine tree, hoisting it up, and with a forceful thrust. The sharp tip pierced through the Fire Ape King's skull. Outside the square, everyone stood in a daze, their eyes transfixed on the brutal and bloody scene, rendered speechless for a long while. Clap, clap, clap. Li Luo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. And suddenly he found himself in the center of the square. After dusting off his hands, he froze, staring at the wide-eyed crowd. There's something on my face. Upon regaining their senses, the gazes directed at Li Luo were akin to those witnessing a ghost. On the screen, the 3 words in the front row gleamed brightly under the sun. I hereby announce that the first place in this test goes to Li Luo. A middle-aged man approached Li Luo with a beaming smile, astonishment flickering in his eyes. What a treasure we've found. Thank you. Li Luo grinned broadly, yet there was not a trace of arrogance in his demeanor. The middle-aged man amiably patted Li Luo on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Go now. The Cold Mongoose Bureau, the Cute Rabbit Bureau, and the Mayong Bureau await you at the Moon Viewing Pavilion. Your reward for achieving first place will be presented by them. Hearing this, Li Luo felt a surge of joy, solemnly clasping his fists. Thank you, sir. The mention of sir caused a slight smile to curl at the corners of the middle-aged man's lips. Soon, a flag bearer from the Demon Suppression Bureau led Li Luo toward the Moon Viewing Pavilion. As they passed by Zhang Hong, Su Qing, and the others, Li Luo merely cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yu and the others, who immediately recoiled in fright. Throughout, Li Luo had not once looked at Qin Yu and the others, leaving them both relieved and frustrated, especially Su Qing, who sighed deeply, feeling desolate, as if he were merely a clown in the eyes of others. They asked for harboring resentment towards Li Luo. Please, he was no fool. It was only after Li Luo had vanished from sight that gasps of amazement filled the air. What a monster! Not only did he single-handedly slay over 100 fire apes, but even the Fire Ape King fell to him. Incredible! This kid's buffs are maxed out. Such a high-caliber expert surely wouldn't he start off as an intern like us, right? Damn, envy and jealousy abound. His performance today is enough to spare him a decade's worth of struggles. I find it unfair. This kid is playing the part of a pig to eat a tiger. This test is akin to tossing a university student into a contest with elementary schoolers, an obvious dimensional crush. I actually think swapping the university student for a high school student would be more fitting. As the crowd engaged in heated discussions, Zhang Hong approached Qin Yu with a smug grin. See, as clever as I am. I said this kid had the air of a pig playing a tiger. Good thing I'm smart. Otherwise, it would be you lying on the ground right now. Yes, you're the smartest, Qin Yu replied, exasperated. Should I award you a medal? That won't be necessary. Zhang Hong chuckled sheepishly. Upon the viewing platform, Lu Jun clapped Qin Xiang on the shoulder and chuckled. We've seen enough of the performance. Let us proceed with our mission. Qin Xiang, just returning to his senses from Li Luoti's captivating display, queried in confusion. Are we leaving now? Aren't we waiting for him? Waiting for whom? For Li Luoti. Qin Xiang paused momentarily, then smiled. We brought him in. Shouldn't we wait for him to join us? He performed so splendidly, it shouldn't be an issue for him to treat us to a meal. Right? At this, Lu Jun smirked, his lips pressed together in amusement. He was about to pull out a cigarette, but recalled that smoking was prohibited in the Demon Control Department. So he refrained. He approached Qin Xiang and inquired. Did you see his performance? I did. Qin Xiang nodded earnestly, albeit perplexed. How was it? Flawless. Truly remarkable. Lu Jun grinned widely. There you have it. A talent like him is destined to soar. Reflecting on this, Lu Jun spoke earnestly. From the very beginning, he has been from a different realm than us. We cannot keep pace with him. Today, we brought him here and made our presence known, which is already sufficient. They asked for the rest. Let us not dwell on it. Lu Jun patted his pocket, chuckling. Since I finished my early shift today, allow me to treat you to a foot bath. Qin Xiang fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in Lu Jun's recent words, before looking up with a gentle smile. Sounds great. Chapter 59. 2.5 seconds in a tranquil courtyard stood an ancient pavilion, towering majestically under the sun's embrace. Please, a kind-hearted attendant gestured for Li Luoti to enter the pavilion. This. Li Luoti's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he inquired, is this the pavilion where the 300 departments convene? Upon hearing this, the attendant shook his head lightly and replied with a smile, this is a different test. Generally, only those who perform exceptionally well may reach this stage. Another test? Li Luoti was momentarily taken aback, then scanned the surroundings. Noticing no one was around, He discreetly pulled out 2 stacks of cash from his pocket and quietly handed them over. What is this? The attendant's eyes widened in surprise. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he surveyed the area, feigning ignorance. Ahem, I appreciate your guidance to this place. This is a token of my gratitude. After work, let us enjoy some tea. With a grin, the attendant accepted the 2 stacks of cash, his eyes twinkling with meaning. In these times, not many venture out with cash in hand. Of course, if it weren't for the bribe, would I be carrying cash? Li Luodi chuckled. When out and about, one must always be prepared for emergencies. All right, seeing your sincerity, I shall reveal to you that this pavilion comprises 6 floors. The final floor merely tests your qualifications, specifically your spiritual vein. The attendant's eyes sparkled with amusement as he pointed to a bell atop the pavilion. If your qualifications are decent, you'll ring it at least 5 times. For those of superior talent, 6 times, and for the exceptionally gifted, 7 times. The truly monstrous would ring it 8 times. After listening quietly, Li Luodi's eyes flickered with curiosity. How many rings are there in total? The attendant scrutinized Li Luodi for a moment before responding. There are 9 rings in total. Reflecting on this, the attendant gazed at the beautiful horizon, his voice imbued with deep admiration. Throughout history, since the establishment of the Demon Control Department, only one individual has ever achieved 9 rings. Who might that be? The head of the Green Vine Demon Control Department. Shinsangshin, you say. Upon entering the pavilion, Li Luodi found the interior spacious and bright, adorned with exquisite wood carvings and murals that dazzled the eye. In the center of the first floor stood a masked man, with a table before him holding 2 identical boxes. Greetings, esteemed sir. Li Luodi surveyed his surroundings before approaching the masked figure, clasping his hands in salute. The masked man nodded gently, then waved his hand, causing a clear array of black and white chess pieces to appear on the table. There were 500 black pieces and 500 white pieces, both in equal number and identical in appearance. The masked man stated nonchalantly, "These 2 boxes are also identical. Shortly, I will have you don a specially crafted mask. Then, you may place the white and black pieces into either of the boxes as you wish. You can either put 500 black pieces in one box and 500 white pieces in the other, or mix them however you like. I will then shuffle the boxes at random. At this point, a knowing smile flickered in the masked man's eyes as he continued. If you select a white piece, you advance to the next round. If a black piece, then I win, and your journey ends here. Do you understand the rules? Upon hearing this, Li Luodi gazed at the black and white pieces in the boxes, a grin spreading across his face. I comprehend perfectly. Good. You have 3 minutes to consider your decision. However, I must remind you, the timer starts now. So, the masked man smiled faintly. What will you choose? Let us begin without delay. Li Luodi declared resolutely. Very well. The masked man wasted no time and gestured for an attendant to bring forth a notebook, donning the mask on Li Luodi's face. This mask is of excellent quality. I can see nothing. Li Luodi silently mused before reaching out toward the right side to grasp a white piece, placing it in the right box. He then deposited the remaining 500 black pieces and 499 white pieces into the left box. Having completed this task, Li Luodi shrugged. All right, you may shuffle now. The masked man abruptly looked up, astonished by Li Luodi's sudden actions, his mind reeling in shock, as if caught in a tumultuous wave. Sir, brother. Li Luodi rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Can you shuffle now? Oh. The masked man fell silent, then casually mixed the boxes, murmuring, done. Upon hearing this, Li Luodi raised an eyebrow, lifted both boxes, weighed them, and placed them in his right hand. He then reached into the left box to retrieve a white piece. Grinning, Sir, has this round been passed? The masked man took a deep breath, praising, truly, one who can slay the Fire Ape King with mere martial prowess. Your thoughts are meticulous and your reasoning leaps ahead. You have passed this round. Thank you. Li Luodi expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist. You may proceed to the second floor. Li Luodi nodded, removed the mask, and walked directly toward the second floor. After his departure, the masked man turned to the attendant beside him, inquiring in a hushed tone, how long did that take? The attendant chuckled wryly. It took 2.5 seconds. This. The masked man's eyes glinted with cold light. Do you think you're amusing? Indeed. Just 2.5 seconds. The attendant sheepishly rubbed his nose, sincerely replying. Ignoring him, the masked man gazed at the disappearing figure of Li Luodi, murmuring to himself, many might perceive this round as a matter of luck, relying on probability or testing observational skills. However, relying solely on luck will never lead one far. Both the boxes and pieces are specially designed, nearly indistinguishable, rendering mere observation ineffective. Many who reach this point become ensnared in misconceptions, bound by their constraints. In truth, if one can break free, the solution becomes readily apparent. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Luodi found it deserted. Just as he was scrutinizing his surroundings, a cold, mechanical voice echoed, "Test subject, please listen to the question. If you were pursuing a heinous demon, and just as you were about to deliver a fatal blow, she unexpectedly went into labor, what would you do?" Responses to this question varied widely among test subjects. Some declared, "What do I care? I'll strike her down." Others, with an abundance of compassion, shouted, "Let her give birth. Let her give birth." Some suggested, "Kill the demon and leave the child to fend for itself." Hearing this, Li Luodi merely smiled. Realizing they intended to elevate his status, he replied calmly, "After she gives birth, I'll slay the adult demon, then use the cries of the child to lure its father. I would then follow the father back to the demon's lair. Eliminate all the demons, and deliberately spare one to allow it to flee. I would wait for this escaped demon to seek refuge with the others, and then systematically hunt them down until none remain." As Li Luodi finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the second floor. Dear brothers and sisters, Happy New Year 2025. Chapter 60, The Tale of the Peach Blossom on the second floor of the pavilion. The atmosphere was exceptionally eerie, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Li Luodi blinked, waiting for a response. When none came after a considerable pause, he gathered his thoughts and tentatively called out, "Sir, officer, sir, boss." Soon, the mechanical voice returned, tinged with complexity. "This round has been passed. Please proceed to the third floor." "Is that it?" Though perplexed, Li Luodi did not hesitate, promptly making his way to the third floor. In truth, this question was exceedingly simple for him. That if the demon does not perish, would it be his end? Before long, Li Luodi arrived at the third floor. Upon observing the layout, he was momentarily taken aback. Is this a test of memorization? The third floor resembled a vast library, with books piled high, their abundance reminiscent of countless stars scattered across the night sky. Tester, this third floor boasts a total of 500,000 books. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated, declaring that this challenge was rather simple. One merely needed to memorize all 500,000 volumes to pass. What on earth? Li Luo's body jolted, and his gaze narrowed in disbelief. Are you saying I must memorize all 500,000 books here? Precisely. The gentle laughter echoed once more. In a way, you must be joking. Li Luo was left dumbfounded. Even if he were the strongest high school student in his life stage, it seemed utterly impossible. This was no mere collection of 300 Tang poems. Noticing the silence from the speaker, Li Luo approached a nearby bookshelf, casually pulling out a volume titled The Story of Peach Blossoms. The title struck him as exceedingly mundane. The corners of Li Luo's mouth twitched, and upon opening the first page, he found the contents listed as Lu Qing's life in prison. With a snap, Li Luo closed the book, his forehead adorned with sweat. Did this reputable institution truly house such nonsensical literature? Even if he managed to memorize all 500,000 books, would he not age to over 80 in the process? Yet, in this life, he remained unperturbed, as he possessed two powerful trump cards, the dog talisman and the horse talisman, which had yet to be utilized. As for giving up, Li Luo had no intention of entertaining that thought. Quitting halfway was simply not his style. What if? Li Luo's eyes glimmered. Should he summon the Ghost Shadow Brigade? But that seemed inappropriate. First, such trump cards should not be easily revealed, and second, the Ghost Shadow Brigade likely could not comprehend the characters of Daxia. Merely scratching their heads in confusion. Clack, clack. Li Luo stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with intelligence as his long right hand rhythmically tapped the adjacent bookshelf. In the entire third floor. Only the crisp sound of his fingertips graced the shelves. Was there any difficulty in an individual memorizing 500,000 books? Naturally, the challenge was immense, even if this person were a martial arts prodigy with extraordinary wisdom and a photographic memory. Completing such a feat would likely signify the end of their life. However, upon closer inspection, a nuance emerged. The third floor was entirely sealed, devoid of water or food. Even a martial king would struggle to endure. Since the Demon Suppression Office had established this obstacle, there must be a means to overcome it. Li Luo's eyes narrowed, his mind racing like a windmill filled with rice, inundating his thoughts. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. This challenge must be a form of illusion, akin to the concept of a day in the heavens equating to a year on Earth in some mystical realm. Spending decades within might only equate to a minute outside. Contemplating this, Li Luo lifted his gaze, his previously languid demeanor vanishing in an instant. Since that is the case, shall I proceed? Li Luo picked up the story of Peach Blossoms and began to read aloud with great enthusiasm. Time flew by like a fleeting dream, and before he knew it, the hours had slipped silently through his fingers. At this moment, Li Luo had transformed from a handsome, sunny youth into a white-haired elder. The passage of time had etched wrinkles upon his face and turned his hair to frost. Li Luo was oblivious to how long he had been seated. Nonetheless, his once smooth jawline was now overgrown with scruffy whiskers, and his pristine clothing had succumbed to the ravages of time. While the pages he turned revealed a sense of numbness, leaving only the glimmer of depth in his eyes. After a long while, Li Luo set down the final volume of the story of Cherry Blossoms and gently spoke to his surroundings. I have memorized all 500,000 books. You may pose your questions. Very well. Then came the gentle voice. What is the content of the 23rd book from the bottom, 7th layer, 13th row, on the 56th page? 9th line. Upon hearing this, Li Luo remained composed, stroking his beard as he pondered briefly before responding. A person of integrity acts without needing orders. A person lacking integrity, even with commands, will not comply. Correct. Now, what about the 88th page of the 35th book from the top? 2nd layer, 54th row. To depict a dragon or tiger is challenging, yet to know a person's face but not their heart is even harder. Li Luo hesitated only a moment before speaking freely. And the content of the first page of the first book on the first row, 1st layer. Upon hearing this, Li Luo momentarily stunned, his expression turning peculiar. Are you certain you want me to say it? Indeed. Very well. Since you insist. Li Luo shrugged nonchalantly. In the year XX, Lu Qing was imprisoned for alleged theft, and then caught the attention of a certain warden. One day, he secretly infiltrated Lu Qing's solitary cell. Disregarding the latter's desperate pleas, all right, that's enough. We shall skip to the payment segment. Suddenly, the voice interrupted. You have passed this challenge. Proceed to the 4th floor. With that, the scene flickered, and as Li Luo opened his eyes, he found himself restored to his handsome, sunny appearance. Goodness, this visage is far more pleasant to behold. Li Luo smiled broadly as he surveyed himself, and then strode confidently towards the 4th floor. Upon entering the 4th floor hall, he beheld 3 stone statues. To the right stood a large-eared Buddha, robust in stature and adorned with a majestic aura. In the center was a Taoist figure, ethereal and graceful, clad in a purple robe, wielding a wooden sword and standing upon clouds. To the left stood a Confucian sage, dressed in traditional garb, gazing into the distance. Before these 3 statues lay an array of offerings, incense wafting through the air. For the 4th challenge, please select one of the golden statues to pay your respects. A voice, as melodious as silver bells, rang out. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's dark eyes remained unfazed as he cast a cursory glance at the 3 golden statues and replied with indifference. Is it permissible not to pay respects at all? Parallel world, parallel world, parallel world. The voice paused briefly before responding. Certainly. You may proceed directly to the 5th floor. Thank you. Li Luo cupped his hands in gratitude and then ascended to the 5th floor. The decor of the 5th floor was significantly more opulent than the previous 4, exuding grandeur. At its center stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, draped in a yellow robe, her extraordinary aura accentuated by her piercing, regal gaze that set hearts aflutter. The current ruler of Daxiao. Li Luo raised an eyebrow, pondering. Is this an invitation to pay my respects? But I am El Fengxian. After all, Chapter 61. Alipay receives 1 million yuan as a resident of Blue Star. Li Luo held no reverence for any deities, Taoist figures, or saints. In other words, he had never revered the Tao or Buddhism, nor did he hold the 4 books and 5 classics in any esteem. Yet this individual before him was the sovereign of the parallel world. The Demon Suppression Office was an institution under the current ruler of Daxia. Little known to many, the 3 major organizations of contemporary Daxia were the Demon Suppression Office, the Flower Factory, and the Demon Sacrifice Guard. Only the Demon Suppression Office was firmly under the control of the ruler, while the other 2 organizations were held by 2 other individuals. Consequently, members of the Demon Suppression Office were free from reverence towards the 3 teachings and skepticism of science. Yet they were required to pledge loyalty to the ruler. However, for Li Luo to kneel before the ruler, to be honest, he found it impossible he would kneel to heaven, to earth, and to his parents. But no others possessed the capacity to compel him to kneel to as for the potential backlash his attitude might provoke within the Demon Suppression Office. Li Luo was indifferent, should they provoke him. They would witness his true potential when he finally revealed his brilliance. How could you drape the yellow robe upon me? These thoughts flickered through his mind, settling into a state of neglect. Li Luo stood before the statue of the ruler for several minutes, already contemplating the worst possible outcomes in his mind. Yet he felt unafraid. After all, if he could not defeat them, could he not simply flee? Suddenly, an elderly man clad in a green robe stepped forth from the shadows, scrutinizing Li Luo with a gentle smile. Not revering the three teachings is one thing, but to disregard the ruler as well. A person who pays no heed to their lord, parents, or deities must surely be a person of unspeakable wickedness. Actually, I do pay respects, Li Luo hurriedly replied. When I was poor, I often burned incense for the god of wealth. The elder paused momentarily, his eyes narrowing, before breaking into a smile. How intriguing. In that case, you still have a chance. The dark door behind you is specially designed. From the beginning to the end, you are the first to enter. If you succeed, you may ascend to the 6th floor. With that, the elder clasped his hands behind his back, smiling benignly at Li Luo. Faced with the amiable elder, Li Luo felt tempted to slip a few thousand into the old man's hands, hoping he might reveal the nature of the assessment behind the dark door. But soon he reconsidered. The elder, shrouded in mystery, likely would not divulge such information. After all, did someone of his stature lack for money? Little did he know, the next moment the elder's eyes gleamed as he watched Li Luo's subtle gestures. If you wish to bribe me, there is no need for hesitation. Rest assured, if the price is right, I can disclose anything. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback, his pupils widening. Were the members of the Demon Suppression Office truly so devoid of principles? Yet he found that appealing. Contemplating this, Li Luo's smile broadened. Rummaging through his belongings to find 6 stacks of cash, grinning ingratiatingly. I came in quite a rush today, so I only brought 60,000. If it's not enough, I can no need for concern. I am not one to fuss over trifles. The elder waved his hand with a smile, then continued, WeChat, Alipay, or bank transfer will suffice. As he spoke, the elder glanced around conspiratorially, leaning in closer. Here's the deal. If you transfer me 1 million, I'll consider this challenge passed, and give you full marks. What do you say? Li Luo stood in stunned silence, as the elder's words rendered him momentarily immobile, as if time had lost its significance in that instant, leaving only an overwhelming sense of shock and confusion. I could have walked through the back door with money. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Am I someone who lacks a bit of pocket change? Contemplating this, a glimmer of profound amusement sparkled in Li Luo's bright eyes. Subsequently, he tapped on his phone, effortlessly transferring 1 million. 100,000 yuan has been credited to your Alipay account. The crisp and melodious notification resonated at that moment. The elder and Li Luo exchanged knowing smiles, akin to two cunning foxes. So, I no longer need to visit the small black room, correct? Li Luo's gaze flickered slightly as he probed. No need at all. Just proceed directly to the 6th floor. The elder, in high spirits, waved his hand grandly, adding, rest assured, you will undoubtedly score full marks on this assessment. Thank you, esteemed elder, Li Luo replied with a courteous smile. Then sauntered up to the final floor. This level, adorned only by a massive black bell, held nothing else. Mysterious runes enveloped the bell. This must be a test of talent, Li Luo mused as he approached the bell, his inquisitive gaze scrutinizing it closely. That moment, the elder also arrived on the 6th floor, wearing a subtle smile as he seated himself beneath the bell. Clear your mind of distractions, he instructed. In response, Li Luo nodded. Having paid the elder 1 million, he presumed he wouldn't be harmed. Settling down cross-legged, Li Luo gently closed his eyes, his rhythmic breathing resonating in the air, as subtle glimmers of light began to emanate from his body with each breath. Suddenly, the great bell fell, producing a crystalline sound that enveloped Li Luo. The deafening toll seemed poised to shatter his eardrums. Ancient Sanskrit was inscribed upon the bell, shimmering with golden light, its brilliance radiating as if an arcane energy surged into Li Luo's being. A slip of paper shot through the air like a swift arrow, landing in Wang Yue Pavilion. Long Jiao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she reached out with her delicate hands, deftly intercepting the note. Upon unfolding it, she discovered it contained an account of Li Luo's performance within the tower. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent sections are even more thrilling. Upon reading the first half, Long Jiao's brows lifted slightly, her eyes glinting with interest. However, as she delved into the latter half, her brows knitted tightly, a flicker of cold light surfacing in her exquisite eyes. Her slender fingers instinctively tightening around the note. What's wrong? Noticing her reaction, Meng Tu and Mei Yang exchanged glances and approached. You can see for yourselves. Lang Tu replied expressionlessly, handing the note to them. As they received the note, Mei Yang and Meng Tu scanned its contents, exclaiming, "This fellow is quite impressive. He possesses a meticulous mind and commendable temperament, passing the first level's test in just 2.5 seconds." Reflecting on this, Meng Tu and Mei Yang shared a knowing glance, each recognizing the determination ignited within them to secure this individual. Sparks seemed to fly in the air. The second trial requires ample patience and unwavering resolve. Splendid. Mei Yang continued her evaluation, her expression filled with satisfaction. However, upon reaching the latter part, her words abruptly ceased, her expression shifting as disbelief flooded her beautiful eyes. Meng Tu fared no better, stunned into silence for a moment before stammering. This kid, not only does he disregard the teachings of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, but he also disrespects the Summer Lord. This thought, Meng Tu's wide, innocent eyes blinked several times, leaving her speechless. The atmosphere grew heavy. Akin to a colossal stone pressing down on everyone's chests, this young man seemingly harbored no reverence for the Summer Lord. After a minute, Lang Tu lifted her head, her eyes betraying no emotion as she coldly stated, "Someone, present this note to Head Shi Shun." Long Jiao. Upon hearing this, Meng Tu shivered slightly, hesitating momentarily before suggesting, "What if we wait a bit longer?" Though Mei Yang remained silent, her beautiful face reflected a sense of regret. "Wait for what?" Lang Di replied impassively. "Our purpose here, aside from exorcising demons, is to eliminate any threats to the Summer Lord. A person who shows blatant disrespect for authority." Clang. Before she could finish her sentence, a series of chimes resonated, echoing through the air. Chapter 62. 9 chimes of the bell. The sound of the bell rang out, distant and lingering. Perhaps to mask the awkwardness, Meng Tu chuckled. "This fellow has begun his talent assessment. How many chimes do you think he will produce?" Mei Yang's enchanting eyes flickered as she replied, "It surely won't be less than 6 chimes. I believe he might achieve 7 chimes. Just like us." Reflecting on this, Meng Tu turned her eyes towards Long Jiao. "Long Jiao, if I recall correctly, you achieved 8 chimes, right?" Long Jiao's gaze drifted towards the highest tower of the Demon Suppression Division. Lost in thought, upon hearing Mei Yang's comment, she merely nodded slightly, remaining silent. Seeing this, Meng Tu and Mei Yang felt a tinge of boredom and redirected their attention to the window. Bang, 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 bang. The bell rang 5 times continuously, without pause. Bang. Upon the 6th chime, the expressions of Mei Yang and the others remained unchanged, clearly having anticipated this outcome. It was to be expected. Defeating the Fire Ape King at the level of a novice warrior indicated exceptional talent. Bang. When the 7th chime resounded, both Meng Tu and Mei Yang's pupils subtly shifted. Luadi's innate talent was identical to theirs. Bang. The bell did not cease but continued to resonate, light and ethereal. The 8th chime. Not only did Mei Yang and Meng Tu's expressions alter, but even Lang Diao's brow arched, a wave of intense shock flooding her heart. This guy. Also achieved 8 chimes. After a moment, when the 9th chime failed to resonate consecutively, Mei Yang quietly exhaled, uncertainly stating, "It should be over, right?" Meng Tu, unable to suppress her nervousness, awkwardly smiled. "It should, perhaps, possibly, maybe seem like it's over." Meng Tu's mindset was complex, filled with unnameable feelings, both eager and tinged with envy. Long Jiao held her breath. Upon not hearing the familiar chime, she exhaled deeply, relieved. Thankfully, there were not 9 chimes. Otherwise, would he not rival the towering figure in her heart? Bang! Before Meng Tu and the others could utter anything, the 9th chime suddenly resonated through the heavens, melodious and soaring, as if a mighty celestial dragon surveyed the world. 9 chimes echoed, a rarity at the Demon Suppression Division. Occurring for only the 2nd time in many years. At the moment of the 9th chime, everyone in the Demon Suppression Division trembled as if struck by lightning, their eyes fixated on the tallest tower. 9 chimes. Everyone understood the implications of this. Since the establishment of the Demon Suppression Division, only one individual had ever accomplished this feat, the legendary figure of the great Xia, Head Shi Shun. Shinsangshan. Clang. Lang Diao abruptly rose, causing the fruits on the table to tumble to the ground due to the force of her movement, her eyes widening as if an invisible force had suddenly opened them. Shimmering with disbelief, This person must be retained. If he cannot be kept, then Leng Jiao took a deep breath and swiftly strode out. Meng Tu and Mei Yang, witnessing this, hurriedly followed in the study of the Demon Suppression Division's rear courtyard. A middle-aged man leisurely brewed tea. Though he had entered middle age, his demeanor remained elegant, his charm undiminished. Clad in a simple, unadorned white shirt, he exuded an extraordinary aura that lent profound significance to his appearance. This man was Shun Songxing. The delicate fragrance of tea wafted through the air as Shun Songxing gently swirled his teacup, the liquid dancing gracefully within as the bell tolled. He remained unfazed, savoring his tea. Ernyo, is today the day for the new recruits assessment? Have all the dark operatives been dispatched? Shun Songxing inquired casually, putting down his teacup and peeling an orange. Wang Ernyo, waiting outside the study, stepped in with a respectful demeanor, replying, in response to the head's inquiry, most have been sent out, except for a few dark operatives you instructed not to move. Upon hearing this, Shun Songxing nodded lightly. Just as he was about to take a bite of the orange, a series of 6 chimes echoed in succession. Indeed, a promising candidate. Shun Songxing smiled gently, his attention inadvertently drifting towards the window. When the 7th chime rang out, his eyes flickered slightly, and he unobtrusively set down the orange. Clang, clang. Shun Songxing's elegant hand, as white and slender as jade, rhythmically tapped the table. As the 8th chime rang out, a ripple of emotion surfaced on Shun Songxing's otherwise tranquil face for the first time. 8 chimes, matching Leng Diao's talent. Ernyo, seal off all channels of the Demon Suppression Division and deal with those dark operatives. Shun Songxing's expression hardened, his tone calm, yet laced with an unmistakable edge of menace that sent chills down one's spine. Understood. Wang Ernyo nodded firmly, exiting while deep in thought. The head rarely displayed such fluctuations in emotion, indicating that this testing youth had struck fortunate luck. Shun Songxing elegantly savored his orange, though his ears perked up. After waiting a moment, when the familiar yet foreign sound of the bell failed to ring again, he chuckled softly, realizing he might have been overly greedy. Bang! Just then, the 9th chime reverberated, deep and resonant, akin to the low growl of an ancient beast, penetrating the clouds and shaking every inch of the earth. 9 chimes foretold the presence of a prodigy. Shun Songxing discarded the orange, abruptly rising to his feet. For the first time, a flicker of astonishment appeared in his calm, undisturbed gaze, swiftly followed by an array of shifting emotions. Just as Wang Ernyo emerged from the study, he heard the 9th toll of the bell, sending a cascade of goosebumps down his body, rendering him rigid, as though struck by lightning. The Demon Suppression Division was about to stir once more. Regaining his composure, Wang Ernyo muttered to himself, then hastened his pace. 3 minutes later, Leng Diao, Meng Tu, and Mei Yang hurriedly arrived. Head of the division, the 3 women greeted with respect. Shun Songxing gently waved his hand, then revealed a warm smile. You 3, I presume, have come for that young lad's assessment. Leng Diao exchanged glances with the others, her expression subtly shifting, before stepping forward. Head, let us not rush. Allow me to see this young man's performance in the trials. Shun Songxing regarded the note in Leng Diao's hand, a smile playing on his lips that hum upon hearing this. Leng Diao hesitated briefly, but after a moment's consideration, she obediently presented the note. Shun Songxing took the note and began to peruse it casually. As he read the first half, he nodded occasionally, a smile gracing his lips. However, upon reaching the latter half, where Li Luodi displayed a complete lack of reverence for imperial authority, a chilling glint of murderous intent suddenly swept across his countenance. Such palpable malice caused Leng Diao and the others to bow their heads quickly, shivering as if plunged into an icy abyss. Clap, clap. Shun Songxing set down the note and resumed tapping on the table. The study was enveloped in silence, save for the crisp sound of his fingers striking the surface. Just as he resolved himself, a voice echoed softly in his ear. Brothers, have we generated energy for love? I bless him to win the lottery of 1 million. Chapter 63. When have I ever taken your money? Clap, clap. The study felt as though it had fallen into a hushed stillness, seemingly freezing the very air. Only the sound of Shun Songxing's fingers tapping on the table could be heard. Leng Diao and the others kept their heads bowed, their hearts pounding like drums, the sound echoing clearly in their chests. Time slipped away, and Shun Songxing gradually raised his gaze, his eyes betraying no hint of emotion. He spoke softly. By decree, from this moment forth, Li Li is to be promoted to the rank of Yaqi, and granted a demon suppression blade. At this proclamation, Leng Diao and her companions abruptly lifted their heads, disbelief evident in their beautiful eyes. Shen Songsheng bore a slight smile, his gentle gaze flitting between Lang Diao, Meng Tu, and Mei Yang, ultimately resting on Lang Diao. Lang Diao, you shall be responsible for this individual. Taken aback, Lang Diao quickly clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you, head. Meng Tu and Mei Yang looked on with envy, soon followed by a pang of disappointment, particularly Meng Tu, who had been the first to engage with Li Luodi. Very well, you two have worked hard recently. Shen Songsheng waved his hand, and two exquisite boxes precisely landed in the hands of Meng Tu and Mei Yang. He chuckled lightly. The contents of these boxes will aid you in breaking through your bottlenecks. Upon hearing this, Meng Tu and Mei Yang's faces lit up with joy, and they bowed. Thank you, het, that we shall take our leave now. With keen insight, Meng Tu and Mei Yang departed the study, leaving only Lang Diao behind. This lad, take good care of him. He gives me the impression of being unruly, fearless, and lacking in reverence, which is precisely why he dares to defy the heavens. Shen Songsheng's smile remained gentle, yet he mused, though this individual harbors a heavy heart of murder, he does not lack humanity. Such individuals, with clear distinctions between gratitude and enmity, are decisive in their actions. If harnessed correctly, they can quell violence and restore order. Lang Diao nodded earnestly, pledging to heed the head's guidance. After Lang Diao left, Shen Songsheng turned his gaze to a corner of the study. Rubbing his brow in mild exasperation, old ghost, what is your reason for keeping that young man around? Is it merely because he gifted you 1 million? As Li Luodi descended from the tower, the Yaqui waiting outside looked upon him with an expression of sheer terror, as if he had encountered a specter. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Luodi inquired, running a hand through his hair. Curiosity piqued. Is it because I messed up my hairstyle during the trials? Do you know what the most detestable form of pretense is? The Yaqui rolled his eyes. I can answer that. Intangible pretense is the deadliest. Li Luodi tossed his head back, grinning broadly. Got it. You're still pretending. The Yaqui scoffed, then gazed at Li Luodi with awe. But speaking of which, if I had your achievements, I would be even more pretentious. Isn't that the point? Li Luodi clapped the Yaqui on the shoulder. By the way, am I supposed to meet with Meng Tu and the other two now? What are their personalities like? Can you give me a heads up so I can prepare? Sure. The Yaqui was more than willing. Given Li Luodi's displayed talent, his rise to prominence was merely a matter of time, and he didn't mind leaving a favorable impression early on. These three ladies are the only female Yaqui in our Ulting Demon Suppression Division. However, working with them is quite pleasant. The tasks are relatively easy, devoid of the usual backstabbing and scheming. As he considered this, the Yaqui chuckled. The only downside is that you need to be cautious when it comes to making money. Small amounts are fine, but be wary with larger sums. Upon hearing this, Li Luodi asked, Are you also under their command? The Yaqui nodded. I serve under Meng Tuesday, Li Luodi replied, realization dawning, then earnestly regarded the Yaqui. Could you return the 20,000 you took from me earlier? The Yaqui met his gaze with sincerity. When did I ever take your money? How shameless. Li Luodi thought, but he found it amusing. 3 minutes later, the Yaqui led Li Luodi to Wanyue Pavilion, where the three Yaqui were likely waiting. You may go up. Thank you. I'll treat you to a foot massage another day, Li Luodi offered politely. There's no time like the present. I'm free today, the Yaqui grinned lewdly. Hearing this, Li Luodi tilted his head and sincerely asked, Has anyone ever told you how shameless you are? By the way, what is your name? Hao Jian. That is indeed quite shameless. Wanyue Pavilion, with a name that evokes images of a lady's chamber, was exquisitely adorned. Knock. Knock. Li Luodi politely rapped on the door. Come in. Inside, a captivating voice flowed like melodious music. Li Luodi hesitated no longer, pushing the door open, only to be momentarily stunned by the scene before him. He recognized Meng Tu, who was currently enjoying her game, her delicate feet bare and adorably pink, toes resembling pearls. Adjacent to her was a stunningly alluring woman whom Li Luodi had never encountered before. Mei Yang held a lace-edged round fan, gently fanning herself, a steaming cup of tea beside her, exuding a languorous and mature charm, accentuated by her voluptuous figure that was truly mesmerizing. In the center stood a cool and aloof woman whom he recognized as their martial arts instructor, Yin Wei. She possessed the longest legs among the trio. All three women were exceptionally graceful and beautiful, their presence together creating a visually enchanting tableau. Yet, their proximity also revealed some disparities. While Meng Tu embodied an expansive beauty, Mei Yang was curvaceous, and yet Lang Diao resembled a vast, flat grassland. At a fleeting glance from Li Luodi did not go unnoticed by Lang Diao, who promptly lifted her chin in disdain. Little brat. What are you comparing? Li Luodi blinked innocently. Meng Tu stifled a giggle. He must think you're quite the little bear. In response, Lang Diao, unperturbed, retorted, a large one is difficult to handle. Long legs are the way to go. Meng Tu was relatively shorter among the three. Hearing this, she huffed and chose not to respond. Mei Yang, however, flashed a charming smile, her gaze towards Li Luodi reminiscent of rippling waters. Little brother, why not come over to my side? Everything they have, I have too, and what they lack. I possess as well. Goodness, is it really that intense? Li Luodi gaped, realizing this was not what he had envisioned. Well, Ting Kanglin Academy. As the school bell rang. Lin Yuru packed her bag and glanced at Lu Shuya, who seemed lost in thought. Waving her cute little hand, she called out, Shuya, school us out. Time to go home. Huh? Lu Shuya blinked, her gaze instinctively drifting back. Is it already time to leave? Indeed. Lin Yuru nodded, tilting her head adorably, her fingers resembling green onions resting by her cherry lips. That I feel like you've been off lately. Is everything all right? Is there? Lu Shuya's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of panic. No, probably just a lack of sleep. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru's brows arched in curiosity. Shall I sleep over with you tonight? Sure. Shuya. Yuru. I found a particularly delicious restaurant. Let us go together. At that moment, Chen Qing approached with a smile. Chapter 64. The Return of the Leaf Mouse King. From now on, you shall operate under my division. Long Jiao spoke first, her lips parting to reveal a voice as melodious as celestial music, utterly enchanting. Li Luodi was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated serving under Meng Tu's division, but unexpectedly found himself under Lung Jiao's. As he was about to respond, he noticed Lung Jiao's brows furrow slightly. Before you answer, tidy your appearance. It is the most basic of courtesies. Li Luo. He suddenly realized that his pants pocket had flipped outward, a consequence of his recent attempt to bribe that enigmatic old man in Hao Jian. Once he flipped his pocket back, Lang Diao's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. This tall figure seemed to exhibit traits of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Subsequently, Lang Diao's clear, luminous eyes flickered slightly, revealing a gentle smile, as she casually found a spot to sit. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Yan Wei, the head of the Demon Suppression Division, also known as Lang Diao. From now on, you will work under my guidance. You may address me as Chief, or if that feels uncomfortable, you may refer to me as Lang Diao by C. Calling me Diao Mei is also acceptable. Li Luodi obediently clasped his hands together, replying, Chief. As for these two, Lang Diao expressed her satisfaction, then cheerfully pointed to the adorable rabbit nearby, saying, Zhou Xiaoyu. The bunny by C. She mentioned that you have met. Li Luodi's eyes glinted briefly as he responded, Indeed we have met. Had it not been for Bunny by C's timely intervention, we would have likely fallen victim to those two demons. You're quite the troublemaker, aren't you? Bunny swayed her delicate white legs, her feet gently bobbing with the hammock, clarifying, It wasn't I who saved you, but the Flame Dragon armor and the Wind Eagle armor. By the way, as this thought crossed her mind, Bunny's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Are you familiar with those two armors? You mean the Flame Dragon and Wind Eagle armors? Li Luodi blinked his innocent eyes. Naturally quite familiar, having often fantasized about transforming into the Imperial armor during his childhood. Upon hearing this, Bunny let out an inexplicable giggle, then returned to her game. Lung Jiao's beautiful eyes flickered several times before pointing to the irresistibly charming Mei Yang by C beside her. Xia, the Mei Yang by C. Then, Lang Diao added, Keep your distance from her, lest she ensnare your soul. The Mei Yang covered her fiery red lips, laughing lightly, her every smile radiating enticing allure. Lang Diao. After all these years of friendship, do we really need to be wary of each other? She then delicately hooked her wine-red high heels, revealing her rosy heels, casually crossing her legs. Her long, snow-white legs shimmered under the sun. Little brother, why not come with me? I can let you experience the true pleasures of a man. Li Luodi. Oh. His expression flickered slightly, but before he could respond, a chilling glare cast over him, instantly raising the hairs on his neck. No, I think it's quite pleasant here with the chief. Li Luodi spoke unconvincingly. Each by C possesses unique strengths. Bunny is an enigma. Lung Jiao has long legs. While Mei Yang is nearly perfect in every aspect, Lung Jiao, pleased with Li Luodi's response, proceeded to explain, in the Demon Suppression Division, the lowest tier is referred to as by E, or temporary workers, lacking formal employment, undertaking various odd jobs. Next is the Yashur, which has formal status, offering 7 insurances and 2 funds, primarily responsible for investigations, interrogations, and perimeter security AS for the Yachi. Lung Jiao glanced at Li Luodi, whose tasks are significantly more demanding, often teetering between life and death, but the salary is quite generous. 80,000 per month, 9 insurances, for funds, plus additional compensation for missions, along with specially crafted black attire and a demon suppression blade forged from Tianshan Xian iron. At this, Li Luodi's heart stirred, as he rubbed his nose. Am I currently a Yashur or a Yachi? What do you think? Lung Jiao's clear, lively eyes bore a hint of a smile. Hearing this, Li Luodi was not modest, asserting, I believe I should be a Yachi. Oh, look at you, little brother, not modest at all. Mei Yang smiled alluringly, then peeled a banana, popping it into her mouth and chewing gently. Li Luodi shot her a glance, then raised an eyebrow, finding it vividly illustrative. As for modesty, he already possessed the requisite ability, and not slapping all three of them was already quite restrained. Lung Jiao gave Li Luodi a deep look, then pointed to a tray on the table. Open it. It contains everything for you. Upon hearing this, Li Luodi wasted no time, lifting the red cloth from the tray, revealing a set of specially crafted black attire, emblazoned with a large character for suppression on the chest. Beside it lay a beautifully designed black long knife, its graceful curves showcasing exceptional craftsmanship. Additionally, there were 2 exquisite jade vials, presumably containing pulse-protecting and spirit-reviving elixirs. The sight of the black attire and the demon suppression blade brought a fleeting glimmer of joy to Li Luodi's eyes. Clearly, he had now become a member of the Demon Suppression Division, and indeed a Yaku. As Li Luodi unveiled the red cloth, Lung Jiao and her companions discreetly observed him. When they noted that he could maintain his composure, they were taken aback. Such emotional control something one can master at his vigorous age? This lad is not simple. Li Luodi averted his gaze and solemnly clasped his fists towards Lung Jiao, Bunny, and Mei Yang, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. 3 by C, little master. There's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. After a moment of silence, Lung Jiao smiled slightly. This is what you deserve. Shortly, I will have someone assist you with your onboarding. Since you are now a member of the Demon Suppression Division, there is something important I need to discuss with you. What is it? We have discovered, through investigation, that recently there appears to be a demonic infiltration at various academies in Elviting. At this point, Lung Jiao's expression turned grave. Even the Azure Blue Academy may be compromised, which is why I accepted the position to serve as an instructor there. Upon hearing this, Li Luodi abruptly looked up, his body jolting. Damn, he had nearly forgotten about that. How did you fan manage to win over Lu Shuya? Laying the groundwork for joining the Demon Suppression Division. It was indeed due to the infiltration of demons at Azure Blue Academy, which Yi Fan fortuitously uncovered, averting the crisis. Fortunately, Yi Fan had become a guerrilla. The course of history should have shifted. Even if it hadn't, there was no need to worry. There were shadow ninjas keeping watch. Ideally, some demons would come to rescue Yi Fan, thus he could once again utilize the sheep talisman to level up. Contemplating this, Li Luodi emitted a peculiar laugh amidst the strange gazes of Lung Jiao and her companions. In a certain circus, the newly transformed gorilla Yi Fan despaired as he clutched his rear. Casting a hopeless glance behind him, where a throng of gorillas formed an endless line. When will this end? Isn't that you mouse.ye Dragon King? How did he end up like this, in the shadows? Mi Lu emerged with a mocking expression, leisurely stepping forward, gazing at the despondent Yi Fan, unable to suppress her laughter. Chapter 65. Armor Shadow Ninja Li Luodi. Has anyone ever told you that your laughter is rather lewd? Lung Jiao furrowed her brows tightly, her cool voice tinged with displeasure. Bunny by C lowered her phone, her expression serious. If one were unaware, they might think a Soul Palace elder had taken the stage. Li Luodi came back to his senses, looking at the 3 women with an awkward smile. I was just too excited, and momentarily lost my composure. Upon hearing this, the 3 women exchanged glances. Realizing that it was all an act, this lad truly believed he had mastered emotional control, but it was merely a fade. Since there's nothing more, I shall take my leave. Li Luodi's gaze flickered. He was still concerned about the safety of his second wife. If he recalled correctly, Lin Yuro and Lu Shuya's friend, what was her name? Chen Qing, seemed to have already succumbed to darkness. Glancing at the Patek Philippe on his wrist, Li Luodi quietly sighed in relief. Thankfully, there was still time. Lang Dio surveyed Li Luodi, her eyes flickering. Very well, you've worked hard today. I will arrange your onboarding shortly. Go rest for now. Also, keep a close eye on Azure Blue Academy. Contact me immediately if anything arises. All right, Chief. Li Luo Di nodded earnestly, then contentedly cradled the tray in his arms as he exited the Wangyua Pavilion. Aren't you going to ask where he went? Mei Yang gently waved her fan, bringing a refreshing breeze, her eyes glinting with insight. It might be related to the demons at Azure Blue Academy. Lung Jiao retracted her gaze, smiling lightly. While his approach is indeed sharp and decisive, he is no fool. Should he find himself in danger, he will seek help. Besides, it is perfectly normal for everyone to harbor their little secrets. Bunny stretched lazily, yawning, saying, "Let us go soak in a hot spring together. I feel all sweaty." Mei Yang set down her round fan, smiling softly. "All right, let us go." Lung Jiao, however, remained impassive, casting a glance at the prominent features of Mei Yang and Bunny, and scoffed. "You two go ahead." I one-teed before she could finish her sentence. Mei Yang and Bunny had already flanked her, escorting her away. Wolftang, Jiangbei District, in a relatively secluded music restaurant, amidst the bustling Wolftang city. This music restaurant stood as a tranquil oasis, offering a relaxing haven for weary souls. Shaoqing, this restaurant is quite nice. When did you come here? Lu Shuya surveyed her surroundings. The music restaurant exuded a unique ambience, where warm lighting intertwined with delicious cuisine and melodious music, creating a delightful experience for the senses. Previously, I was brought here by a friend. Qingqing smiled faintly, resting her chin on her hands, and said, "These dishes are the specialties of this restaurant. Do try them. As today, I shall treat you." Hee, then we shall not hold back. Lin Yurua's smile was laced with a hint of playfulness, as fresh and delightful as the morning dew in the woods. 3 minutes later, Qingqing cast a cold glance at Lin Yurua and Lu Shuang, who were sprawled on the dining table, and then calmly lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. The air was instantly permeated with the scent of nicotine. "Come out." Qingqing flicked the ash from her cigarette towards the staircase. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, footsteps echoed from the stairs, revealing several stout individuals, their lips adorned with a small patch of square-shaped facial hair. Descending. Oh, I didn't expect it to be so easy. A diminutive figure, barely 5 feet tall, grinned broadly. This Lu Shuang must be the heiress of the martial arts family, the Lu clan, right? Yes. Another chubby individual nodded in respect. This girl is indeed the heiress of the Lu family, Mr. Sato. The kawaii girl beside her is said to come from a good background. If we can capture both of them, we can slowly infiltrate. Another individual smirked lewdly. Both girls still possess their precious virtue, so let Mr. Sato enjoy them first. Upon hearing this, Sato's small, beady eyes sparkled with lust, feigning hesitation as he remarked, "What if the higher-ups find out? Would that be problematic?" Takahashi laughed recklessly. "It's just us here. As long as we keep it quiet, no one will know." Meanwhile, Qingqing furrowed her brows tightly and stated solemnly, "The higher-ups have instructed us to merely lead them astray. Do not entertain any crooked ideas, Baka." Takahashi slapped Qingqing fiercely, bellowing, "The higher-ups have granted us the utmost authority to handle matters as we see fit. Do you wish to defy us?" Sato shot a cold glance at Qingqing, declaring, "Takahashi-kun, Suzuki-kun, this woman is yours to deal with." "Yes." Hearing this, Takahashi and Suzuki's expressions turned sinister, rubbing their hands together as they slowly approached the now pale-faced Qingqing. "Stop." Just then, the once humdrum Yi Fan, hands in his pockets and a seemingly ordinary face, regained his confidence, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The only downside was the lingering pain in his rear. Despite applying Yunnan Baiyao, it was of no use, which was quite vexing for him. "Baka, who are you?" Sato exclaimed in surprise and anger, his eyes flashing with violent rage as he turned to Qingqing. "You filthy woman, dare you betray us?" Qingqing was taken aback. Wasn't this Yi Fan? He seemed to have been Lu Shuang's bodyguard before. "Sato, I am now under the influence of the higher-ups, my thoughts controlled. How could I betray you?" This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Qingqing withdrew her astonished gaze, speaking in a deep voice. Sato pondered for a moment, and then seemed to grasp the reasoning. His eyes filled with a cruel glint as he sneered, "Since you've come, don't think of leaving. Takahashi-kun, Suzuki-kun, subdue him and torture him mercilessly." Yi Fan remained nonchalant, hands still in his pockets, a cold smile gracing his lips. Upon arrival, he realized that the demon world was not as united as he had imagined. The Shinyang family and the Utsuba family had been in covert conflict for years, always at odds. If it weren't for their shared goal of conquering this world, they would have clashed long ago. The Xinyang family had also set their sights on Lu Shuang and Lin Yurua, but they could not act directly, instead relying on Yi Fan to create a rift and seize them. To this end, Milu had painfully bestowed upon Yi Fan a valuable treasure, allowing him to ascend to the rank of intermediate warrior in an instant. Thus, with his newfound status, Yi Fan felt somewhat invincible. In his eyes, these few intruders were nothing more than insignificant pests. Across the street from the music restaurant, atop a tall building, Li Luodi leisurely pulled out a sunflower seed and began to crack it open. Confirming Lin Yurua and Lu Shuang's safety, he recalled the plot where Yi Fan, at the cost of his own injury, defeated these intruders and successfully rescued Lu Shuang. Yet, for some reason, even after being saved by Yi Fan, his second wife Lin Yurua remained indifferent toward him. However, that was of little importance now. This time, Yi Fan just obediently played the role of a beleaguered worker for me. Hidden in the shadows of the music restaurant, several ninjas clad in hardened armor, steel helmets adorning their heads, wielded samurai swords. Brothers, be gentle, the Mouse King still has some plot left. Chapter 66. Yi Fan endures a stiff bench. Yi Fan, deserving of his title as the child of fate and the protagonist, was often placed in heroic scenarios. Yet, the only drawback was how Lu Shuang and Lin Yurua had fallen unconscious. For whom would he display his invincible prowess? Perhaps he should record a video to show Lu Shuang and Lin Yurua afterward. Surely, they would be moved to tears by his selfless act of rescuing them. Contemplating this, Yi Fan smirked, thinking how incredibly cool he was. As the two intruders approached, Yi Fan continued to keep his hands in his pockets, his smile unwavering. These insignificant pests were no match for him. Bakayuru, the fastest of them, Suzuki, noticed Yi Fan's arrogance and, angered, his face turned crimson. The overwhelming demonic energy surged from within him, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he launched a powerful punch. Accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, the intruders never held back. They believed in swift victories. As Suzuki's fierce punch rapidly approached, Yi Fan, now an intermediate warrior, merely smiled and swiftly extended his hand. His movements agile and reminiscent of a monkey. He deftly caught Suzuki's elbow, yanking it sharply, causing Suzuki to lurch forward. Bam! Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan's knee shot upwards, crashing violently into Suzuki's neck with a brutal strike. Yi Fan had learned lethal techniques in the Ice and Snow Dragon Valley, and his assault was fierce and swift, even causing the usually ruthless Suzuki to momentarily falter. However, Yi Fan's lingering pain impeded his speed, giving Suzuki the chance to react, his palms slamming against Yi Fan's knee. Bang! Suzuki's palm struck Yi Fan's knee with such force that it sent a jolt of pain through him, akin to hitting steel. Yet, Suzuki quickly regained his balance and retaliated with a vicious kick aimed at Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan appeared unfazed, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile, but the pain in his rear made him grimace repeatedly. Gathering all his energy into his right fist, he struck down hard onto Suzuki's foot. The force of the blow produced a low, thunderous sound. The impact sent a powerful gust of wind rippling through the air, causing Yi Fan's shoulder to shift slightly, while Suzuki staggered back several steps, a look of shock on his face. Takahashi, we must strike together, Suzuki roared. Takahashi, who had been wearing a cruel smile, gradually adopted a more serious expression, the powerful demonic energy swirling around him. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, Suzuki and Takahashi surged forward, one from the left and the other from the right, surrounding Yi Fan in a pincer formation. In the next instant, their fierce attacks rained down upon him like a torrential storm. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Fan concentrated his spiritual energy in his palms, countering each of Suzuki and Takahashi's assaults with forceful gusts. The three figures whirled together like a whirlwind, their energies colliding and producing deep, resonant sounds as their skirmish intensified. Takahashi and Suzuki's expressions grew increasingly grave. This Daxiao person was remarkably strong. Damn you, intruders, perish. Whoosh! Yi Fan moved at lightning speed, suddenly appearing at Takahashi's side, delivering a powerful punch to his head. Takahashi, quick to react, raised his arm to block, but the force of the blow struck his arm directly against his head, sending a shock of pain through him. Just as Takahashi was filled with shock and fury, Yi Fan revealed a dagger in his hand, its cold gleam flashing ominously. Pfft. The dagger plunged deep into Takahashi's skull. This transformation occurred in the blink of an eye. Takahashi-kun, Sato and Suzuki's pupils dilated in horror as they felt a chill run down their spines, their rage palpable. A group of trash, daring to engage the Dragon King. With a successful strike, Yi Fan considered smirking but thought better of it. After all, there were no beauties present to appreciate his charming smile. Patience, your turn will come soon. Yi Fan raised the dagger in his hand, his voice laced with a terrifying intent to kill. Whoosh! Yi Fan charged towards Suzuki like a bolt of lightning. The latter seemed prepared, his demonic energy swirling as he evaded the lethal blow. Humph! Yi Fan sneered, hearing the sound of slicing air nearby, causing Suzuki to freeze in terror, his hair standing on end as he caught sight of the dagger glinting with cold light, heading straight for his head. Yumekida, terrified, Suzuki had no choice but to raise his arms in defense. Puffed! The dagger struck heavily into Suzuki's arm, easily piercing through the magical barrier that enveloped it. The sharp dagger was almost entirely embedded in Suzuki's arm, blood splattering everywhere. Damn it! The excruciating pain instantly contorted Suzuki's face, veins bulging as he cursed aloud. Beast, how dare you speak to this Dragon King in such a tongue? With a swift motion, Yi Fan's expression turned cold as he withdrew the dagger from his arm, twirling it in the air with a dazzling flourish before slashing it across Suzuki's neck. Woo woo woo. Suzuki clutched his neck desperately, blood soaking his hands, his pupils dilating, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Baka, you killed Suzuki and Takahashi. I will not let you go. Sato Maiden raised his eyes, which glinted with a feral hunger, and picked up a chair, charging fiercely at Yi Fan. A quick glance at Sato Maiden revealed to Yi Fan, through years of combat experience, that the latter was at most a high-level warrior. Such an opponent was hardly formidable, instantly rendering him somewhat uninterested. Just as he intended to plunge a dagger into Sato Maiden's throat, a sudden thought crossed his mind. At that moment, both Lu Daxioa and Lin Daxioa were unconscious, and he had failed to record the incident. If he waited for the two women to awaken and claimed he had saved them, it might seem somewhat insipid, depriving them of the feeling of his reckless bravery, the sense of him rescuing them from the brink of death. No, he needed to sustain some injuries so that when Lu Shuyin and Lin Yuru awakened to see his tragic state, they would undoubtedly fall in love with him. Perhaps tonight they might even share a bed together. With this thought, Yi Fan felt quite clever. Thus, he resolved to endure Sato Maiden's blow with the chair. After all, he could withstand such a hit on his head. Sato Maiden swung the chair down with all his might. Though perplexed as to why Yi Fan did not evade, his rage only intensified. Bang! Ah, damn. Yi Fan let out a pained cry, his head ringing, nearly losing consciousness. It hurt tremendously, blood sprayed like down from a goose. Chapter 67. Old Six, you will meet a gruesome fate. Sato Maiden stared at the bloodied Yi Fan, momentarily taken aback. Then his smile grew even more sinister. As he raised the chair to strike again, Yi Fan, enraged, launched a powerful kick, sending Sato Maiden flying. Damn it. Yi Fan grimaced in pain, realizing he had underestimated the situation and failed to dodge. He touched his forehead, finding it smeared with blood, nearly dizzy, yet thankfully, as a mid-level warrior, he could withstand such minor injuries. When Lu Shuyin and Lin Yuru awoke and saw his battered form, they would surely weep profusely. Perhaps they would even share a passionate kiss on the spot, enjoying the benefits of being a man. With this thought, Yi Fan's smile broadened. Bang! Just as the corner of his mouth tilted, a deafening gunshot suddenly rang out, causing his entire body to tense, goosebumps erupting as a sense of mortal threat enveloped him. In the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, a splash of blood erupting. Yi Fan was momentarily paralyzed. When he raised his astonished gaze, Sato Maiden struggled to rise, a terrifying smile on his face, glimmering like the scales of a venomous snake. In his hand, he wielded a black handgun, the dark muzzle exuding a chilling aura. You bastard! Sato Maiden aimed the gun at Yi Fan, his gaze filled with venomous hatred. Kneel. Damn it. I miscalculated. Yi Fan's expression fluctuated, regretting not having decisively dealt with that bastard sooner. Why not simply eliminate the threat cleanly and then display his suffering before the two beauties? Allowing for a controlled response, now he had overplayed his hand. Kneel, and tell me who sent you here. Sato Maiden, emboldened by his firearm, dismissed Yi Fan entirely, unaware that villains often perish by their own verbosity. Though Yi Fan feared bullets, even a warrior at the martial sovereign level would fear missiles. As Yi Fan pondered his next move, a sudden epiphany struck him. Wasn't he the child of destiny in this world? The favored son of the narrative? How could the plot end halfway through? Thus, realizing this, Yi Fan smirked and declared, I bet your gun is empty, Sato Maiden. Beside them, Chen Qing looked utterly speechless, pondering how this person's thought process seemed influenced by too many dramas. "You bastard!" Sato Maiden's expression turned violent as he shouted, simultaneously pulling the trigger without hesitation. Click. The crisp sound of a jam echoed, leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Yifan's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and he burst into laughter. "I told you I was the protagonist, yet you didn't believe me." With that, Yifan sprang into action, having narrowly escaped death, drenched in cold sweat, vowing never to take such a gamble again. "Baka," Sato Maiden, furious at the jammed gun, hurled it to the ground and picked up a nearby chair, charging once more. However, this time, fortune did not favor Sato Maiden. He was thoroughly beaten by Yifan. Even though the Dragon King had sustained an arm injury, he still had the strength to fight, bolstered by his protagonist aura. Soon, Sato Maiden was met with a fatal slash across the neck. "Hey, Toei!" Yifan looked disdainfully at Sato Maiden's lifeless body and spat. "Trash, fool, squandered your chance." Retrieving his dagger, he turned to the visibly anxious Chen Qing, his brow furrowed, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "Brother Yi, please spare me. I was also forced into this." Chen Qing's eyes shimmered, tears welling up as she trembled, her innocence and helplessness vividly apparent. "Don't be foolish, beauty. I don't kill women." Yifan flicked his sparse bangs, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. "You may leave." "Thank you, Yifan. You're truly kind." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing's face lit up with joy, oblivious to the dangers of leaving no loose ends. Yifan, unaware of being manipulated behind the scenes, looked at his own disheveled reflection in the mirror, feeling quite satisfied. He then approached Lin Yuru and Lu Shuyan with longing. "Yuru, Shuyan, I'm coming." In his mind, he contemplated the passionate kiss he would bestow upon them upon their awakening. Would he be the domineering CEO or the puppy-like companion? Bang! Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in the back of his head, as if struck by a brick. Instantly, his vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. In his fading consciousness, he muttered, "Damn it. Old six that you won't escape," unscathed. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he kicked out violently before losing consciousness. Clatter! Li Luodi tossed aside the brick he had just used, dusted off his hands, and gazed at Yifan. "You think you can heroically save the damsel in distress looking like this? Li Luodi, what are you doing here?" Chen Qing, who was about to flee, was startled by Li Luodi's sudden appearance, exclaiming, "Are you also a warrior? What do you think?" Li Luodi cracked his neck, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he walked leisurely toward Chen Qing. Seeing the insincere grin on Li Luodi's face, Chen Qing felt an unsettling chill. "Li Luodi, please let me go." Chen Qing's fear was palpable, sensing that Li Luodi was different from Yifan. "Let me serve you for my first time, please." Chen Qing suddenly tugged at her t-shirt, revealing her delicate shoulder, perhaps entranced by something, her smile enchanting yet innocent. Li Luodi approached Chen Qing, lifting her chin. And one couldn't deny that while she might not rival Lin Yuru and Lu Shuyan, she was undeniably beautiful. Bang! Chen Qing licked her lips and suddenly knelt on the ground, reaching to. From behind Chen Qing, a shadowy ninja raised a katana and stabbed it into her back. Instantly, her pupils widened, green blood seeping from her lips as she looked at Li Luodi in disbelief. "For the sake of our classmates, I won't take over your body." Li Luodi glanced dispassionately at Chen Qing, then addressed the shadowy ninja. "Leave the body here." By the way, Li Luodi suddenly remembered something. "Have we obtained the surveillance footage from this place?" The ninja nodded. "Well then, make sure to delete the segment featuring Yifan's appearance. Leave the rest intact." The scene was crystal clear. Chen Qing had succumbed to madness, conspiring with these invaders to harm Lu Shuyan and Lin Yuru. Just when it seemed hopeless, Li Luodi made a dramatic entrance, battling against the forces of evil to save the two women. As for Yifan, he was likely in cahoots with these villains. Chapter 68. She will eventually straighten up. When Lu Shuyan and Lin Yuru gradually awoke, they detected the faint scent of blood in the air, causing slight discomfort and a churn in their stomachs. "What has happened to us?" Lu Shuyan rubbed her temples and lightly shook her head, speaking in a dazed voice. Lin Yuru opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. Upon noticing several bodies on the ground, stained with a strange greenish blood, she let out a piercing scream, her delicate face turning pale. "What's wrong, Yuru dear?" Lu Shuya, slightly slow to react, looked down at Lin Yuru, who had rushed into her embrace, nuzzling her chin against the latter's small head, captivated by her milky scent. "Shuya, look over there." Lin Yuru buried her little head in Lu Shuya's arms, extending her petite and delicate hand to point at a distance, trembling as she spoke. Shaching is lying on the ground and her blood its green. Lying on the ground, Lu Shuya's delicate body trembled, and as she turned to look in the direction of the voice, she screamed in terror, her face instantly drained of color. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a lighter echoed. Both Lu Shuya and Lin Yuru froze, and when they glanced towards the source, they saw Li Luodi sitting calmly on a nearby chair, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette. They simultaneously exclaimed, "Li Luodi, what are you doing here?" Smoke curled from Li Luodi's fingertips, ascending into the air like the morning mist, ethereal and mysterious. "And what about these bodies? What happened here?" "Shaoqing," Lu Shuya began, but Li Luodi coldly interrupted. "It's because of her that you nearly fell into an irretrievable abyss." These words, Lu Shuya and Lin Yuru exchanged a glance, both reflecting a shared horror in their eyes. Strangely, they remained silent, refraining from crying out or expressing disbelief, avoiding any accusations of deceit. If Lu Shuya dared to act so irrationally, Li Luodi would certainly turn and walk away for his second wife. Lin Yuru, he would naturally take the time to explain everything patiently. Fortunately, neither of them was being dramatic. Shouting at a demon. After a moment of silence, Lu Shuya raised her beautiful eyes, her body slightly trembling as she bit her pristine red lips. Seemingly striving to control her emotions. Li Luodi, exhaling smoke, cast a sidelong glance at Lu Shuya, his gaze slightly cold. For a proud young lady like Lu Shuya, it was essential to maintain an air of aloofness. Faced with Li Luodi's icy response, tears welled in Lu Shuya's eyes, brimming with indignation. Noticing this, Lin Yuru pouted, "Li Luodi, while we are grateful for your rescue, we are all classmates. You cannot treat Shuya this way." Upon hearing this, Li Luodi immediately transformed his demeanor, breaking into a radiant smile. Yuru is right. He then turned to Lin Yuru with genuine concern. "Yuru, you seem shaken. Would you like me to escort you home?" The sudden change in Li Luodi caught Lin Yuru and Lu Shuya off guard. After a moment, Lu Shuya bit her red lip tightly, a tear sliding down her cheek. Seeing Lu Shuya cry, Lin Yuru panicked, quickly exclaiming, "Li Luodi, we're not that close yet, so please call me by my full name," she added, "and do not bully Shuya, or else." Lin Yuru raised her small, delicate fist, resembling a fluffy dumpling, utterly lacking in any threat. "That you'll see the might of my fist, as tough as a cauldron." "Oh," Li Luodi responded with a teasing tone. "Humph." Lin Yuru proudly lifted her snow-white chin, resembling a swan, then gently patted Lu Shuya's fragrant shoulder, whispering, "Don't be afraid. I'll take you home." With the 12 talismans and masks, Li Luodi's hearing had improved significantly. In fact, even if he hadn't come today, Yi Fan would have rescued them. But he would have only managed to secure Lu Shuya, and not Lin Yuru. Lu Shuya sniffled softly, resembling a bullied fawn. "At least I saved you both, and you didn't even say thank you before leaving?" Li Luodi raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Li Luodi, thank you for saving us." Lu Shuya, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity, forced back her grievances as she expressed her gratitude to Li Luodi for Lin Yuru. She was more perfunctory, saying, "Thanks, I'll treat you to a meal another day. I'm free right now." Li Luodi eagerly climbed the social ladder. "Sorry, but I'm busy today." Lin Yuru decisively rejected him, as she had a severe aversion to men. Hearing this, Li Luodi shrugged, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Dear wife, just wait for me to straighten you out." "Yuru, Shaching." Lu Shuya gazed at Shenqing, whose body was stained with green blood, feeling both fear and profound sorrow. Her good friends were few, especially for a proud young lady like herself. Lin Yuru's delicate face also bore a hint of sadness, her beautiful eyes glistening. "Let us call Shaching as parents." Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps echoed. The doors of the music restaurant swung open, and dozens of stern-looking members from the security bureau streamed in. The leader was none other than Captain Zhang Jie. "What is going on here?" Zhang Jie surveyed the scene, and upon noticing Li Luodi's expression that bore a hint of mockery, his eyes narrowed slightly. Li Luodi stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Yuru and Lu Shuya, and chuckled. These demons were attempting to harm classmates Lin Yuru and Lu Shuya, and I happened to intervene to save them. Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Zhang Jie's eyes as he spoke in a low tone. "Li Luodi, do you realize that maliciously lying and obstructing our investigation is a crime?" In response, Li Luodi smirked. "Captain Zhang, on what basis do you determine that I am lying?" Zhang Jie's expression grew colder. "The demons on the ground are at least comparable to the warrior level. From what I understand, you, Li Xiao, are merely a senior warrior. Are you suggesting you can defeat demons beyond your level? Clap, clap, clap. Li Luodi clapped his hands, indicating, as expected of the Security Bureau captain, you can discern the level of the corpses at a glance. It was well known that corpses bore no demonic aura or spiritual energy, making it difficult for even skilled practitioners to ascertain their level at first glance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jie's expression changed slightly, and his gaze flickered. Regardless, I must ask you, and these two girls to come with us. Captain Zhang, you're quite prompt. A mocking voice suddenly rang out from outside. Who? Zhang Jie's expression darkened as he turned swiftly, only to be taken aback, exclaiming, Jinma Division, outside. Hao Jian entered, flanked by two members of the Jinma Division, their expressions indifferent, with demon-slaying swords at their waists. Chapter 69. Just throw it in the trash bin. Captain Zhang, you indeed act swiftly. Hao Jian subtly winked at Li Luodi, then turned his emotionless gaze toward the visibly uncomfortable Zhang Jie, saying blandly, since when has your security bureau been authorized to handle cases involving demons? The Jinma Division, under the direct command of the Summer Lord, was not something the security bureau could compare to. Even though Hao Jian held a lower rank than Captain Zhang, he still held a position above him. Zhang Jie's face turned ashen, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jie forced a strained smile. Extending his hand, Zhang Jie, Deputy Captain of the Security Bureau's Public Safety Division, that I happened to be patrolling nearby and fortuitously encountered this situation. Forgive me for not asking your name. Hao Jian seemed disinterested, casting a cursory glance at Zhang Jie, showing no intention of shaking hands. Since we are here, this matter is no longer your concern. Continue your patrol elsewhere. At this, Zhang Jie's smile faltered, and after a moment of shifting expressions, he suppressed his anger and muttered, then we shall not disturb the Jinma Division's proceedings. With that, Zhang Jie turned away, visibly frustrated, as the other members of the Security Bureau exchanged glances, not daring to breathe, and followed him out. Once Zhang Jie and his team departed, Hao Jian smiled. Is everything all right? Li Luodi shrugged. Do you think I could be in any trouble? He then glanced at Hao Jian, smiling. How did you know I was here? Hao Jian grinned. The patrolling members mentioned that a demon was detected in this vicinity. Since I'm responsible for this area, I rushed over without delay. I see. Upon hearing this, Li Luodi felt enlightened, realizing why the Jinma Division often detected demonic presences ahead of time. Meanwhile, Lu Shuya and Lin Yiru watched Li Luodi conversing with the Jinma Division members as if they were old friends, their bodies jolting in disbelief. When did Li Luodi become acquainted with the Jinma Division? It is no exaggeration to say that the Jinma Division is not an ordinary organization. These individuals are fierce, ruthless, and unyielding, responsible for eliminating any obstacles for the Summer Lord. In essence, the Jinma Division is eternally associated with bloodshed. Though the Li family is wealthy, they are merely familiar with personnel from the Security Bureau and local governance. Typically, trivial matters can be easily resolved through the Li family's connections. However, if the Jinma Division decided to target the Li family, even the officials they were friendly with would dare not utter a word. This is precisely why Li Luodi aspired to join the Jinma Division. Many might argue that the protagonist possesses talismans and masks, so why fear anything? But it's not feasible for the protagonist to be at their family's side at all times, is it? Furthermore, in this parallel universe, there exists an overwhelming number of skilled individuals. Before Li Luodi has fully matured, should he inadvertently expose his greatest trump card, he would undoubtedly attract an avalanche of troubles and crises. The 12 talismans lie concealed within the palm of his hand, remaining undetected during ordinary times. That as for the mask, it is hidden within the confines of his wrist. It is unlikely that any magic exists in this realm capable of extracting the talismans and the mask from within him. Nevertheless, prudence is always advisable. All right, we shall take it from here. With that, Hao Jian exchanged a knowing glance with Li Luodi, urging him to escort the two lovely ladies home. Subsequently, he silently gestured to Li Luodi, inquiring when the latter would indulge in a foot bath that we shall see shortly. Li Luodi felt there was no need for subterfuge. If the opportunity arises, I will contact you to take you to the Forbidden City Club for a bit of fun. Hao Jian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Li Luodi to brazenly mention the foot bath in front of Lu Shuya and the other lady. It was evident to any astute observer that Li Luodi harbored intentions towards the two women. However, Hao Jian's eyes soon sparkled with delight. Really? Are you certain you will take me to the Forbidden City Club for a foot bath? One must understand that the expenses at the Forbidden City Club are not trivial. A typical outing can easily cost 200,000 to 300,000, and that is already on the lower side. Li Luodi, How could you possibly go to such a place? Lu Shiya bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if a thread of grievance was spreading within her. Upon hearing this, Li Luoti's expression turned cold. Crossing his arms, he retorted, Miss Lu, what is wrong with such places? To me, those are good girls, striving for a living. They start with a father who is an alcoholic and a mother who is a gambler, and they have a giant infant to support. Do you think it's easy for them? At this point, Li Luoti's tone grew even colder. You were born into privilege, naturally indifferent to the necessities of life. Lu Shiya, I have always perceived you as a kind person. When did you become so callous? Lu Shiya was taken aback, tears brimming in her eyes. She hurriedly implored, I didn't mean it. Luoti, please listen to me. Enough. I believe it is time for me to reconsider the nature of our relationship. With that, Li Luoti turned away, hands clasped behind him, his gaze penetratingly fixed on the window. The surrounding members of Hao Jian's group stood in stunned silence at this scene. Is this how one can operate? This scoundrel, this wretched man, Li Luoti, you only know how to manipulate the innocent Lu Shiya. Lin Yuru, observing Lu Shiya's imminent tears, immediately revealed her sharp little teeth, looking adorably fierce. Hey, I must teach my second wife a lesson one of these days. Shiya, let us go. Don't pay attention to this scoundrel. With a keen eye, Lin Yuru saw through Li Luoti's intentions and angrily pulled the aggrieved Lu Shiya away. After Lu Shiya and Lin Yuru departed, Hao Jian looked at Li Luoti with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. You truly are something. I must learn from you in this regard. Upon hearing this, Li Luoti waved his hand dismissively. No need. Your skin is thicker than mine. You have no need for my instruction. Where are you headed? Hao Jian inquired as he saw Li Luoti leaving. Going for a foot bath? Indeed, bring these two brothers along. It's on me. Upon hearing this, the other two members of the group instantly rejoiced. Just as Li Luoti was about to step outside, a sudden thought struck him, and he turned to Hao Jian. By the way, Hao brother, did you notice that man with a missing ear on the ground? Following Li Luoti's, Hao Jian nodded and cautiously asked, should we call an ambulance? No, I meant you can just toss him in the trash bin outside later. Hao Jian's expression turned slightly troubled. Isn't that a bit too harsh? After all, that is a life. We can't just disregard it. I'll give you two long-legged beauties later. Deal. Chapter 70. Current situation. Act quickly. As night descended, like a profound painting unfurling, with stars twinkling and moonlight cascading like water, the CAF, located beside an artificial lake, boasted a charming ambience. The 7th and 8th floors of the building were exclusively dedicated to the CF. The 8th floor had been transformed from an open-air terrace in a secluded corner. Milu elegantly savored her coffee. Today, she wore a fitted purple V-neck dress, complemented by black stockings, her bosom quite prominent. With light makeup, she exuded an air of fashionable sophistication, her demeanor exceptionally captivating. Because of Milu, 80% of the CAF's patrons were drawn to her presence. Opposite her sat a foreign gentleman of remarkable demeanor, a scar gracing his face, lending him an aura of coldness. Milu, let us cut to the chase. What do you want from me? John crossed his arms, his expression indifferent, speaking in the familiar summer dialect. I am in a hurry. Besides, there's nothing to discuss with you. Milu set her coffee down, a playful smile gracing her lips. What's the rush? Are you eager to find a woman? With a dismissive chuckle, John replied, does someone of my stature need to seek out women? Let me put it this way. Many women in the summer are as easily obtainable as the cheapest steaks in Brazil. Ha! You wish. Milu raised an eyebrow. If you have something to say, say it. If not, I'll take my leave. John furrowed his brow, restless as he awaited news from Sato, which had yet to arrive. His mind was troubled. To completely infiltrate Greenvine, he needed to control the martial arts families, academies, and hospitals associated with it. However, departments like the State Governor's Office and the Security Bureau would prove to be much more challenging to maneuver. The Shinyan family and the Yukiba family had always been at odds. Therefore, the Yukiba family had to outpace Shinyan to seize Greenvine. As John pondered, a faint sound of footsteps echoed. When he looked up, he saw Lin Yu, hands in pockets, an air of arrogance about him. As he smirked, move aside. This spot is mine now. John stared blankly at this ordinary yet self-assured man, while Milu's eyes widened in surprise. Recognizing the familiar tone and confidence reminiscent of that fool, just the night before, Lin Yu had emerged despondently from the Security Bureau, only to find the wangling spirit within his ring unable to bear it any longer. It imparted upon him a secret technique, catapulting him from a high-level martial artist to a pinnacle warrior. This dramatic transformation made Lin Yu feel elated, especially since he had just rescued an extraordinary individual. Leaving the latter indebted to him and generously gifting him 20,000. Having never encountered such a sum before, Lin Yu initially contemplated using the money to pursue women, but soon realized that money would eventually run out. It would be wiser to pursue a wealthy woman, ensuring a lifetime of financial security. Hence, upon learning that this CAF attracted many socialites and affluent ladies, he decided to give it a try. As he ascended the stairs, he was instantly captivated by Mi Lu's stunning appearance. In Lin Yu's view, to leave a lasting impression on such a rich girl, one must be assertive. Without hesitation, he resolved to play the role of a kept man. Unconcerned about being labeled foolish, in this day and age, lacking connections, knowledge, or skills left one with no choice but to rely on sheer audacity. Many streamers who drove luxury cars and resided in villas truly had abandoned all shame. Without a moment's thought, John, known for his quick temper, delivered a resounding slap to Lin Yu. The sound echoed sharply. Lin Yu, with one hand still in his pocket, deftly grasped John's wrist with the other. Muttering, "You foreign scoundrel, do you not see whose territory you are trespassing upon?" Upon witnessing this, Mi Lu's eyes sparkled, and her lips curled into a smile. "Oh, little brother, you're quite handsome." At her words, Lin Yu felt a surge of exhilaration. It was indeed effective, however. Before he could reveal his signature grin, a fist, propelled by fierce wind, collided violently with his face. Boom! Lin Yu winced in pain, nearly stumbling to the ground. John smirked coldly. His current identity was that of a professor at an academy. Even if he resorted to violence, the institution would cover for him. With his naturally volatile temperament, he seized a chair and hurled it at Lin Yu. But Lin Yu, now a pinnacle warrior, was not intimidated by John. He had merely been caught off guard moments ago. With a few swift movements, Lin Yu swiftly overpowered John, sending him crashing to the floor. Several waitstaff rushed to intervene, but Mi Lu held them back. Refusing to assist John, whom she harbored disdain for, instead watching the scene unfold with a bemused expression. "Damn you, you bastard." John seethed, his fist crashing into the ground as he struggled to rise, having suffered a significant defeat. He realized he could not reveal his true form in front of everyone. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. Yet, in this body, he was no match for Lin Yu, and in his helplessness, he could only roar at the restaurant staff. "Call the police, arrest this scoundrel, and bring him to the security bureau." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, who had been striking a pose, felt a twinge of panic. He quickly extended his hand towards Mi Lu. "Beauty, how about you come with me?" Mi Lu cast a glance at Lin Yu, her eyes flickering several times before her lips parted. "Sure." With that, her delicate hand slipped into Lin Yu's, and the moment that tender warmth met his palm, he nearly exploded with exhilaration. Her hand was far more pleasant than his own. Lin Yu held Mi Lu's small hand, gazing at the several waiters who appeared to be on high alert, and with an air of nonchalance declared, "I am leaving. How could you possibly stop me?" This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Ultimately, Lin Yu departed the CAF with Mi Lu, leaving behind the impotent and howling John. Slap! John delivered several resounding slaps to the waiters, bellowing, "You fools! What are you even doing? I am a professor hired by your esteemed Xia. You worthless beings." John's arrogance made many in the CAF feel uneasy. Thud! Just as John continued to berate the waiters, a crisp yet heavy sound echoed through the air. "What on earth?" Is that the Earth Tiger armor? Subsequently, everyone stared in shock at the sudden appearance of the Earth Tiger armor. A dark yellow glow accompanied by a thunderous roar revealed a majestic yellow tiger's head adorned in dark golden armor. "Xiao Xian, I am not joking. The Earth Tiger armor from the television has come to life," someone exclaimed, pulling out their phone in excitement. Everyone speculated on the reason for the appearance of the Earth Tiger armor. It approached John, whose expression had drastically changed, and with a swift motion, it delivered a slap, stating coldly, "Indeed, there is a scent about you that I find detestable. Why you dare to strike me?" John stammered, momentarily taken aback. Then blustered, "Do you believe I won't call the police?" Slap! The Earth Tiger delivered another slap, sneering, "You were truly amusing, accusing me of being a thief while you were the one caught red-handed." John, cupping his reddened face, blood trickling from his mouth, protested, "I did nothing wrong." The Earth Tiger cracked its neck, retorting, "You may claim innocence now, but I do not have the luxury of waiting for you to commit your misdeeds. You are the embodiment of evil." Upon hearing this, John's pupils dilated, and he roared, "Do not spout such nonsense." Bang! The Earth Tiger launched a powerful kick, nearly causing John to regurgitate his innards. Caught in the act, Confess, it demanded, gripping John's collar and delivering another round of punishment. Soon, under the astonished gazes of all, John was left in a pitiful state. Chapter 71. Dare not fire a shot. What are you groping for? Upon entering the CAF, as Zhang Jie and his team arrived, the Earth Tiger armor had already departed, leaving only John, bloodied and battered. Mr. John, what happened to you? Zhang Jie exclaimed, startled, rushing over in a mix of shock and anger. Who did this? He then surveyed the surroundings, roaring. Who was responsible for this assault? The onlookers exchanged glances, each filled with a sense of schadenfreude, remaining silent. The few waiters, however, wore expressions of satisfaction, thinking, the Earth Tiger armor dealt well with him. That scoundrel deserves it. If the Earth Tiger armor is here to punish him, he must be a thoroughly wicked individual. Seeing no one answer, Zhang Jie's face darkened, resembling a stormy sky. Call an ambulance. We must get Mr. John to the hospital. Zhang Jie glanced at the pitiful sight of John, then turned to the crowd, his voice cold. Failure to report what you know could constitute a crime of concealment. The patrons of the CAF, though not necessarily wealthy, were at least well off, and each understood the law, thus remaining unfazed by Zhang Jie's threats. They remained silent for two reasons. First, John's recent comments had left them quite uncomfortable. Second, the armor warriors represented justice, and this foreigner was certainly no saint. Realizing his threats were ineffective, just as Zhang Jie was about to lose his temper, a waiter, with a face marked by slaps, timidly raised his hand. Officer, it was the Earth Tiger armor that struck him. We had nothing to do with it. The Earth Tiger armor. Zhang Jie was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief, soon filled with suspicion. Are you certain? Do you know the penalties for lying? I'm not lying. The waiter, clutching his swollen cheek, insisted. I was just slapped by John. Zhang Jie scanned the crowd and, judging from their expressions, deduced that the waiter was indeed telling the truth. Just a few days prior, the Snell Mastiff armor had appeared at the Security Bureau, so Zhang Jie was not surprised by the emergence of the armor warriors. However, he couldn't fathom why the Earth Tiger armor would assault John. Could it be because? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Jie's expression grew increasingly grim, and he ordered the retrieval of all surveillance footage from the vicinity. He raised his head, his tone laden with warning. Ladies and gentlemen, before the truth of this matter is revealed, I trust you will keep today's events to yourselves. Is that understood? Just as he finished speaking, a series of sharp claps echoed through the air. Who is that? Zhang Jie squinted, a glint of coldness in his gaze. Captain Zhang. What a show of power, freedom of speech. Is that something you can control? Li Luodi sauntered down the staircase, a mocking smile playing on his lips. You only care about this foreigner being beaten, yet you show no concern for the injuries of others? Li Luodi. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Jie's eyes flashed with a dangerous light, interfering with the Security Bureau's investigation. Do you know the consequences? Li Luodi grinned widely. I truly do not. With a cold chuckle, Zhang Jie replied, Li Luodi, I have spared you due to your family's status. Since you choose not to be discreet, then come with me to the Security Bureau. On what grounds? Interfering with official duties. Zhang Jie's expression hardened as he waved his hand. Cuff him. You Security Bureau have quite the audacity to cuff someone from the Demon Suppression Division. Hao Yan, flanked by two guards, strode forward, gripping the handle of his demon-suppressing sword with a chilling demeanor. The Demon Suppression Division, the patrons of the CAF, were left in shock. One of the guards, expressionless, bellowed. The Demon Suppression Division captures demons. All bystanders, get lost. In a flurry, everyone rushed downstairs, not daring to linger for even a moment. Why are you with the Demon Suppression Division? Zhang Jie stammered, his body trembling. Did you forget to introduce yourself to Captain Zhang? Li Luodi grinned. I'm a guard from the Demon Suppression Division. Li Luodi. When did you become a guard of the Demon Suppression Division? Zhang Jie's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they were marbles about to pop out of their sockets. Is that something I need to report to you? Li Luodi cast a disdainful glance at him and nodded towards Hao Yan, who understood immediately and directed the two guards, Zhang Qing, Niu Sheng, take that foreigner away. Hao Yan, surely there is some misunderstanding. Regaining his senses, Zhang Jie immediately positioned himself in front of the wailing John, offering a forced smile. Step aside. Li Luodi approached Zhang Jie, his smile devoid of warmth, after the recent incident at the music restaurant. I utilized the sheep talisman to search the souls of those involved, and discovered that this foreigner is also a demon, part of the Utsuba family. Although Zhang Jie did not extract any information from those demons, it is evident that he is no innocent. Even if he is not a demon, he is most likely connected to them. Zhang Jie regarded Li Luodi with a flicker of disdain, suspecting that this individual had likely used connections to enter the Demon Suppression Division. Li Luodi, our security bureau. Slap. Li Luodi raised his hand and slapped Zhang Jie, sending him flying. You should be grateful that today is my first day, or else it wouldn't be as simple as a slap. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading for even more excitement. Otherwise, it would be far more than just a slap. Li Luodi stood before the furious Zhang Jie, devoid of any emotion, declaring, "The Demon Suppression Division captures demons. Those who obstruct us will be dealt with ruthlessly." Clang. As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Yin and the three guards drew their swords a third of the way. Witnessing this, Zhang Jie felt his anger dissipate, replaced by sheer terror, his hair standing on end. The members of the Demon Suppression Division showed no regard for his authority as the captain of the Security Bureau. In fact, they seemed to dismiss him entirely. What surprised him even more was that Li Luodi, the seemingly spoiled youth, exuded an air of arrogance and dominance that surpassed even the Demon Suppression Division. Captain Zhang, the members of the Security Bureau, upon seeing their captain being slapped, were filled with both shock and fury as they reached for their sidearms. Li Luodi ignored Zhang Jie entirely, striding towards John. As he passed by a member of the Security Bureau, he delivered another slap, exclaiming, "If you dare not fire your weapon, what are you groping for?" Li Luodi's actions drew Hao Yin's attention, raising his eyebrows in amusement. He liked the boldness. Li Luodi crouched before the battered and bloodied John, a mocking look on his face. "I will report you. I am a professor hired by your Xia." Slap. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Luodi struck again, retorting, "You are not my employer. Why are you whining at me?" He then looked down with a knowing smile, whispering, "The few wretches under your command have already been sent to meet their maker. Do you think you will be next? The dark lines of the Yotsuba family?" John's pupils constricted sharply as he exclaimed, "Have those bastards, Sato and his crew, confessed?" Upon hearing this, a glint of brilliance flickered in Li Luodi's eyes, and a broad smile spread across his face. The ensuing plot primarily revolves around the Demon Suppression Department, followed by the Flower Factory, the Ritual Demon Guard, Su Jianya, and the emergence of the 8 Great Demons. Once again, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed Zhongli Mo for the exquisite gifts and the inspiration capsules. It is my first time receiving such a precious present. Chapter 72, Xiaofang's Massage Parlor Bastard. John glared at Li Luodi, who had successfully executed his scheme, cursing vehemently. His gaze, now imbued with a savage ferocity, resembled that of a bloodthirsty beast. In an instant, a swirling aura of demonic energy enveloped him, bursting forth with unrestrained power. Indeed, he had captured a significant prize. Witnessing this, Hao Jian was momentarily taken aback, quickly followed by a wave of elation. "Call for backup." Niu Sheng chuckled wickedly, retrieving a black revolver from his waist and firing a shot into the sky. Whoosh! Almost immediately, a firework erupted above the CAF, dazzlingly bright, ultimately forming the character Shin, signaling the Demon Suppression Department to rally. A single arrow piercing the clouds, legions of troops would soon converge. Meanwhile, the faces of Zhang Jie and the other members of the Security Bureau, led by him, turned ashen, their bodies trembling as if something icy had surged through their bones. "You filthy creature, perish!" John's eyes turned crimson, 2 horns of an eerie green sprouting from his forehead. He grasped a dark red axe, brandishing it with lethal intent and aiming directly at Li Luodi's throat. "Be careful." Several of Hao Jian's subordinates, upon seeing this, changed their expression slightly, drawing their blades and rushing forward. John's attack revealed his seasoned brutality, his momentum clearly far beyond what those few insignificant days could compare to. The axe's glimmer swept past Li Luodi's eyes, who lightly retreated, the sharp edge of the blade narrowly grazing his throat, producing a chilling whistle as it sliced through the air. "Can you truly retreat?" John's visage twisted into a snarl, demonic energy engulfing Li Luodi as the axe descended with overwhelming might, cleaving towards him like a tempest. Boom! The surrounding tables and chairs in the CF were torn apart by the axe's force. Li Luodi stood his ground, utterly unmoved. His obsidian gaze reflected John's grotesque face and the ferocious axe's glint as he quickly conjured a shield of swirling blue spiritual energy in his hands. Clang! The fierce blows of John's axe met Li Luodi's blue shield, producing a resounding clang as sparks flew. Yet, astonishingly, Li Luodi's shield remained unyielding against such ferocious onslaught. What in the world is this? John's expression shifted slightly as he beheld the blue shield in Li Luodi's grasp. Just as he was about to act, he saw Li Luodi grin, his other hand revealing a bull talisman that shimmered momentarily. Boom! With a clenched fist, he struck without hesitation. The punch was plain and unadorned, devoid of any esoteric intricacies. Yet with the bull talisman's enhancement, the air exploded in its wake, forming visible shockwaves. Boom! In the next instant. Amidst the astonished gazes of Hao Jian and the others, John was sent hurtling backward, nearly teetering off the 8th floor. This fellow seems to have grown even stronger. Hao Jian's eyes flickered, his gaze uncertain. Damn those Daxia people! John roared in fury, gripping his red axe tightly as he charged once more. This time, without the slightest hesitation, Hao Jian and his companions executed a classic triangular formation, advancing with their demon suppression blades gleaming coldly. Slicing through the air with a sizzling sound, the blades flashed like lightning, intertwining beneath the moonlight, clashing with resounding sparks that echoed like thunder. This raw clash of blades bore even greater impact than the sight of flesh being pounded. John's strength was formidable. Any one of Hao Jian's trio would be no match for him alone. Yet their teamwork was exceptionally harmonious, compensating for their inferior levels and allowing them to hold their ground against John. Li Luodi stood resolutely, calmly observing the battle before him. Although Hao Jian's trio worked seamlessly together, they ultimately fell short against John's prowess. Thus, defeat was merely a matter of time. Niu Sheng and Zhang Cheng positioned themselves strategically, firmly restraining John. Meanwhile, Hao Jian wielded his demon suppression blade with ghostly agility, each slash carving silver arcs through the air, each swing accompanied by a whistling wind, targeting the opponent's vital points. Damn the demon suppression department. You always haunt us. Faced with the trio's ferocious assault, John's rage intensified. I shall ensure your demise. He swung his axe, repelling Hao Jian, then lunged forward, the axe's trajectory shifting dramatically, unleashing a wave of sanguine energy as the dark red blade descended with lethal intent. Boom! The expressions of Hao Jian and his companions shifted as they raised their demon suppression blades defensively. Thud! 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 The trio was forced back several steps by the overwhelming crimson radiance. I'll handle this. Seeing the situation unfold, Li Luodi sprang into action. Li Luodi, do you need a blade? Hao Jian inquired, raising his demon suppression blade as Li Luodi charged ahead. Not for now. I'm still not proficient with a blade. Li Luodi replied without looking back as he concentrated the blue shield on his fist, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy to clash against John's axe. The crisp sound resonated. The tremendous gust of wind surged forth, shattering the tiles beneath their feet. Clang! Li Luodi and John collided with their respective energies, sending tables and chairs flying in all directions. John roared in fury, his demonic energy swirling around his hands as he struck down with the force of a mountain. The strength was sufficient to cleave a novice warrior in two, yet Li Luodi met it head-on with his bare fist. The blue shield upon his fist held firm, preventing John's axe from cleaving through. Brother Jian, this newcomer Li Luodi is truly impressive. He is astonishingly fierce, Niu Sheng exclaimed, standing before Hao Jian in awe. Indeed, he doesn't resemble a rookie at all. His strikes are skillfully vicious, even harsher than ours. Zhang Qing nodded in agreement. Needless to say, this newcomer ranked first in the assessment, skipping directly to a higher rank. How could he possibly be ordinary? Hao Jian's gaze flickered thoughtfully, replying, such a person will surely soar to great heights. We must cultivate a good relationship with him. Absolutely. So, Brother Jian, shall we have him treat us to foot massages tonight? Niu Sheng scratched his head. Why not let us treat him? Zhang Cheng rolled his eyes. Do you think you can afford the Zijin Club? Hao Jian waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. We'll treat him. It's the thought that counts. I just spotted a massage parlor named Xiaofeng across the street. It looks quite inviting. Chapter 73. If the public does not abandon, Jian will bow to. You have come to the wrong place. Li Luodi's gaze suddenly turned icy, the previously gentle demeanor now sharp as a blade. Chilling the heart, meeting Li Luodi's frigid glare, John's heart quivered, and a hint of retreat flickered within him. Ever since he had been unable to subdue Li Luodi, the thought of retreat had taken root in his mind. Otherwise, once the main forces of the Demon Suppression Department arrived, he would be trapped. Li Luodi's fingers curled, transforming into a dazzling black-gold hue, emitting a fierce and potent energy. With unyielding determination, his fingers sliced through the air, aimed directly at John's throat. Just as John attempted to retreat, he found himself cornered by Li Luodi's relentless advance. In a fit of rage, John gripped his red axe tightly, the blade glowing a blood-red hue, reminiscent of coagulated blood. The crimson axe's radiance tore through the air, colliding with Li Luodi's dark golden fingers. At the moment of impact, the golden fingers surged like tidal waves, shattering the red axe's light. As the axe's glow fragmented, disbelief surged within John's pupils. This was his strongest strike. How could this young man be so formidable? Clang! The red axe clattered to the ground, and John's body, as if struck by a heavy blow, was violently sent flying against a wall that he tasted blood in his throat, spewing forth a stream of green liquid. Damn it, that accursed Da Xiao man! John bellowed in rage, his eyes filled with resentment as he struggled to rise. With a swift whoosh, Li Luodi appeared before him like a wraith. Gazing coldly at the terrified John, he flicked his fingers, unleashing a flame that surged forth like a fire dragon. The flames tore through the air, casting a reflection that rendered John's face even paler to tea that moment. He comprehended just how terrifying this young man truly was, and his ruthless determination left no room for mercy. The ferocity of the flames ignited the surrounding air. And amidst the astonished gazes of Hao Jian and the others, they crashed violently against John's neck. Boom! An explosion reverberated, and waves of spiritual energy surged outward. Bang! 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 John's neck erupted in a gory wound. His body embedded into the wall like a cannonball, swaying precariously as he spewed forth green blood in torrents. The entire 8th floor fell into a chilling silence. Zhang Jie and the other members of the Security Bureau stood frozen in shock, their bodies gripped by a frigid dread as they beheld the scene. The cold aura emanating from Li Luodi rendered them motionless. Hao Jian and his two companions exchanged glances, each swallowing hard in disbelief. They struggled to fathom that just a short while ago, they had been laughing and sharing camaraderie with this seemingly amiable youth, who now exuded an aura of sheer terror. Li Luo. Brotherly. Is he just going to be killed like this? Hao Jian stepped forward, scratching his head. Why not keep him alive for the new year? Li Luo shrugged and replied, when facing a fierce and brutal creature like a demon, it's best to put them down with one swift strike. Never entertain the thought of holding back, lest you risk being countered. No, what I mean is, can we extract any useful information from this guy? Hao Jian chuckled. What if we can interrogate him about his companions? Upon hearing this, Li Luo's eyes flickered. That's a good point. I'll be more mindful next time. In truth, he was contemplating that he should not act alone next time, as it would make possession more difficult. Not to worry. Hao Jian grinned, patting Li Luo on the shoulder. Today, the few of us have certainly benefited from your prowess, if the public does not abandon me. I would like to. Hearing this, Li Luo raised an eyebrow. Are you asking me to be your godfather? Of course not. I meant to call you my big brother. Hao Jian chuckled awkwardly. I'm not one for stabbing people. Not far away, Zhang Jie observed the way the elder Hao Jian spoke to Li Luo with a hint of flattery, and his eyes twinkled with interest. He then approached with a forced smile. Li Yaqi and esteemed colleagues, I truly did not expect this fellow to be a demon. Forgive my oversight. How about this? Tonight, I treat everyone to dinner as an apology. Upon hearing this, the three of Hao Jian displayed knowing expressions but remained silent. Li Luo smiled, his expression tinged with disdain. Captain Zhang, we can eat at any time, but not now. Zhang Jie's eyes gleamed momentarily, and he hurriedly replied, I was being presumptuous. Li Yaqi, please continue with your business. I won't disturb you any longer. I will definitely come to apologize another day. Just as Zhang Jie was about to leave, he was stopped by Niu Sheng and Zhang Qing. What are you doing? Zhang Jie's expression darkened slightly, his eyes flickering with confusion. Captain Zhang, why pretend to be clueless when you know full well? Hao Jian smiled blandly. We currently suspect you of being connected with this demon. So we kindly ask you to accompany us. Where to? Zhang Jie was taken aback, then suddenly realized, his emotions flaring as he shouted, I am the Deputy Captain of the Public Security Bureau's Security Division. What authority does your Demon Suppression Office have to take me away? Hao Jian lifted his gaze, his previously languid eyes now cold and piercing, carrying a hint of frost. The Demon Suppression Office is the personal military of the Summer Sovereign and possesses the right to take decisive action in all matters related to demons. Don't you think that just because you are a mere deputy captain, your superiors would fare any better if I order him to return with us for tea? He wouldn't dare utter a word of protest. Why would you question me? As he spoke, Hao Jian gripped the hilt of his knife, voice icy. You have 3 breaths to comply. Otherwise, wait. Zhang Jie, trembling at Hao Jian's imposing presence, hastily stammered, my cousin is the foreman at the flour factory. For his sake. Before Zhang Jie could finish, he was coldly interrupted by Hao Jian, using the flour factory to threaten me. I don't care about other places, but here in Ilting, the Demon Suppression Office has the final say. Clang. Hao Jian drew his knife 1/3 of the way out, 2 breaths left. Zhang Jie's expression shifted, gritting his teeth as he looked at the partially drawn demon suppression blade. He reluctantly conceded, I will go with you. Now, isn't that much easier. Hao Jian sheathed his knife and turned in Yousheng, first, confiscate his sidearm. He then addressed the other bewildered members of the Public Security Bureau. As for you lot, return whence you came. Be gone. As soon as the words left his lips, the members of the Public Security Bureau, feeling as if they had received a reprieve, fled faster than rabbits. Zhang Jie, witnessing this, felt a surge of frustration. Buzzing, suddenly, the sound of a helicopter's whirring blades echoed ominously, reminiscent of a beast's roar. Soon, a black-armed helicopter approached, hovering above Li Luo and the others. Whoosh, a long rope descended, and then Lung Jiao gracefully descended, holding onto the rope with one hand. Chapter 74. The Sky Demon Shimu, such efficiency today. After landing, Lung Jiao cast a glance at the grim-faced Zhang Jie, then surveyed the corpse of John on the ground, raising an eyebrow. You were quite ruthless. Without further ado, she glided past Hao Jian and the others, her cold, beautiful eyes glistening, as she turned her gaze towards Li Luo. A slight smile gracing her lips. Did you do this? Li Luo grinned, a hint of innocence in his eyes. I got a bit carried away. At this, Lung Jiao's gaze flickered several times as she recalled Shun Songxing's assessment of Li Luo. Though his killing intent is heavy, he does not lose his humanity. He distinguishes between grievances and rewards, and if used well, he can eliminate evil and uphold justice. On his first day on the job, he has already dispatched several demons. This efficiency. Pondering this, Lang Diao offered Li Luo a gentle smile, submit a report, and tomorrow the rewards for your demon kills will be processed. With that in mind, Lang Diao waved her hand, since there is no danger here. I'll head to Yubei first. Mei Yang and Meng Tu are still waiting for me. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's interest was piqued, and he tentatively asked, Boss, have you found any traces of demons? Lung Jiao paused, a playful smile dancing in her beautiful eyes. What is it to you? Hee hee. Li Luo's eyes sparkled. Can I join you? I'm so eager to get into the department. Hao Jian and the other three exchanged glances. Is it really that competitive? This is only the first day. Filled with admiration, Lung Jiao shook her head lightly. This time, the demon is not to be trifled with. It will be quite difficult even for the three of us to handle it together. As she spoke, a smile crept onto her lips. If you want to advance, you must work hard. Otherwise you won't even see the tail lights of your sister. With that, she grasped the rope and disappeared into the night sky aboard the armed helicopter. Is it really necessary to be that eager? After Lang Diao departed, Hao Jian wore a wry smile. You're really pushing it. In the demon suppression office, strength is paramount, regardless of age. Today, Li Luo not only showcased his talent but also revealed his formidable capabilities. Such a person, destined to soar, is someone Hao Jian would never feel pressure to address as anything but brothered. Li Luo shrugged. What can I say? I'm just a warrior at heart. By the way, you can write the report. Li Luo patted Hao Jian on the shoulder, smiling. The demons we've slain today will be shared equally among the four of us. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Hao Jian and the others shifted, followed by a deep sense of gratitude. They had not expected Li Luo to so willingly relinquish the credit for his hard-won victory over the demon. This significantly altered their impression of him. No need, brotherly. This was your kill. Before Hao Jian could finish, Li Luo interrupted. Without you backing me up, the demon wouldn't have been as intimidated, and I wouldn't have had such an easy time taking it down. All right, let us leave it at that. Seeing this, Hao Jian still refused. Brotherly, don't worry about us. As long as we assist, we can still share in the bounty. Fine. Li Luo relented, then addressed Hao Jian. I'll check if that fellow is truly dead. You all can investigate the surroundings. Got it. Li Luo approached John's corpse, noticing that Hao Jian and the others were not paying attention to him. He felt a surge of energy as the sheep talisman glowed in his palm. The soul search and possession began simultaneously. With his enhanced strength, his soul talisman could now possess others without drawing any suspicion. In an abandoned factory in Yubei, a short man paused, a glint of mockery in his eyes as he glanced back at the small woods behind him. Two of you, having followed me for so long. Why don't you show yourselves? Rustle, rustle. The night wind rustled through the woods, branches swaying and making soft sounds. The man turned, arms crossed, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as he scoffed. The renowned demon suppression office can't bear to show their faces. Thud, thud, thud. As his words fell, Meng Tu and Mei Yang emerged with expressionless faces. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Meng Tu and Mei Yang. Seeing the two, the man's lips curled into a cold smile. You two coming together truly surprises me. Mei Yang dropped her previously alluring demeanor, her expression turning icy. I've had my eye on you for quite some time. Today, you shall remain here. This short man had been closely monitored by the Demon Suppression Office for a long time. However, his elusive movements made him difficult to capture. They had expended significant effort to track down this mysterious individual. Hee. The man tilted his head slightly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Actually, I was just about to say the same to you. Otherwise, why would I go through all the trouble of luring you two to this secluded place? Upon hearing this, Ming Tu and Mei Yang exchanged glances, and then the former moved swiftly, coldly taunting. Stop with the theatrics. Meng Tu's robust spiritual energy erupted from within, her figure flashing as she appeared before the man, her jade hand poised to strike down, the spiritual energy swirling at her fingertips. Exuding a sharp aura, with a single strike, the air fractured as if it were glass. Such force was sufficient to cleave a small automobile in two. Observing this, the man let out a cold smirk. His fingers curling tightly around a fist imbued with formidable magical energy, which he brought crashing down against the descending jade-like hand. Bang! The collision of fist and palm unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave, visibly ravaging the air and stirring up the dust from the ground. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the cute rabbit and the man simultaneously unleashed their fury, their fists and palms leaving behind fleeting afterimages as they viciously struck at one another. Akin to a tempest, in a mere span of seconds, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their movements dazzling to behold. Suddenly, a golden flash pierced the air, darting forth with deadly intent. The sharpness of the gunshot was reminiscent of a chilling star aimed squarely at the man's vital points. Without a doubt, it was the seductive goat who had seized the opportunity to strike from the sidelines. The man appeared to anticipate this, delivering a powerful punch that sent the cute rabbit tumbling backward while evading several of the cold stars. Yet the speed of the gunshot was unmatched. Illuminated by the moonlight, it glimmered silver as it struck the man's shoulder with lightning speed. Clang! The crisp sound of metal on flesh rang out as the bullet grazed his shoulder, leaving only a faint mark of blood. Boom! The man grinned wickedly, and from his back, a pair of colossal wings suddenly unfurled. With a mighty flap, a tempest was unleashed, sweeping the cute rabbit and the seductive goat off their feet, sending them crashing into the trees. Snapping them in half, rising to their feet, they felt the excruciating pain in their backs, their brows furrowing in distress. This man was undoubtedly no ordinary demon general. Ha! The man's cold smirk widened. You are not as formidable as I had envisioned. He declared, allow me to reintroduce myself. I hail from the skies. You may call me the Sky Demon, Shimu. In the next instant, the man transformed, his form shifting to reveal gray-black skin with a bluish hue. Massive wings sprouting from his back, his eyes glowing a menacing red, resembling those of a bat. Chapter 75. Shimu, the controller of celestial weather. As Shimu embraced his true form, the winds began to rage, and the moon retreated behind the clouds, casting the world into a shadowy gloom. The Sky Demon. Upon hearing this, the cute rabbit and the seductive goat shuddered, their expressions mirroring that of someone struck by lightning. As if their very blood had frozen in an instant, the 8 great demons, also known as the 8 demon lords of the demon realm, were synonymous with bloodshed, terror, cruelty, and ferocity. However, something felt amiss. Logically speaking, the 8 demon lords should still be recuperating in the demon realm and could not have emerged so swiftly. Moreover, the nation of Daxia was distinct from others due to its rich history and profound heritage. It boasted a national defense array unlike any other. It was nearly impossible for demons of the lordly caliber to infiltrate. Thus, this demon named Shimu was not the same as those others. With this thought, the cute rabbit and the seductive goat exchanged glances, both internally sighing with relief. If Shimu were truly a demon lord, only Shun Songxing from the Demon Suppression Division in Lufting Town would be capable of confronting him. As for the two of them, they could only devise every possible means to flee. Hovering in midair, Shimu seemed to see through the thoughts of the cute rabbit and the seductive goat. And a sinister smile crept across his lips. Though I am not my lord, dealing with the two of you will suffice. With that thought, Shimu sprang into action. In a flash, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, appearing before the two women with an overwhelming aura. Transforming his palm into a fist, he launched a straightforward attack. In his true form, Shimu far surpassed his human guise in both speed and strength. These two punches, enveloped in magical energy, possessed a destructive force even greater than a deadly weapon. Whoosh! The wind generated by his punches parted the air, producing a low, ominous hum, faced with Shimu's fierce onslaught. The cute rabbit and the seductive goat crossed their arms defensively, their brilliant spiritual energy coalescing into an invisible barrier before them. Bang! As they attempted to shield themselves, a flicker of disdain passed through Shimu's eyes. With a forceful tremor, his fist struck the barrier with a ferocity akin to a deluge. Crack! Under Shimu's relentless assault, the spiritual barrier shattered almost instantaneously, amidst Shimu's overwhelming assault. The cute rabbit and the seductive goat were forced to retreat, their palms continuously gathering spiritual energy to form a barrier, yet each was effortlessly obliterated. Is that all you can do? Just run. Shimu sneered coldly, mocking, "Isn't your demon suppression division supposed to be rather formidable?" In response to Shimu's taunts, the seductive goat and the cute rabbit maintained a stoic silence, their expressions resolute. At that moment, as Shimu cornered the two women with no escape, he grinned malevolently. With a surge of powerful magical energy emanating from his fists, he unleashed a barrage of fists that enveloped the cute goat and the cute rabbit in a storm of shadowy punches. As the punches descended upon them, the cute rabbit narrowed her beautiful eyes. Surrounded by the encroaching magical energy, a chilling sensation gripped her heart, reminiscent of a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Mei Yang, the cute rabbit shouted, her fingers igniting with robust spiritual energy. Among the multitude of punches, only two concealed the true lethal intent. The cute rabbit's mind was astute, observing every detail. From the very beginning, she had been strategizing on how to subdue Shimu, having collaborated with the cute rabbit for many years. The seductive goat instinctively understood her intentions. Immediately, she clenched her delicate hand, summoning her long spear once more. The onslaught of punches came at a breathtaking speed, almost instantaneously descending upon the two women. The cute rabbit moved swiftly, positioning herself in front of the seductive goat, her fingers forming a pointed stance reminiscent of a sword cleaving through tumultuous waves, tearing apart the myriad of punches, ultimately striking two of them under Shimu's astonished gaze. Boom! As the cute rabbit's fingers made contact with those two punches, the remaining punches that had engulfed them vanished without a trace. Whoosh! Just then, the seductive goat made her move, the moonlight once again illuminating the tip of her spear, casting a cold glimmer. The spear whirled like a dragon emerging from the sea, accompanied by a howling wind, targeting Shimu's vital points. With a disdainful snort, Shimu transformed his fist into a claw, deftly blocking this thunderous strike and using the momentum to counterattack. The clash of spear and claw filled the air, at times resembling a torrential storm as they exchanged blows, sparks flying with each collision, while at other moments, it resembled a graceful dance, each encounter resonating with the deafening clang of metal. The cute rabbit patiently awaited her opportunity. And when the two briefly separated, a chilling gleam erupted from her sleeve that transformed into countless icy shards, each hurtling towards Shimu's vital targets. His eyes, throat, heart, and dantian. Shimu, initially intent on delivering a fatal blow to the seductive goat, was forced to halt his advance, hastily defending against the icy shards. Nevertheless, even amidst his desperate defense, a shallow cut marred his face. As Shimu's claws brushed against the blood on his cheek, he lifted his bloodthirsty gaze, a savage grin spreading across his face. "Very well, you have successfully provoked me." Upon hearing this, the seductive goat and the cute rabbit exchanged a knowing smile. The former chuckled softly, "Perhaps you should consider where you currently stand?" Shimu paused, glancing around, and when he realized that he had unknowingly been lured into the forest by the two women, he scoffed with disdain. "Do you truly believe that becoming a sky demon is merely for show?" The mockery in Shimu's smile deepened as he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the weather above the forest shifted dramatically, and from the darkened clouds erupted thousands of ice spikes, descending with frenzied intensity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice spikes tore through the air, shimmering with cold light, piercing through the trees in their path. As the cute rabbit and the seductive goat beheld this, their expressions shifted with alarm, quickly conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy above them. Bang, 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 the ice spikes collided with the barrier, producing a series of sharp, ringing sounds. With a powerful flap of his wings, Shimu ascended into the air, a smug smile adorning his face as he observed the scene. "Mei Yang, cute rabbit, as I have stated, today shall be your end." Countless ice spikes rained down, leaving the cute rabbit and the seductive goat looking particularly pale. If the onslaught of ice spikes were to continue unabated, they would soon exhaust their spiritual energy. Boom. At that moment, several artillery shells whistled through the air from a distance, carrying a palpable sense of pressure. Upon seeing this, Shimu's brow furrowed, and he attempted to evade. However, just as the shells were mere dozens of meters away, they suddenly detonated, sending him hurtling through the air at the same time. The rain of ice spikes abruptly ceased. Who dares? Shimu brushed off the dust from his clothes, glaring menacingly into the distance. Rumbling. Soon, 3 armed helicopters approached from afar. Lung Diao. Shimu's gaze settled on the central helicopter, where a cold woman emerged, gritting her teeth. Then, a glimmer of calculation flashed in his eyes as he smirked coldly. For now, I shall spare you. Your heads that shall remain on your shoulders for the time being. But rest assured, I will return to collect them. With that, Shimu flapped his wings and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the cold woman on the helicopter, watching Shimu's retreating figure, furrowed her brows, murmuring softly, "The Sky Demon, indeed." Chapter 76. I can be a spy. The play is quite good. Yubei, a certain warehouse. The Sky Demon Shimu appeared above the warehouse in a flash. Landing silently. As soon as he touched down, he immediately transformed back into human form. Lord Shimu. 2 masked men guarding the perimeter of the warehouse approached respectfully. Shimu, displeased by his failure to capture the cute rabbit and the seductive goat, cast a fleeting glance at the 2 men. How did the task fare? The 2 exchanged uncertain glances, their expressions wavering. Noticing their hesitance, Shimu's expression grew cold, his eyes narrowing, emanating a chilling aura. It is as such. Lord Shimu. Upon witnessing the scene, a masked man stepped forward, steeling himself to explain. Sato's group has failed. As he spoke, he felt 2 chilling glares directed at him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Trembling, he continued, "As for John, I just received word that he was killed by the Demon Suppression Division. Useless fool." At these words, Shimu's fury ignited, and he swung a sharp slap towards the man, who was instantly propelled backward like a cannonball. Lord Shimu, please temper your wrath. Another masked man, observing Shimu's rage, quickly interjected, "Although Sato's group has faltered, we made another discovery at the trash bin outside the restaurant." What discovery? Shimu's expression remained stoic, with a hint of coldness in his tone. After the Demon Suppression Division departed, we found a man in the trash bin outside the restaurant, the masked man replied. From the scene, it is highly likely that this individual is the murderer of Sato and his companions. Upon hearing this, Shimu's keen senses detected something amiss. He spoke in a low voice. If he is indeed the murderer of Sato and his comrades, why did the Demon Suppression Division not take him as well? With their thoroughness, they would not overlook such a detail. Unless, contemplating this, Shimu stroked his chin. Where is he? Take me to see him. In the warehouse. Splat. A bucket of foot-soaking water was splashed onto the unconscious Yifan. The icy coldness coupled with the stench of feet jolting him awake. The lingering pain at the back of his head made it difficult for him to open his eyes, and in a daze, he surveyed his surroundings. Where am I? Where are Ewer and Rower? He vaguely recalled that before losing consciousness, he had bravely fought against those demons, ultimately succeeding in rescuing the 2 women. Even the valiant Yifan had paid a price, sustaining a bullet wound to his shoulder and a blow to his head. Yet he had managed to save Lu Shuya and Lin Yuzhou. To his dismay, just as he was about to embrace his beloved, a third party had intervened, snatching away his hard-won prize. Consumed by rage, Yifan bellowed, "Damn that third wheel. I, the Dragon King, shall not let you off easily." Is this man still unconscious, sitting not far away? Shimu's lips curled in disdain. If he acts like this, calling himself a Dragon King, he might as well be a Rat King. Splat. Another bucket of foot-soaking water came crashing down, startling Yifan as he attempted to struggle free. He realized he was tightly bound by specially crafted ropes. At that moment, Yifan understood his predicament and called out to Shimu and the others, "Gentlemen, we bear no grudges from the past, nor animosity in recent times. What is the meaning of this?" Slap. A masked man delivered a fierce slap to his face, coldly demanding, "Did you kill him?" "What?" Yifan was left bewildered. "Who did I kill? Are you playing games with me? A hint would be nice. Did you kill Sato and his companions?" "I don't know anyone named Sato." Slap, slap, slap. The masked man struck him several more times, sneering, "If you don't know him, then why were you found in the trash bin of the music restaurant?" Upon hearing this, Yifan froze, horror flooding his eyes. It dawned on him that these individuals were most likely from the Utsuba family. "I'm doomed," he thought, as he had been sent by the Shinin family to eliminate those Japanese invaders. If this were to escalate, he would undoubtedly not see the light of another day. At this moment, Shimu seemed to lose patience. Can we really expect anything from this coward? Kill him. Keeping him alive is a waste of resources, he declared indifferently. Wait, I still have value. Yi Fan desperately wanted to mention his master, the martial king, but reconsidered. Bringing it up repeatedly would only lead to more beatings. Thus, he decided to pivot and betray Mitsai. My lords, I must confess, I was sent by the Shinin family to sabotage your plans. Shimu halted, momentarily taken aback, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Do you realize how much I detest liars? This is the truth. Otherwise, how could I have found that music restaurant so easily? I've been in constant contact with that woman. Mitsai, Yi Fan insisted, desperation coloring his tone. Shimu regarded Yi Fan for a long moment before suddenly breaking into a smile, a hint of amusement in his expression. How can I trust that you won't betray her? Just as you would betray me, because my life is in your hands, and I value it dearly. Yi Fan replied earnestly. Tell me your plan. Shimu's gaze flickered with interest. Certainly. However, I have one condition. Yi Fan's eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning as he sought to leverage his position. Speak. Shimu raised an eyebrow. Could you arrange for me to have 2 heavyweight women? Yi Fan ventured after a moment of hesitation. Since descending the mountain, he had been accompanied only by the 5-finger maiden. As a dignified dragon king, living in such restraint made him want to weep. Ha ha ha. Shimu laughed heartily, shaking his head. You truly are a character, and I like it. We'll do as you say. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's spirit soared. Thank you, my lord. Yi Fan's request stemmed from a desire to convey to those before him that he was indeed a man of appetites. Once someone has a weakness, it becomes easier to manipulate them. While everyone believed Yi Fan to be simply a lustful fool, little did they know he was playing a much deeper game. As he contemplated this, a smile crept onto his face. But it quickly faded upon seeing Shimu summon 2 hefty female sumo wrestlers. These 2 are our prized flowers, fitting your request perfectly. They will accompany you from now on. Yi Fan's smile faltered, and he felt his lips twitch uncontrollably. This was not the heavyweight he had in mind. Chapter 77. The Dragon King's Script. The following morning, at the Purple Forbidden Club. Li Luodi was still in a deep slumber when he was roused by Hao Jian. Observing Li Luodi's drowsy state, Hao Jian couldn't help but chuckle. Bro, today is your first official day on the job. You can't afford to be late. Li Luodi stretched lazily and yawned. Will they dock my pay or something? Scratching his head, Hao Jian replied, usually, if there are no tasks, being late results in a deduction of $1,000 and a day's unpaid leave. But if there is a significant task, the consequences of tardiness can be quite severe. At this, Hao Jian's tone turned serious. Fine, I'll get up now. Hearing this, Li Luodi dismissed the idea of casually losing some wages. It seemed that being a carefree rich kid was no longer an option. However, once he became powerful, what would he lack? After a quick wash-up, Li Luodi drove the RS-7, bringing Hao Jian and the others back to the Demon Suppression Division's residence. On the way, they had already changed into their combat gear. Upon arriving at the Demon Suppression Division, they were summoned by the Cold Weasel to the front courtyard. There, dozens of figures stood ready, each adorned with a demon suppression blade, prepared for action. Hao Jian pulled Li Luodi closer to a middle-aged man with a stern demeanor. Grinning widely, Brother Hua, this is Li Luodi, who just started yesterday and has already successfully killed several demons. As he spoke, Hao Jian introduced, Lieutenant Yuan, a lieutenant under the command of the Mengtu Division, is my direct superior. Lieutenant Yuan regarded Li Luodi with admiration, exclaiming, I've heard tales of an exceptional newcomer in the Demon Suppression Division. Seeing you today confirms the rumors. Thank you for your praise, Lieutenant Yuan. I'm just fortunate. Li Luodi replied quickly, cupping his hands. I hope to rely on Lieutenant Yuan's guidance in the future. Li Luodi was always one to return respect. Hearing this, Yuan Hua's smile widened slightly. This young man was indeed a prodigy. Acting decisively and without hesitation, certainly someone who would achieve great things in the future. Remarkably, despite the many accolades surrounding him, he remained humble. This individual was extraordinary. Oh, is this the newcomer who ranked first yesterday? He doesn't look like much. A mocking voice rang out, laced with sarcasm. Here comes a classic show-off scene. Li Luodi thought, amused. He had assumed only the Dragon King had this sort of encounter. Turning towards the voice, he saw a young man not far away, a smirk playing on his lips, filled with scorn and derision. Who is this character? Li Luodi raised an eyebrow and scanned the area. Frankly, the young man had a typical face, just barely on par with the Rat King. Hao Jian's expression darkened slightly as he replied in a low voice, Lu Dao, a lieutenant under the command of the Mountain Bear Division. He is a mid-level martial artist and ranks among the more notable lieutenants in the Green Vine Demon Suppression Division. As if perceiving the confusion in Li Luoti's eyes, Yuan Hua offered a faint smile and explained, the reason this fellow harbors such animosity towards you is simply that he sought to join the ranks of the Cold Weasel Bureau but was met with a frosty rejection. And the reason? Li Luoti tilted his head slightly, curiosity evident in his gaze. That? We do not know. Yuan Hua shrugged, then turned to Lu Dao, remarking coolly, Lieutenant Lu, did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? I could smell something foul first thing today. Old Yuan. That lacks any real impact. Li Luoti grinned broadly. Just watch me. With that, he cracked his neck and strode directly towards Lu Yidong. Loti, don't be impulsive. Noticing this, Yuan Hua was momentarily taken aback, and just as he was about to speak further, he was interrupted by Hao Jian, who said, Old Yuan, don't worry. Brother Li is quite formidable. Although Hao Jian had only interacted with Li Luoti for a single night, he understood the latter's nature well. He never engaged in battles without confidence. Bang! Yuan Hua kicked Hao Jian in annoyance. What did you just call me, Brother Yuan? Hao Jian replied sheepishly, quickly correcting himself. Yuan Hua shot Hao Jian a glance and then gazed thoughtfully at Li Luoti's retreating figure. Well, the rookie has some guts. Seeing Li Luoti approach with a composed demeanor and a light smile upon his face, Lu Dao chuckled mockingly. You seem quite impressive, but I suspect you're just that, an illusion. Beside him, Yichi chimed in with a grin. Boss, take it easy on him. Let the newcomer save some face. Of course, no need for swish. Before Lu Dao could finish, Li Luoti sprang forward, appearing effortlessly before him. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful punch that sliced through the air like a spear. Just in time, Lu Dao's spirits lifted. This was a rookie's voluntary provocation, and even if he struck a bit harder, no one would blame him. With that thought, Lu Dao smirked and threw a punch, not bothering to evade as he met Li Luoti's strike head-on. Bang! A deep, resounding thud echoed through the air. A violent shockwave erupted. Radiating from the two combatants in the arena, Li Luoti stood immovable, while Lu Dao's face flushed crimson. In the next moment, Lu Dao's body trembled violently, and, to the astonishment of onlookers, he was sent flying backwards, skidding along the ground before awkwardly regaining his footing. How is this possible? Lu Dao exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. He was a lieutenant, a mid-tier martial artist. How could this rookie, no matter how gifted, possibly overwhelm him in a single strike? You must have used some underhanded trick. I refuse to believe it. Lu Dao's eyes blazed with anger as he prepared to attack again. Whoosh! Just as he surged forward, a shadow struck like lightning, appearing right in front of him at the same time. Before Lu Dao could react, a long hand stopped directly at his throat, emanating a chilling aura. You should consider yourself fortunate that the Demon Suppression Bureau has a rule against drawing weapons on colleagues. Otherwise, Li Luoti's previously gentle visage morphed into one of indifference as he spoke, his tone devoid of warmth. Feeling the icy grip at his throat, Lu Dao froze in terror, the coldness in Li Luoti's gaze sending shivers down his spine. He was certain that if he were an enemy, that hand would have already pierced through his throat. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping would have been distinctly audible. Yuan Hua's eyelids twitched slightly. What in the world? Is this new recruit really that formidable? Just then, a door creaked open, and a cold voice rang out. Disrespecting your superiors and lacking humility, you deserve to be punished. Boom! Inside the room, a robust surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a tangible fist, rippling like dark water. The sheer force caused the expressions of everyone present to shift dramatically. Hao Jian shouted in alarm. Li Luoti, be careful. Li Luoti's gaze turned steely, yet he exhibited no inclination to retreat. With a flash of light from the cow talisman in his palm, he threw a punch, colliding directly with the dark fist. Bang! At the moment of impact, a tempest of violent spiritual energy surged forth, cracking the already sturdy floor with fissures. The swirling dust obscured the vision of the onlookers, and when it finally settled, they gaped in disbelief. Despite facing such a ferocious attack, Li Luoti remained completely unyielding, not retreating an inch. Gasp! Yuan Hua inhaled sharply. This kid is that monstrous. Hao Jian and the others exchanged glances, each wearing a bitter smile. It seemed Brother Li had grown even stronger. Just then, a voice of astonishment echoed within the room, followed by the entrance of a broad-shouldered man. Xiong Shan smirked coldly. No wonder you're so arrogant. It seems you have some skills. However, whoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow darted forth, and with a swift motion, the palm struck out. channeling all the internal energy into a single blow. The sound of wind slicing through the air hinted at an almost sonic boom. Startled, Xiong reacted with remarkable speed, his own spiritual energy swirling as he retaliated with a punch, the two forces colliding with a thunderous crash. The clash resembled a collision between two trucks, unleashing a tempest of energy that swept across the ground, cracking the stone beneath them. Xiong staggered back several steps, while the other figure stood resolute, undeterred. Xiong, regaining his stance, looked warily at the figure. His voice low and cautious. "Cold Weasel Bureau, why do you attack me?" The newcomer was none other than Lang Diao, who lifted her clear, beautiful eyes, devoid of any emotion, and coldly replied, "Xiong, how could a distinguished bureau like yours dare to strike at a newcomer? Are you so shameless as to question me?" Fuming, Xiong pointed at Li Luodi. This fellow showed no respect for hierarchy and struck first at Lieutenant Lu Yidao. "Shouldn't I discipline someone who acts beyond their station?" Lang Diao narrowed her eyes slightly, speaking slowly. If it weren't for Lu Yidao's taunts, would Li Luodi have retaliated? If you are prepared to provoke others, you must rely on your own strength to prevail. Not expect the Cold Weasel Bureau to clean up after you. Xiong faltered, momentarily at a loss for words in the face of Lang Diao's icy resolve, not even sparing him a glance. Lang Diao turned to Li Luodi with a satisfied smile. "Very well. I have no patience for timid and cowardly men. If you are with me, do not hold back. If you encounter injustice, strike back. If you cannot defeat the small fry, that is your own inadequacy. But if they dare to strike at you, I will not hesitate to retaliate." Her final words struck like a sharp sword, resonating with an indomitable spirit. "Boss, you are so imposing." Li Luodi grinned, flattering her. Faced with the overwhelming aura of Lang Diao, Xiong's expression darkened, yet he ultimately chose silence. It was a simple truth. Within the ranks of the Cold Weasel Bureau, Lang Diao was the strongest. Meanwhile, the subdued Lu Yidao bore a look of deep frustration. His eyes reddened, teeth clenched tightly, causing blood to seep from the corners of his mouth due to the pressure. "Lang Diao, I will make you regret this. I will prove to you that your decision not to select me was a grave mistake." After this brief interlude, Lang Diao's cold gaze swept over the gathered individuals. "Now, for the mission. According to reliable information, the Azure Blue Academy has been infiltrated by demons. The extent of this infiltration is still unclear, but today is Saturday, and all students are on holiday. I have already contacted the school authorities, and they have concocted a reason to keep all instructors, directors, professors, and even cafeteria staff, cleaners, and security personnel at the academy." With a flicker in her clear, lively eyes, Lang Diao continued, "Our purpose today is to identify the demons among the faculty and staff. To facilitate this, I specifically requested the purple gold demon tracking disc. As long as the demons are not of particularly high rank, we should be able to trace their presence. Speaking of which, as she reached this point, Lang Diao's expression turned somewhat colder. "The responsibility for this matter, aside from us, also involves the flower factory." "The flower factory?" Upon hearing this, Li Luodi's eyes glimmered. It seemed he was about to deal with the renowned agency of Yinyang practitioners so soon. The flower factory, affiliated with the Great Xia's special agencies, rivaled the Demon Suppression Bureau in both scale and strength, particularly dominating in Jinghai, where it overshadowed both the Demon Suppression Bureau and the Demon Sacrifice Guards. Thus, let me clarify something here. The piercing gaze of Lang Diao fell upon the assembly, a clear message conveyed, regardless of any personal grievances among you present. All must be cast aside for the sake of this mission. We must unite against the external foe. We cannot allow that pack of eunuchs to seize the initiative. Do you understand? The Demon Suppression Department has never seen eye to eye with the Flower Factory. A resounding affirmation erupted from the crowd, including Xiong, who suppressed his earlier displeasure. In the face of such grave matters, clarity prevailed. Thus, gather your gear. We shall depart in 3 minutes. As they arrived outside the Demon Suppression Department's residence, Li Luodi's gaze was drawn to the sleek, muscular figure of the salamander horse. His eyes flickered momentarily. "Can I ride my own horse? I'm not accustomed to riding someone else's for the first time." Beside him, Hao Jian shook his head. "Unless it's a special mission, we must act in unison. The salamander horse is essential." "Very well." Li Luodi relented, though he couldn't help but feel that Hao Jian's earlier remark had a tinge of insult. Everyone mounted their steeds. Destination: Kanglin Academy. Lang Diao elegantly mounted a white salamander horse, and Li Luodi found himself wishing to suggest sharing a ride. Yet that thought remained unspoken that he too mounted, a wealthy heir accustomed to riding all manner of horses, including those of the ocean. The rhythmic clatter of hooves rang out, resonating through the skies. At the gates of Kanglan Academy stood several dozen members of the Flower Factory, exuding an air of arrogance. Donned in brown uniforms with curved sabers at their waists and pointed hats atop their heads. Keep an eye on the horses. If even a single hair goes missing, you'll regret it. One shouted, a flamboyant figure clad in a yellow short dress and towering heels, gesturing with delicate fingers towards the armed members of the Flower Factory. We have received strict orders from above. We must be the first to eradicate all magical entities within this academy, ensuring we outpace that rabble from the Demon Suppression Department. That a flawless execution will be handsomely rewarded. But should we fall behind those mad dogs? With a cold smile, Huang Yaoyao continued, fear not. The Demon Suppression Department is merely arrogant in their territory. Outside of it, they are nothing. A fellow member of the Flower Factory flattered, today, we must dampen their spirits, making it clear that in any region, the Flower Factory shall always dominate them, leaving them gasping for breath. Hearing this, Huang Yaoyao's mood brightened. Excellent. Let us first deliver a show of strength to these interlopers. At that moment, a cacophony of galloping hooves echoed, growing louder like the sound of raindrops upon the earth. Heralding the swift approach of the Demon Suppression Department, Huang Yaoyao turned to see two officers leading a troop of dozens, all charging forth with vigor. Are they sending a mere contingent of standard-bearers? Did they underestimate us? Huang Yao's expression darkened. His voice, I see why. In our presence, we shall not allow these mad dogs to act with impunity. Rest assured, Huang Laoban. Leave it to us. One of the Flower Factory leaders smiled ingratiatingly before shouting to the distance. Block the entrance with iron bars. Force them to dismount. Content with this, Huang Yaoyao settled elegantly into a reclined position, gesturing to his side. Peel me a banana. From afar, Yuan Hua and his companions, upon noticing the iron barricade obstructing their path, realized they were being forced to dismount. The imposing barrier, over half a meter high and lined with sharp spikes, was clearly intended to compel their surrender. It seemed the Flower Factory sought to intimidate the Demon Suppression Department. If they dismounted, it would undoubtedly weaken their momentum right from the start. Beside him, Hao Jian's expression turned grim. Yuan Ge, what should we do? They clearly intend to show us who's boss. Not far away, Lu Yidao cast a scornful glance at Li Luodi, mockingly stating, some among us shouldn't be frightened by such theatrics. If you're scared, hide behind this officer. I'll protect you. He laughed maliciously. Yuan Hua frowned. Lu Yidao's narrow-mindedness was disheartening. Let us charge forward. The Demon Suppression Department does not back down. Li Luodi responded with a faint smile. Lung Diao and the others are still watching us. Yuan Hua understood Li Luodi's intent and grinned reassuringly. Since entering the Demon Suppression Department, I have never feared these mad dogs. Everyone, heed my command. Charge forward. No one is permitted to halt without my order. Yuan Hua's commanding voice boomed, underscoring the honor of the Demon Suppression Department. Even if faced with a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, they must press on. Yes, came the unified response. Lu Yidao scoffed, his demeanor icy, yet he remained silent. With Yuan Hua at the forefront, the members of the Demon Suppression Department bore resolute expressions, gripping their reins tightly, none lagging behind. Their collective ferocity seemed to meld with their salamander horses, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Several members of the Flower Factory, witnessing this, turned pale and shouted, dismount, our Huang Laoban has declared this area under our control. No one is permitted to ride here. Seeing that warnings had no effect, one member of the Flower Factory lifted his weapon. Dismount, or I will shoot. Shoot. Do you really not know your place in the green vine? Li Luodi's eyes narrowed with disdain as he mockingly smiled, then unsheathed his blade, cleaving towards the Flower Factory member. In that moment, Yuan Hua and Lu Yidao felt a jolt of alarm. The blade cleaved through the air, severing the Flower Factory member's wrist with a sickening cut. By heavens, Hao Jian gasped, Li Go. I thought you didn't know how to wield a blade. Li Luodi sheathed his knife, lowering his gaze. I don't wield knives. A chorus of screams erupted near the iron barricade, startling Huang Yaoyao, who had been enjoying his banana. The iron bars had been cleaved into fragments, and one Flower Factory member lay crumpled on the ground, bloodied and contorted in agony. Their earlier arrogance was starkly contrasted by the chaos that ensued. From a distance, Lung Jiao, arms crossed, witnessed the scene unfold with a smile blossoming in her cool, beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Xiangshan's expression was complex as he observed everything. They had refrained from intervening, curious to see how these youngsters would handle the bold obstruction posed by the flower factory. Little did they expect the one to astound them would be the newly recruited Li Luodi, whose actions were even more domineering than those of the flower factory. The Demon Suppression Department is tasked with addressing all matters of magic. Should there be any obstruction, it will be met with lethal force. After the initial shock, Hao Jian snapped back to reality, veins bulging as he bellowed, "Listen up, that was just a taste of our resolve." The roar reverberated, causing the nearby flower factory members to feel disoriented. Those who had intended to obstruct were now terrified, hastily retreating. Huang Yaoyao's plan to intimidate the Demon Suppression Department crumbled in an instant, ultimately enhancing the latter's glory. Curse those mad dogs. Huang Yaoyao slammed his palm down, turning his banana into mush. Yuan Hua, rein in the horses. All members of the Demon Suppression Department, synchronize your movements. Yuan Hua dismounted, casting a glance at Huang Yaoyao lounging in his chair, feigning a smile. It's been a few days, Huang Laoban. I trust you've been well? Huang Yaoyao's expression darkened, his face as black as a pot's bottom. Where are Lang Diu and Xiangshan? Bring them out. We demand an explanation. How dare you harm our people without cause? In response, Yuan Hua shrugged, unyielding. Your words miss the mark. Huang Laoban. We of the Demon Suppression Department are tasked with investigating magic. Yet there are those who dare to obstruct us. If we didn't eliminate him, that would have been a mercy. Huang Yaoyao shot up, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Yuan Hua, do you think you have the right to speak to us? Bring out Leng Jiao. You're not worthy. At that moment, as he dismounted, Li Luodi cast a casual glance at the flower factory members, coldly declaring, keep a close watch on my horse. If it loses even a single hair, or if it becomes displeased, I will end you. Yuan Hua was stirred, and although he was no match for Huang Yaoyao, he still acted without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lu Yidao, who stood by, embraced himself with both arms, a cold smile adorning his face. Li Luodi, you truly know no bounds. You believe that your exceptional talent grants you the liberty to dismiss everyone. With such arrogance, you can hardly expect to survive beyond 3 days. As Huang Yaoyao unleashed a ferocious punch, Li Luodi remained unfazed, his fingers clenched into a fist, equally infused with formidable power, colliding with Huang Yaoyao's strike. Bang! The fists met with a resounding impact, causing the air to explode, and the visible shockwave surged forth, lifting dust from the ground. Thud! Both Li Luodi and Huang Yaoyao staggered, the former retreating 3 steps while the latter was pushed back 5. How is this possible? Huang Yaoyao's body trembled, disbelief etched on his face, his eyes revealing intense shock, especially from the excruciating pain in his knuckles that left him rattled. Is this the true strength of the Yaqi? Did the leader fail to rest properly this morning? Xiangshan appeared at some point, stepping in front of Li Luodi with a beaming smile. Why do you punch like a girl? As if giving a massage? Xiangshan, you seek death. Huang Yaoyao roared in fury, for he detested being likened to a woman. He was a bona fide man. After all, in the next moment, Xiangshan and Huang Yaoyao unleashed their fury simultaneously, their fists and palms seeming to leave trails of afterimages as they struck with ferocity, akin to a tempest. In a mere span of seconds, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, clashing dozens of times, leaving onlookers bewildered. Thud! Another forceful confrontation occurred. Both Xiangshan and Huang Yaoyao shook, each retreating several steps. However, it was evident that Xiangshan held the upper hand, overpowering Huang Yaoyao. Damn it! Huang Yaoyao's face turned ashen. Just as he reached for the curved blade at his waist, a voice devoid of emotion suddenly rang out. If that blade moves even an inch, I shall sever your arm. This chilling voice sent shivers down Huang Yaoyao's spine. Upon raising his head, he found Leng Jiao standing before him, having appeared out of nowhere. Gulp! Huang Yaoyao couldn't help but swallow hard, his throat constricting as he struggled to find his voice. Leng Jiao averted his gaze and casually addressed Yuan Hua and the others. Get to work. With that, he strode confidently into the building. The guards at the school gate, upon seeing them, dared not utter a word. Split up. The flower factory is ahead of us. Lang Diao's expression remained impassive. We must hasten our pace. Xiangshan and I will oversee the teaching building and cafeteria, while each officer takes a small team equipped with the purple gold demon seeking Dis to act swiftly. We must eradicate all demons within the academy. Understood. Li Luodi followed Yuan Hua to the teaching building. Having informed the school authorities beforehand, many had dispersed, avoiding large gatherings. Upon arriving at the teaching building, they found personnel from the security bureau on guard. Upon noticing Li Luo Di and his companions, they discreetly made way. Lo Di, remember, if something like this occurs again and Lung Jiao's team isn't present while the opponent is formidable, never engage head-on. Yuan Hua hesitated for a moment before slowly continuing. I understand you possess that strength, and your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass ours, but I still hope you at this point. Yuan Hua's words faltered. Yet Li Luo Di comprehended his intent and immediately smiled. Brother Yuan, worry not. I know my limits. This is not mere bravado because you are here. I am merely a sheep cloaked in a tiger's skin. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua's lips curled into a smile. That is good. Upon their arrival, the Demon Suppression Division and the Flower Factory had already delineated their responsibilities. Floors 1 to 3 belonged to the Flower Factory, while floors 4 to 6 were under the jurisdiction of the Demon Suppression Division. As they passed the third floor, Li Luo Di and the others were suddenly jolted by the piercing cries and pleas of a girl. The sound of tearing fabric distinctly reached their ears. What is happening? Li Luo Di's expression shifted. Could they truly bully women while hunting demons? Hearing this, Yuan Hua remained silent, while Hao Jian stammered. It seems the Flower Factory has uncovered clues about a demon and is deliberately bullying her to extract information. Nonsense! Li Luo Di cursed vehemently. Striding towards a classroom, he considered himself no saint, merely a pervert, but certainly not a beast. Bang! Li Luo Di forcefully kicked open the classroom door, revealing a girl of about 15 or 16, being pinned down by a middle-aged man clad in Flower Factory uniform. The girl's school uniform had been torn to shreds. The classroom housed 5 or 6 Flower Factory agents, and beneath their feet lay Sun Wang. Bloodied and unrecognizable, Sun Wang, drenched in green blood, looked at the man in despair, shouting, I admit I have succumbed to the demonic influence, but my child is innocent. You cannot do this. Li Luo Di's sudden intrusion startled everyone. Upon seeing him, Sun Wang froze momentarily. Then his eyes filled with profound pleading, tears mingling with blood as he implored, Li Luo Di, I beg you, for the years my daughter's teacher has looked after you, please save my daughter. I assure you, she is not a demon. She is human, still just a child. I implore you, shut your mouth. One agent kicked Sun Wang in the face, cursing, speak again, and I shall cut out your tongue. The one tormenting the girl was a middle-aged man, clearly a leader, who, upon seeing Li Luo Di and his companions, suddenly smirked wickedly. You wish to save her, sizzle. The third chapter has been slightly revised. Also, the score has risen by 0.1. It's maddening. Can it not reach 6 points? This score is truly unbearable. Chapter 81. Step aside. Do not obstruct me. The girl, filled with despair, trembled as tears streamed down her face like pearls slipping from a broken string. The weight of hopelessness and impending collapse felt as though it would annihilate her at any moment, when she raised her head to look at Li Luo Di and his companions. Clad in sleek black and a red short cloak, a flicker of hope ignited in her otherwise hollow gaze. In that instant, Li Luo Di's rage reached its zenith. Once, in a past life, he had been a scoundrel himself and understood the profound harm such actions inflicted upon a woman. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to receive a score of 5.1. Yet this girl was merely a minor. Do you wish to save her? The leader of the Flower Factory, Zhang Liang, sneered, gripping the girl by the nape of her neck. Your Demon Suppression Division is no different from our Flower Factory. At times, your methods are even more extreme than ours. Are we pretending now? Li Luo Di cast a glance at the bloodied and pitiful Sun Wang. He had never felt sympathy for demons, yet this girl was innocent. Yuan Hua and Hao Jian exchanged complex looks. Very well. I shall see just how pretentious you can be. Zhang Liang grinned menacingly before flipping the girl around, presenting her back to them. You see nothing, do you? You love to pretend, don't you? Let us see how much you can enjoy. With his other hand, he stealthily reached for the hilt of his knife, clearly aiming to provoke Li Luo Di into action. Li Luo Di's expression turned icy, his right hand lightly resting on the knife handle. Crack. The other Flower Factory agents wore mocking expressions, their eyes filled with anticipation as they whistled. Although a few agents lacked the capability, it did not deter their twisted psychology. Go. Do not act impulsively. Hao Jian and Niu Sheng hurried over, restraining Li Luo Di's hand from drawing his weapon, their tone grave and pleading. Regarding all matters related to demon hunting, if it involves a demon, the higher-ups turn a blind eye. If you act now, The flower factory will use your interference in demon capture as justification to strike back. At that point, Lung Diao and the others will not be able to save you. Moreover, this leader, Zhang Liang, is stronger than Huang Yao Yao. Although you have demonstrated your prowess in a true life-or-death battle, we still do not hold much hope for you. The disparity between a warrior and a grand warrior is simply too vast. In other words, should Zhang Liang truly kill you with a single strike, the Demon Suppression Division would have no grounds for complaint and would only be left to endure in silence. Upon hearing this, Li Luo Di gradually calmed himself. Ha! Zhang Liang laughed freely, then spat at Li Luo Di, calling him a coward. He then grasped the girl's delicate chin, leering, "Let us not forget, girls at this age are truly tender." He turned to the girl, who was desperately pleading with tear-stained cheeks, and sneered, "Do not worry. Once I am done, my subordinates will have their turn." Even, Zhang Liang paused, glancing towards Li Luo Di and the others. Chuckling, "I might even sell you abroad. Ha 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 ha. Big brother, show us your bravery. Let us allow these Demon Suppression Division fools to witness our might." Several agents nearby echoed with laughter, gazing at the girl's hollow eyes. Devoid of hope, pierced Li Luo Di's heart deeply. Step aside. His expression remained impassive, his tone soft yet unmistakably authoritative, causing Hao Jian and the others to shudder. After exchanging a glance, several individuals instinctively took a few steps back. Observing this, Yuan Hua let out a quiet sigh, and his expression gradually turned cold as he retreated to the doorway, closing it discreetly. Zhang Liang watched the scene unfold with a knowing glint in his eyes, making no attempt to intervene. To him, the strongest among them was undoubtedly the captain, Yuan Hua. Yet, he knew that Yuan Hua was far from being his match. With a hiss, Zhang Liang provocatively glanced at Li Luodi. Then with a swift motion, he tore off the girl's outer garment, exposing her fair skin to the air. Woo woo woo. Sun Wang, firmly pinned down by several thugs, bore a twisted, contorted expression, blood pooling in his mouth. Yet he remained voiceless. Li Luodi raised his head, his pitch-black eyes devoid of emotion, and let go of the knife handle with his right hand. Coward. Seeing this, a fleeting disappointment crossed Zhang Liang's eyes, quickly followed by a wave of derision. Hao Jian and the others exchanged glances, exhaling in relief, yet their expressions remained complex. Sizzle. In the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as flames seemed to flicker in the palm of Li Luodi. A vague silhouette of a fiery sword slowly emerging. The sword shadow trembled in Li Luodi's hand, and then a resonant sword chant echoed through the air. The initial sound was faint, but it quickly crescendoed, unleashing intense heat that made the air sizzle. Soon, an indescribable, sharp sword aura enveloped by the fire dragon erupted forth. Zhang Liang, who had been wearing a mocking expression, felt his pupils constrict violently. He released the girl from his grasp. His gaze filled with uncertainty as he looked at this seemingly ordinary figure before him. Zhang Liang could hardly fathom how this unassuming, unfamiliar person could possess such formidable power. The sword aura entwined with the fire dragon evoked a palpable sense of deadly threat within him. Holy smokes, what is this? Witnessing Li Luodi's transformation, Yuan Hua was left speechless, cursing under his breath for the first time. This strength could easily qualify him for the captaincy. Li Luodi ignored the multitude of gazes upon him, his eyes suddenly turning frigid as he gripped the fiery sword shadow tightly. Suddenly, he made his move, the sword shadow accompanied by the fire dragon, howling forth in a swift strike. The strike fell. It was as if the fire dragon had transformed into a sword, intent on cleaving through everything. Boom! The fire dragon's sword surged forward, causing Zhang Liang's pupils to dilate, cold sweat cascading down his body. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his spiritual energy, erecting a barrier above him. Sizzle! As the fire dragon sword shadow descended, it made contact with the spiritual barrier, then vanished in a flash. The fire dragon and sword shadow arrived swiftly and disappeared just as quickly. All eyes in the classroom were fixed on Zhang Liang at that moment. He remained behind the spiritual barrier, seemingly unscathed. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Liang's forehead, but after a brief pause, he realized he felt no different and burst into raucous laughter. Ha 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 ha! You fool, you truly frightened me. Zhang Liang twisted his neck with a sneer. Everyone could see that he had made the first move. So if he killed you, the Demon Suppression Division wouldn't dare to utter a word. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly felt a chill on his forehead. Chapter 82. Daddy really loves you, Zhang, that the foreman you to that moment. One of the thugs suddenly sensed something amiss. His face filled with terror as he extended a trembling hand, stammering, "You, there's something on your forehead." Zhang Liang halted his steps, liquid suddenly dripping onto his brow, obscuring his vision. Startled, his face drained of color. He exclaimed in horror, "What have you done?" Amidst the eerie, fearful gazes, blood gushed forth as a crimson line spread from the crown of Zhang Liang's head, ultimately staining his clothing. "You heartless beast, I truly apologize for the state of your attire." Li Luoti's fiery sword shadow gradually dissipated, his gaze unperturbed as he spoke softly. Zhang Liang's vision darkened, his eyelids felt as though they were laden with lead, threatening to close at any moment. While disbelief filled his eyes, he could not comprehend why a mere figure could unleash such a powerful strike. Most critically, how did that fire dragon sword shadow breach his spiritual barrier? Zhang Liang's mind raced with thoughts. Like a train in motion, reflecting images. Eventually, the spiritual energy enveloping his body dissipated entirely. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of Yuan Hua and the others, his body collapsed with a resounding thud, splitting in two. Blood gushing forth. Even in death, Zhang Liang's face bore an expression of profound confusion and disbelief. The entire classroom fell into a stunned silence. Moments later, Yuan Hua hurriedly opened the classroom door and exchanged glances with Hao Jian and the others. They understood instantly, and Zhang Qing quickly moved to exit. Hao Jian approached Li Luoti, his eyes filled with urgency. "Li Gu, you go ahead. We must capture him." At that moment, the thugs reacted. Their faces a mix of shock and fury as they brandished curved knives and charged at Li Luoti. Yuan Hua's expression turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Hao Jian, Niusheng, you take Li Luoti and leave. I will handle this here." Hao Jian and Niusheng nodded, but were gently shaken off by Li Luoti, who smiled slightly, stating, "Since this is my doing, it is only right that I deal with it." With that, Li Luoti moved, the demon suppression blade unsheathing with a clang. The blade glimmered like lightning, its cold light flashing as he waved it lightly. As if the very air could be cleaved in two. The thug's eyes widened, frozen in place. In the next moment, their necks were as if cut by fine threads. Blood splattered like goose feathers. The blade returned to its sheath. And Li Luoti turned to the stunned Yuan Hua and the others, smiling gently. "To be honest, I quite enjoy being your teammate. However, I never expected that our camaraderie would be outlasted by a temporary worker." The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Hao Jian looked up, his eyes reddening, gritting his teeth. "Li Gu, what nonsense are you talking about? We haven't even warmed up to you, and you want to give up?" Niusheng nodded emphatically, trying to sound casual. "Li Gu, you're overthinking it. It's just a few thugs, right? Even if the cold weasel can't handle it. Shenxi is famously protective. You won't come to any harm." Yuan Hua forced a smile, reassuring. "Niusheng is right. It's just a few thugs. Don't take it to heart." Upon hearing this, Li Luoti raised an eyebrow, glancing at the slightly trembling Yuan Hua, and smiled. "Old Yuan, are you really not nervous?" "Pfft, then why are you shaking? Your legs seem ready to buckle at any moment." "Dear." Li Luoti surveyed the group, smiling warmly. "Don't worry about me. The one who can kill me has yet to appear." With that, Li Luoti turned and walked directly to the bloodied Sun Wang. "Big up brother, I beg you, can you please spare my father?" The girl, heedless of her exposed skin, hurriedly ran and knelt before Li Luoti, her pleading gaze like a flickering lamp in an autumn night, swaying with helpless desire. "Just let my father go, and I can do anything. I'm still very pure." Tears stained the girl's face, her teeth biting her lip so hard that blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Li Luoti looked down at her expressionless. Just then, a bloodied hand gently rested on the girl's delicate shoulder. She turned, sobbing uncontrollably, like a shattered string of a musical instrument. "Tinger, I have taught you before, one must not repay kindness with malice." Sun Wang smiled faintly, his gaze towards the girl shimmering with warmth, earnestly stating, "He saved you. Don't make it difficult for him. Besides, this is all your father's doing. He brought this upon himself. That I don't care. I can't lose you." The girl shook her head vigorously, then suddenly bowed deeply to Li Luoti, each bow resonating with a dull sound. Blood quickly seeped from her fair, jade-like forehead. "Meng Ting." Sun Wang's expression darkened as he shook the girl's shoulders vigorously. Then, possibly realizing his voice was too loud, he immediately donned a gentle facade. "Daddy truly loves you very much." Sun Wang embraced the weeping girl, his stubbled chin caressing her head. "But I didn't see you achieve academic success. nor witness your happiness and anticipation upon entering the workforce, nor did I see your joy when speaking of a significant other, but none of that matters, because Daddy will be watching over you from above. The girl was ultimately dragged outside by Hao Jian and Niu Sheng. Sun Wang watched her retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips, before turning to Li Luodi, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Then he hesitated slightly. May I request a favor? Speak. I fear those people will trouble her afterward. Could you please look out for her? I beg you. As he spoke, Sun Wang bowed to Li Luodi, but was evaded. I will remember this. Thank you. Sun Wang smiled. Puffed. Gazing at Sun Wang's lifeless body, Li Luodi made no attempt to seize or search his soul this time. Although he was aware that utilizing soul-searching techniques could swiftly reveal the majority of the sorcerers within the academy, Li Luodi was reluctant to resort to such measures. Furthermore, he possessed ample methods to locate other sorcerers. Which scoundrel dares to slay someone from my family? Come forth and face me. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, shaking the heavens. Chapter 83. Lu Qianyan. With a creak, the door swung open. A figure appeared outside, glancing inside before his expression shifted dramatically, and he shrieked, Zhang Lingban and the others are dead. The terrified man hastily fled. Li Luodi, you should leave first. Before Yuan Hua could finish his sentence, Li Luodi interrupted with a wave of his hand. I am not the kind of person who runs away after committing murder. I will not let you bear the burden. Hao Jian shook his head. Brotherly, what Yuan Ge means is that you should first seek out Lung Diao Baishe. We can hold our ground. Those ruffians will not dare to act against us. Li Luodi gently shook his head, his expression calm, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since I, Li Luodi, dare to kill, then there is nothing to fear. Moreover, I have never relied on anyone else. I am my own support. With that, Li Luodi strode forward without hesitation. Brother Yuan, Hao Jian and Niu Sheng exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they turned their gaze to Yuan Hua's face. Yuan Hua averted his gaze, the initial gravity of his expression gradually dissipating, and then he smiled nonchalantly. What are you all looking at me for? When has the Demon Suppression Division ever abandoned its comrades? Besides, a pack of castrated dogs. Why should we fear them? Heh, I knew it. Hao Jian grinned foolishly, then flatteringly remarked, Brother Yuan is impressive. Brother Yuan never splits his stream. Get lost. In the teaching building plaza, a man with a delicate appearance wore a solemn expression, emanating an aura of coldness, his silver cloak rustling in the wind. Those nearby felt an unsettling chill, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Lu Qianyan, head of the flower factory at Lu, everyone is dead. The man who had just spoken scrambled away, fear etched on his face, crying out that Zhang Lingban had been slain by the Demon Suppression Division. Puffed. Lu Qianyan cast a fleeting glance at the man, a flash of cold light flickering in his eyes. The man's neck erupted with blood as he collapsed, twitching before swiftly losing his breath. Useless. Lu Qianyan produced a pink handkerchief from somewhere, delicately wiping his hands as he coldly remarked, a mere Demon Suppression Division has frightened you to this extent. He then turned his gaze towards a young man in sight. The youth was handsome, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, devoid of any hint of fear, approaching leisurely. Judging by his attire, it was evident that he was a flag bearer of the Demon Suppression Division. How interesting, a mere flag bearer managed to kill that fool Zhang. Lu Qianyan's lips curled into a smirk, though it was laced with cruelty. Zhang was truly a waste. Crack. Dozens of flower factory men swiftly drew submachine guns, disengaging the safety, their dark muzzles glinting ominously as they aimed at Li Luodi. Awaiting Lu Qianyan's command, they would unleash a hail of bullets, turning this audacious young man into a sieve, faced with the multitude of submachine guns. Li Luodi looked up, his expression languid and unfazed, as if he were entirely unconcerned. Brotherly. Now, Hao Jian and the others rushed over, panting heavily, standing resolutely beside Li Luodi. What are you doing here? Li Luodi frowned, displeased. This is my affair. You should quickly find cover. He was laden with many burdens, and there was no chance of his demise. However, the presence of Hao Jian and the others would undoubtedly distract him. Are you waiting for them to die before using a talisman to revive them? Brotherly. Hao Jian chuckled. Aside from the prohibition against drawing blades on colleagues, there is another unwritten rule in the Demon Suppression Division. We will never abandon our comrades. Yuan Hua patted Li Luodi's shoulder with a gentle smile. This matter does not rest solely on your shoulders. We share the responsibility. Old Yuan, Li Luodi felt a surge of emotion. I will no longer secretly criticize you as the Fisher King. Ah, what a touching scene. Lu Qinyan clapped and laughed, but the chill in his smile was palpable. Lu, I am stepping forward to speak. But just as he did, Lu Qinyan flicked his finger, unleashing a violent beam of spiritual energy that surged towards Yuan Hua's chest. Yuan Hua was taken aback, hastily forming a defense as his formidable spiritual energy coalesced into a light shield. Bang! The beam struck the shield, shattering it instantly, causing Yuan Hua to grunt in pain. Staggering back a few steps, a metallic taste filling his throat. Useless. Do you think you have the right to speak here? Lu Qinyan didn't even bother looking at Yuan Hua, instead revealing a set of white teeth to Li Luodi. Did you kill them? Upon hearing this, Li Luodi maintained his composure, responding with a calm smile. If you were referring to those beasts just now, then it was indeed I. Good. Very good. A shadow of darkness surged in Lu Qinyan's eyes, his anger morphing into a twisted smile. You dare to kill those from the flower factory. Then you shall die. Whoosh. As his words fell, Lu Qinyan's figure erupted forward, fists clenched, delivering a blow that resembled a meteor falling. Accompanied by an astonishing force, striking towards Li Luodi with lightning speed. Li Luodi's black eyes reflected the image of Lu Qinyan's giant fist as he summoned the cow talisman, launching it forth. Bang! The two figures collided violently, a deep sound echoing from their clash of spiritual energies. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to continue reading. The story only gets more exciting. Thud, thud, thud. Both figures staggered. Li Luodi retreating 8 steps, while Lu Qinyan only took 3. Lu Qinyan observed this scene, his eyes narrowing, his expression darkening ominously, as if he could drip water from his face, especially the pain in his fist. As if he had just collided with an iron lump. This guy possesses incredible strength. Whoosh. At that moment, a blurred figure appeared behind Lu Qinyan like a specter. The cow talisman in Li Luodi's palm flickered once more, his gaze turning icy, before he unleashed a heavy punch. The air exploded as the tiles beneath his feet cracked under the tremendous force, the ferocity palpable. Li Luodi's speed caught Lu Qinyan off guard. Slightly stunned, he quickly turned, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that clashed with the fierce punch hurtling towards him. Boom! A shockwave swept from beneath their feet, shattering tiles and sending dirt flying. Damn it! I truly underestimated you. The two encounters made Lu Qinyan realize that this flag bearer was no ordinary opponent. He roared in fury, a fierce glint in his eyes, like a ferocious tiger. His fists, feet, and elbows transformed into lethal weapons. As he howled, it was akin to a torrential downpour of thunder, ruthlessly targeting Li Luodi's vital points. Lu Qinyan had begun to take this seriously. He needed to decisively defeat this audacious brat, and then, before the Demon Suppression Division torture him relentlessly, he aimed to demonstrate that the flower factory must not be humiliated. Lu Qinyan's ferocious onslaught left those in the nearby security bureau trembling, unable to breathe. Yuan Hua and the others wore expressions of fear and deep concern. In the face of such a formidable foe, could Li Luodi withstand the cold Jiao Baisher? Chapter 84. The Overbearing Protector. Lang Jiao. In the face of Lu Qinyan's violent assault, even Li Luodi's expression shifted slightly. He felt as though he were being enveloped by the onslaught of his opponent, compared to Lu Qinyan. A battle-hardened machine of slaughter, Li Luodi, lacking practical experience, appeared somewhat caught off guard. However, though startled, Li Luodi remained calm. The sheep talisman flickered, and his perception expanded, causing the overwhelming assault to gradually slow in his view. Consequently, he resolutely struck back. The dragon talisman in his palm glimmered, unleashing a scorching heat accompanied by a fire dragon that erupted forth, its ferocity causing the air to crackle. As Lu Qinyan had been toying with him, his expression suddenly altered, clearly sensing the formidable nature of Li Luodi's counterattack. He hurriedly crossed his arms defensively, his powerful spiritual energy enveloping them. Boom! Li Luodi disregarded this, and the ferocious fire dragon crashed against Lu Qinyan's arms, producing a sound akin to an explosion, radiating blinding flames. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment of explosion, Lu Qinyan felt as though he had been struck hard. His arms trembled violently, blood oozing from the burns, and he stumbled back, each footfall leaving a mark as he crushed the stones beneath him. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd, with each of Lu Qinyan's retreating steps creating waves of shock. My goodness. Is Brother Li really this fierce? Hao Jian's facial muscles stiffened as if struck by electricity, disbelief and astonishment filling his gaze. Niu Sheng's eyes widened, stuttering. That's the head of the flower factory. Yuan Hua scratched his head. I think that perhaps I should let Li Luodi take my position. Feasible. Hao Jian and Niu Sheng spoke in unison. Bang, bang. Yuan Cheng kicked both of them. I had already anticipated that you two traitors would say that. With a sharp hiss, Lu Qianyan forcibly steadied his form, the excruciating pain in his arm and the uproar around him darkening his expression to a tempestuous gloom. His eyes blazed with fury as they fixed upon Li Luodi. An ocean of murderous intent seeping through his clenched teeth. Little pest, you seek death. He reached out, and a black pistol materialized in his grasp, its aura of spiritual energy intensifying, radiating an overwhelming presence that threatened to crush those nearby. Noticing this, Li Luodi's expression shifted, and he cautiously drew his demon-suppressing blade from his waist, its edge glinting ominously. Since seizing the bodies of several demons, Li Luodi's spiritual power had grown notably potent, coalescing in the blade and forming a deadly aura that shimmered with sharpness. The two gazes collided in the air, both imbued with palpable killing intent. In the next heartbeat, their figures surged forward almost simultaneously, colliding in the square in mere moments. Clang, the shadows of the black gun and blade, each embodying tremendous force, shattered the air as they met with resounding clashes, echoing with the sharp sounds of metal on metal. Swish! Both combatants pushed their spiritual energy to its zenith, each strike executed with ferocity, their weapons leaving behind flickering afterimages in a lightning-fast exchange. In less than half a minute, they had engaged in dozens of exchanges. Yet, it was evident to all that throughout the confrontation, Li Luodi was utterly suppressed by Lu Qianyan. After all, in terms of both innate power and combat experience, Lu Qianyan far surpassed Li Luodi. Nevertheless, it was astonishing that Li Luodi, through sheer grit as a warrior, had managed to hold his ground against Lu Qianyan for so long. Swish! The black pistol swept toward him, its overwhelming spiritual energy breaking the very air. Crack! The gun's shadow struck the demon-suppressing blade with a force that sent sparks flying, the sheer power causing the blade to emit a sharp ring. In the next instant, Li Luodi's blade was cleaved in two, and he was forcefully pushed back several steps by the impact. Haha, without your blade, let's see how you defend yourself. Lu Qianyan's smile was chilling, yet inside, a storm of turmoil brewed. This boy could not be allowed to live. Should he be permitted to grow unchecked, he might become the next Shen Songshan. With this thought, the murderous intent in Lu Qianyan's eyes intensified, and the black long gun in his hand surged with a fierce light once more. He moved with even greater speed, leaving afterimages in his wake, the gun's shadow howling as it shot toward Li Luodi's vital points like a black meteor. Lu Qianyan's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, a palpable wave of killing intent radiating from him. Oh no, Li Ji's blade is shattered. Hao Jian's face turned pale with dread. What should they do now? In that moment, Yuan Hua sprang into action. Although his speed paled in comparison to Lu Qianyan's, he pushed himself to his limits. Regardless of the outcome, Yuan Hua could not bear to watch a comrade perish while he remained idle. So he resolved to lend his strength, even at the cost of his life. Li Luodi looked up, his gaze meeting the oncoming black gunlight, an icy glint flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath. And in his palm, the dragon talisman and the pig talisman materialized. Boom! Just then, a cold, fierce shout rang out. Lu Qianyan, you dare bully my lady? From afar, a silver figure streaked through the air, slicing through the atmosphere as it collided forcefully with the black gunlight. Bang! The clash of metal echoed once more, the silver brilliance meeting the gun's shadow in a collision akin to stars colliding. The visible shockwave burst forth, whipping up a fierce wind that swept away fallen leaves, even disorienting members of the security bureau stationed farther away. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Qianyan staggered, the overwhelming force forcing him back several steps. Cold weasel. Lu Qianyan looked up, his peach blossom eyes filled with a mix of fury and shock. Clang! The enchanting figure appeared before Lu Qianyan like a specter, her demon-suppressing blade slicing through the air, its cold light flashing as it aimed for his neck. Damn it! Faced with the cold weasel's propensity for violence, Lu Qianyan's gaze hardened as he unleashed the black gun. Clang, clang, clang. In the square, the two figures intertwined like lightning, their weapons clashing in a furious tempest, the raging winds tearing through the air, leaving deep gashes in their wake. The cold weasel's expression remained icy, her attacks mercilessly fierce. After evading Lu Qianyan's gunfire, her demon-suppressing blade arced forward, striking his arm with blinding speed. Blood gushed forth. "Scoundrel!" Lu Qinyan recoiled, glaring at the wound on his arm. His face contorted in rage as he directed a fierce gaze towards the indifferent Cold Weasel. "Cold Weasel, do you intend to wage war against us at the Demon Suppressing Office?" "You," the Cold Weasel replied with a chilling smile. "You think you can represent the flower factory?" she continued. "And what's this about killing a few of your castrated dogs? What of it? Enough, enough." Lu Qinyan's fury turned to a bitter laugh, his chilling smile palpable to all present. He raised his hand, commanding, "Flower factory, heed my call. Subdue these audacious mongrels before me." Instantly, the guns of all Flower Factory members turned toward the Cold Weasel and Li Luodi. Lu Qinyan, dare you pull the trigger? A booming voice echoed, and Xiong Shan arrived with his men, all members of the Demon Suppressing Office, drawing their submachine guns in defiance against the Flower Factory. Lu Qinyan's expression darkened, akin to a sky laden with storm clouds. "Xiong Shan, are you truly prepared to go to war with us at the Flower Factory?" Xiong Shan chuckled coldly. "Lu Qinyan, your guns are already trained on my Demon Suppressing Office personnel, and you still dare to ask such foolish questions. Are you implying that only the Flower Factory is allowed to act with impunity? Xiong Shan, your talent for fabricating lies remains unchanged." Lu Qinyan pointed at Li Luodi, his voice laced with malice. "It was your Demon Suppressing Office that acted arrogantly first, daring to kill our East Factory's foreman. And now you twist the narrative? Since time immemorial, those who kill must pay with their lives. Will your Demon Suppressing Office provide us with an explanation?" At these words, Xiong Shan's gaze flickered, and he murmured, "There may be some misunderstanding here. Once we ascertain the facts, what is there to ascertain?" Just then, the Cold Weasel spoke, her words icy yet undeniably authoritative. "A few Yinyang practitioners bullied a miner, and my subordinates happened upon them, dispatching those beasts in the process that I truly don't understand how you, Lu Qinyan, can shamelessly defend such scum. If anything, the quality of your subordinates reflects the character of their leader." Cold Weasel, Lu Qinyan's head snapped up, his eyes bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. "Do you realize that the one slain was our East Factory's foreman? Are you certain you wish to take responsibility for this? Does the 100 offices have any say in this matter?" The Cold Weasel's expression remained impassive, utterly unafraid, as she cast a dismissive glance at Lu Qinyan. "Very well." Lu Qinyan inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the tempest of fury within. He gazed intently at the Cold Weasel, enunciating each word carefully. "We shall see if you, Cold Weasel, can handle the aftermath of your actions against our Flower Factory. Let us depart." Lu Qinyan shot a lingering glance at Li Luodi, as if to engrave the latter's image in his memory, before turning away with his Flower Factory members. Not looking back, Lu Qinyan understood that with Cold Weasel present, it was utterly unrealistic to exact vengeance on Li Luodi today. This matter would not end here. Once he reported it to his superiors, he would eagerly await to see how Cold Weasel could protect her subordinate. Only the members of the Security Bureau remained at the scene. Utterly bewildered, Xiong Shan's gaze flitted between Li Luodi and the Cold Weasel, his throat constricting as he hesitated to speak. Executing a mission, killing an ordinary Flower Factory member, would hardly stir the waters. Yet, Li Luodi had slain the foreman of the East Factory. This incident, regardless of how one framed it, was bound to be incredibly troublesome. Ignoring the thoughts of those around her, the Cold Weasel glided gracefully to Li Luodi's side, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she patted his shoulder. "Well done." The onlookers were left speechless, their expressions a mix of disbelief and exasperation. "Lady, do you not fear the consequences of your actions?" Li Luodi's eyes flickered, scratching his head as he tentatively asked, "You aren't upset with me. Why would I blame you?" The Cold Weasel retorted coolly. Li Luodi rubbed his nose, offering a sheepish grin. "That I did kill the foreman of the Flower Factory. Isn't that going to bring trouble to the Demon Suppressing Office? Remember this." The Cold Weasel regarded Li Luodi, her voice as serene as the moonlight. "The uniform we wear grants us many conveniences, but with it comes a fierce desire and greed. Our duty extends beyond merely exterminating demons. It is primarily for the sake of the common people of the Great Xia, rather than using the guise of demon slaying to commit heinous acts." Reflecting on this, the Cold Weasel's smile blossomed, radiating with the brilliance of stars. "Do you understand why the Great Xia has the least demonic infiltration among all nations?" At her words, Li Luodi lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment before slowly replying, "Is it because there are too many righteous individuals like me?" The Cold Weasel rolled her eyes, Exasperated, I didn't realize your skin was so thick. Suddenly, Lung Jiao gazed into the distance and softly elucidated. Because Dixia holds a profound affection for us, and we too cherish Dixia dearly. Even though there are many selfish individuals, when faced with significant moral dilemmas, a multitude of people can still bravely contribute their strength for Dixia. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's disciple fell into contemplative silence. Enough, let us get to work. Lang Du surveyed the surroundings, her tone slightly more serious. After the personnel from the flower factory have withdrawn, our responsibilities have intensified. Therefore, we must expeditiously eliminate all the demons present here. In a certain teacher's office, 7 or 8 individuals anxiously gazed out the window. Wang Yan, clad in a white blouse paired with a fitted black skirt, remained the most striking figure in the office. Zhang Yuan, they say that demons have infiltrated the academy. Is that true? Wang Yan leaned closer to a tall man, her eyes slightly reddened, lips pressed together like a startled little rabbit. Zhang Yuan, a physical education teacher and Wang Yan's admirer, felt a surge of protectiveness at her delicate demeanor. Fear not, Teacher Wang. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Zhang Yuan, you are truly kind. Wang Yan raised her pitiable gaze, yet questioned, but if they are capturing demons, why have they locked us together? Zhang Yuan paused, scratching his head. Perhaps it's for safety's sake, but I really need to use the restroom. Can you accompany me? Wang Yan's cheeks flushed like blooming peach blossoms, betraying an inexplicable shyness. Zhang Yuan's heart raced with joy. Wang Yan actually wanted him to accompany her to the restroom. Could something indescribable occur there? Yet, disappointment soon clouded his eyes as he recalled the security personnel's orders. No one was allowed to leave until the investigation was concluded. But I really need to go. Wang Yan's face burned with urgency. Can't you think of a way? Seeing her bashful demeanor, Zhang Yuan felt his heart melt. With a firm resolve, he declared, I will find a way. Ignoring the objections of the other instructors, he strode towards the door. Excuse me, could the personnel outside open the door? My girlfriend urgently needs to use the restroom. Before he could finish, several security personnel outside promptly refused. Sorry, until the investigation is complete, no one can leave this door. But a person has 3 urgent needs that cannot be controlled, Zhang Yuan exclaimed in frustration. After all, it was his goddess speaking to him for the first time. He didn't want to lose face. No means no. For everyone's safety, hold it in. One of the security members glanced at Zhang Yuan through the window, reiterating their refusal, and you better not say anything foolish about us illegally detaining you. The words of the security member made Zhang Yuan swallow back his retort. Enough, Zhang Yuan. Don't cause trouble for everyone. At this moment, the other instructors could no longer bear to watch and urged. Just endure it. Everyone's safety is paramount. If it comes to it, I have a bottle here. Don't worry, it's a nutritional express bottle. It'll be sufficient. Zhang Yuan turned to Wang Yan, his expression troubled. Teacher Wang, what do you think? Wang Yan's delicate face showed distress as she bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. Gazing at her tearful visage, Zhang Yuan's heart ached. Fear not, Teacher Wang, I will go all out. I refuse to believe you cannot use the restroom today. With determination, he strode towards the door, but just as he was about to speak, the same indifferent security member raised a gun, his voice icy. Step back, or I will have you confined to an office alone. Confronted by the dark barrel of the gun, Zhang Yuan's face drained of color, his legs trembling, unable to utter a word. Wang Yan, witnessing this scene, felt a chill wash over her, her eyes gradually filling with a murderous intent. She sensed that those she had previously demonized were being swiftly eliminated, and it wouldn't be long before they discovered her involvement. Should she demonize everyone here? Yet, the security personnel outside were too vigilant. There was no time for that. As she pondered her next move, a flurry of footsteps echoed. Captain, the security personnel greeted with forced smiles upon seeing the arrival of Yuan Hua. Thank you for your hard work, he replied, glancing at Hao Jian. The purple gold demon-seeking disc reacting. Hao Jian shook his head. No response. Yuan Hua's gaze flickered. Then let us move to the next location. Without the flower factory, their pace must quicken. Wang Yan, hidden in the far corner, listened intently and sighed in relief upon hearing their conversation. Wait? Just as the tension in her chest began to ease, a mocking voice broke the silence. Wang Yan's expression shifted slightly as she noticed Li Luo's disciple outside the window, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What's wrong? Yuan Hua followed Li Luo's gaze. Intrigued, is there a problem? Ever since witnessing Li Luo's peculiar behavior, Yuan Hua had been genuinely impressed by his capabilities and charm. Thus he closely observed his every move. We've caught a big fish. Li Luo's disciple grinned, pushing open the door and striding into the office. The moment the familiar student, clad in the Demon Suppression Department's uniform, complete with a short cape and a demon-suppressing blade, entered, everyone gasped in unison. The Demon Suppression Department. Li Luo's disciple. You actually joined the Demon Suppression Department. Li Luo's disciple smiled benignly at the group. Esteemed instructors, the matters ahead are of no concern to you. Please exit. After exchanging glances filled with fear, the instructors understood and hurriedly fled, leaving only Zhang Yuan and Wang Yin behind. Li Luo's disciple. What has happened? Zhang Yuan stammered upon regaining his composure. Teacher Zhang. Please leave. Li Luo's disciple cast a disinterested glance at Zhang Yuan before redirecting his gaze to Wang Yin. Teacher Wang, you've hidden your true nature quite well. Wang Yin's body tensed, her face filled with confusion and fear. Li Luo's disciple, what are you talking about? I truly do not understand. You don't understand. Li Luo's disciple tilted his head, a smirk forming. Chen Qing, you were the one who fell to darkness, weren't you? Upon hearing this, Wang Yan's expression shifted dramatically, but she quickly regained her composure, forcing a strained smile. Li Luo's disciple, what are you saying? I truly don't understand. What has happened to Chen Qing? If you don't understand, then so be it. Li Luo's disciple shrugged, then turned to Zhang Yuan. If you don't leave now, when the fighting starts, don't expect us to protect you. As he spoke, Yuan Hua and the others had already taken their positions, drawing their demon-suppressing blades, which gleamed ominously under the lights. At this moment, everyone in the room shared an extraordinary trust in Li Luo's disciple. Zhang Yuan, don't leave me alone. Wang Yan's expression was one of desperation, her pitiful demeanor tugging at Zhang Yuan's heartstrings. Li Luo's disciple, you must be mistaken. Zhang Yuan interjected, standing protectively in front of Wang Yan. Teacher Wang is absolutely not the demon you claim. I can guarantee that. Niusheng's expression turned cold as he reprimanded. Who do you think you are to guarantee anything? If you don't comply, don't blame us for taking you down too. Zhang Yuan. Wang Yan grasped his arm, pleading, I truly know nothing. Are you really going to let them? Little master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting from here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan's expression shifted. I understand now. You must be coveting Teacher Wang's beauty. I warn you, if you dare lay a hand on her, I will ensure you face the consequences. At this, Hao Jian could no longer contain himself, ready to intervene, but was stopped by Li Luo's disciple. Confused, Hao Jian inquired, why? Good words are wasted on the dead. Li Luo's disciple replied nonchalantly, have everyone withdraw from here, then keep a close eye on Wang Yin. With so many individuals, there are bound to be some who slip through the cracks. Slip through the cracks? Hao Jian pondered for a moment. Just then, Yuan Hua's eyes lit up as he chuckled. What Li Luo means is that there are still demons that haven't been uncovered. After ensuring safety, will they not seek out their companions? Oh, I see. Hao Jian and Niusheng exchanged knowing glances. As for Zhang Yuan, whether he lived or died was of no concern to them. He had already been warned that as evening fell, among the 500 individuals, utilizing the purple-gold demon-seeking disc, and with Li Luo's disciple extracting memories from the previously captured demons. A total of 19 demons were identified, after the personnel from the Demon Suppression Division and the Security Bureau had successively withdrawn. In a certain office, Zhang Yuan attentively poured water for the startled Wang Yan. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's spirits were soaring. To him, it seemed that he could finally engage in a game of tower defense, and his target was none other than his goddess. Creak. Just then, the sound of the door opening echoed. Both Wang Yan and Zhang Yuan looked up simultaneously. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Yan's expression darkened, and she scolded, Fool! What are you doing here? On the rooftop of the academy, Li Luodi and others stood quietly in the evening breeze. Meanwhile, Li Luodi was idly stroking a figurine of the character Grey Wolf in his palm. Chapter 87. Wolf Brother, it's your turn to shine. Director Jia, what brings you here? Zhang Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man with a receding hairline at the door, momentarily taken aback before quickly withdrawing his hand from Wang Yan's fragrant shoulder. Jia Yang, the dean of Kanglan Academy, was seemingly one of Wang Yan's many admirers. Jia Yang didn't even spare a glance for Zhang Yuan. Instead, he gazed affectionately at Wang Yan and said, I was merely concerned for you. You are such a fool. Wang Yan's eyes blazed with fury as she furrowed her brows. tightly gritting her teeth. Aren't you afraid that the people from the Demon Suppression Division will come back for revenge? Revenge? At her words, Jia Yong scoffed dismissively. Those useless fools couldn't uncover anything. Look at us. There are several of us here. Shut up. Wang Yan's complexion changed abruptly, and after scanning her surroundings and sensing no abnormalities, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. You should leave now. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Yan spoke slowly. Once this matter is settled, I will seek you out. Zhang Yuan, who had been listening nearby, was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Could it be that Wang Yan was involved with this older man? No way. Wang Yan was the woman he had set his sights on. He was determined to play the game with her tonight. It no matter who this person was, even if he was the dean. It wouldn't he do? With this thought, Zhang Yuan approached Wang Yan with an air of familiarity and smiled brightly. Yinner, is Director Zhao a relative of yours? I've never heard you mention him before. Zhang Yuan was clever, instinctively categorizing their relationship as familial at the same time. He was demonstrating to Jia Yong that his connection with Wang Yan was profound, in the face of Zhang Yuan's challenge. Jia Yong merely cast him a fleeting glance. As if he were looking at an imbecile, he then uttered a baffling remark. Is there really a need for such a fool to be possessed? Wang Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile as she playfully extended her delicate hand to caress Zhang Yuan's face. Regardless, he just saved my life. Naturally, she intended to have him possessed. Zhang Yuan's brows knitted together. Still unable to comprehend the situation, he asked foolishly, Yinner, what do you mean? Nothing much. I just want to be affectionate with you. Wang Yan's eyes sparkled seductively as her tongue lightly brushed against Zhang Yuan's cheek. Akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, this action sent a jolt through Zhang Yuan, nearly causing him to lose his composure. But in the next moment, Wang Yan's expression shifted dramatically, her lips curling into a sinister grin, resembling the gaping maw of a carnivorous flower as it bloomed against Zhang Yuan's face, revealing glistening, sharp teeth that shone ominously, sending chills down his spine. Holy hell! Zhang Yuan's face turned ashen as he stammered. You are a demon? He then screamed frantically. Help me! Desperately thrashing about, a yellow liquid began to seep from his trousers, but no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Wang Yan's grasp. Zhang Yuan, didn't you wish to engage in some naughty activities with me? Wang Yan grinned menacingly. Being possessed will fulfill your desires. And oh, I don't want to. Please, let me go. Zhang Yuan cried, tears streaming down his face. It was only now that he realized Li Luodi and the others genuinely intended to rescue him. How could he have been so blinded by beauty? Regret came too late. Crack. Just as Wang Yan was about to consume Zhang Yuan, the door swung open, revealing Li Luodi in the line of sight of the others. After a moment of shock, Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope, and he shouted, Li Luodi, quick, save me. You are from the Demon Suppression Division. Hurry, I'm going to die. Li Luodi glanced at his Patek Philippe watch, then smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I arrived too early. You all carry on. I didn't see anything. Bang. Saying this, Li Luodi unhesitatingly shut the door. Click. The door was locked. The anguished wails echoed throughout the entire teaching building as Li Luodi leaned back against the corridor balcony, yawning lazily. Meanwhile, the expressions of Lang Dio and Xiang Shan were peculiarly fixed upon him. What are you looking at me for? Li Luodi scratched his nose, blinking innocently. This brat really holds a grudge. Xiang Shan's eyes flickered with a deep gaze as he scrutinized the nonchalant Li Luodi. He wondered if the punch he had given him that morning would lead to retaliation from this kid. While pondering this, Xiang Shan turned his gaze toward the lowly bowed Lu Yidao not far away. Upon learning that Li Luodi had cleaved the flower factory foreman, Zhang Liang, in half with a single fiery blade, and had also gone toe-to-toe with Lu Qinyan, Lu Yidao's face drained of color, and any thoughts he had evaporated instantly. After about half a minute, once Zhang Liang's wails had faded, Xiang Shan stepped forward, declaring, Leave these two demons to me. Bang! Xiang Shan unleashed a powerful kick, and upon entering the office, he was met with the sight of Wang Yan and Jia Yong cowering in the corner. As if facing a formidable enemy. As for Zhang Yuan, he had already been devoured, leaving nothing but bones. Xiang Shan smiled coldly, his gaze towards Wang Yan and Jia Yong radiating a chilling intent. Today, the Demon Suppression Division is quite displeased, so you two are in for some misfortune. With that, he gripped his Demon Suppression blade, its cold gleam flickering ominously. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, a fierce aura enveloping the space. Whoosh! Xiangshan moved, transforming into a shadow that darted towards the pair, his demon suppression blade slicing through the air with a sharp arc aimed directly at Wang Yin and Jia Yong. Jia Yong's expression hardened, and just as he was about to act, Wang Yin restrained him, her gaze fixated on the alluring figure outside the door. Wang Yin understood that as long as Leng Jiao was present, they stood no chance at all. Stepping forward, Wang Yin's lips curled slightly, as if expressing regret. I had intended to present a grand gift to your demon suppression division and the flower factory. But it seems I can only possess you for now. With a flick of her wrist, a surge of demonic energy enveloped her, rapidly spreading like a virus, and soon engulfing the entire teaching building. Meanwhile, Xiangshan, charging forward, suddenly felt his own energy in disarray, his spiritual power rapidly depleting. Bang! With a clap of her jade-like hand, Wang Yin sent Xiangshan flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing to the ground in a heap. This demonic realm was the grand gift I prepared for you. Do you like it? Wang Yin's lips curled in a triumphant smile, her beautiful eyes gleaming with delight. As long as you are within this realm, your true strength will barely be unleashed to even 1/10 of its potential. What can you use to fight against us? Wang Yan's words caused Xiangshan and the others' expressions to shift dramatically. Even Leng Jiao's icy gaze began to show signs of tension, her delicate body tensing up. Among them, only Li Lodi remained composed, revealing no hint of panic. Wolf, brother, it's your turn to shine. Chapter 88. Conceptual deity. The night had deepened, unfurling like a profound painting, painting the sky in mysterious shades of black. Demonic energy swirled, transforming the entire teaching building into a graveyard of hellish proportions. Wang Yin gazed at the drastically changing expressions of Xiangshan and others, her smile radiant with the thrill of victory, as if the entire world lay within her grasp. Jia Yong, let us give our imperious demon suppression division a surprise. Jia Yong's lips curled into a smile that appeared exceedingly sinister. He clapped his hands twice, grinning ominously. Come forth, warriors of the demon. Crackle. In the next moment, from the swirling demonic energy emerged hundreds of fearsome demon soldiers. Their heads adorned with sharp horns, their faces twisted in terrifying grimaces. Armed with long blades, they charged forward with chilling smiles, ready to strike down Xiangshan and the others. Everyone, find a way to break out and leave this teaching building. Leng Jiao's expression was frigid as she swept her jade palm, sending several advancing demon soldiers flying. Xiangshan, and I will hold them off for you. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Jia Yong's cruel smile widened. Still thinking of escaping? Whoosh! With the advantage of the demonic realm, Jia Yong's speed surged, and with a powerful grip, a blood-red spear materialized in his hand, radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Clang! Xiangshan. Find a way to get them out of here. Leng Jiao launched forward, her demon suppression blade slicing through the air like lightning as she aimed it at the approaching Jia Yong. The force of her strike momentarily weakened the demonic energy surrounding them. Heh, how much strength can you still muster now? Jia Yong scoffed dismissively, channeling his blood spear to clash against the incoming demon suppression blade. Clang, clang, the sound of metal colliding erupted, unleashing a shower of sparks as shockwaves rippled through the AI. In mere moments, Leng Jiao and Jia Yong had exchanged blows dozens of times, each strike ruthless and aimed at crucial points. However, it is evident to any discerning observer that under the influence of the magical arena, Leng Jiao was utterly suppressed by Jia Yong throughout the encounter. Leng Jiao, I wonder how you shall maintain your arrogance now. With a sense of triumph in his eyes, Jia Yong intensified his assault. Boom! At that moment, a torrent of green magical energy surged forth, resembling a bizarre green tempest, which then coalesced into a magical dragon, imbued with terrifying power, and struck fiercely at Leng Jiao. Leng Jiao's expression shifted, and after repelling Jia Yong with a swift strike, she positioned the demon-suppressing blade before her. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as the tiles beneath her feet cracked, her body being propelled backward, leaving deep imprints on the ground. Die! Wang Yan's figure appeared like a specter, her jade hand emanating a brilliant crimson glow, which then formed into a magical wheel, exuding the threat of death. Boom! With a flick of her wrist, the blood-red magical wheel vanished in an instant, its speed imperceptible to the naked eye, distorting the air and emitting a hissing sound as it hurtled towards Lang Diao. Faced with this lethal strike, Lang Diao's delicate visage paled slightly. Influenced by the magical arena, she was unable to withstand the blow unless, gazing at the magical wheel that loomed perilously close. Lang Diao's expression hardened as she prepared to disregard everything and unleash her ultimate move. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared in her line of sight. Li Luo. Lang Diao stared at this well-known figure, momentarily dazed. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed flames bursting forth from Li Luo's arm. Roar! The sound resembled a dragon's roar, as the fiery spiritual energy scorched the magical energy, crackling with intensity. Then, the flames entwined and surged forth, directly colliding with the incoming magical wheel. Bang! The fire dragon suddenly opened its massive jaws, devouring the magical wheel hold in no time. A low rumbling explosion echoed from within, followed by a resounding blast that propelled Li Luo into Lang Diao's embrace. Li Luo, are you all right? Lang Diao held Li Luo, an unusual panic flickering in her usually serene gaze, her emotions a tangled web. Observing Li Luo, who appeared weakened and stained with blood, Lang Diao found herself at a loss for words. Why did you shield me from this? I could have taken it. Li Luo struggled to keep her eyes open. Her voice feeble. If I hadn't intervened, you would have certainly been harmed. You. Lang Diao pressed her lips tightly together, her throat quivering, rendered speechless. Brotherly. Upon seeing Li Luo injured, Hao Jian rushed over after fending off a magical soldier and quickly approached Li Luo's side. Lang Diao, let me take care of him. Very well. Lang Diao cast a complex glance at the pale Li Luo, then her expression abruptly turned frigid, radiating an aura of icy resolve. Such a touching scene. Wang Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Yet regardless of the circumstances, you all shall perish here today. Lang Diao raised her head, her demeanor indifferent, as though she had made a solemn resolution, her palm aglow with spiritual energy. Let us strike together and eliminate her. Perhaps sensing a looming threat, a flicker of unease crossed Wang Yan's mind, and she barked at Jia Yong beside her. Boom! Just then, a sound like the breaking of wind pierced the air, followed by a violent rumble of thunder. A frying pan tore through the magical shield, moving at an indescribable speed, and crashed violently into the unsuspecting Jia Yong. Bang! A deep thud resonated as Jia Yong was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, smashing into the wall, causing it to cave in, with massive cracks spreading like a spider's web. After striking Jia Yong, the frying pan did not pause, as if it possessed a mind of its own, performing a swift rotation before striking Wang Yan with great force. Bang! Wang Yan was likewise sent flying, embedded into the wall, her terrified gaze fixed on the outside. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. Where did that frying pan come from? The frying pan returned to the hands of a werewolf, who had appeared out of nowhere. Beneath a yellow-patched hat was a cartoonish face, with large, animated eyes and a scar that did not detract from its handsomeness. Holy crap, is that Grey Wolf? Niu Xing was dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Not only was Niu Xing stunned, but the others, except for Li Luo, stared vacantly at the airborne Grey Wolf, unable to regain their senses. No, I must have activated it incorrectly. Zhang Cheng shook his head vigorously. Someone come here, let me slap you to see if this is real. Slap. Niu Xing, upon hearing this, unhesitatingly slapped him, feeling the sting on his palm. He nodded vigorously, confirming that his activation method was indeed correct. Chapter 89. This world has become a realm I no longer comprehend. This world that has ultimately transformed into one I cannot fathom. Zhang Cheng opened his mouth, finally managing to utter these words. Niu Xing scratched his head, saying, now that Grey Wolf has appeared, how far can little carp be? Are you speaking of braised carp? I love that. Li Luo, cradled in Hao Jian's arms, rolled her eyes in exasperation, pushing him away with a disdainful gesture. I'm fine now. Let me get up. Li. Brotherly, are you all right? Hao Jian's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and he quickly pointed to Grey Wolf outside the window. Look outside. Is that not Grey Wolf? Hearing this, Li Luo feigned shock, exclaiming, holy crap, it really is. Under the collective gaze of all, Grey Wolf played with the frying pan in his hands, grinning widely to reveal his gleaming white teeth. Indeed, I am the great Grey Wolf, the most dashing wolf king of the grasslands. Jia Yong, struggling to rise, wore a furious expression as he roared, stop this nonsense. Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of magical soldiers, their expressions icy, harnessed the magical energy, stomped their feet, and charged towards Grey Wolf outside the window. What a hassle! The Great King typically prefers to catch little sheep rather than engage in combat. Grey Wolf raised an eyebrow, glancing at the frying pan in his hand, as if conversing with himself. However, for treacherous beings like you, I shall be forced to intervene, restoring peace to this world. With that, Grey Wolf swung the frying pan fiercely, summoning a powerful wind that spiraled around him. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, and a massive shockwave radiated outward, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, as the magical soldiers were mercilessly obliterated by the tempest. The rampaging whirlwind scattered all the magical energy within the building. How is this possible? Wang Yin and Jia Yang's expressions turned ashen upon witnessing this scene, their eyes wide with horror, as if they had encountered a ghost. The aura emanating from you. I greatly disapprove. Grey Wolf cast a nonchalant glance at Wang Yin and Jia Yang before moving swiftly, leaving behind afterimages. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jia Yang, effortlessly striking the air with the frying pan. Bloodscale shield. Jia Yang was startled, but his reflexes were sharp. He quickly clasped his palms together, transforming them into a colossal blood shield, covered with fish scale-like patterns. Impervious to attack. Bang! The frying pan, seemingly light, contained immense energy, and upon contact, the blood shield trembled violently. Then, in Jia Yang's wide eyes, a crisp sound resonated, as the blood shield spread like a spider's web and shattered into countless fragments. The frying pan did not halt its momentum. Amid numerous astonished gazes, it struck Jia Yang's head with ferocity. Boom! The explosion echoed, and Jia Yang's head exploded like a watermelon dropped from a height, splattering eerie green blood everywhere. With one successful strike, Grey Wolf swung the frying pan again towards the astonished Wang Yin. Damn it! Wang Yin cursed, unleashing a punch that sent forth a surge of magical energy, crashing against the frying pan with the force of a tidal wave. Bang! The shockwave swept past Wang Yin, sending her hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. I refuse to believe I cannot kill you. The favorable advantage she had was instantly obliterated by this werewolf, and Wang Yan's expression darkened, her pupils turning a deep crimson before transforming into a monstrous maw. The turquoise magical energy surged behind her like a tidal wave, exuding an astonishing might. Roar! The overwhelming magical energy enveloped her, the winds howling violently, and she unleashed hundreds of red daggers from her gaping maw, tearing through the air and hurtling towards Grey Wolf. Unfazed, Grey Wolf wore a smile, confident that in terms of attack, defense, or speed, before the Great King that you stand no chance. Whoosh! He swung the frying pan once more, causing the temperature to plummet, as if the air had crystallized into icy threads. As the magical energy dissipated, the remaining instructors and security personnel at the academy stood in a daze, awestruck by the spectacle. Ultimately, the frying pan collided with the hundreds of red daggers, producing a reaction akin to a meteor striking the earth. In that instant, the area seemed to warp, and the crisp sound of cracking echoed in everyone's ears. The violent shockwave knocked those of slightly lesser strength, including Hao Jian, to the ground. Bang! Blood spewed forth as Wang Yin smashed through the wall, landing in the center of the plaza, leaving a deep indentation. Grey Wolf swiftly approached the unconscious Wang Yin, contemplating for a moment before glancing down at Leng Jiao and the others descending the stairs. The final gaze settled upon Li Luodi, a grin spreading across his face. Little child, I find you quite pleasing to the eye. This demon shall be entrusted to you. I hope you can uncover further clues from her. At these words, all present directed astonished looks towards Li Luodi. Noticing their stares, his eyes flickered momentarily before a smile graced his lips. He solemnly clasped his fists together and expressed, "Thank you, King Grey Wolf. I owe you a great deal today." The glimmer of amusement danced in King Grey Wolf's eyes as he replied, "After all, I am a part of the Great Xia. It is only natural." With that, he added, "My wife awaits me at home, so I must take my leave." After stowing away his frying pan, King Grey Wolf stomped his feet, leaving behind a blur as he vanished into the night. The entire academy stood in dumbfounded silence, gazing at the incredulous scene before them. "Hello, is this Zi Qiao?" A member of the security bureau, after a brief moment of contemplation, dialed a number, It's me. I just witnessed King Grey Wolf battling a demon. No, you heard correctly. I am not joking that it is indeed the Grey Wolf from Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Li Gu, are you quite familiar with this Grey Wolf? Upon regaining his senses, Hao Jian remained in a state of shock and scratched his head while inquiring of Li Luodi. Hao Jian's question immediately attracted the attention of Leng Jiao and others. Yes, quite familiar. Li Luodi nodded. I've watched every episode since elementary school. Ah, and also Bunny Bears. Hearing this, Niusheng chuckled heartily. That must be because you are a die-hard fan. Hence why Grey Wolf spoke to you. Most likely. Li Gu, you mentioned that this world not only has armored warriors, but also Su Changqing. Now it seems even Grey Wolf has appeared. Hao Jian blinked, pondering if there would be Bald Chong, Neza, or Sun Wukong in the future. There should be. Li Luodi's gaze flickered uncertainly. Are you all right? At that moment, Leng Jiao approached with a peculiar look in her eyes. I still feel a bit unwell. Upon hearing this, Li Luodi instantly switched to a different demeanor, baring his teeth in a grimace, as he suspected he had sustained severe injuries, with his internal organs suffering various degrees of damage. Leng Jiao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she discreetly scanned Li Luodi, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. Shall I take a look for you? Li Luodi was about to agree, but suddenly sensed something amiss. The flower-like smile seemed to emanate a chilling aura that could freeze him instantly, prompting him to quickly respond. I have suddenly regained my strength. Such minor injuries, I can withstand. Hee, that is for the best. Leng Jiao smiled, her lips pressed together, gently patting Li Luodi's shoulder. If you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to seek me out. I wouldn't want to trouble the boss. Li Luodi sheepishly touched his nose with a smile. All right, let us discuss serious matters. Leng Jiao leaned in closer to Li Luodi, her tone turning grave. Among this group, are there any hidden demons that have yet to be revealed? Li Luodi gently inhaled the faint scent of osmanthus that lingered around Leng Jiao, then nodded. There is a high probability that there are still some. Can you locate them? At that moment, Leng Jiao was genuinely witnessing the capabilities of this newcomer, Li Luodi. The matter concerning Wang Yan. Leave it to me. It should be manageable. Li Luodi replied. Very well, it is entrusted to you, but we can only afford 1 hour. Reflecting for a moment, Leng Jiao's crimson lips parted. After 1 hour, we must release them to avoid inciting further panic. Not a problem. Li Luodi grinned. Old Hao, take Wang Yan to the director's office. I will personally interrogate her. Understood, Li Gu. Upon hearing this, Hao Jian and Niusheng eagerly took the unconscious Wang Yan to Director Jia Yong's office. Once Li Luodi and the others arrived at the office, Leng Jiao turned to a head of the security bureau and instructed, ensure that all the damaged buildings are fully repaired before tomorrow morning's classes. Yes, cold by sea. Li Luodi. No, Lord Li Yiqi, as long as you release me, I am willing to do anything you ask. Wang Yan, slowly waking, found herself bound to the unique demon sealing chair of the Demon Suppression Division. The chaotic bindings accentuated her alluring form to an exquisite degree. Transforming into a human, Wang Yan lightly bit her seductive lips, her voice dripping with temptation as she occasionally crossed her legs. Her feet wrapped in sheer black stockings, an enticing sight. Leaning back comfortably, Li Luodi savored an apple, while Hao Jian and the others fanned him with great attentiveness. Li Luodi cast a casual glance at Wang Yan, thinking to himself, quite alluring, but not in a sleazy way. Rather, it bears an enchanting charm that appeals to me. Unfortunately, this individual is a monster, which diminishes my interest. At that moment, Zhang Cheng's eyes gleamed as he offered a sycophantic smile. Li Gu, since Cold Jiao by Sea has granted you an hour, if you wish to indulge, the time is more than sufficient. With a pat on his chest, Zhang Cheng assured, rest easy, we will ensure that not a single fly enters. Hao Jian scratched his head before tentatively suggesting, Li Gu, shall we step outside first? Hearing this, Li Luodi rolled his eyes at the trio with peculiar thought processes and retorted, why are you still here? Go on. Get out? All right, we'll leave right away. As they spoke, Hao Jian and the others exchanged glances and hurriedly exited. At the last moment, Hao Jian peeked back, speaking in a mysterious tone. Li Gu, do you need an umbrella? Li Luodi's expression darkened. No need. After a moment of hesitation, Hao Jian added, in these tumultuous times, I think caution is wise. With a swift kick, Li Luodi sent Hao Jian stumbling. Stop worrying unnecessarily and go guard outside. Once the door closed behind Hao Jian, Liluati stretched and approached Wang Yan. Liluati. The teacher can offer you so much. Wang Yan, mistaking his approach for romantic interest, leaned in closer, believing her allure would captivate him. However, Wang Yan had enchanted a significant number of male teachers over the past few days with her appearance and figure. Confident in her beauty, she intentionally leaned into Liluati's ear, whispering heatedly while nibbling on his earlobe. Could you help me untie these ropes? Of course, if you prefer me bound, I can accommodate that too. This tactic was one she seldom employed, yet when she did, it had never failed her in her mind. This youthful and vigorous young man, coupled with their teacher-student relationship, would surely succumb to temptation. Once free from the binding chair, she could ensnare Liluati and then make her escape. These thoughts raced through her mind. Her gaze grew increasingly seductive, almost tangible, slap, but in the next instant, Liluati raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap across Wang Yan's face. Fuming, "How dare you bite my ear?" The resounding slap left Wang Yan in a daze. While the trio waiting outside burst into mischievous laughter, realizing that Li Ge had quite the peculiar tastes. Just for that ear-biting, you've sealed your doom. Liluati's expression turned cold, and the glint of the demon-suppressing blade at his waist flashed ominously. In an instant, blood began to trickle from Wang Yan's neck. Feeling the coldness encircle her throat, Wang Yan's pupils widened in disbelief as she stared at the man before her, who seemed more beast than human. No matter how beautiful the exterior, it could never mask the inherent repulsiveness within. Liluati intentionally dimmed the lights in the office, creating a shadowy refuge for the ghostly shadows lurking within. Ready for vigilance. After Wang Yan's demise, he employed a sheep talisman to simultaneously seize her soul and conduct a memory search. 2.5 minutes later, feeling a surge of vitality within, Liluati gazed out the window, his expression graved. The situation at Kanglan Academy truly that dire? How could it be so drastically different from my previous life? Could it be that due to my butterfly effect, history has veered off its intended course? As for Lin Yuru and Lu Shuya, Liluati harbored no concerns, for they were always cloaked in protection from shadowy ninjas. 2.5 minutes later, the door creaked open, and the three chatting members of the security bureau froze in surprise. Niusheng stared at the impeccably dressed Liluati, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Li Ge? That was fast." Hao Jian kicked Niusheng, then stepped forward to reassure. "Li Ge is fine. I have a friend who previously struggled, but after consulting an old Chinese doctor, he gradually improved. I will introduce you tomorrow." Liluati cast a fleeting glance at Hao Jian and his companions, then jestingly scolded. "What on earth are you all thinking? Come on, we have work to do. Tonight that will likely be an all-no." The trio was taken aback. Then, invigorated, they quickly followed suit. 2 hours later, Liluati swiftly executed a clean strike, severing the neck of the dean of the Kanglan Academy, and as he gazed upon the 7 additional corpses of demons that lay upon the ground, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Aside from the students, the demons within the Kanglan Academy had been effectively eradicated. Lung Jiao glanced at the lifeless bodies of the demons, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Before she approached Liluati, her lips curling into a smile, "You've worked hard today. Go home and rest early. By the way, with your performance today, a school lieutenant is certainly within your grasp tomorrow." At her words, a broad smile spread across Liluati's face. That sounds splendid. On his very first day, he would ascend from a mere flag bearer to a school lieutenant. He was indeed a rare case. Xiangshan looked at Liluati with a complex expression, his throat moving slightly as if he wished to say something. But ultimately, he remained silent. Upon returning to the Demon Suppression Department's residence, Liluati exchanged brief greetings with Yuan Hua and others before driving his Audi RS7 towards his villa. While passing through a tree-lined path, his gaze fell upon a slender girl being tugged back and forth by 2 seemingly intoxicated men. The dazzling headlights of the RS7 instantly startled all 3 individuals. Seizing the opportunity, the girl broke free from the grasp of the 2 burly men and hastily approached the driver's side. Tapping on the car window, Liluati rolled down the window and asked nonchalantly, "Is there something you need?" The girl, seemingly taken aback by his indifference, hesitated momentarily, tears welling in her eyes as she implored, "Handsome, please help me. I don't know them." Liluati's dark eyes held no emotion as he glanced at the girl. She appeared quite young, perhaps in her early 20s, with a fresh and innocent visage. Her white cartoon t-shirt accentuated her already fair skin, and the grayish-white pleated skirt, paired with white socks and black shoes, radiated youthful exuberance, with a face that seemed to have leaped from the pages of a comic. Her high ponytail danced enchantingly, even catching the attention of the discerning Lilua. To be fair, this girl was indeed beautiful, rivaling his second wife, Linuro. Kid, are you meddling in affairs that don't concern you? One of the burly men pursued, with a serious tone. In response, Liloati scoffed. From which of your eyes do you see me meddling? The plump man was about to retort when his companion restrained him. Perhaps intimidated by Liloati's extraordinary demeanor and the luxury car he drove, he forced a smile and said, "Bro, since you're not interested in interfering, why don't you just move along?" Liloati shrugged. "Then you should step aside. What are you blocking the road for?" Since this tree-lined path was a one-way street, and rather narrow, they were essentially trapped. "Handsome, I beg you to save me. I promise to repay you handsomely later." The girl, seeing that Liloati had no intention of helping her, looked pitiful, akin to an injured white rabbit. "Please, huh?" At that moment, the plump man burst into laughter. "Don't play the innocent card. It's nearly midnight, and you're dressed like that. Aren't you just trying to entice someone into committing a crime? If it really happens, you wouldn't be pleased, would you?" Upon hearing this, Liloati nodded in agreement. "You're not wrong." The two burly men exchanged glances, and a knowing smile passed between them, realizing they were of like minds. In that case, after my brother and I are done, you can take your turn and enjoy yourself too." Liloati raised an eyebrow, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth, remaining silent. The girl, sensing that Liloati was not easily swayed, felt a surge of disdain as the two lewd men pressed closer. With a swift motion, she raised her hand and lightly clapped, instantly obliterating the two men in a burst of blood mist, which quickly dissipated with the evening breeze. And no more pretending. Liloati leaned against the car window, smiling as he said, "I thought you were going to continue the charade." "Boring." The girl changed her demeanor, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "I'm curious, how did you know I was acting?" Liloati chuckled. "It's quite simple. Throughout the entire ordeal, there was not a hint of panic in your eyes, especially when those two were pulling at you. You didn't even let them touch the hem of your clothes. Plus, it's late at night in such a secluded area. With a bit of common sense, anyone not driven by lust wouldn't fall for your ruse, right?" Clap, clap, clap. The girl clapped her hands in delight. "Impressive. No wonder you're someone of great renown." Liloati's expression shifted slightly at her words, and he narrowed his eyes. "You've been investigating me." The girl's lips curled into a subtle smile, her countenance sparkling like the stars. "Let me introduce myself. I am Hua Yuning from the Demon Clan." Hearing this, Liloati's expression changed dramatically. "You hail from the Demon Clan?" Indeed. Hua Yuning was clearly pleased with Liloati's astonished reaction. The next moment, she noticed Liloati's excitement. "Then you must know Su Jinya, right?" Su Jinya. Hua Yuning's delicate face shifted, and she took several steps back, her beautiful eyes reflecting suspicion. "You know Sister Jinya?" "Of course, I know her. She is." Liloati instinctively began to speak, intending to reveal that Su Jinya was his primary wife. But he abruptly halted. In fact, he had suspected in his previous life that Su Jinya was not human but a demon. Unfortunately, he lived to over 80 years old without confirming this speculation. Now it seemed that his conjecture was indeed correct. Hua Yuning's eyes flickered, and she pondered, "What is your relationship with Sister Jinya?" She had already thoroughly investigated Liloati prior to their meeting. As far as she knew, he had never had any contact with their demon clan, nor was he associated with the demon sacrifice guard. This raised a question. How did he come to know Su Jinya? "Hua Yuning, I'm quite interested to see how you intend to escape now." Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out. Hua Yuning's body trembled at the sound, and she turned to see a man in green robes, a sword slung across his back, standing at the end of the path, looking at her with an amused expression. Meanwhile, several men in white robes, also bearing swords, appeared at both ends of the path. Observing their attire, Liloati immediately associated them with the Demon Sacrifice Guard, a special agency alongside the Demon Suppression Department. "Wang Teng, you truly are a persistent ghost." Hua Yuning turned her head to the man, her beautiful eyes glinting with coldness. "Hua Yuning, you are a demon, and I am of the Demon Sacrifice Guard. Capturing you is my duty." Wang Teng folded his arms, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Will you come quietly, or must I take action myself?" Hua Yuning curled her lips in disdain. Wang Teng, what gives you such confidence? You really think you can capture me? In the face of Hua Yuning's mockery, Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged, and a strange smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. I admit your strength surpasses mine, but today you are destined to be captured by me. Bang! Wang Teng snapped his fingers. And at that moment, the tree-lined path was suddenly engulfed in darkness, emanating a fierce black light. The black light formed an extraordinarily complex dark array before Hua Yuning's horrified gaze. It carried an overwhelming sense of oppression. The array emitted a glow that vaguely resembled a bizarre black lotus slowly blooming. The Black Lotus Demon Slaughter Array. Hua Yuning's expression soured dramatically, her pupils dilating in terror as her delicate form trembled slightly. Correct. So, Wang Teng's gaze subtly swept over Hua Yuning's chest, a faint smile gracing his lips. Have you made your choice? Will you submit and avoid physical suffering, or will you resist to the end? Hua Yuning paused for a moment, then took a deep breath, speaking solemnly. Wang Teng, this matter is between us. Let him go first. Naturally, she referred to Li Luodi. As for the latter, he observed the unfolding scene with curious detachment, as if it were all a mere spectacled ta. Let him go. Wang Teng had long noticed Li Luodi, especially given his handsome appearance and luxurious car. He surmised that this man was likely Hua Yuning's kept boy, which fueled his jealousy. Although Hua Yuning was a demon, among all the women Wang Teng had encountered, she undoubtedly ranked in the top 3. His relentless pursuit of her stemmed from ulterior motives. Hence, in Wang Teng's eyes, any man associated with Hua Yuning was doomed. Sneaking around at this hour, even if you're not a demon, you can't be a good person. Wang Teng lowered his eyelids, his expression indifferent. Such a person, left in this world, would only bring calamity. Upon hearing this, Li Luodi could not suppress a laugh. What are you laughing at? Wang Teng's expression darkened. I laugh at your foolishness. A little bird chirps amid the fragrant flowers. To be honest, there was truly nothing in the entire green vine that made Li Luodi feel threatened. Just this pathetic array. Who was it meant to scare? You bastard, do you dare insult me? Wang Teng's face darkened, and he became filled with rage. Oh, you know who I am. Li Luodi ignored him completely, and instead turned to Hua Yuning with a playful look. With such an idiot, why haven't you just ended him with a single strike? Facing Li Luodi's blatant mockery, Hua Yuning appeared somewhat helpless. Stop showing off. I'll handle this array. You need to leave here quickly. Leave? Wang Teng's lips curled into a sinister smile. Could he truly escape? A petal descended vertically into his hand, which he promptly crushed between his fingers. With a flick of his slender fingers, he declared, Hua Yuning, since you fail to recognize a good opportunity, allow me to demonstrate the power of this formation. Boom! As his voice echoed, a bizarre, massive black lotus, suspended above Li Luodi and Hua Yuning, came crashing down, bringing with it the ominous threat of death. The black lotus began to rotate slowly, its petals unfurling delicately, causing the entirety of the scenic tree-lined path to vanish in an instant. All spiritual energy dissipating entirely. The resultant fluctuation was heart-stopping. You must leave immediately, Hua Yuning urged, her delicate jade hand enveloped in green spiritual energy. She turned to the composed Li Luodi, biting her lip. Perhaps you should directly reveal the name of the Demon Suppression Division. I believe he would think twice before acting recklessly. Upon hearing this, Li Luodi raised an eyebrow and swiftly retrieved his phone to call Leng Jiao. The call was answered promptly, and Leng Jiao's cold voice came through. It's quite late. What's the matter? Nothing much. If there's nothing urgent, I'll hang up. I have other matters to attend to. Li Luodi replied hastily. Hearing this, his facial muscles twitched slightly, and he continued, I merely wanted to ask, what should I do if someone from the Demon Suppression Division intends to kill me? Demon Suppression Division? Leng Jiao paused briefly before responding nonchalantly. As long as you don't provoke them. If they wish to kill you, simply kill them first, right? Did you call me for support? Li Luodi grinned. Of course not. With your reassurance, I feel much more at ease. Boss, love you. He ended the call with a playful tone. After hanging up, a cold smile played on Li Luodi's lips, a chill that made Hua Yuning shiver slightly. Just as she prepared to muster all her strength to endure the impending blow, a large hand rested on her delicate shoulder. Allow me. He stepped forward, addressing the formation. This array is typically designed to target beings like you. However, it holds no power over me. As Li Luodi positioned himself at the center, He gazed at the oncoming Black Lotus. His palm glowed with dragon talismans and bull talismans that roar, laden with the resonance of dragons. Suddenly erupted, and flames engulfed his right arm. Surging forth from within him as the flames coiled around his hand, forming a magnificent fire dragon. The surrounding air crackled with heat, even diminishing the intensity of the Black Lotus's fluctuations. Hua Yuning, witnessing this scene, felt a mix of anxiety and astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Could this truly be the power exhibited by a warrior? Boom! The ground trembled momentarily as a fire dragon soared into the sky. Its ferocious spiritual energy expanding at an astonishing rate, evoking sheer terror. Wang Teng and the other members of the Demon Suppression Division gazed in shock at the fire dragon erupting from Li Luodi's arm. Clearly unprepared for the strength of this young man. Bang! Amidst the myriad anxious gazes, the fire dragon collided violently with the Black Lotus, akin to a meteor striking the earth at the moment of contact. The ground trembled under the force, both the fire dragon and the Black Lotus clashing with equal ferocity. Wang Teng's expression grew increasingly uneasy as he observed the scene, gritting his teeth and commanding, "Find out this person's background." A nearby member of the Demon Suppression Division nodded gravely. "Damn it, who is this person?" Wang Teng suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. This individual could potentially bring him significant trouble. As Hua Yuning watched, her beautiful eyes glimmered with a myriad of emotions, sparkling like distant stars. Li Luodi looked up, his dark eyes glinting as he exerted force with his right arm, causing the fire dragon to open its massive jaws, revealing its fangs, and with a crunch, it bit into the Black Lotus. Wang Teng's sturdy frame trembled in shock as he watched the Black Lotus develop cracks. Chapter 93. The scenery in the bamboo forest. Wang Teng's pupils constricted sharply. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the fire dragon devoured the Black Lotus whole. Unyielding, the fire dragon surged forward, charging directly at Wang Teng and the other members of the Demon Suppression Division. Upon witnessing the fire dragon approach, terror finally filled Wang Teng's eyes, an overwhelming sense of impending death flooding his mind. "Stop! Do you know who we are?" Wang Teng bellowed in panic. Yet, Li Luodi remained expressionless, flicking his fingers to accelerate the fire dragon's speed as it hurtled towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's face twisted in horror. He understood that if the fire dragon made contact with him, his demise was certain. In a desperate move, he retreated several steps, forcefully pushing a few fellow members of the Demon Suppression Division aside. As the fire dragon collided with these members, its momentum lessened slightly, and Wang Teng seized the opportunity to flee, disappearing from sight in mere breaths. "He runs fast and strikes hard," Li Luodi commented with a smile. He then whispered to himself, "But the more ruthless a person is, the shorter their lifespan." Just as he finished speaking, several dark figures resembling large bats appeared in the sky, unfurling their wings to pursue the fleeing Wang Teng. Li Luodi turned his neck and faced the remaining, bewildered members of the Demon Suppression Division. "Your leader has fled. What are you still doing here? Do you wish to become sacrificial pigs?" Upon hearing this, the members of the Demon Suppression Division snapped out of their shock and bolted, their frantic expressions betraying their regret for not having more legs to run with. Once the tree-lined path returned to its serene state, Li Luodi clapped his hands and turned to Hua Yuning, who wore a silent expression. "All taken care of. Considering I've resolved such a significant issue for you, could you tell me where Jianyu is?" Hua Yuning looked up, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex sentiment. "Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Demon Suppression Division?" "Afraid?" Li Luodi scoffed lightly. "He has already attempted to kill me. Do you think I would stand idly by and wait for him to do so? He dares to kill even those from the flower factory, let alone the weaker members of the Demon Suppression Division." Hua Yuning regarded Li Luodi with a deep look, then smiled playfully, her demeanor as refreshing as morning dew in the forest. "It seems my wait here today was not in vain." "What do you mean?" Li Luodi raised an eyebrow. "I came here to see what kind of person you are," she replied. "And what do you see now?" Li Luodi shrugged, his lips curling into a smile. "Then tell me, what kind of person am I?" Hua Yuning tilted her head adorably, contemplating for a moment before articulating. "Confident, composed, decisive, not bad-looking. And quite lecherous." While Li Luodi accepted the earlier compliments with glee, he was taken aback by the last remark. Where does this lecherousness come from? He feigned outrage. What a blatant slander! Who doesn't know that I, Li Luodi, uphold my integrity? Ha! Hua Yuning replied skeptically, her eyes sparkling mischievously. How about this? To repay your life-saving grace. Li Luo Di interrupted. Just tell me where Jianya is. I can't disclose that just yet. Hua Yuning's gaze rippled like water, exuding a blend of purity and allure that left men defenseless. However, I can take you to see the scenery in the bamboo forest. Pointing toward the nearby bamboo grove, her cheeks flushed slightly, resembling a peach blossom poised to bloom. What is so special about the bamboo forest at night? Li Luo Di asked, exasperated, realizing the girl seemed utterly ungrateful, just as he was about to leave to deal with Wang Tong. A realization dawned upon him. The bamboo forest, could it be that this grove is not what it seems? Excitement flickered in Li Luo Di's eyes as he turned to the slightly flustered Hua Yuning. Hua Yuning shot him a flirtatious glance, pouting playfully. Though I am a demon, we are often more trustworthy than you humans, even more sincere. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her rosy earlobes, and softly said, I will wait for you inside. Bathed in the moonlight, Hua Yuning's silhouette resembled a beautiful painting, her lines smooth and graceful. After she disappeared into the bamboo grove, Li Luo Di coughed lightly. Occasionally indulging a little should be fine. Besides, she's being so forthright. Why should I put on airs? On a ring road encircling the city, Wang Tong drove a black SUV at breakneck speed. When he peered through the rearview mirror and saw no unusual activity behind him, he exhaled heavily in relief. He had deduced that the young man would not dare to make a move in such a public place. Bang! Wang Tong slammed his palm against the steering wheel, cursing, Damn brat, don't let me run into you again, or I will make you wish you were never born. Initially, when he had activated the meticulously arranged Black Lotus formation, he had envisioned Hua Yuning lying in his bed that very night. Yet, he had not anticipated that the young man would be so formidable, causing his dreams to fly away. Soon after, Wang Tong's expression darkened severely. He had narrowly escaped the fire dragon's lethal strike at the cost of his subordinates' lives, securing his own chance to flee at present. He is left with no choice but to gamble, as the remaining demon-slaying guards have been exterminated by that man. Only in this manner can he justify the request for reinforcements to eliminate the young man by tomorrow. Contemplating this, Wang Tong's countenance darkened significantly. After a moment, once he ascertained that there were no immediate dangers around him, he gradually slowed his speed. Suddenly, several shadowy figures with enormous wings and peculiar appearances swooped down from the air, extending their massive claws, which pierced through his windshield, glinting ominously as they lunged towards him. Wang Tong's complexion changed drastically, resembling that of a corpse, as he frantically evaded while desperately trying to maintain control of the steering wheel. What manner of monsters are these? His view was obscured by numerous flying ninjas, and in his frantic attempt to steer, he collided with a nearby guardrail with a resounding crash. The off-road vehicle plummeted from dozens of meters above, resulting in a deafening crash as it was rendered inoperable. Wang Tong felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, enduring excruciating pain akin to thousands of ants relentlessly gnawing at him. Just as he bore the agony and struggled to extricate himself from the wreckage, he beheld several burly ninjas brandishing massive swords, poised to strike at his neck. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth. Chapter 94. You truly deserve to die. The following morning, although Li Luo had only managed a mere 2 hours of sleep the previous night, for reasons unknown, he felt remarkably invigorated. Early in the morning, news arrived from Lung Jiao, instructing him to infiltrate Kenglin Academy under the guise of a student and conduct a covert investigation until they arrived. Consequently, after several days of absence from school, Li Luo drove his RS-7 towards the academy. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the academy gates, he noticed that the usually observant security guard seemed unusually unresponsive today, failing to open the gate for a considerable time. Li Luo raised an eyebrow, exited the vehicle, and, with his hands clasped behind his head, approached the security booth. Soon enough, he spotted the craftsman Lin Yu, who was engrossed in an action-packed film on his phone, showcasing his extraordinary skills. What on earth is this guy doing here as a security guard? The nearby trash bin was overflowing with used tissues. Goodness, how much has this consumed? Li Luo's lips twitched as he observed Lin Yu's excitement reaching its peak. Clearing his throat gently, he remarked, I say, buddy, is this what discipline looks like so early in the morning? The sudden jest startled Lin Yu, causing him to deflate in an instant. Damn. Realizing his predicament, Lin Yu quickly donned his trousers. When he lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of Li Luodi, and upon confirming he was neither a member of the Academy's administration nor affiliated with the Demon Suppression Division. His expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "What are you shouting about?" Lin Yu felt frustrated. He had hoped to engage with Mi Lu the previous night. To his dismay, her relatives had arrived unexpectedly, leaving him with nothing accomplished. Eventually, Mi Lu seemed to sense his disappointment and discreetly revealed a monumental secret to him, one that could catapult Lin Yu to greatness if he were to join the Demon Suppression Division successfully. Wealth and beautiful women would undoubtedly follow. Thus, Mi Lu had leveraged her connections to secure him a position at Kanglin Academy as a junior security guard. Despite his initial reservations about this job, Lin Yu found a peculiar fondness for it. Even if he had not come here, he would have sought out high-end residential areas to work as a guard, hoping to create sparks with wealthy women, alluring young ladies, or icy-cold female CEOs. Gazing at the paper-filled trash bin, Lin Yu's expression turned even more unfriendly as he glared at Li Luodi. "Get lost. It's already past morning classes. What do you think you're doing here, trying to flirt? Come back after school. Also, if you're not from the academy, scram, or don't blame me for being rude." Lin Yu was well aware that Li Luodi was a rich second-generation heir and assumed he was here to chase after girls. "Help!" Just as Li Luodi was about to speak, a melodious cry for help reached his ears. Both Li Luodi and Lin Yu, being martial artists, possessed exceptional hearing, allowing them to discern the distress call even from a distance. Upon hearing the plea, Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he seized his baton and dashed toward the source of the cry. Judging by the sound, the girl must be extraordinarily beautiful. If he were to perform a heroic rescue, he would not need the company of the five-fingered lady tonight. With that thought, Lin Yu grinned and quickened his pace. However, there was one person who was even faster, darting past him like a fleeting shadow. "What the hell is that?" Lin Yu's muscles tensed as he exclaimed. "Damn it, trying to play the hero now?" Li Luodi slightly tilted his head, glancing at the astonished Lin Yu, and scoffed. "Just wait to pick up the scraps. No, not even the exhaust fumes will be left." Xiaoling felt rather unlucky today. Not only did she arrive late for school, but she was also cornered by several notorious delinquents near the academy. It was rumored that these ruffians had deep connections and were affiliated with the infamous Tiger Gang in the area. Xiaoling, one of the top 10 beauties of Kanglin Academy, came from a relatively modest background compared to her peers and was renowned as an academic prodigy. Standing at approximately 166 centimeters, her face was easily recognizable, with prominent cheekbones and large, expressive eyes. Dressed in a black t-shirt emblazoned with letters, fitted jeans, and white flats, she found herself backed into a corner, curling her body in a pitiful manner as she pleaded with the delinquents. "Please, just let me go that I can give you money, but could you please spare me?" "Let you go?" The leader, a buzz-cut man with tattoos adorning his arms, grinned menacingly. "No problem. Just play with us for a bit, and we'll let you return to the academy. Moreover, with us protecting you, no one will dare to bully you again." With that, the other delinquents erupted into laughter. They had already investigated Xiaoling thoroughly. She was the only beauty from Kanglin Academy they dared to provoke. After lurking for so long, they certainly weren't going to let this little lamb escape. Just then, with a swift movement, Li Luodi appeared dramatically in front of Xiaoling. The sudden appearance of this figure startled the delinquents. After a brief moment of shock, Xiaoling's eyes sparkled with hope. "This person that seems so familiar. Little brother, what do you intend to do?" Though the buzz-cut man did not recognize Li Luodi, he could quickly assess from the speed of his arrival that this individual was a martial artist, not someone they could easily mess with. With a swift motion, Li Luodi raised his hand and slapped the buzz-cut man, coldly stating, "With your pathetic demeanor, how dare you call me brother? Let her go." Arriving late to the scene, Lin Yu was panting heavily. Upon seeing the exceptionally beautiful Xiaoling in Li Luodi's arms, his anger surged, and he gritted his teeth, roaring, "You truly deserve to die." Chapter 95. This script is wrong. "I am the protagonist. You spoiled rich kid. Quickly put that girl down." Lin Yu was beside himself with rage. This was supposed to be his opportunity. Otherwise, the one holding the girl would be him. Lin Yu, the girl in Li Luodi's arms, though dressed modestly, was undoubtedly a civilian beauty. Especially with that stunning profile, he was utterly captivated. Regardless of her appearance or their social standing, she would be a perfect match for him. Lin Yu. After all, he was about to join the Demon Suppression Division, and with his connections, This type of woman would only be a modest fit for him. Yet, the prize cabbage he had set his sights on was snatched away by someone else. Igniting his fury. "Kid, quickly remove your filthy hands." Lin Yu's expression darkened, his teeth grinding audibly. In response, Li Luodi smirked. "You want me to let go so you can take over? Is that it?" Lin Yu's intentions were laid bare, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, he quickly regained his composure and declared, "Now that the crisis has been averted, why are you still holding on to her? It seems to me you merely wish to take advantage of this beautiful girl. Indistinguishable from those ruffians, don't you?" Lin Yu flicked his hair, but due to the security cap he was wearing, it did not have the desired effect. He turned to Xia Ling and offered a crooked smile. "Classmate, I am the security guard of our school. Please follow me. I assure you, no one can harm you. At this point, Lin Yu explained, "Actually, I was the first to hear your cry for help, but that damned scoundrel stole my chance." He pointed an accusatory finger at Li Luodi, whose expression was one of detached amusement, and furiously added, "But all of this is merely your own delusion. Furthermore, if she wishes to let me embrace her." "Are you jealous? Shut your mouth." Yi Fan shouted in frustration that he had intended to unleash a torrent of curses but suppressed them, wanting to leave a good impression on Xia Ling, cursing under his breath. He marched towards Li Luodi and Xia Ling, attempting to pull her into his arms. Li Luodi sidestepped him, his demeanor as indifferent as ever. "Keep your hands to yourself. And, is it not permissible for her to allow me to hold her?" "Ha!" Lin Yu laughed heartily. "I never expected you to be such a person, using saving others as a bargaining chip. If she allows you to embrace her, I will immediately stand on my head and wash my hair. No, I will consume 3 pounds of rice." At this, Li Luodi could not contain himself and burst into laughter, then turned to Xia Ling in his arms with a gentle smile. "Wife, tell me, did you not allow me to hold you?" Lin Yu was doubled over with laughter. "Kid, I just heard her call you classmate. Yet you dare to call her wife? You truly are a ridiculous clown." Li Luodi did not respond, but instead fixed his intense gaze on Xia Ling. Under the weight of his possessive gaze, Xia Ling felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She lowered her eyes, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink, and firmly stated, "Uncle Security, thank you for your kindness. I am willing to let him hold me. And I am willing to become his wife." Lin Yu. Oh. He was dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, thinking, what in the world is happening? This script is all wrong. I am the protagonist. There is the soul of the martial king within my ring. No, she must be threatened by someone, and unable to speak the truth, with a self-assured look as if he could see through everything. Lin Yu declared, "Do not be afraid, classmate. I will rescue you from this dire situation. Get lost." At that moment, to everyone's surprise, Xia Ling exploded in anger, shouting, "Are you stupid? Can't you see I wish to enjoy a world for two with him? What are you doing here like a light bulb?" Displaying her small tiger teeth, she continued, "I'll tell you this. Even if you save me, all I can say is that in my next life, I will work like an ox to repay you, but I will not offer myself to you. Can't you see the situation? Fool." Lin Yu's face turned pale, as though pierced by 1,000 arrows. "Wife, shall we go to the car, or to a hotel?" Li Luodi gazed at Xia Ling with deep affection. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, but in the next breath, Xia Ling shyly replied, "Let us go to the car first. And we can go to the hotel tonight." "Good." Li Luodi raised an eyebrow, carrying Xia Ling away with large strides. Left behind was a despondent Lin Yu. Utterly lost. This should not be happening. I am the protagonist. 20 minutes later, inside the RS-7, Li Luodi stretched out comfortably in the passenger seat. Xia Ling buried her head between her knees, her face burning like fire, her beauty reaching its peak at that moment. "Shall I treat you to dinner tonight?" Li Luodi offered, handing Xia Ling a bottle of mineral water. Xia Ling looked up, her flushed face resembling a fiery sunset, and softly replied, "Okay." With the confirmation, Li Luodi drove the car toward the academy. Meanwhile, the heartbroken Lin Yu wandered aimlessly, feeling as if he had aged decades, hunched over and listless as he made his way to the security room. As he walked, he muttered curses, "You bastard, daring to steal my woman. I will make you suffer unimaginable consequences." Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets more exciting. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out. "Where the hell have you been?" At that moment, the security captain strode over and delivered a powerful kick to Lin Yu's backside, scolding him, "Newcomer, I just took a patrol with my team. And you've disappeared. And what do you mean by stealing your woman? Did someone steal your doll? Lin Yu's eyes blazed with fury, glaring fiercely at the security captain. This scoundrel had signed his own death warrant. How dare he kick the protagonist? But remembering that he had important matters to attend to that day, Lin Yu restrained his anger and explained, "The reason I left was that I heard a cry for help." No need to explain. Explanations are just disguises. The security captain waved his hand dismissively, barking, "And you, hurry up and clean out the trash bin. You fast gunner, if they're SA next time, you're fired." The captain spat angrily, and as he turned, he suddenly remembered, "Oh, and wipe away that spit. A superior is coming soon." Lin Yu clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously as his eyes glinted with murderous intent. How dare he make him, of such status, wipe away spit? This fat fool would not live to see the night. Lin Yu vowed. Boom! At that moment, several fully armed armored vehicles approached in the distance. Chapter 96. The Forebears Plant Trees. The future generations enjoy the shade. Li Luodi drove his RS-7 to the academy gate, honking the horn. Lowering the window, he glanced at Lin Yu, who appeared both angry and embarrassed. A smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Please open the gate." At this moment, Lin Yu's face was dark as a storm cloud, especially as he watched Xia Ling in the passenger seat, who was still rinsing her mouth, his anger boiling over. How infuriating! He imagined that the two must have done something indescribable in the car, looking at the woman he desired entwined with another. Lin Yu felt an unbearable frustration, wishing to punch this spoiled brat to death. Yet, recalling the important matters ahead, he forced himself to endure, reassuring himself it was not a big deal. As a new-age youth of the 21st century, Lin Yu did not care about such trivialities. Who does not have an obscure past? This spoiled rich kid was merely imparting experience and knowledge. The forebears plant trees, and the future generations enjoy the shade. In the end, all the experience and knowledge would be splattered in his face, saving him the trouble of the process, allowing him to simply enjoy the results. With this thought, Lin Yu felt a sense of relief. Then, he looked at Xia Ling in the passenger seat with affectionate eyes. "Classmate, it's all right. I do not hold it against you that I can wait for you. I am willing to be the honest man you speak of." Li Luodi, that Xia Ling was speechless, her mouth twitching in disbelief. What a world we live in. What a collection of extraordinary fools. Lin Yu, thinking he had deeply ingrained his image as a romantic in Xia Ling's mind, suddenly switched his demeanor, turning a cold smile towards Li Luodi. "Sorry, outsiders cannot enter. Get lost." Cursing, he then turned back to Xia Ling with a gentle tone. "Classmate, outsiders cannot enter. Please get out." He pointed to a nearby electric scooter. Grinning, "I'll ride and take you in. It's cool and quick." Li Luodi rested his left arm on the car window, helplessly rubbing his forehead, muttering, "How is it that I encounter such a lucky fool?" His thought process is completely abnormal, but perhaps it was a good thing he was abnormal, or it would truly give him a headache. "Here, this is my student ID. Can I enter now?" Li Luodi produced his student ID and handed it to Lin Yu. The latter paused in surprise, staring blankly at the ID. What the hell? This guy really is from this academy. Lin Yu scrutinized the student ID, his expression shifting between delight and gloom. "Can I enter now?" Li Luodi smirked, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "Sorry, it looks fake. You cannot enter." Lin Yu tossed the student ID into the car, crossing his arms defiantly. "I know what you spoiled rich kids are like. You merely spent some money to buy a student ID for the sake of picking up girls, right? In front of me, Lin Yu, the iron-faced security guard, you shall not pass." Xia Ling's pretty face slightly clouded with frost. Although she had not been particularly fond of Lin Yu, she did not dislike him either. However, his current behavior was extremely displeasing, and she said flatly, "This security uncle, I can attest that Li Luodi is indeed our academy's student." "Security uncle? You?" Lin Yu's face blanched as he stumbled back a few steps, clutching his chest. "Why are you helping him speak? Just because he was the first to save you?" Xia Ling shrugged. "Is that not enough? But I was the first to hear your cry for help." Lin Yu exclaimed in exasperation, then pointed accusingly at Li Luodi. "It's all this damned guy's fault for deliberately cutting in front of me. Otherwise, you would be hugging me on my scooter right now." Xia Ling was truly at a loss for words. She did not know how to respond. Fortunately, the first chapter promptly informs the readers not to engage their intellect while reading. Li Luodi's expression gradually turned colder, seemingly losing patience as he commanded, "Open the door." "Oh, you dare to order me around, you little brat." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle, lifting his chin defiantly. A smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. I won't open it. What will you do about it? Challenge me to a duel. Suddenly, a figure dashed in from a distance, delivering a forceful kick to Lin Yu's rear. The latter stumbled forward, landing unceremoniously. Big guts, you don't even recognize young Master Li? The head of security berated Lin Yu, who lay in a disheveled heap on the ground. Your uniform and salary are all provided by young Master Li's family. It's only your first day on the job, and you've already forgotten your benefactors? The security chief then switched to a sycophantic smile. My apologies, young Master Li. This fellow is new. Please don't be angry. I'll open the door for you right away. Bang! Lin Yu slammed his fist on the ground, his face contorted with rage, his eyes glacial. You scoundrel, you're going to pay for this. The security chief had already kicked him twice, sealing his fate. Just as Lin Yu rose, his fist enveloped in swirling energy, several armored vehicles sped into view. Dozens of security personnel disembarked, led by a strikingly beautiful woman in uniform with short hair. Exuding an air of competence, Lin Yu stood in stunned silence, excitement bubbling within him. This alluring officer was clearly here for him. The pairing of security and a policewoman was becoming increasingly intriguing. Sun Fei, observing the Audi blocking the academy's entrance, furrowed her brows and ordered, "Have that car moved immediately. The demon suppression department will be arriving shortly." Understood. A squad leader from the security bureau nodded emphatically and quickly approached the Audi. His demeanor stern. "Comrade, could you please move your vehicle?" Before he could finish, Wang Hang's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he recognized the driver. It was Li Luodi, the one who had showcased remarkable skills the previous night. "Hello, Liaki," Wang Hang saluted. Li Luodi smiled. "Is my car blocking your entry? My apologies, I'll move it right away." The security chief, displaying his keen awareness, though surprised by the squad leader's deference to Li Luodi, refrained from further inquiries and promptly opened the academy gates. As Li Luodi started the car, he flashed a smile at Wang Hang, expressing his gratitude. "You've worked hard." Wang Hang felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, "It's nothing." He wanted to add that the members of the Demon Suppression Department had it even harder, but remembering their lack of uniforms, he held his tongue. "Hey, get lost." Lin Yu spat in disdain upon witnessing the security chief salute the affluent Li Luodi. "What nonsense is this? A bunch of money-hungry sycophants, and respect is just handed out like candy." When Sun Fei arrived with her team, Lin Yu immediately stood at attention, saluting her. "Good day, officer." Sun Fei raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback, as she glanced at Lin Yu in security attire, perplexed yet polite enough to nod. Seeing Sun Fei acknowledge him, Lin Yu couldn't help but beam with pride. She must have me in her thoughts. Chapter 97. Accompany me to the restroom. Li Luodi parked beside the principal's vehicle and, after bidding farewell to Xiao Ling, made his way to his classroom. Gene 101. The acting homeroom teacher, Zhao Yun, was passionately recounting the 5,000-year history of the Daxia dynasty. Report. A sudden voice interrupted his lecture. Zhao Yun was about to express his irritation when he caught sight of a figure at the door. Abruptly halting, his face morphing into a fawning smile, as if he were meeting the principal himself, eagerly approaching. "Leah." Before he could finish the name, Li Luodi shot him a glance that brooked no argument. Having spent most of his life in a bureaucratic institution, Zhao Yun was well aware of the implication, and he quickly corrected himself. "Li, are you here for an inspection? Have you had breakfast? If not, I can arrange something for you. What would you like to eat?" Li Luodi. Of the entire class, Lin Yuru nudged Lu Shuya with her elbow, whispering, "Shuya, how come I never noticed how sycophantic Teacher Zhao is?" Lu Shuya supported her chin with her hands, gazing intently at the figure by the door. Lin Yuru glanced at the dazed Lu Shuya and sighed, waving her hand in front of her face. "It's not even spring yet." "Huh." Lu Shuya snapped back to reality, looking sheepish as she noticed Lin Yuru's exasperation. "I wasn't thinking about that." "I believe you." Lin Yuru, returning to the topic, leaned closer to Lu Shuya and whispered, "Have you noticed that there seem to be fewer teachers at the academy today?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru furrowed her brows slightly, biting her delicate fingertip. "You're right. I haven't seen the homeroom teacher either." Li Luodi reclined on his comfortable sofa, and no sooner had he settled than Lu Chan and Zhu Yichun approached with grins. "Boss, why does Zhao Zilong seem so different today compared to his usual rigid self?" Zhu Yichun nodded vigorously. "Exactly. He usually ignores everyone except the principal and the education bureau, as if we owe him a fortune. But today he seems that, how should I put it, sycophantic. Lu Chan interjected. Precisely, Lu Chan snapped his fingers. He often complains about the smell of copper on us. What has caused this sudden change in demeanor? Li Luodi threw his legs on the table, rolling his eyes at the two clowns while inwardly contemplating how to discreetly deal with the demon lurking in his class. After eliminating several demons last night, Li Luodi had a rough estimate of how many demons resided within the academy. Currently, he believed there were approximately 78 known demons, though he wasn't certain about any hidden ones. After pondering fruitlessly, Li Luodi shook his head and chuckled to himself. Why overthink it? I just need to address the demon in my class, In Gene 101. Only one student had turned to demonhood, Wu Mingting. A good friend of Chen Xing, Wu Mingting was quite pretty and had a pleasant disposition, but she wasn't particularly liked by the other girls in class, mainly due to her materialistic tendencies. It was said she had no fewer than 10 boyfriends, some of whom could easily be her father. Zhao Yun continued to elaborate passionately at the podium, while many students in class were dozing off, with only a few paying close attention. Suddenly, as Li Luodi stood up, every eye in the classroom turned toward him. He stifled a yawn and approached Wu Mingting's desk with a devilish smile. Wu Mingting, come with me to the restroom. I have something to discuss with you. As soon as Li Luodi uttered these words, the atmosphere in the classroom froze. Hiss. Moments later, a collective gasp echoed throughout the room. It was as if boiling water had erupted, and the classroom buzzed with discussions about Li Luodi's audacious move. Boss, that's impressive. You're truly my idol. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Chan and Zhu Yichun were filled with admiration. In front of everyone, especially during class, to publicly invite a female classmate to the restroom. Everyone understood the implications. Wu Mingting, struck speechless, stared at Li Luodi's handsome face in disbelief. Was he really that direct? Although she was materialistic, she couldn't just openly accept such a blatant invitation to the restroom. Had this been before her demonhood, she would have undoubtedly rejected him outright, at most agreeing privately later. However, now, she found the prospect irresistible and smiled brightly. Sure, the audacity of Li Luodi's invitation had left everyone astonished, but Wu Mingting's response shattered their expectations further. Was the pace of such developments truly this fast? No way. I can't allow this. With a loud slap, Lu Shuya slammed her hand on the desk, gritting her teeth. Li Luodi, in broad daylight during class, you're inviting a girl to the restroom. Have you no shame? Lu Shuya's unusual reaction caused everyone in the classroom to exchange glances, intrigue flashing in their eyes. What is going on here? Li Luodi maintained his aloof demeanor, retorting, Wu Mingting has already agreed. Why are you so concerned? You. Lu Shuya was so incensed she struggled to articulate her thoughts, then turned to Zhao Yun at the podium. You two may disregard others, but Teacher Zhao is still teaching. Surely, he wouldn't agree to this. Zhao Yun appeared awkward, then forced a smile. Well, the teacher agrees. After all, it's normal for young people to be open-minded. In the past, Zhao Yun would have certainly disapproved, but given the current uncertain circumstances and Li Luodi's status, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Observing Wu Mingting's demeanor, it was likely she had succumbed to demonhood, and for the sake of everyone's safety, Zhao Yun would naturally consent. What the hell? Zhao Yun's unexpected declaration left Lu Shuya dumbfounded, while the rest of the class was equally bewildered. Thanks, old Zhao. Li Luodi took Wu Mingting's hand and, under the astonished gazes of his classmates, exited the classroom. After a moment, Lu Shuya's face turned a deep shade of anger. Her gaze icy, as if an invisible fire of fury was igniting within her. Bang! Lu Shuya slammed her hand heavily on the table, tears welling in her eyes, and she dashed out without a second thought. Zhao Yun's throat moved as he was about to speak, but he caught sight of Lin Yuruo, the little girl, chasing after her. Teacher, I'm going to catch her. With a loud crash, the classroom door was slammed shut. The once quiet classroom was instantly reignited with a fervor of gossip. Old Zhao, can I take classmate Zhang Qin to the restroom? Lu Chan chuckled, raising his hand. Thud. Two books struck Lu Chan squarely in the face. Chapter 98. Please think above on my behalf on the playground. Lu Shuya ran with haste, her eyes reflecting a profound sorrow, tears shimmering in her gaze. She couldn't comprehend why. After Li Luodi took Wu Mingting's hand and left, it felt as if her heart had been ruthlessly squeezed. Yet, she had previously loathed the spoiled Li Luodi. Lu Shuya was bewildered, her mind a chaotic jumble, as if someone were doodling inside it. Shuya, slow down. I can't keep up. The little girl gasped for breath, exclaiming, It's just a stinky man. Didn't you promise to fly together with me? After running for a while, Lu Shuya abruptly halted as a graceful figure approached. Two students, halt. Sun Fei cast a calm glance at Lu Shuya and her companion, producing her officer's badge. Due to an emergency situation at the academy, you must remain here until it is properly resolved. Both Lu Shuya and the pursuing Lin Yura were taken aback, the latter gasping, Officer, may I ask what has happened? In response, Sun Fei replied indifferently, No comment. You two should return to your classroom immediately. Just stay put. Lu Shuya wanted to protest, but was gently tugged by Lin Yura, who whispered, Shuya, let us go back. Look, there are so many security personnel entering the academy. Following Lin Yura's gaze, Lu Shuya indeed noticed a multitude of security members flooding into the academy. Are those that the Demon Suppression Division? Thud. The synchronized sound of hooves echoed as a group of riders clad in black, short capes billowing behind them, approached at a gallop, wielding demon suppression blades. Lu Shuya's pupils widened in shock, while Lin Yura's beautiful eyes filled with astonishment that it was known that wherever the Demon Suppression Division appeared, it indicated the presence of demons. Sun Fei gazed enviously at the imposing figures of the Demon Suppression Division, for her dream was to join them. Alas, their standards were high, and her abilities were not yet sufficient to enter their ranks. Students, please return. Sun Fei spoke again, her tone now laced with a hint of warning. Go back to class and refrain from making a fuss. Lu Shuya and Lin Yura nodded, turning to see Zhao Yun rushing in, drenched in sweat. Finally, found you two. Quickly. Follow me to the office. To the office. Lin Yura blinked in surprise, her gaze flickering. Aren't we supposed to return to class? Zhao Yun replied, There's been an incident in the class. For your safety, we need to head to the office for now. I'll explain the details later. All right. Lin Yura and Lu Shuya exchanged glances, trusting him to in a certain restroom of the Azure Blue Academy. Li Luodi decisively utilized a cow charm, delivering a lethal punch to Wu Mengting. After searching her soul, he found no useful clues. That moment, a cold, melodious voice emanated from the Simon earphones. What's the situation? Any other discoveries? Li Luodi replied, None for now. After a brief silence, he suggested, Let us proceed according to yesterday's plan and extract the identified demons from the classrooms one by one. As for the rest, during the break exercises, I'll take the purple gold demon seeking plate for another sweep. Moments later, the cold voice responded, Agreed. Let us stick to the plan. In truth, Cold Jiao had already realized that Li Luodi seemed capable of locating the demons without the aid of the purple gold demon seeking plate. However, she refrained from inquiring further, for everyone harbors their own secrets, which is perfectly normal. By the way, orders have come down from above. Effective immediately, you are promoted to lieutenant, commanding 12 banners. Hearing this, a broad smile spread across Li Luodi's face. That's splendid. Please thank them on my behalf. Haha. After concluding the Simon call, Li Luodi's eyes glimmered with determination as he stroked his chin. The elusive demons were difficult to detect with the ordinary purple gold demon seeking plate. But Li Luodi possessed the cow charm. Half an hour later, a message came through Simon, indicating that the demons identified among the students had all been eradicated. Soon after, familiar melodies began to resonate. Ding 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 ding. Ding. Upon hearing the familiar tune, Li Luodi's gaze flickered as he exited the restroom, witnessing students from each class orderly making their way to the playground under their teacher's guidance. He hoped there wouldn't be too many surprises awaiting him. Li Luodi raised his head, murmuring to himself. As he gradually moved with the bustling crowd of students towards the playground, he overheard snippets of conversation regarding yesterday's drunkenness, the need for a restroom, and sprained ankles necessitating a visit to the infirmary. However, the academy had been forewarned by the Demon Suppression Division. Everyone was required to be present on the playground. Additionally, members of the Demon Suppression Division would be discreetly monitoring every corner. The playground was vast, capable of accommodating over 3,000 students and staff. Traditionally, the playground would erupt with noise upon the students' arrival. Yet today it was unusually quiet. This silence was due to the presence of numerous fully armed security personnel, with 3 members from the Demon Suppression Division positioned at each corner, their short capes fluttering and demon suppression blades at their waists. The moment the Demon Suppression Division had arrived, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Li Luodi maneuvered against the flow of students, swiftly weaving through various classes, The range of spiritual perception for the cow charm was limited to 30 meters. Thus, to cover the throngs of over 3,000 students and staff, he had to keep moving. After traversing several classes, no anomalies were detected by his cow charm. Minutes later, the previously repeating march music began to fade, and Li Luodi became increasingly conspicuous as he navigated through the crowd, prompting whispers and pointing fingers. Is that the boss? Lu Chan remarked, his keen eyes catching sight of Zhu Yichun beside him. It really is, Zhu Yichun nodded, puzzled. Boss, what is going on? I'm not sure. It seems like he's searching for something. Should we go help him? Just as the two were about to leave the line, they were intercepted by security personnel. Could it be that there truly are no demons? Li Luodi furrowed his brow. An unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. Li Luodi, return to your own class. Suddenly, a harsh reprimand reverberated. Drawing the attention of a large portion of the academy, Li Luodi found himself standing before the line for class Silver 101, confronted by several burly students. They crossed their arms, wearing mocking expressions. Hurry up and retreat. Do you think this is your living room? You think you can come and go as you please? Li Luodi snapped back to reality, casting a calm gaze over these individuals as he gently stroked his chin. Suddenly, Zhang Hong, drenched in sweat, came sprinting from the back of the line, delivering a swift kick to the rear of the leading boy and angrily shouting, "You scoundrel, who gave you the right to speak to Li?" Li go like that? Chapter 99. The figure on the rooftop. Zhang Hong's unexpected intervention left everyone stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they watched this scene unfold, particularly the students from class Silver 101, who stared blankly at their class leader. The rivalry between the gold and silver classes had always been evident, with frequent skirmishes and even group fights causing quite a stir. Yet today, Zhang Hong not only chastised his own classmates, but also humbly apologized to Li Luodi, making the situation rather intriguing. Li Go, they didn't mean it. Please don't take it to heart. At that moment, Qin Yu rushed over, her demeanor cautious, causing many onlookers to drop their jaws in astonishment. The crowd was abuzz with confusion. Wondering what was transpiring, Zhang Hong and Qin Yu exchanged glances, both feeling a tinge of awkwardness amidst the myriad of questioning and agitated stares, yet they offered no explanation. Today, the Demon Suppression Division had issued a decree promoting Li Luodi from a mere banner-bearer to a lieutenant. Commanding 12 banners in the span of a single day, he had achieved a remarkable leap from a newcomer to a position of distinction. Such an honor had never been seen in the Demon Suppression Division. Reflecting on their own status as mere banner-bearers, Zhang Hong and Qin Yu shared a glance, both recognizing the bittersweet essence of their predicament. It's all right. Li Luodi casually waved his hand, nonchalantly moving through the throngs of students, seemingly unconcerned by the attention to this moment. Even a fool could discern the gravity of the situation. It was clear that Li Luodi was not to be underestimated. Hadn't they noticed how the members of the Demon Suppression Division and security personnel stood silently, turning a blind eye to the scene? Li Luodi found himself enveloped in the ethereal aura emanating from the sheep talisman. As he completed a circuit, a frown began to crease his brow. Odd. The sheep talisman showed no signs of response. Could it be that the magical energies within the academy had been entirely purged? No, the furrow in Li Luodi's brow deepened. He felt that something was amiss. Lin Yuru and Lu Shuya. A sudden spark of realization ignited within him, and he felt a jolt of alarm. He had forgotten about these two individuals. Hastily, Li Luodi contacted his colleagues at the Demon Suppression Office via Simon, receiving confirmation that not a single person had left the academy. Soon after, the Security Bureau relayed that they had seen Lin Yuru and her companion attempting to leave the academy, but had been intercepted. Li Luodi swiftly approached Officer Sun Fei. "Good day. Officer Sunday, would you kindly provide me with the specifics of the situation?" Sun Fei regarded Li Luodi's somewhat youthful visage, momentarily lost in thought, before her expression turned intricate. Once, this fellow had been a frivolous ne'er-do-well, frequently visiting the Security Bureau for tea. Her astonishment. After a period of absence, he had transformed into a lieutenant of the Demon Suppression Office. Truly, life is unpredictable, a winding path of surprises. After regaining her composure, Sun Fei meticulously recounted all that she knew to Li Luodi. "You say a teacher claiming to be surnamed Zhao took Lin Yuru and her companion away?" Li Luodi's heart sank as he spoke, his voice grave. "Indeed," Sun Fei affirmed with a nod at him. Li Luodi indicated towards a figure at the front of Class 101. Following his gaze, Sun Fei confirmed, "Indeed, it is he." At this revelation, Li Luodi's demeanor grew increasingly frigid, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. To his knowledge, Zhao Yun had never left the classroom throughout the entire affair. Clearly, there was another individual involved in the abduction of Lin Yuru and Lu Xia. Even more unsettling was the possibility that this entity was not human, but rather a demon. What is wrong? Sun Fei, keenly observing the subtle shift in Li Luodi's expression, spoke softly. "Rest assured, we have personnel stationed around the academy. I assure you, no one has exited the premises." Upon hearing this, Li Luodi remained noncommittal. "Thank you for your efforts, Officer Sun. It's nothing, Lieutenant Li. It is you who has borne the burden," Sun Fei replied earnestly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. As Li Luodi turned to depart, his thoughts swirled like boiling water. Bubbling forth with urgency, he had scrutinized every corner of the academy, students, teachers, staff, and even the cleaning aunties. Yet the presence of a demon persisted. He pulled out his Simon. "Chief, have all corners of the academy been thoroughly inspected? Were any anomalies detected?" Cold Jiao promptly responded. "Every location has been examined. There are no findings." Li Luodi fell into silence, forcing himself to banish all negative emotions. Only a calm mind could yield clarity. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. "I know. There's South one place yet to be checked." He abruptly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with determination as he glanced towards the security personnel in their uniforms. The academy's guards operated in shifts. Last night the guards must not have been complete. "Chief," Li Luodi addressed Simon again, "please reinvestigate the academy's security." "Understood." Li Luodi quickly made his way to the assembly area of the guards. "Li Xiao, is there something you require?" The captain of the security team greeted him with a sycophantic smile. Li Luodi scanned the group. "Is everyone present here?" The security captain hesitated for a moment before replying. Chen Ergu had an upset stomach and went to the restroom. As for Lin Yu, he offered an awkward smile. He is outside cleaning up some phlegm. Chen Ergu, Li Luodi's brow furrowed slightly. "Did this person come yesterday?" "Yes," the captain confirmed. "The academy issued a notice requiring everyone to be present, and Chen Ergu was indeed here." After a brief pause, he continued, "Only one person is unaccounted for. He arrived just this morning." Li Luodi's interest peaked. "Lin Yu?" "Precisely." After absorbing this information, Li Luodi fell silent again, murmuring, "Could this fellow be a demon? That shouldn't be the case." Cold by sea. "Li Gu has a situation." Just then, a flurry of anxious voices crackled through Simon. "While patrolling the teaching building, we spotted a security guard acting suspiciously. Just as we approached to question him, he attacked us, injuring us, and he is now headed towards the rooftop. Niu Shang, Zhang Cheng, and I are in pursuit and urgently require assistance." Cold Jiao responded immediately. "Hao Jian, you three should refrain from taking any rash actions. Simply follow his lead. I will bring reinforcements shortly." After hanging up, Li Luodi's gaze flickered with intensity. Could this individual be Lin Yu? Suddenly, a chorus of astonished voices erupted. "Everyone, look! Is there someone on the rooftop? Could that be Lu Xia and Lin Yuru? Good grief, it truly is. What on earth are they doing up there? Enjoying the view? You've got to be kidding. Did you not notice there is a figure lurking behind them?"